June 23rd, 2020, Tuesday. Family visitation day at Yundong prison. Wu Yundong arrived at the visitation room with excitement and anticipation. Standing outside the door, he took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. He was going to see second sister again. If she knew he had passed the written exam for South China University of Technology, she would surely be so proud. And first sister, if she knew he had earned his advanced technician certificate in turning, milling, and drilling, maybe her illness would even improve. Sure, he had studied relentlessly for years, reviewing every subject from junior to senior high school, enduring countless hardships. But if his sisters knew he had changed, that he finally felt remorse, and could find even a little happiness, what did his suffering matter? He exhaled slowly, then pulled open the heavy iron door and stepped inside only to freeze. Third sister? Inside the room, a plainly dressed woman abruptly lifted her head. Her shock of white hair seemed almost blinding. It wasn't second sister, who came every visitation day. It was Wu Yuzhen's third sister, whom he hadn't seen once in 10 years of imprisonment. But she was only 55. How had her hair turned so white? Especially her bloodshot, swollen eyes. Wu Yundong suddenly felt a terrible premonition. First sister is gone. Thud. Wu Yundong collapsed into the chair. Second sister had a stroke from the shock. She can't get up. Another blow, sudden and devastating. Wu Yundong's breathing turned ragged. I'm divorced. Wu Yundong stared blankly at Wu Yuzhen, her face pale, her eyes red and raw. His mind went completely blank. Your nephew came to visit 2 days ago. The girl rejected him. No house, no money. Wu Yuzhen fixed her gaze on Wu Yundong, her eyes suddenly blazing with fury. Wu Yundong, she slammed the table, pointing her finger right at him. When father died, you weren't there. When mother died, you weren't there. Now first sister is gone and you're not there again? You. Tears erupted from her eyes, but she didn't wipe them. Instead, she screamed, her voice cracking. You dropped out because you couldn't afford tuition. Was it the family's fault? But do you know father cried that night? A man who had always been strong, proud, reduced to tears. After you crippled that man, first sister was cursed daily by her mother-in-law. Second sister nearly lost her marriage. Father sold our ancestral home. Your brother still hasn't paid off his debts. Your nephew is over 30 and still single. Why? Why you keep destroying us, Wu Yundong? What do we owe you? Each word cut like a knife, piercing Wu Yundong's heart. At that moment, the blurred faces of his parents, first sister, second sister, and his brother flashed before his eyes. Every face made his heart clench in agony. Wu Yuzhen suddenly lifted a plastic bag and slammed it onto the table. She untied it and pointed inside, her voice cold. The cigarettes are from your nephew. These pairs of shoes were made by first sister before she died in the hospital. These apples are from second sister. Her voice broke. Her eyes reddened again. She pounded the table. She can't even move now, yet she worries you have no fruit here. First sister, knowing she was dying, sewed day and night to make you shoes. Your nephew, still single, didn't forget to buy you cigarettes. And you? What have you done? Wu Yundong opened his mouth, but the words choked in his throat. Nothing came out. Wu Yundong. Wu Yuzhen wiped her face fiercely, screaming, we don't owe you. We don't. With that, she spun around and stormed out without a backward glance. On the table, clear droplets marked where her tears had fallen. The tear stains, the items in the bag. Wu Yundong's heart seized with sudden, sharp pain. 10 years in prison. The first 5, he had drifted aimlessly. Only when he learned of first sister's critical illness did he finally awaken. He threw himself into labor, striving for sentence reductions. He studied in his spare time, reviewing every subject from junior to senior high, chasing his long-lost dream of college. In 5 years, he earned 2 sentence reductions. In 3 more years, had walked free with a correspondence degree from South China Tech. But the cost? He now had coronary heart disease. Clutching his chest, his eyes filled with despair. Even if he graduated, even with his advanced technician certificate, could he bring first sister back? In 3 years, would second sister, the fiery, doting sister, still be alive? First sister had raised him. The debt of that love, how had he repaid it? Lazing around, causing trouble, spending more time in detention and prison than at home, making her worry, letting her be bullied by her in-laws. When he broke his leg at 6, it was second sister, only 14, who pedaled her bicycle, carrying him, and first sister, racing to the hospital. When they arrived, she collapsed, unable to move. And third sister? She cared less. Yes, but because her husband was ill young, and she struggled herself. She had no strength to help. And brother? Had been detained for injuring someone while protecting Wu Yundong. But Wu Yundong, under the guise of revenge, had crippled the man. To shorten his sentence by 2 years, His sisters had knelt and begged. Father and brother sold the ancestral home. The whole family sacrificed everything for him. And how had he repaid them? He thought not being able to afford tuition meant they owed him. So he drifted into the underworld. When he had money, he threw parties with friends. When broke, he stole, robbed, collected debts for others. When he couldn't get money, he demanded it from them, never considering their suffering. But was it really their fault he couldn't study? If anyone had the right to complain, it was first sister. Shed never even attended school. How could he blame them? First sister, second sister. Tears streamed uncontrollably. A crushing pain, a suffocating tightness, gripped his chest. He clutched the edge of the table, struggling not to collapse. But in the end, he fell backward with a crash. In the haze of fading consciousness, he let out one final, heavy breath. If I could live again, how great that would be. Screech, screeched the rhythmic sound of a saw reach his ears. Wu Yundong frowned, then suddenly opened his eyes. A dark ceiling. A soot-stained beam hung a bare light bulb inlet. The room was lit by a kerosene lamp on the desk. Kerosene lamp? Wu Yundong's mind felt muddled. It's the 21st century. Who uses kerosene lamps? Even prison wouldn't. Wait, didn't he just have a heart attack and die in the visitation room? Why was he seeing a kerosene lamp? And why did everything look so familiar? Plaster peeled from the walls, leaving them patchy. Above the Kong bed, a New Year's painting of a large carp was pasted. Below the Kong stood a desk. On it, a cloth book bag bulging with books. This was his high school book bag, and those books his high school textbooks. Seeing them, Wu Yundong's body trembled violently. He rubbed his eyes hard, then looked again at the calendar on the desk. 1988, March 14th. Monday. Wu Yundong shivered. Could he really have been reborn? Chapter 2. Face to face with an enemy. Screech, screech, the rhythmic sawing continued. Wu Yundong lunged to the window and peered out. Under the cold moonlight, a log was tied to the elm tree in the yard. Beside it, a plank was fastened. On the plank stood a middle-aged couple, sawing the log together. At the sight of them, Wu Yundong's vision blurred. Father, mother. In his past life, Father Wu Xiao died when he was 20. He was in prison. Mother Gao Yulan died when he was 30, also in prison. Was he dreaming? He stared hard, but tears still spilled over, rolling down his cheeks and into the corner of his mouth. Salty? Wu Yundong suddenly licked his lips, tasting the saltiness of his tears. His body began to tremble. Tears are salty. He pinched his thigh out. It hurt. This pain meant it wasn't a dream. He really was seeing his parents. It meant he had truly been reborn back to the age of 18, the 12th day of the second semester of senior year. On this day, because he hadn't brought his tuition for over 10 days, the teacher had kicked him out of class. Unwilling to go home, he went to play by the river east of the village, accidentally stepped on cracked ice, and fell into the freezing water. Rescued and brought home, he caught a chill and fell ill. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined being reborn to this day. Wait, no. He suddenly remembered something. In his past life, Su Yuqing had come to their house today to collect a debt and ended up tricking them into giving up their eastern courtyard house. More importantly, buried in that house was a censer. Su Yuqing sold it and used the money to become a city dweller. No, he had to stop him. Husband, Gao Yulan suddenly stopped sawing and called to Wu Xiao across the plank. Dongzi should be awake. Go check on him. Wu Xiao released the saw, squatted, pulled out his pipe, filled it with tobacco, lit it, and puffed a few times before grumbling. Skipping school's bad enough now. Jumping into the river? Just seeing him makes me angry. I'm not going. Jumping into the river? I fell through the ice by accident, not suicide. Wu Yundong wanted to go out and explain, but remembering his father's temper, he quickly suppressed the urge. Father's already furious. If I go out, he'll get beaten. Just reborn getting a beating would be so unfair. I heard Dongzi didn't pay his tuition and got kicked out of school, Gao Yulan said softly, cautiously glancing at Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao took a few more puffs before muttering. Then tomorrow he'll sell the cabinet cheap and use the money to pay. But if you sell it cheap, all your work was for nothing. You don't get it? Dongs is too proud. Without money, he won't go back to school. Gao Yulan glared at Wu Xiao, snapping. Where do you think he gets that from? Enough. Wu Xiao stood abruptly. Hurry up and saw the wood. Don't delay the market tomorrow. Still working? You need to take your medicine. What medicine? It's taken before bed. Can I sleep now? Umph. Pride kills. Gao Yulan grumbled, but climbed back onto the plank and reached for the saw handle. Before she could grab it, a shout came from outside the gate. Old Wu. She quickly turned to her husband. Seeing Wu Xiao's dark expression but no reply, she sighed in relief. Wu Yundong was startled too. Seeing Su Yuqing enter the gate, his blurry eyes widened, his gaze suddenly fierce. He's here. That bastard really came. Old Su, what brings you? Gao Yulan jumped off the plank, forcing a smile as she greeted Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing grinned. Heard your youngest jumped into the river, came to check on him. Check what? He's not dead yet. Wu Xiao shot a glance at Su Yuqing, waving impatiently. No business? Get lost. Don't interrupt my sawing. Old Wu, what are you pretending for? Su Yuqing's face darkened. You really think I came to see your son? Then why are you here? Came to tell you don't use my money to send your son to school. Su Yuqing, you've gone too far. Gao Yulan, usually mild, turned pale with rage, her body trembling. Too far? Didn't your son jump into the river because he couldn't pay tuition? If I didn't come, you'd use the money from selling the cabinet to pay, right? Wu Xiao trembled with anger, but feeling guilty, could only gasp, unable to speak. Old Wu, don't say I didn't warn you. 2 days from now, the payment's due. 500 yuan every cent. Or else, hand over your eastern courtyard house. Why? Gao Yulan cried, enraged. Su Yuqing sneered, turning with a smirk. Because you owe me money. Gao Yulan was speechless, flushed with humiliation. Seeing her lower her head, Su Yuqing couldn't help but gloat, turning to Wu Xiao. Old Wu, give me that house, and I'll cancel your entire debt. No more debt collection. Then you can use the money to send your son to school. See? You actually gain. This Wu Xiao hesitated, glancing at his wife. Gave my ass. Wu Yundong couldn't take it anymore. He shoved the door open and stormed out. Oh, isn't this Dongzi? Su Yuqing laughed, unafraid of Wu Yundong's fury. What's this? You gonna hit me? Wu Yundong, though intelligent, had always been timid, never loud, never confrontational, soft-spoken like a woman. Someone like that, he wasn't worth fearing. But Wu Yundong saw him like an enemy. This bastard had ruined his life in the past, forced him to drop out, turned him into a nobody, betrayed everyone's hopes. And now, this piece of trash dared look down on him, deserved a beating. Bang! Enraged, Wu Yundong kicked Su Yuqing square in the stomach. Ow! Su Yuqing cried out, flying backward 5 or 6 meters before landing hard on his backside. I feel stronger. Did rebirth bring my past physical strength and fighting experience with me? Wu Yundong scratched his head, staring at the sprawled Su Yuqing. What's going on? A shout came from the side. The west room door burst open, and a burly young man rushed out. Seeing his brother Wu Yunzhong, Wu Yundong suddenly remembered the words third sister had said at his brother's deathbed, and his body trembled. Chapter 3. Extortion. Wu Yunzhong noticed his younger brother trembling and hurriedly approached him. Dongzi, what's wrong? Before Wu Yundong could respond, a sudden scream pierced the air, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. He turned, bewildered, only to see Su Yuqing glaring fiercely at him, hands clutching her abdomen. How dare you hit me? In that moment, Wu Yundong realized the truth. He had been reborn. This meant that the mistakes of his past life had yet to unfold. No matter how much he owed his brother in the previous life, he could rectify it in this one. With that thought, a sense of ease washed over him, and he found that he no longer harbored such deep-seated hatred for Su Yuqing. However, the look in his eyes only served to infuriate Su Yuqing further, as she pointed a finger at him and spat. What are you looking at? Try looking again, I dare you. What do you intend to do, Su Yuqing? Before Wu Yundong could utter a word, Wu Yunzhong surged forward, shielding his brother with his broad back. Seeing his brother's sturdy silhouette, Wu Yundong felt a swell of emotion, his vision blurring with unshed tears. This was his brother, who, no matter the circumstances or the adversaries, always stood in front of him, facing the tempest alone. Are you blind, Yunzhong? It was your brother who struck me. Huh. Wu Yunzhong's lips twitched as he glanced back at Wu Yundong. Yet before Wu Yundong could speak, he turned back and shouted at Su Yuqing. Dongzi has always been honest. He wouldn't even curse, let alone hit someone. Besides, he scrutinized Su Yuqing, skepticism evident in his gaze. You're a robust figure from slaughtering pigs daily. Do you really think my brother could best you in a fight? Su Yuqing was rendered speechless with rage. It was true. He stood at 1.7 meters tall, with a muscular build, while Wu Yundong, despite being slightly taller, resembled a slender reed. The disparity in their physiques was so stark that not only Wu Yunzhong found it hard to believe, but even Su Yuqing himself struggled with the reality. Yet the truth remained. Wu Yundong had indeed struck him, sending him flying. A scene so absurd that one would struggle to believe it without witnessing it firsthand. Faced with Wu Yunzhong's dubious gaze, Su Yuqing stammered in fury, his body trembling. You don't believe me, do you? Ask your parents. They witnessed your brother kicking me. Wu Yunzhong scratched his head, turning to Wu Yundong. Dongzi, did you really kick him? Under his brother's scrutiny, Wu Yundong could only nod, yes. Upon hearing Wu Yundong's admission, Su Yuqing erupted with rage. pointing at Wu Yunzheng and shouting, "Did you hear that?" He admitted it himself. "Mind your language," Wu Yunzheng retorted, pushing Su Yuqing's finger aside, frowning as he chastised. "What is wrong with my brother kicking you? It means you deserved it." The words nearly made Wu Yundong burst into laughter. This was his elder brother, always unconditionally defending family over reason. "All right, Yunzheng, perhaps it's best to refrain from further comments," Wu Xiao interjected, unable to bear the scene any longer. He stepped forward and addressed Su Yuqing. "While Dongzi kicking you was indeed inappropriate, you provoked him with your words. I apologize on his behalf. Moreover, do not entertain any thoughts about my house. It is intended for Zhengzi. Additionally, I will repay the money I owe you. There is no need for further discussion. You may leave." "What? You wish for me to depart?" Su Yuqing's mouth twisted in anger as she pointed at Wu Xiao and shouted, "Old Wu, I came to your home seeking financial assistance, and though you refused, that is one thing. Now your son has assaulted me, and you dare to ask me to leave?" Wu Yunjing's eyes widened, and he stepped forward menacingly. Su Yuqing was startled and quickly retreated 2 steps, then exclaimed, "What is this? Are you saying your family has the right to be owed money?" Wu Yunzheng was momentarily at a loss for words. Wu Xiao frowned. Yet he found himself at a loss for a retort due to the validity of her claim. Wu Yundong, recognizing that his father was struggling to handle the situation, could not help but chuckle. "Our family is not justified in owing money. Rather, the promissory note you issued to my father is flawed." Su Yuqing's expression shifted, but she still bellowed, "Your father signed the note. What flaw could there possibly be? However, my father is illiterate. He merely affixed his thumbprint. So what? Since he placed his thumbprint, your family must acknowledge it." "Enough," Wu Xiao suddenly interjected, cutting off Wu Yundong, and declared, "Since I have placed my thumbprint, I shall not deny this debt." "Father, that is usury," Wu Yundong insisted anxiously. Wu Xiao turned to glance at his son, then tapped the ashes from his pipe with his shoe, and resignedly stated, "There is little to be done about usury. Who instructed me to place my thumbprint? You would not want me to leave and be publicly humiliated, would you?" Wu Yundong fell silent. He had long understood that his father valued reputation above all else. But was this truly a moment to prioritize appearances? They were clearly being deceived, yet his father still clung to pride. "Old Wu, you speak as a man should. Unlike your younger son, who kicked me upon arrival. What shall we do about that?" Wu Xiao frowned. "What shall we do? Compensate me." Su Yuqing extended her hand. "If you do not provide 500, I shall report you to the police." Wu Xiao's expression darkened. Although he prized his reputation and had a fiery temper, the sum of 500 startled him. If he had 500, would Dongzi be expelled from school and contemplate jumping into the river? Yet, if he did not pay, what if Su Yuqing truly went to the police? Would Dongzi not face arrest? The shift in his demeanor did not escape Su Yuqing's notice, and she became even more triumphant. "Old Wu, I am aware of your family's financial struggles, yet I can allow you to repay me gradually." "Really?" Wu Xiao's expression brightened. Su Yuqing, noticing his reaction, smiled triumphantly. "Of course, but with interest." "Father." Wu Yundong could no longer endure the conversation and stepped in front of Su Yuqing, coldly asking, "You still wish to charge interest?" With Wu Xiao present, Su Yuqing knew Wu Yundong would not resort to violence. Thus, she was unafraid and retorted with a mocking smile. "What is it? Does your family still possess funds? Then why not pay me in one lump sum? Do not dream. I shall not give you a single penny." "Refusing? Are you?" Su Yuqing's expression turned cold as she turned to leave. "Then I shall report you to the police." With that, she made to exit, startling Wu Xiao, who hastily reprimanded Wu Yundong. "Dongzi, what nonsense are you up to?" "Old Su, halt." Gao Yulan, fearing that Wu Yundong would continue speaking, hastily seized her son, Dongzi. "Refrain from complicating matters." Wu Yunzheng observed Su Yuqing turning around, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds, yet he dared not act without his father's approval, his teeth grinding in frustration. Witnessing the behavior of the Wu family, Su Yuqing could not help but scoff. "Old Wu, what is it that you wish to convey?" Her disdainful expression darkened Wu Xiao's countenance. However, concerning his son, he had to endure the indignation. "Old Su, I agree to your terms. Had you stated this earlier, we could have avoided this confrontation," Su Yuqing retorted, spitting in contempt before turning to Wu Yundong. "Dongzi, I understand that youth can be fiery, but a single kick from you is worth 500. Care to deliver another?" Had she not provoked him, Wu Yundong might have ignored her. After all, he had ample time to settle the scores of his past misdeeds. Yet, Confronted directly, he resolved not to hold back. Very well, I shall fulfill your wish. Gao Yulan attempted to restrain him, but felt a sudden lightness in her grip as Wu Yundong dashed forward. Soon, Su Yuqing soared into the air. Chapter 4. Reluctance to attend school. Bang. Su Yuqing landed heavily on the ground, clutching her abdomen as she slowly slumped down, her body curled like a roasted shrimp. Her mouth agape, yet no sound escaped, prompting Wu Xiao to exclaim in shock, Dongzi, what are you trying to do? Dad? Wu Yundong turned and smiled at Wu Xiao. Leave this to me. Leave it to you? Wu Xiao's face turned ashen with fury. Had it not been for his frail health, he would have already delivered a severe reprimand to Wu Yundong. While it was a positive sign that his son had grown bold enough to strike, the pressing question remained. Could violence resolve the issue? Had adults been capable of resolving matters, he would have long since dealt with Su Yuqing. Moreover, if she were intent on filing a complaint, the police would undoubtedly apprehend him. Frustrated and anxious, Wu Yundong had already turned back, seizing Su Yuqing by the collar as if lifting a chick, pulling her up from the ground. Su Yuqing, racked with pain, was about to curse when she met Wu Yundong's icy gaze, feeling as though a predator had focused on her, rendering her momentarily speechless. How could this be? Wasn't he the youngest son of old Wu known for his timidity? Why did his eyes appear so menacing? Furthermore, how could someone so slender lift her so effortlessly? She weighed at least 180 to 90 pounds. And just moments ago, she had been kicked across the yard? What on earth was happening? Was she dreaming? You wish to report me to the police? Very well, I too intend to report you for your unscrupulous dealings. You're speaking nonsense. Who is engaging in unscrupulous dealings? Su Yuqing's initial doubts vanished, replaced by a cold sweat. In these times, fighting was a minor offense. Even if the police apprehended Wu Yundong, it would merely result in a reprimand. However, if he were to be labeled as engaging in unscrupulous dealings, he could face severe consequences, perhaps even imprisonment for a lengthy duration. You claim not to be engaged in unscrupulous dealings? Then what of your pig purchasing and meat selling practices? Moreover, today your household received a deceased pig, did it not? Are you aware of the ailment that led to its demise, yet you dare to slaughter it for sale? You mentioned that should I report you to the police, what do you think your fate would be? Su Yuqing felt his legs begin to tremble. No matter how he contemplated, he could not fathom how Wu Yundong had learned of the pig's death so swiftly. Just by observing his expression, Wu Yundong discerned that his previous life's memories were indeed accurate. This lad had indeed collected a dead pig. Unable to restrain a sinister chuckle, he remarked, Let us not waste time. Accompany me to the police station. Dongzi, Dongzi. Su Yuqing, thoroughly frightened, hastily grasped Wu Yundong's hand and pleaded, Grant me a reprieve. I implore you, please spare my life. On what grounds? Wu Yundong scoffed. Just a moment ago, you were contemplating extorting me. I was mistaken, Dongzi, I acknowledge my error. How about this? I shall forego the debt your family owes me. Forgo it. Is that truly acceptable? Wu Yundong feigned difficulty, glancing back at the astonished Wu Xiao, and chuckled. My father did indeed leave his mark on the agreement. This can be resolved easily. I have the IOU with me. Su Yuqing hastily pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, presented it to Wu Yundong, and then, with a swift motion, tore it into shreds. Dongzi, look. The IOU is gone. Surely this suffices? Is that so? Wu Yundong stroked his chin, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. Su Yuqing seethed inwardly, yet recognizing that his greatest secret was now known to Wu Yundong. He understood he must endure his anger and reluctantly retrieved a stack of money from his pocket, containing both large and small denominations. Without a glance, he thrust it into Wu Yundong's hands, stating, Dongzi, this is all I possess. What for? Before Wu Yundong could respond, Wu Xiao could no longer contain himself and delivered a swift kick. Wu Yundong yelped, hastily protecting his rear as he scurried away. Fortunately, he was swift on his feet. Otherwise, Wu Xiao's second kick would surely have landed. Nevertheless, Wu Xiao remained visibly enraged, exclaiming, Rascal, while our family may lack wealth, we do not accept just any money. With his father fuming, Wu Yundong had no retort, hurriedly nodding and smiling. Indeed, father, whatever you say goes. Humph. Wu Xiao snorted, turning to Su Yuqing and stating, Old Su, since you have torn up the IOU, it signifies that no debts exist between us. Refrain from visiting my home henceforth. Naturally, Su Yuqing nodded vigorously, yet soon cast a glance at Wu Yundong. The implication was clear. While you may wish to exclude me, Your son still holds leverage against me. Wu Xiao perceived his thoughts at once, turning to Wu Yundong and reprimanding. Why are you standing there in silence? Do you not know what to say? Very well. Father remained true to his nature. Although proud and concerned with appearances, he was always gracious towards others. It was evident that he intended to let Su Yuqing off this time. Indeed, Wu Xiao waved his hand at Su Yuqing, saying, Go on. Dongzi will not interfere with your family's affairs. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing finally exhaled in relief, expressing his gratitude repeatedly before departing with a downcast demeanor. However, once outside the door, a sinister glint flashed across his face. Wu Yundong, you think you can fight, do you? Just wait and see, my retribution will come. He felt a surge of determination. Wu Yundong harbored a tinge of regret for sparing him. However, having been reborn and reunited with his parents, he found himself presented with an opportunity to rectify the mistakes of his past life. Thus, letting the young man go was of little consequence. Dongzi, why do you seem like a completely different person? Wu Yunjing's voice suddenly pierced through his contemplations. Startled, Wu Yundong quickly turned to see his brother's mouth agape, his expression akin to that of someone encountering an extraterrestrial. A sense of dread washed over him. Oh no, in his focus on extorting Su Yuqing, he had forgotten to maintain his timid and honest persona. What was he to do? How could he explain this? Regret flooded his heart, but before he could respond, Wu Yunjing pressed on. Dongzi, speak up. Unable to elucidate his rebirth, Wu Yundong pivoted the conversation, retorting, Brother, rather than questioning my transformation, why not tell me if you think it's a good change? Of course it's a good change. Wu Yundong exhaled in relief, grinning as he replied, Then it's settled. Regardless of how much I change, I will always be your brother. Wouldn't you agree? Wu Yunjing scratched his head, feeling something was amiss. Yet under the weight of Wu Yundong's eager gaze, he couldn't help but nod. Certainly, no matter how you change, you will always be my brother. Wu Yunjing, known for his simplicity and earnestness, was perceptive enough to detect Wu Yundong's odd demeanor. Nevertheless, the mere fact that Wu Yundong had the audacity to strike someone was enough to fill him with satisfaction. Though he had never amassed wealth, he had always been strong-willed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted the blame from Su Yuqing despite knowing he had been swindled. For him, personal sacrifices were inconsequential, but he worried about his eldest son, who was honest and straightforward, and his younger son, though clever, had a temperament as soft as a woman's. Every time he reflected on this, he felt a mix of frustration and a desire to teach them a lesson. Now, it seemed that his younger son had finally come into his own, showing signs of independence. With the burden of overwhelming debts lifted, he felt a surge of joy and couldn't resist saying, Dongzi, tell your teacher tomorrow that you'll pay the tuition the day after. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yundong shook his head in refusal. Father, I don't intend to continue my studies. What did you say? Wu Xiao's anger flared anew, and he hurled his smoking pipe towards Wu Yundong. Try saying that again. Chapter 5. Treasure hunting. Despite his father's ire, Wu Yundong remained resolute in his decision. In his previous life, he had lived a tumultuous existence, having spent time in prison twice, ultimately meeting his demise within those walls. It was precisely these experiences that illuminated for him the opportunities he had missed in his past life. Now that he had been reborn, he was determined not to miss any chance, such as the impending policy allowing the trading of treasury bonds across regions, set to be announced in a few days. However, engaging in such trade required time, and as a high school senior, he found it improbable to venture far afield. Hence, he gazed at his father, whose fury was palpable, and with a wry smile, he inquired, Father, I can attend school, but I will need money. What of needing money? Do I need to worry about that? Wu Xiao glared at Wu Yundong, scolding, Though I earn little, you needn't concern yourself with how I make a living. Even if my health fails me, you still have an elder brother and 3 sisters. Upon mentioning his 3 sisters, Wu Yundong could not contain himself, exclaiming, But they all have their own families to consider. The factory where my brother-in-law works has been struggling. He must not have received his salary for several months now. And what of my second sister? It's been months since she was paid. Although my youngest brother-in-law is in the furniture business, his health is failing him. The weight of his words left Wu Xiao momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he retorted, But you still have a brother. My brother? Wu Yundong glanced at Wu Yunjin, a bitter smile crossing his face as he inquired, My brother earns only 90 yuan a month at the construction site. What good is that? He can hardly support his own children, let alone pay for my education. Dongzi, Wu Yunjin protested, clearly displeased. I'm fine. You may be fine. But what about your sister-in-law? Have you considered her feelings? You all share a single bed. How can you be certain she doesn't care? The word struck a nerve, causing Wu Yunjin's face to flush as he instinctively rubbed the back of his neck. Wu Yundong, unwilling to embarrass his brother, quickly turned to Wu Xiao, saying, Father, I just received my ID 2 days ago. I am now of age and do not wish to be a burden to you anymore. Dongzi, your academic performance is outstanding. How could you be a burden? If you manage to get into university, I would need to have the means to support you. Wu Yundong sighed helplessly at Wu Yunjin before gesturing towards their dilapidated home. Brother, look at our house. If we do not renovate it soon, it will collapse. Even if you do not mind, you must think of Xiao Tao and Xiaobo. At the mention of his children, Wu Yunjin fell silent. Wu Xiao cast a glance at the tearful Gao Yulan and could not help but sigh. Very well, since you are so determined. I shall not force you to pursue your studies. But remember, this is your choice. We are not withholding support, and you must not harbor resentment towards your brother. Wu Yundong understood the underlying meaning of Wu Xiao's words and recognized his father's deteriorating health. Otherwise, he would not have passed away so early in the previous life. However, in this life, he vowed not to let his father leave so soon. Looking at Wu Xiao, Wu Yundong solemnly promised, Father, this is my decision. I will not harbor hatred towards anyone. Dongzi, Gao Yulan seemed on the verge of saying something, but, after glancing at Wu Yundong, merely sighed before addressing Wu Xiao. Dear, it's time to go inside and take your medicine. This time, Wu Xiao did not insist. After casting a deep look at Wu Yundong, he turned and entered the house. Wu Yunjin intended to leave as well, but was stopped by Wu Yundong, who said, Brother, wait a moment. We need to dig something up. Dig what? You'll find out soon enough. I just need to grab the key first. Wu Yundong casually replied before turning to enter the house. The eastern courtyard was next door. It had once belonged to his uncle, who had no children. Upon his passing, Wu Yunjin had mourned him, so it was only natural that they inherited the estate. After opening the gate to the eastern courtyard, Wu Yundong discovered that the main house had collapsed, and the yard was overrun with dry, yellow grass. Recalling the spot from memory, he picked up a shovel and said to Wu Yunjin, Brother, it's right here. Confused, Wu Yunjin blinked and asked, Dongzi, what exactly are we digging for? A sensor. A sensor? Wu Yunjin was even more bewildered. What kind of sensor? I never heard my uncle mention anything about that. Had it not been for Su Yuqing unearthing the incense burner in a previous life, Wu Yundong would have remained blissfully unaware of the treasure hidden here. However, the situation felt too surreal, prompting him to chuckle lightly. Perhaps you simply forgot. Enough of this chatter, let us hasten our digging. As he began to labor, Wu Yunjin reluctantly seized a shovel as well. Under Wu Yundong's guidance, after half an hour's toil, the brothers finally uncovered a wooden box wrapped in oiled paper. By the moonlight, they opened the box, and Wu Yundong's eyes fell upon the incense burner. It bore a striking resemblance to other incense burners, albeit slightly larger, and appeared to be crafted from bronze. Wu Yunjin was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the burner before turning to Wu Yundong. Dongzi, is this thing truly valuable? Indeed, it is. Wu Yundong scrutinized the incense burner, his excitement beginning to swell. In his past life, Su Yuqing had sold this very burner for 200,000. In 1988, that sum represented a fortune to most people across the nation, let alone in Wujiawa, where the combined wealth of the entire village likely fell short of that amount. Now that the incense burner was in his possession, he finally had the capital to engage in trading government bonds. But wait, to whom had Su Yuqing sold this item? Why could he not recall? Would it be prudent to inquire with Su Yuqing? No, that would reveal to that fellow that he possessed an antique. A notion he could not entertain. Yet, without selling the incense burner, how could he trade government bonds? If he did not engage in that trade, how would he initiate his subsequent plans? Would he have to resort to the same fate as his previous life, laboring alongside his brother at the construction site? Suddenly, Wu Yundong's eyes lit up. He recalled that a significant event was set to unfold at Wu Yunjin's construction site the following day. Brother, he exclaimed, looking up at Wu Yunjin, may I accompany you to work tomorrow? What? Wu Yunjin was taken aback. You want to join me at the construction site? Indeed. Wu Yundong thought to himself that he was not merely going to haul bricks, but rather to save someone. Of course, he would not voice this thought, instead smilingly explaining, Isn't our second cousin the foreman? If I go, he will surely look out for me. If I learn to lay bricks sooner, I can earn a bit more money, can I? Wu Yunjin did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Wu Yundong for a moment before asking with a hint of skepticism, "Weren't you quite fearful of our second brother? You mentioned that he has a sharp tongue. Yet he has looked after you on the site," Wu Yunjin added. Yes, as long as you know." Wu Yunjin seemed to agree, chuckling. "Since you have made up your mind, we shall go together tomorrow." "Excellent." Wu Yundong readily concurred, glancing at the incense burner before hastily instructing Wu Yunjin, "Brother, do not speak of the incense burner to anyone, not to our parents or sister-in-law. Do you understand?" "All right, whatever you say." Wu Yunjin, disinterested in these matters, paid no mind to how Wu Yundong intended to handle the incense burner, and simply returned to rest. Upon his return, Wu Xiao and his wife had already retired for the night. He carried the incense burner back to his room, placed it in a bag, and tucked it away in the wardrobe. After completing these tasks, he collapsed onto his bed, gazing at the dark ceiling, and suddenly smiled. The feeling of being home is truly delightful. Chapter 6. The burden of disappointment. The following day, just after Wu Yundong finished his breakfast, he heard the sound of his brother Wu Yunjin's bicycle in the courtyard and hurried outside. Gao Yulan, who was tidying up the dishes, anxiously called after him, "Dongzi, listen to your brother at the construction site." "I know," Wu Yundong replied, turning to hop onto the back of the bike. "Brother, let us go." The construction site was located on the outskirts of the county, merely 3 miles from Wu Yundong's home. It was the residential area of the county's transformer station, contracted by the Pingyu First Construction Company, with the developer being the Huanyu Construction Group from the provincial city. Upon arriving at the site, Wu Yundong immediately dismounted and watched Wu Yunjin park the bicycle in the shed, his gaze quickly drawn to a building that had already risen 4 stories in the distance. In his previous life, the scaffolding of that very building had collapsed, resulting in the tragic death of an immensely important individual. Because of this death, not only was the site manager sentenced to death, but even the head of Pingyu was dismissed without hesitation. "Dongzi," came a surprised voice, and Wu Yundong turned to see his cousin Hao Jianxing approaching. He quickly walked over. "Second brother." Hao Jianxing furrowed his brow, the dark mole on his forehead twitching slightly, giving his elongated face an even more menacing appearance. "What are you doing here?" Before Wu Yundong could respond, Wu Yunjin ran over from the bike shed. "Second brother, Dongzi is here to work." "Nonsense." Hao Jianxing turned to Wu Yunjin, launching into a tirade. "Dongzi is such a good student. Why don't you let him go to school instead of making him work? What is wrong with you?" Wu Yunjin, taken aback by the reprimand, scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Understanding his brother's simple and honest nature, he quickly interjected, "Second brother, you know our family situation, right? Even if I get into college, the tuition fees amount to several thousand each year. So what?" Hao Jianxing retorted impatiently. "With so many relatives, can't we pull together?" His tone was harsh, yet it was precisely this demeanor that made Wu Yundong fully comprehend how many people he had let down in his previous life. Just before his demise, his thoughts had been consumed by his parents, his elder sister, and his younger siblings, ultimately fixating on his brother Wu Yunjin. In that moment, he realized the extent of his irresponsibility and how deeply he had disappointed his loved ones, never considering that his family extended beyond mere blood relations. His uncle and cousins were equally his kin, having cared for him in the past. Yet, in his previous life, he had been so reckless that he must have shattered their hearts, which led him to overlook their significance. "In that past life, I was truly a scoundrel." After mentally chastising himself, he forced a wry smile and explained to Hao Jianxing, "Second brother, there's a saying in the world about helping in emergencies, but not in poverty. Isn't that applicable among relatives? You're right. You could lend me the tuition for a year, but could you cover 4 years?" This statement only further irked Hao Jianxing, who snapped, "You know our family's situation well enough." Wu Yundong quickly took the opportunity to respond, "My parents are both in their 60s and not in good health. Can you imagine me relying on them to scrape together my tuition? Moreover, my brother earns only 90 yuan a month, even if he refrains from eating and drinking. How many years would it take him to gather enough for my tuition? Not to mention that he has his own family to support, his wife and children." Upon hearing this, Hao Jianxing's expression shifted several times before he finally sighed. "Dongzi, you have grown up." Noticing that Wu Yundong seemed about to speak, he waved his hand and continued, "All right. Since you wish to work, then you may do so here. Today, the senior executives of the group are coming for an inspection. You will accompany your brother to clean." "All right." Wu Yundong cast a deep glance at Hao Jiansheng before turning to follow Wu Yunzheng into the warehouse to collect a broom and a small cart for cleaning, and began tidying up the yard. The site was rather easy to clean. It mainly involved clearing away the rubbish from downstairs and sweeping the main pathways. Furthermore, it wasn't just the two brothers doing the cleaning. Nearly everyone working on the site was involved in the task. Consequently, the cleaning was completed swiftly, and everyone returned to their respective duties. However, each worker was issued a new safety helmet, which they were required to wear, or else face a deduction in wages for the month. Wu Yundong had no objections to the helmet and placed it atop his head. Noticing that Wu Yunzheng was still holding his helmet, he suggested, "Brother, it's better to wear it. It's safer. I understand safety, but this thing is quite uncomfortable." Wu Yunzheng grumbled as he glanced at the helmet in his hands before finally donning it, muttering, "Safety doesn't matter. Not wearing it means losing wages." Wu Yundong nearly laughed, but, upon observing the others, realized that many shared Wu Yunzheng's sentiment. If it weren't for Hao Jianxing emphasizing the wage deductions, he estimated that among the 100 or so people present, no more than 10 would voluntarily wear their helmets. Having worked in construction for 3 years, Wu Yunzheng was already a skilled laborer, which justified his monthly salary of 90 yuan. Wu Yundong was assigned by Hao Jianxing to assist Wu Yunzheng in bricklaying, specifically to transport bricks to the scaffold. The advantage of this task was that as long as there were bricks on the scaffold, Wu Yundong could take breaks and even stroll around. This opportunity delighted Wu Yundong, and he promptly informed the brick transport workers to deliver more bricks to his area. The benefits of having a cousin as the foreman became apparent quickly. With just a word from him, 3 brick transport workers rushed over to his side. Thus, before long, a stack of bricks 3 layers high was piled beneath Wu Yunjing's feet, enough to keep him occupied for over an hour. With some time to spare, Wu Yundong leisurely descended from the building. Upon reaching the exterior of the opposite building, he shook the scaffold a couple of times and found it quite sturdy, which left him puzzled. How could such a solid scaffold possibly collapse? Unable to identify any faults with it, he looked upwards and was startled to see a massive pile of iron rods resting on it. Suddenly, everything became clear to him. With such a flimsy scaffold supporting such heavy materials, it was no wonder it could collapse entirely. But did the workers who erected the scaffold not realize the danger? He thought about alerting Hao Jianxing, but considering his own intentions, he ultimately suppressed that thought and pretended to be nonchalant as he ascended the stairs. On his first day at work, he hardly knew anyone. The workers were all focused on their tasks, leaving him to wander the upper levels unnoticed. "Dongzi, what are you doing here?" "Huh?" Startled by someone calling his name, Wu Yundong turned to see it was Hao Jianxing. He quickly explained, "Second brother." Before he could finish, Hao Jianxing impatiently waved his hand. "No need to say more. The inspecting leaders are about to arrive. Hurry back." Upon hearing that an inspection was imminent, Wu Yundong felt a surge of anxiety and hurried downstairs. However, instead of returning to his work area, he randomly slipped into a nearby room. Suddenly, a cacophony of firecrackers erupted, jolting Wu Yundong's senses. He immediately pressed himself against the window to gaze towards the entrance. As the firecrackers concluded, 3 vehicles entered the construction site through the gate, gradually coming to a halt before the office. Although Wu Yundong had led a rather aimless life in his previous existence, he had encountered his fair share of automobiles. Notably, during his first stint in prison, he had come across an automotive magazine belonging to an older inmate. The 3 cars before him, 1 Crown and 2 Santanas, were all featured in that very magazine. By the standards of his later life, these vehicles appeared rather unattractive. Yet, given his current circumstances, they seemed utterly distant. The leaders disembarked, and everyone welcomed them. Following a single voice, a sparse round of applause ensued. Wu Yundong, however, did not register the clapping. His eyes were fixated on the striking woman stepping out of the crown. She was stunningly beautiful. The woman was tall, with sleek black short hair, clad in a lightweight down jacket, and sporting a pair of modest white-heeled shoes. Her attire, even by contemporary standards, was undeniably chic. The air of aloofness she exuded was particularly distinctive. "Hello everyone, I am Wei Qianyun, the newly appointed General Manager of Huanyu Group. Welcome, General Manager Wei." A middle-aged man immediately raised his hands to applaud, prompting Hao Jianxing and others to follow suit. The middle-aged man, named Xiao Yongjian, was the manager of Pingyu Construction Group. Wu Yundong recalled Hao Jianxing describing him as somewhat rigid. Yet, his demeanor now seemed inconsistent with that characterization. As Wu Yundong pondered this, Wei Qianyun raised her hands to signal for silence, indicating that the applause should cease. Once everyone had lowered their hands, she continued, "This project is my first responsibility, and I hope we can all work together to ensure its success." Rest assured, General Manager Wei Xiao Yongjian was the first to respond, earnestly declaring, "I cannot guarantee other aspects, but I can assure you of the quality." "That's good to hear." Wei Qianyun nodded slightly and accepted a safety helmet handed to her by a young woman behind her. She turned to Xiao Yongjian and suggested, "Shall we take a look around?" "Of course." Xiao Yongjian quickly nodded, gesturing for her to lead the way while bending slightly forward. Observing his obsequious demeanor, Wu Yundong couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Was this what they called rigid? More like sycophantic. However, no matter how obsequious he seemed, he was still the manager of a construction company, while Wu Yundong was merely a lowly worker. What could he possibly say? The construction site had just been cleared, and naturally, there were no obstacles on the road. Wei Qianyun merely took a brief stroll below before ascending to the building across the street under the guidance of Xiao Yongjian. Upon arriving, Wu Yundong began to feel a sense of unease. In his previous life, it was from that very building that Wei Qianyun had descended, and as she had just stepped out of the corridor, the scaffolding on the exterior had collapsed entirely. While others managed to escape, she had stumbled over a stray pole, which subsequently struck her temple. In his past existence, he could only recall the tragic circumstances of her demise, yet was powerless to intervene. After Wei Qianyun was rushed to the hospital, the police apprehended Xiao Yongjian and Hao Jiansheng, subsequently sealing off the construction site and granting leave to all the workers. Wu Yunjin was sentenced for assault due to an incident involving a car crash on their way home. Now that he had been reborn, would he be able to alter the course of events from his previous life? If Wei Qianyun were to remain unharmed, how would he procure the funds he so desperately needed? His intention to profit from Wei Qianyun stemmed from the knowledge that she was the sole sister of the chairman of Huanyu Group. Following her death, the chairman had been infuriated, resulting in Xiao Yongjian receiving a death sentence and Hao Jiansheng a life sentence, while even the chief of Pingyu was dismissed. If he were to save her in this lifetime, would requesting 200,000 be excessive? Even if she refused to pay, surely he could sell the incense burner to her. With his future plans at stake, it was impossible for Wu Yundong not to feel anxious. However, as long as Wei Qianyun remained inside, he could not risk approaching her for a reminder and could only wait with bated breath. Amidst his impatient anticipation, a commotion finally erupted from the stairway exit, and Wu Yundong spotted Xiao Yongjian and Hao Jiansheng along with several junior leaders from the site. Behind them trailed two young women, and finally, clad in a fitted black down jacket, was Wei Qianyun. Just as Wu Yundong laid eyes on Wei Qianyun, he heard the ominous cracking sound of the scaffolding. Glancing upwards, he saw that a pole on the fourth floor had detached from the wall and was slowly tilting outward. Without hesitation, he leapt from the window, shouting, "Get back! The scaffolding is collapsing." "What?" Hao Jiansheng, upon hearing the shout, turned to see Wu Yundong and could not help but frown. However, before he could utter a word, Xiao Yongjian had already taken off running, shouting, "Run! The scaffolding is really collapsing." Crash! Just after he yelled, Hao Jiansheng too heard the noise of the scaffolding colliding above, and not daring to speak any further, he cradled his head with both hands and followed Xiao Yongjian in a frantic dash for safety. Others, too, heard the commotion and followed suit, including the two young women. Only Wei Qianyun, upon hearing the noise, glanced up. That single moment cost her the optimal opportunity for escape. With a resounding thud, a pole plummeted from above, crashing onto the iron rods behind her, producing a deafening sound, and as it rebounded, it nearly struck her on the head. At that moment, Xiao Yongjian had reached a safe distance, and, upon seeing the panicked Wei Qianyun, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, urgently calling out, "Miss Wei, hurry and run." Hao Jiansheng, too, comprehended the severity of the predicament and frantically echoed, "Miss Wei, run. Quickly, run." Wei Qianyun also wished to flee, yet the overwhelming fright rendered her legs weak. The structure above her was collapsing, making escape into the corridor impossible, as the entrance was blocked. Summoning her courage, she lowered her head and dashed outside. Alas, in her haste, she faltered. Completely oblivious to the iron rod beneath her feet, she stumbled and fell forward. Suddenly, a brace slipped loose, cascading down through the gaps in the structure with a cacophony of clattering, heading straight for Wei Qianyun's head. Witnessing this, Xiao Yongjian turned pale with fear. Wei, be careful, he shouted. Hao Jianqing's heart raced to his throat, paralyzed by terror. His voice lost as he watched the rod poised to strike Wei Qianyun. He instinctively shut his eyes, thinking, it's over. Dongzi move. Despite hearing Hao Jianqing's shout, Wu Yundong was too consumed by the sight of the descending rod. As it neared Wei Qianyun, he lunged forward, colliding directly with the iron rod. Bang! The rod swayed to the side upon impact, narrowly grazing Wei Qianyun's arm before embedding itself into the ground. Ah! Wei Qianyun screamed in fright. But before her cry could fully escape, she felt a pair of arms encircle her. Suddenly, her feet left the ground, and another scream escaped her lips. The sound pierced Wu Yundong's ears, nearly shattering his eardrums. Yet, he paid no heed to chastisement, cradling Wei Qianyun as he navigated around the iron rods. Plunging into the corridor. Thud! As he halted, a resounding slap struck his face unexpectedly, leaving him dazed. What the hell? I just saved you, and you hit me? Wei Qianyun's expression was as frigid as ice, her piercing phoenix eyes glaring at Wu Yundong, radiating fury. Wu Yundong, infuriated, felt his face contort, preparing to push her away when a terrifying crashing sound jolted him. Quickly, he turned his body, shielding Wei Qianyun with his back. With a tumultuous crash, the chaotic sounds from outside morphed into a flurry of iron rods. One flew inside, thudding against Wu Yundong's back before landing at Wei Qianyun's feet. Staring at the rod so close, Wei Qianyun momentarily froze in shock. Chapter 8. The cousin is captured outside the building. The iron rods lay densely intertwined, appearing utterly chaotic. Yet, gazing at those embedded in the ground, a chill coursed down Wei Qianyun's spine, especially the rod beside her feet. Had it not been for Wu Yundong's intervention, it would have surely struck her directly. What if that had happened? Would she have emerged unscathed? This young man had saved her. Yet she had repaid his kindness with a slap. Wasn't that a betrayal of gratitude? Director Wei, are you all right? Outside the corridor, Xiao Yongjian was sweating profusely, anxiously calling out. Regaining her composure, Wei Qianyun gently tapped Wu Yundong's arm. I'm fine now. Please let go of me. This woman seems to have changed her demeanor. Just moments ago, a sharp slap had been exchanged, yet now, a surprising gentleness enveloped the air. Wu Yundong felt a twinge of curiosity stir within him, but he nonetheless released his grip on Wei Qianyun's arm. The moment he let go, a sudden ache flared in his back, prompting him to involuntarily wince. The soft sound of his intake of breath, though subtle, startled Wei Qianyun, who immediately inquired, "Are you all right?" He intended to check on Wu Yundong's back injury, but as she shifted her foot, a sharp cry escaped her lips. The pain in her ankle caused her right leg to buckle, and she inadvertently fell into Wu Yundong's embrace. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, we were at odds, and now she is so forward. However, there was no denying her ample figure pressed against him. Feeling the pressure against his chest, Wu Yundong smirked slightly, instinctively wrapping his arms around Wei Qianyun's waist, asking with genuine concern, "What happened?" "I twisted my ankle," Wei Qianyun explained, yet found herself at a loss for further words. Given her usual temperament, she would have retaliated with a slap for such an embrace. Yet, considering that Wu Yundong had just rescued her and had already struck her once, retaliating now felt excessively harsh, particularly since her ankle was injured. She hesitated to push him away, fearing she might lose her balance. Though Wu Yundong could not comprehend the shifts in her emotions, he was no stranger to the act of holding a woman. In his previous life, he had mingled with countless women, and such an embrace bore no ill intentions. Most importantly, his intention behind saving Wei Qianyun was purposeful, which deterred any inappropriate thoughts. Quickly, remove the scaffolding and see if President Wei is all right. Outside the corridor, Xiao Yongjian's voice rang out, accompanied by the anxious calls of girls. "President Wei, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Upon hearing her secretary's voice, Wei Qianyun finally regained her composure and urged Wu Yundong, "Please let go of me. I am okay now." What could Wu Yundong say? Even though the sensation of holding Wei Qianyun was rather delightful, he was not one to take advantage of another's vulnerability. Thus, he promptly released her, assisting her to sit on the steps instead. Given the magnitude of the incident, work at the construction site had ceased, and with Hao Jianqing's shouts, everyone rushed over to assist with moving the scaffolding. Workers from the upper floors also descended, but upon spotting Wei Qianyun, they halted, some opting to help in other corridors instead. With outsiders present, Wei Qianyun felt more at ease, glancing at Wu Yundong and asking, "What is your name?" Realizing she was inquiring about his name, Wu Yundong understood that Wei Qianyun harbored a sense of gratitude and promptly introduced himself. Wu Yundong. Wei Qianyun softly repeated the name, finding it imbued with a poetic quality, entirely unlike the names typically bestowed in this era. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that not only was Wu Yundong's name quite remarkable, but he was also undeniably handsome. Indeed, he exuded an air of charm, while his stature was not particularly tall, standing at 175 centimeters. He certainly did not fall into the category of shortness. Moreover, his slender build gave him a somewhat delicate grace. Delicate grace? Wei Qianyun chuckled quietly at the phrase that had floated into her mind. Though the term is rather pleasant, it is typically used to describe young women, rendering it somewhat incongruous when applied to a young man. Furthermore, while the individual's attire is clean, it is evident that it is not new, and one cannot even begin to inquire about the brand. Moreover, his handmade cloth shoes, featuring a layered sole, suggest a background of modest means. A common circumstance for many rural inhabitants, I presume. For reasons unknown, upon realizing that Wu Yundong hailed from a rural upbringing, she felt an unexpected pang of regret. General Wei, amidst a flurry of urgency, rushed into the scene and, upon noticing Wei Qianyun seated on the steps, hurried over to inquire with concern, "Are you all right?" "I am fine," Wei Qianyun replied, uncertain of how many times she had uttered those words, yet fully aware of Xiao Yongjian's worry, particularly the anxiety radiating from her two secretaries. She quickly rose and smiled. "Truly, I am fine." See, however, as she stood, the movement strained her ankle, prompting an involuntary gasp of pain and a frantic reach forward with her right hand. This was a purely instinctive reaction, akin to a drowning person grasping at a straw for salvation. Though unintentional, the moment a hand grasped her arm, her panic inexplicably dissipated. Gazing at Wu Yundong, who had steadied her, she offered a faint smile. "Thank you." Wu Yundong recognized that he had made an impression on Wei Qianyun, his heart swelling with silent joy as he responded with a warm nod. "No need for thanks, General Wei." A girl clad in a black cotton coat rushed up, supporting Wei Qianyun while tears brimmed in her eyes. "General Wei, what has happened? Please don't frighten me." Seeing the girl on the verge of tears, Wei Qianyun couldn't help but furrow her brow. "I have already stated, I am fine. Even if you say you are fine, that does not suffice." A tall girl glanced at Wu Yundong before turning to call out, "General Wei, I have already informed Director Wei, who is en route from the provincial capital. We should head to the hospital." "Su Rui, you contacted my brother?" Wei Qianyun's brow knitted in concern, her expression turning icy. Yet, the tall Su Rui remained unfazed by her cold demeanor, moving to support her other arm. "Zhang Chong, take Miss to the hospital immediately." Zhang Chong quickly complied, grasping Wei Qianyun's other arm, and together with Su Rui, they assisted her towards the exit. Xiao Yongjian hastily led the way, urging, "Make way, everyone, hurry." As they reached the corridor, the crown vehicle had already arrived, the doors ajar in readiness. Wei Qianyun was assisted into the car, and suddenly recalling Wu Yundong, she opened her mouth to speak, but Su Rui had already settled into the vehicle, commanding, "Driver Wang, please start the engine." The crown car began to roll away slowly, and then sped off from the construction site. "Wait, they are leaving just like that?" Wu Yundong watched in disbelief as the vehicle vanished from sight, raking his fingers through his hair. With the departure of the others, even if he had thoughts to pursue, it now seemed futile. He could only sigh helplessly, inwardly hoping that Wei Qianyun would remember him. Otherwise, he would truly find himself in a predicament. Suddenly, amidst the wail of sirens, two police vans, flashing their lights, barreled onto the scene. The doors swung open, and several officers leapt out, swiftly apprehending Xiao Yongjian and Hao Jianxing without a word. Then, a stern-faced middle-aged man shouted to the crowd, "In light of the significant accident at the construction site, it has been sealed off. Everyone must leave immediately." Wu Yunzhong, who had just rushed downstairs, did not see Wu Yundong saving anyone. Instead, he was stunned by the news. "The site is closed. What are we going to do?" "Indeed. What shall we do?" All the workers appeared bewildered. Observing Wu Yunjing's anxious expression, Wu Yundong recalled the troubles that his brother would soon encounter in his previous life, and he could not help but take a deep breath. "Brother, in this life, I shall not allow the tragedy to repeat itself." Chapter 9. Yet it happened Xiao Yongjian and Hao Jiansheng had been arrested, and the construction site was sealed off, leaving the workers in shock. While Wu Yunzheng was concerned about their work, his greater worry lay with Hao Jiansheng. He turned to Wu Yundong and exclaimed, "Dongzi, you should go home first. I will head to my uncle's house." In his previous life, Wu Yunzheng had met with a car accident on his way back from his uncle's, resulting in injuries and a prison sentence. Since Wu Yundong retained memories from his past life, he was determined to prevent a similar fate. So he hurriedly followed Wu Yunzheng towards the parking area. "Brother, I don't think it's necessary to inform uncle." Wu Yunzheng was taken aback. "Why not?" "Because that way has no issues. I feel that my cousin should be fine. If we tell uncle, what if he gets anxious and falls ill?" Wu Yunzheng scratched the back of his head, feeling conflicted. Indeed, uncle was already over 60 and in poor health. What if he fell ill? But if they didn't inform him and something happened to his cousin, what then? No, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved. "Dongzi, you go home first. I will go to uncle's house myself. Even if he shouldn't know, my sister-in-law ought to be informed. Otherwise, if something happens to my cousin, they will blame us." "All right." Wu Yundong understood his brother's stubborn nature and reluctantly fell silent. Wu Yunjing took out his flying pigeon bicycle and noticed that Wu Yundong had not left yet. So he could not help but ask, "Why haven't you gone?" Wu Yundong helplessly pointed at the bicycle. "I have no vehicle. How can I leave?" That was true. Wu Yunzheng raised his hand to pat his forehead, then swung his leg over the bicycle. "Let us go. I'll take you." Wu Yundong naturally did not hesitate and promptly hopped onto the back seat, urging, "Brother, let us have lunch at uncle's place." Wu Yunzheng immediately became displeased, scolding without looking back. "Your cousin has been arrested, and you still have the leisure to eat? Have you lost your mind?" Wu Yundong rolled his eyes at the reprimand. Yet unwilling to retort against his brother or reveal his past memories, he could only sulk in silence. Their uncle's home was located on the outskirts of the city, merely 3 miles from the construction site, with just a river separating their homes, albeit in different directions. Nevertheless, the distance was short, and within a mere 10 minutes, the brothers arrived at Li's residence. The door to their uncle's house was tightly shut, but their sister-in-law was at home. Upon learning of Hao Jianqing's arrest, she was so frightened that she nearly collapsed. Wu Yundong quickly supported her and reassured, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, my cousin will be fine." At that moment, Wu Yunjing also realized the urgency and hastened to comfort her. Yes, since Wei is unharmed, then my cousin must be safe too. Please don't frighten yourself." Fortunately, with 2 voices of reassurance and the news that Wei Qianyun was unharmed, their sister-in-law finally began to relax a little. However, given that his sister-in-law was in a poor mood, it was clear that the 2 of them could not stay for dinner, and thus they hastily took their leave. Once outside the Li family compound, Wu Yundong, fearing a repeat of the tragedies from his previous life, quickly directed Wu Yunjin, "Brother, shall we take the northern route? How far would that be?" Wu Yunjin retorted with irritation, turning back to glare at Wu Yundong, exclaiming, "Aren't you hungry? Fine. Do as you please." Wu Yundong conceded sheepishly, despite his heart racing with apprehension. He vividly recalled that in his past life, Wu Yunjin had gotten into a fight due to his youthful impetuosity, resulting in a confrontation where he had broken someone's nose, leading to a charge of intentional injury. Unaware of Wu Yundong's thoughts, Wu Yunjin was solely focused on the approaching noon hour, realizing that if they did not hurry home, they would miss lunch. Consequently, he pedaled furiously, making Wu Yundong feel as though they were racing on a motorcycle. Suddenly, they approached the very spot where Wu Yunjin had collided with another vehicle in the past, prompting Wu Yundong to urgently warn, "Brother, slow down. There's an alley ahead." Before he could finish, a bicycle unexpectedly darted out from the side alley, colliding with the front wheel of Wu Yunjin's bicycle. The impact caused Wu Yunjin to exclaim in surprise, instinctively planting his left foot on the ground to prevent a fall. However, upon seeing the bent front wheel, his heart sank. This bicycle had been a wedding gift, and despite 4 years of use, he had maintained it well, keeping it in pristine condition. Now, with the front wheel distorted, he felt a surge of anger and frustration. Before he could voice his discontent, a shout came from the opposite side. "What the hell? How can you ride a bike? Are you blind?" Wu Yunjin, already irked, was ready to retaliate. But upon hearing the insults, his fury intensified. "How dare you speak like that? You came darting out from the alley." Though his tone was initially confrontational, it softened considerably as he took in the sight of the long-haired individual clad in a batwing shirt, flared pants, and sunglasses. This attire was emblematic of the current youth fashion, often associated with another identity, that of a street punk, colloquially known as a hoodlum. Such individuals, known for their unruly behavior, were not someone he wished to provoke, leaving him feeling decidedly less confident. Creak, creak, with the sound of brakes. 3 more bicycles came to a halt, and 3 similarly dressed youths dismounted, casting their gazes toward the aggrieved individual. One of them, puffing on a cigarette, flicked the ash and, with a smirk, inquired, "Mengzi, what happened?" The young man named Mengzi spat, directing his ire at Wu Yunjin. "You've damaged my bike. What do you intend to do about it?" "What do you want me to do?" Wu Yunjin, reluctant to escalate the situation, uttered hesitantly. Mengzi pointed disdainfully at his bicycle. "Look at my bike. The paint is chipped because of you. Here's the deal. You owe me 50 yuan. 50 yuan? Wu Yunjin's face darkened with indignation. While 50 yuan may not seem significant in later years, in this era, it represented more than half a month's salary for him. "What's the matter? You're not going to pay?" As Mengzi's expression darkened, the long-haired man named Zhang also stepped out of the vehicle, approaching the brothers Wu Yunzheng and Wu Yundong. He discarded his cigarette butt and, with a smile devoid of warmth, clenched his fist. "Kid, if you damage my car, you must compensate me. Otherwise, you can leave your vehicle behind." Wu Yunzheng, unwilling to part with the car he had purchased for his future wife, immediately refused without a second thought. "Liangzi, step aside." Mengzi shoved Liangzi away, pointing a finger at Wu Yunzheng's nose and scolding, "You better not disrespect me. You crash my car. Either pay me 50 yuan or leave your vehicle here, or things will get ugly for you." Before Wu Yunzheng could respond, Wu Yundong hurriedly interjected, blocking his brother. The man before them, known as Zhang Ming, was notorious in the area. In a previous life, it was this very individual who had sent Wu Yunjing to prison. This time around, Wu Yundong was determined to prevent such an event from recurring. He glared at Zhang Ming and coldly stated, "Your car may have only lost some paint, but my brother's front wheel is deformed due to your reckless driving. Even if we go to the police station, you will be the one to compensate us." "How dare you?" Zhang Ming, infuriated and feeling his authority challenged, lunged forward, delivering a kick. Wu Yundong had initially hoped to defuse the situation, but upon seeing Zhang Ming's aggression, he instinctively took a step back, furrowing his brow. "Oh, you dare to dodge?" Zhang Ming, now further enraged, cursed as he swung a punch toward Wu Yundong's face. "Yongzi!" Wu Yunzheng, startled, quickly pulled Wu Yundong aside and shouted at Zhang Ming, "Why are you resorting to violence?" Violence. After missing 2 attacks, Zhang Ming brandished a spring knife, snapping it open with a menacing glare. "Not only do I hit, but I wouldn't hesitate to kill." "Stop!" Mengzi, Liangzi, the one who had originally approached, grabbed Zhang Ming's arm. "Calm down, let me talk to them." Zhang Ming, still belligerent, shouted at Wu Yunzheng, "If you don't pay up, I'll stab you." Wu Yunzheng felt a mix of urgency and anger, but seeing the number of people on the opposing side, along with the knife, he reluctantly bore it all. To protect his younger brother from trouble, he spread his arms, shielding Wu Yundong behind him. Observing his brother's broad back, Wu Yundong couldn't help but sniffle. This was his elder brother, always ready to protect him, regardless of the circumstances. How had he failed to cherish such a wonderful brother in his previous life? "Wu Yundong, did you live like a dog in your last life?" He chastised himself internally. Yet he turned to Liangzi, who was approaching. Wu Yunzheng, honest and simple-minded, could not discern the true intentions of these men. But even without his past memories, he understood that they were attempting to extort money. Zhang Ming's display of a knife and Liangzi's intervention were merely a good cop, bad cop routine. In his previous life, these two had always worked in such tandem. As anticipated, Liangzi approached the brothers and, with a sense of resignation, urged, "Why are you two so stubborn? This is Zhang Ming. Who in this area doesn't he know him? Haven't you heard? If you provoke him, he truly might stab you. Does he dare?" Though Wu Yunjin's complexion was pale and his legs trembled slightly, he still shouted, "He killed us. He must pay with his life." Zhang Ming let out a cold laugh. "I'm not someone who hasn't taken a life before, and I'm still living just fine." Wu Yundong furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling a past event, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. "You're determined not to compensate, are you?" Sun Liang seemed taken aback by Wu Yunjin's words, his expression darkening. "If you refuse to pay and don't leave the car behind, don't blame us for being impolite. What do you intend to do? Are you trying to rob us?" Wu Yunjin discerned their intentions and exclaimed, "Let me inform you that the police station is not far from here." "Liangzi, get out of my way." Zhang Ming charged from behind, shoving Liangzi aside and lunging at Wu Yunjin with a knife. "You think I want to make you bleed? You're not scared, are you?" Faced with the glinting knife, Wu Yunjin stumbled back in fear, but when his back hit Wu Yundong, he abruptly halted, instinctively swiping with his right hand, only to feel the blade graze his arm. Ouch! Blood streamed from the wound, and Wu Yunjin gasped, but soon his eyes turned crimson. Not only did his eyes blaze with fury, but Wu Yundong's did as well. He had initially wished to prevent Wu Yunjin from repeating the tragic fate of their past life. Yet the situation escalated so swiftly that his brother was injured before either side had exchanged more than a few words. Reflecting on his brother's care for him and the tragedy from their previous life, he could no longer restrain himself. How dare you hurt my brother? I will end you. Wu Yunjin was startled by his outburst. The red light in his eyes vanished, and he urgently called, Dongzi, don't. Before he could finish, Wu Yundong had already darted past him, and then he heard a loud thud. When he turned back, he saw Zhang Meng soaring through the air. Indeed, Zhang Meng was truly airborne, his feet leaving the ground just as Su Yuqing had the night before, landing heavily several steps away. Ouch! Zhang Meng dropped the spring knife, clutching his abdomen and rolling in pain on the ground. Perhaps the agony was overwhelming. He rolled about, his mouth agape, yet Wu Yunjin heard no sound. Nevertheless, by his demeanor, Wu Yunjin could certainly empathize with the extent of his suffering. But when did Dongzi become so formidable? Zhang Meng weighed at least 140 to 150 pounds. How could he have been kicked away so effortlessly? You're so tough, aren't you? Weren't you going to kill us? Where's your courage now? In astonishment, Wu Yunjin watched as Wu Yundong, seemingly frenzied, unleashed a barrage of kicks. Zhang Meng rolled about like a ball, desperately calling out for help. Liangzi, are you just going to watch? Stop. Liangzi and the others finally reacted, shouting in unison. Yet, witnessing Wu Yundong's ferocity, the three of them instinctively drew their knives. However, before they could utter a word, Wu Yundong whirled around and shouted, How dare you pull out your knives? Faced with Wu Yundong's crimson gaze, Liangzi suddenly felt as though he were being targeted by a ravenous wolf. An involuntary shiver coursed through his spine, enveloping him in a chilling dread. Where on earth did this fellow come from, exuding such a terrifying aura? Just look at his eyes, they seemed poised to devour. Gulp. He could not suppress a swallow. Turning to glance at his companions, only to find that they had hastily fled on their bicycles, leaving him in a state of disbelief. How could they abandon him like this? What happened to brotherhood? What are you drawing your knife for? A cold voice pierced the air, and Liangzi jolted in shock. Turning around, he was met with Wu Yundong's icy stare, sending another wave of fear through him. Clattering, he tossed aside the knife and forced a smile, saying, Bro, I wasn't drawing a knife. Sun Liang, Zhang Meng, lying on the ground, was nearly apoplectic with rage, exclaiming, Why are you such a coward? Sun Liang's expression fell. He thought to himself, the guy opposite him resembled a famished wolf, and he feared being beaten to death. Yet, he couldn't voice such cowardly thoughts. And his mind went blank, rendering him speechless. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from afar. Stop! Nobody move. As the command rang out, several uniformed police officers approached. The first two riding bicycles were, in fact, the very ones who had fled moments earlier. Upon seeing them, Zhang Meng's face lit up with joy as he hastily shouted, Officer Zhao, help! Wu Yunzhong, upon noticing the police, turned pale, urgently advising, Dongzi, you must run. Run? Wu Yundong blinked in confusion. Before he could comprehend the situation, Wu Yunzhong had already stepped toward the approaching officers. The policemen seemed oblivious to Wu Yunzhong. One officer in his 30s furrowed his brow upon seeing Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng? You are fighting again? Zhang Meng nearly burst into tears, pointing to his bruised face. He lamented, Officer Zhao, I swear it wasn't me this time. Just look at my face, and my arm. Ow, I think it's broken. Broken arm? Officer Zhao frowned, scrutinizing Zhang Meng's grotesquely twisted arm, which indeed appeared fractured. Moreover, judging by Zhang Meng's battered visage, he surmised that the nasal bone was likely fractured as well, unable to suppress a frown. Who did this? Such brutality. It was me. Wu Yunzhong immediately interjected, Officer, I was the one who struck him. However, before he could elaborate, Officer Zhao coldly commanded, Save your explanations for the station. Take them all away. Chapter 11. Silence as several officers approached Wu Yunzhong. Wu Yundong hurriedly intervened. Officer, I was the one who fought. Dongzi, what nonsense are you spouting? Wu Yunzhong turned and shouted, This doesn't concern you. Go home at once. Wait. Officer Zhao regarded Wu Yundong with suspicion and inquired, Who are you? Before Wu Yunzheng could respond, Wu Yundong swiftly interjected, I am his brother. Earlier, my brother was in a collision, and this fellow attacked him with a knife, prompting me to retaliate against Zhang Ming. Wu Yunjing's face turned ashen with anger, but Officer Zhao's expression prompted him to panic, urgently asserting, Officer, do not listen to his lies. It was me who struck that Zhang fellow. It was not he who struck, yet Zhang Ming suddenly let out a wail of pain. Zhao Su turned sharply, exclaiming, if it wasn't him, then who did it? Zhang Ming pointed at Sun Liang, declaring, Zhao Su, if you don't believe me, ask Liangzi. Having shared 5 or 6 years of camaraderie, Sun Liang immediately nodded in agreement, affirming, that's right, both of them were involved. Both were involved? Zhao Su turned to look at Wu Yundong. Faced with Sun Liang's accusation, Wu Yundong could not suppress his clenched teeth. With these two implicating him, it seemed his brother's return home was impossible. Resolute, he suddenly stated, Officer, my brother was injured by Zhang Ming. He did not retaliate. Injured? Zhao Su's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to examine Wu Yunjin, realizing that indeed, the sleeve of his brother's left arm was torn, bloodstains surrounding the rip. His face paled. Someone, take the injured to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming panicked. Zhao Su, my arm is broken too. I demand a hospital examination. Very well. Zhao Su waved his hand decisively, commanding his subordinates, take the injured to the hospital. Everyone else is to be brought back to the station. Realizing his brother could not return home, Wu Yundong reluctantly accompanied the police to the precinct. Upon entering, Zhao Su directed him into a room, where an officer began the interrogation. Wu Yundong had nothing to conceal and recounted the events truthfully. But the officer seemed incredulous. Did you single-handedly beat Zhang Ming to that extent? Who do you think you're fooling? In this day and age, even the truth was met with skepticism. Frustrated, Wu Yundong scratched the back of his head and forced a smile. Sir, I'm not lying. You can ask Zhang Ming or Sun Liang. Of course, I shall inquire with them. The officer shot back, though his demeanor had softened considerably. Wu Yundong surmised that perhaps addressing him as Sir had made a difference. It was no loss to flatter. After all, despite being 50 in his previous life, he was now merely 18, and calling someone in their 30s Sir was hardly inappropriate. Besides, a sweet tongue can smoothen affairs, as evidenced by the officer's improved attitude. However, after the officer left, he did not return until evening. When he finally re-entered the room, Wu Yundong eagerly inquired, Sir, may I go home now? Go home. The officer shook his head, his expression grave. While your brother did not strike, you have inflicted serious injuries, which constitutes a crime of intentional harm. But I was acting in self-defense. Wu Yundong protested. Even in self-defense, it was excessive, the officer retorted, approaching him with handcuffs. I know the law better than you do. Do not resist. Resisting is assaulting an officer. Wu Yundong understood this well. Even in the 80s, resisting arrest was deemed assault. He allowed the officer to cuff him and quietly asked, Sir, will I be taken to a detention center? Indeed, the officer replied. You are involved in a criminal case and must be taken to the detention center. As he opened the door, he cautioned, behave yourself inside. Understood, Wu Yundong nodded. Though he did not take it to heart, he understood that the police's admonitions were for his own good. Yet, he was acutely aware that if he complied quietly upon entering the detention center, he would inevitably become a target for bullying. Of course, he would never voice such thoughts. He merely contemplated that since his brother had returned home, his sisters had likely learned of his predicament. He had hoped that after being reborn, he could start anew. But to his dismay, he found himself in the detention center the very next day. Was this what they called remedying regrets? No, wait. A sudden recollection struck him, and he hastily declared, Uncle, I have. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao, the officer, approached from a distance, calling out to the police officer named Lao Zhu. Hurry up and take him to the detention center. We need to resume our shift. Upon hearing his name, Lao Zhu's expression darkened. Zhao, we've been busy for half a month. Those troublemakers must have caught wind of our activities. Even if we increase patrols, it won't help. What can I do? Zhao shrugged, a helpless smile on his face. That case has stirred up quite a storm. Even the cotton mill's female workers are afraid to work night shifts. With such a significant impact, we must act swiftly. Lao Zhu, merely venting his frustrations, was well aware of the severity of the situation and could only sigh gloomily. I had hoped to leave on time, but it seems I must continue working overtime. Cotton mill female workers? Wu Yundong seized upon the crux of their conversation and shouted, Officer, I have. Shut up. Before he could finish, Lao Zhu turned around and barked angrily. If it weren't for your fighting, we might have had some rest. It's because of scoundrels like you that we are so overwhelmed. Zhao also regarded him with disdain, glaring at Wu Yundong and spitting contemptuously. With such a vicious nature, you are hardly innocent yourself. The rebuke from both men ignited Wu Yundong's ire, and he retorted coldly, you are the ones who told me to be silent. Don't say you want to regret it. Oh, Lao Zhu, infuriated, smacked Wu Yundong on the back of the head and scolded, do you dare threaten us? Do you wish to strike us? Wu Yundong certainly did not dare to confront the police, nor was he inclined to argue with Lao Zhu at that moment. This was the 1980s, devoid of the constraints on law enforcement that would come later. If he were to receive another slap, who could he turn to for justice? As he was ushered into the police van, he gazed at the rapidly receding scenery outside, feeling a wave of sorrow wash over him. Was he destined to clash with the detention center? Otherwise, why would he find himself in such a place after being reborn? What was taking Wei Qianyun so long? It had been ages, and she still had not remembered him. If she could speak up on his behalf, he might have avoided this predicament altogether. It seemed he was overestimating his significance. As a general manager, why would she concern herself with a mere peasant like him? He felt pity for his elder sisters, who, upon learning of his detention, would surely be frantic with worry. Chapter 12. Humiliation. Wu Yundong's assumptions were correct. Upon his entry into the detention center, chaos erupted at home. Wu Xiao sat on a bamboo chair, drawing a few puffs from his cigarette before gloomily asking, Yuxiang, as the eldest sister, what do you think we should do? Wu Yuxiang is a simple and honest woman from the countryside. Although she works in the city, she is at a loss regarding the situation of her son, Wu Yundong, who has been taken to the detention center. Instinctively, she turns to her husband, Zhang Jianjun, for guidance. With a countenance that reflects his sincerity, Zhang Jianjun meets his wife's gaze and cannot help but offer a wry smile, saying, Father, although I work at the machinery factory, I am not acquainted with anyone from the police station. Wu Xiao furrows his brow and immediately turns to his second daughter. Wu Yueying, Ingzi, do you have any ideas? Wu Yueying shakes her head decisively. Father, I do not know anyone from the police either. However, I suspect Dongzi was arrested for injuring someone. We should seek out the injured party, if we can obtain their forgiveness. There may be a chance for Dongzi to avoid imprisonment. Upon hearing her words, the third sister, Ding Yuling, quickly nods in agreement, adding, Father, my second sister is right. Without that person's forgiveness, reaching out to anyone else will be futile. Yet, a sense of worry creeps in as Gao Yulan voices her concern. But what if Dongzi faces violence in the detention center? As the conversation unfolds, it becomes clear to Wu Yuxiang that Dongzi will not be released anytime soon, and tears begin to flow uncontrollably. Wu Yuxiang hurriedly comforts her, Mother, hasn't Yingzi come up with a plan? Let us go to the hospital tomorrow. Where can we find that person? Wu Yunjin promptly responds, he is at Qingguan Hospital. Named Zhangmeng. Zhangmeng is it? I shall accompany Yingzi to plead for his mercy tomorrow. The eldest sister, Wu Yuling, hesitates before speaking. Zhangmeng is notorious in our area for being a street bully. He often seeks to extort money from others. Now that Dongzi has injured him, he will undoubtedly demand a hefty sum. Wu Yuxiang's face suddenly reflects a bitter realization as she turns to her husband. Zhang Jianjun's expression mirrors her own as he contemplates the expectations of Wu Yueying and the others. Acknowledging his role as Wu Yuxiang's husband, he understands he must be the first to make a commitment. After a moment of hesitation, he finally grits his teeth and declares, Father, I can contribute 200. Upon hearing her husband's words, Wu Yuxiang breathes a sigh of relief. To prevent Wu Yueying and the others from thinking she is unwilling to offer financial support, she hastily explains, it's not that we have the means, but rather that our family truly lacks funds. By the way, if government bonds are acceptable, I can also provide 500. Wu Yueying's eyes widen in astonishment as she exclaims, Eldest sister, how did your family manage to save so many government bonds? My family only has a bit over 300. A few years back, the factory distributed government bonds monthly, even though my sister-in-law and I received less. There are others who have amassed several thousand. Several thousand. Wu Yueying cannot help but chuckle. That family must be in despair. Indeed, Wu Yuling interjects. Unable to bear the lamentations of her sisters any longer, we are discussing how much we can gather, so why dwell on government bonds? Exactly, Wu Yueying quickly adds. Since the eldest sister mentioned contributing 200, I will offer 300. I have no money. I didn't ask you to contribute. Wu Yueying glances at Wu Yunjin and then turns to Wu Xiao. Father, how much do we have left? Wu Xiao remained silent, casting a glance at his wife. Gao Yulan was acutely aware of her family's financial situation and hastily replied, we just sold the cabinet today, and with the money we already had, we can gather 300. Wu Yueying furrowed her brow. Yuling's man is ill, and Zhengzi hasn't earned much. They shouldn't be involved. Tomorrow, my sister and I will take 800 to find Zhongming. Sister, I'm concerned that this amount may be insufficient. Wu Yuling hesitated, but ultimately voiced her apprehension. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Wu Yueying, too, recognized the limited funds, yet all that could be mustered had been brought forth. There was little she could do. At this moment, she could only hope that Zhongming would not demand an exorbitant sum. I wonder how Dongzi is faring at this moment. Wu Yuxiang suddenly murmured. This single utterance plunged everyone in the room into a profound silence. Meanwhile, Wu Yundong sat crouched against the wall, enduring an interrogation from the director of the detention center, Wang Qingji. What is your name? Wu Yundong. How old are you? 18. I'm of legal age now. Wang Qingji frowned, casting a glance at Wu Yundong, his expression darkening. Just upon reaching adulthood, and you've left someone disabled. How have your parents raised you? It has nothing to do with my parents. Wu Yundong shifted his legs, which had gone numb from squatting, then continued. Zhongming attacked my brother with a knife first. I only defended myself. Ah, so you have a grasp of the law. Wang Qingji scoffed, tapping a pen against the desk, then inquired, what is your educational background? High school senior. A senior? Wang Qingji's pen abruptly halted, and he looked at Wu Yundong, asking, why aren't you in school? I have no money. Wu Yundong explained with a bitter smile, adding, perhaps you should ask something else. His smile carried a tinge of sorrow, as if he had endured too much hardship. Wang Qingji gazed at him for a moment, then sighed softly before asking, what are your parents' names? Must I disclose that? Wu Yundong opened his mouth, feeling a lump in his throat, suffocating him with discomfort. Why should he provide his parents' names upon entering the detention center? Why must their names, along with his siblings, be associated with this place of shame because of his mistakes? At that moment, he was overwhelmed with a profound sense of humiliation, and the weight of guilt from his past life resurfaced. Have you been crying? Observing Wu Yundong, who was hunched over with his head down, Wang Qingji felt a pang of sympathy and remarked, your display of emotion brings me some solace. However, you have made mistakes and must face the consequences. Thus, we must record the information about your relatives. In his previous life, Wu Yundong had frequented detention centers as if it were a routine affair, having even been imprisoned twice, and he understood Wang Qingji's words were true. Yet, the names that once flowed from his lips with ease now felt burdensome to utter. In that moment, he silently vowed that he would never allow those names to be associated with this place again. Upon completing the record, Wang Qingji closed the notebook, capped the pen, and stood, instructing, remove your belt, shoelaces, and any metal buttons from your clothing. This was a mandatory procedure for entering the detention center, and Wu Yundong was well aware of this. He complied without resistance, following Wang Qingji's orders. As Wu Yundong set aside Suasua's belongings, Wang Qingji picked up a pair of scissors and approached, snipping the elastic bands of Wu Yundong's autumn trousers and undergarments with 3 swift cuts. Forget about the smoke. You don't seem like a smoker anyway, and you have no money, right? None, came the reply. Although he knew that Wang Qingji harbored no malice, Wu Yundong felt a fiery knot form in his chest upon hearing those words. Yet, no matter how stifling the situation was, he dared not voice his discontent in such a place, and could only grit his teeth. Damn it, I must earn a great deal of money in the future. Lao Qian, take him to the cell, Wang Qingji ordered. As his words echoed, a man in his 30s entered from outside, calling out to Wu Yundong, come on, follow me. Wu Yundong trailed behind this man down the corridor, watching as he opened a heavy iron door. With a clatter, Lao Qian tugged at the iron chain linking the door to the frame, observing Wu Yundong slip through the opening beneath the chain before shouting into the room. King is on duty today, so behave yourselves. Chapter 13. Do you have any objections? Bang. The iron door slammed shut behind him, followed by the gradually fading clatter of keys. Wu Yundong understood Lao Qian's warning all too well. It was a message to the inmates in the cell not to bully the newcomers under King's watch. Yet, he also knew that such a warning would bear no weight with the inmates. Sure enough, as soon as the sound of keys vanished, he saw a figure rise from the large bunk. The man was tall, easily over 6 feet, with a broad frame and a shaved head. His small, Piercing eyes were obscured by a scruffy beard, and an air of menace enveloped him even from a distance. "What are you doing here?" the bald man barked, glaring with his beady eyes. "Get down! Get down! Get down!" With his commanding tone, several burly men quickly surrounded Wu Yundong, casting a cold glance at the bald figure. Wu Yundong retorted, "I just faced mockery outside, and I'm seething inside. I advise you not to provoke me." "Damn!" The bald man could not contain his surprise at such boldness. Having been in here for over 2 months, he had never encountered someone so audacious. He recalled how all the newcomers he had seen before were timid and submissive. With just a little intimidation, they would cower. Why was this one so different? Could it be that he possessed some skill? He scrutinized Wu Yundong closely. While not short, Wu Yundong's youthful visage and slender frame resembled that of a mere sapling. What sort of prowess could someone like him possibly possess? Having convinced himself that Wu Yundong was no threat, the bald man felt invigorated. With a sinister grin, he cracked his knuckles and snarled, "Look at you, still so arrogant." Before he could finish his taunt, Wu Yundong's expression turned icy. "I'm warning you, watch your mouth, or you'll face the consequences." However, this only served to provoke the bald man further, who snapped back, "You dare to bang?" Wu Yundong, unwilling to tolerate insults against his parents, raised his fist and struck. A punch landed squarely on the bald man's mouth, causing him to feel as though his head had been struck by a locomotive. His head jerked back violently, followed by a pained scream. "Ah, shut up." Wu Yundong, unwilling for Wang Qingji to hear his cries, swiftly grasped the bald man's neck and forcefully slammed him against the wall. The back of the bald man's head collided with the wall, intensifying his agony. With his neck now in a vice-like grip, he could hardly rise and began to struggle desperately. Still daring to resist? Wu Yundong's expression darkened as he delivered 2 powerful knee strikes. The bald man let out a muffled grunt, instinctively curling his body in defense. Although the situation may seem intricate, from the moment Wu Yundong took action until the bald man lay crumpled on the ground, no more than a minute had passed. Before anyone else could react, the bald man had already collapsed, writhing in pain, which sent the other burly men retreating in fright. As they stepped back, Wu Yundong paid them no mind, fixated instead on the bald man, hurling insults. "Are you deaf? I warned you not to provoke me. Why didn't you heed my warning? Must I resort to violence for you to listen? Do you consider yourself despicable? Is that what you are?" While berating him, he delivered 2 more kicks to the bald man's face. Is he really kicking him in the face? This kid is ruthless. The other men shivered in unison, contemplating a quiet retreat, only to find Wu Yundong glancing over at them. "What is it? Do you wish to strike me as well?" They instinctively shook their heads. "Then why are you just standing there? Planning to ambush me while I'm asleep? Are you? Cover my head and beat me senseless?" Their expressions betrayed a flicker of panic as Wu Yundong accurately discerned their thoughts. "Oh, you don't? Then you must have sharpened your toothbrush, ready to end me in my slumber?" Startled, the men quickly waved their hands in denial. "Brother, we wouldn't dare. Truly, we wouldn't entertain such thoughts. I don't care what you think. I simply wish to convey this. If you leave me be, I will not disturb you. But should you provoke me, I will not hesitate to end you." Though his words were audacious, the men felt it was entirely justified. With such fierce combat skills and clear insight into the internal matters, he was undoubtedly a seasoned inmate. Naturally, they dared not provoke someone like him and held their breath, observing Wu Yundong, however, dismissed them with a casual wave of his hand. "All right, just sit down." "Yes, yes." The men hurriedly settled onto the large bunk, hands resting on their knees, posture straight and erect like towering pines. "Don't play dead. Get up and wash your face." Wu Yundong kicked the bald man once more. This time, the bald man learned his lesson and quickly scrambled to his feet, rushing to the restroom. Upon his return, the others turned pale, and when they looked at Wu Yundong, their gazes were filled with trepidation, as if they had encountered a demon. This was the infamous Wei San. Every new inmate had felt the sting of his fists. To see such a fearsome figure reduced to losing his front teeth, with a face resembling that of a pig, was a sight to behold. The visage of this fellow, resembling that of a pig, inexplicably brings me a sense of amusement and comfort, regardless of others' opinions. Wu Yundong paid them no heed. As he watched the bald man enter the restroom, he swiftly turned his gaze towards the small, slender figure seated by the window on the bunk. This small individual stood at approximately 1.60 meters, possessing a round, cherubic face. Were it not for the handcuffs and shackles adorning him, Wu Yundong might have found him endearingly clumsy. However, The presence of such restraints in the cell clearly marked him as a criminal of grave offenses. The small man was also observing Wu Yundong, albeit with a somewhat wandering gaze, as if his methods had intimidated him. The only reason he maintained eye contact was to avoid losing face as the leader of their group. Wu Yundong had no aspirations for the position of leader. Instead, he pointed to the space beside the small man, inquiring, "May I sit here? I trust you have no objections?" "None at all," the small man replied, visibly relieved that his spot was not usurped. He gestured to the space beside him with a smile, saying, "This place originally belonged to Wei-san. Having defeated him, it is only natural that you occupy it." Goodness, this fellow possesses a certain eloquence, Wu Yundong thought. The implication of his words was straightforward. He remained the dominant figure in the cell, and even if someone were to usurp a spot, they would dare not challenge him. Only Wei-san. Wu Yundong stole a glance at the small man, but had little interest in his thoughts. Once seated on the bed, he asked, "Are we still required to memorize the prison regulations?" "No need," the small man replied casually, producing a pack of Sherlin cigarettes from beneath his mattress. "Here, have a smoke." The regulations explicitly prohibited tobacco and matches, yet Wu Yundong was not the least bit surprised to find cigarettes present. Not only had the officer who admitted him, Old Chien, but also certain guards would smuggle cigarettes into the cell for the inmates. Moreover, those delivering meals often brought contraband to profit illicitly. At that moment, the sudden sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor, causing his expression to shift dramatically. This was troubling. The absence of key clinks indicated that it could not be Old Chien. If it was not him, it could only be Wang Qingxi. Should he encounter Wei-san, Wu Yundong would be in peril. Just then, Wei-san emerged from the restroom, having washed his face, and was spotted by Wang Qingxi passing by the door. Wang's voice boomed, "Wei-san, what on earth happened to your face?" Chapter 14. Anxious and restless Wang Qingxi's sharp reprimand sent a wave of tension through the bunk where Wu Yundong lay. If Wang discovered that he was the one who had assaulted Wei-san, he would undoubtedly be dragged out for a brutal beating, or worse, confined to the isolation cell with shackles for public humiliation. What should he do? Despite his heart racing, Wu Yundong understood the necessity of masking any sign of panic. Even if feigned, he needed to appear utterly unconcerned. Otherwise, if Wei-san detected his anxiety, he would divulge the truth, leading to dire consequences for Wu Yundong. However, if he could maintain his composure, Wei-san might mistakenly believe he had ties to Wang Qingxi, fearing to disclose the incident. In that case, he would be safe. "Wei-san, speak." Wang Qingxi's voice resonated from outside, laden with a menacing tone. Not only Wu Yundong, but the entire cell was now on edge. Each individual sat with their hands firmly on their knees, bodies straightened, and eyes fixed forward, with the small man no exception, while others could sit upright. Wei-san found himself unable to do so, instead awkwardly standing in the corridor, bearing the weight of Wang Qingxi's scrutinizing gaze alone. In mere moments, beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead. "Wei-san, speak up," Wang Qingxi's voice echoed for the third time, his irritation seemingly reaching a boiling point. Should Wei-san remain silent, it appeared he would burst through the door. However, this time, Wei-san managed to regain his composure. Hurriedly bringing his feet together, reporting to the government, "No one struck me." "Huh." Wang Qingxi was almost amused by his frustration. "Do you take me for a fool? If no one hit you, would your face resemble that of a pig?" Reporting to the government, "I simply stumbled on my own." Wang Qingxi glared fiercely. Yet without Wei-san's confession, he found himself powerless. Grinding his teeth, he turned to the thin figure beside him. "Sun Lifeng, you speak." Sun Lifeng hastily bent at the waist, offering a nervous smile. Reporting to the director, Wei-san indeed fell by himself. Just ask anyone else if you doubt it. Having served as director for over a decade, Wang Qingxi understood that inquiring elsewhere would yield the same answer. Wei-san had fallen on his own. Yet, he pondered the methods Wu Yundong employed to secure such a protective cover from so many. Casting his gaze upon Wu Yundong, who sat with a stoic expression in the second position of the bunk, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Wu Yundong, how did you come to sit here?" Reporting to the director, "The individuals in this cell possess a high level of awareness and understand that I entered in self-defense. They voluntarily allowed me to sit here." Wang Qingxi stared at Wu Yundong with malevolence, attempting to intimidate him with his glare. However, after a prolonged silence, it was he who became infuriated by Wu Yundong's calm demeanor. Aware of the situation, yet unable to confront Wu Yundong directly, he could only huff in frustration before turning to leave. Once he departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the cell, and the occupants relaxed their tense bodies. Only Wei San remained, pale-faced and wide-eyed, staring at Wu Yundong. Sun Lifeng noticed Wei San and intended to speak. But a glance at Wu Yundong caused him to clamp his mouth shut. Enough, go to sleep wherever you please. Why are you looking at me? Wu Yundong waved his hand impatiently, muttering, the lights-out bell should ring soon. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of an electric bell echoed down the corridor, followed by Wang Qingji's voice. Time to sleep. All cells, get to bed. In the cell, Sun Lifeng gazed at Wu Yundong with admiration. Brother, you even know when the lights-out bell rings. You're impressive. Didn't you know? Wu Yundong chuckled softly, turning to pull the blanket from Wei San and lying down. Wei San occupied the third position beneath him, and despite having been so brutally beaten by Wu Yundong, his authority remained unchallenged. Wu Yundong, indifferent to such dynamics, lay quietly on the bunk, staring at the stark ceiling, contemplating his own matters. With no hope from Wei Qianyun, if he wished to escape, he had to expose Zhang Meng's actions, though he longed to retaliate against Zhao Suo and others for hindering his voice. He felt that revealing the truth was better than clinging to his freedom. The sooner one speaks, the more likely Zhao would reciprocate his favors, ensuring that when the time comes for his assistance, it would be genuine. Reflecting on this, he was suddenly reminded of the incident in his past life when he had injured Zhang Meng, and the plea of the Wu sisters for Zhang Meng's mercy weighed heavily on his heart. Alas, I hope Zhao arrives soon to conduct the interrogation. Otherwise, the longer it takes, the more Zhang Meng might torment my elder and second sisters. After tossing and turning for quite some time on the communal bed, he finally dozed off, only to awaken to the sound of the morning bell. Turning his head, he met the admiring gaze of Sun Lifeng, prompting a sheepish smile from him. I'm used to it. Used to it? Sun Lifeng's lips twitched. How many times must one endure the rhythms of the detention center to grow accustomed to its routines? Wu Yundong would never disclose that he had been reborn within these prison walls. He was currently anxiously awaiting his interrogation. Yet, as he waited until 9 o'clock without anyone calling for him, anxiety gnawed at his insides. If old Zhu did not come, he could not expose Zhang Meng. And without Zhang Meng being apprehended, he could never absolve himself of the assault charge. It was a vicious cycle, with the pivotal point being old Zhu's absence. His foul mood inevitably cast a pall over the entire dormitory, making even Sun Lifeng hesitate to speak or laugh loudly. Wu Yundong, interrogation. Suddenly, Wang Qingji's voice echoed down the corridor. Wu Yundong sprang to his feet, positioning himself at the door, awaiting Wang Qingji to unlock it. At last, old Zhu had arrived. He hoped that his sisters had not yet sought out Zhang Meng. Even if they had, he fervently wished they would not kneel. With a clang, the iron door swung open. Wu Yundong lifted the iron chain and bent to slip under it. Upon seeing Zhao behind Wang Qingji, he hurriedly exclaimed, Zhao? I know who the cotton-spinning female workers were seen by. He believed he had spoken quickly enough. Yet he was unaware that Wu Yuxiang and Wu Yueying had already entered the city hospital. After inquiring, they learned that Zhang Meng was in the surgical ward. When they reached the entrance of the surgical ward, they spotted old Zhu in his police uniform. Wu Yuxiang quickly approached him. Excuse me, is Zhang Meng a patient here? Zhang Meng. Old Zhu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the two sisters before nodding. Yes, who are you? Wu Yueying, aware of her elder sister's social awkwardness, quickly replied. We are Wu Yundong's sisters. We came to see the injured party after learning he had harmed someone. Old Zhu was taken aback, examining Wu Yueying with renewed interest before stepping aside. You actually came to see the injured party. It seems you have some understanding of the law. However, Zhang Meng is not a good person. If you wish to gain his forgiveness, be prepared for significant sacrifices. Chapter 15. The second sister's character. Old Zhu's words caused Wu Yuxiang's complexion to change, and she anxiously asked, could he possibly extort us? Extort? Old Zhu cast a disdainful glance at the ward behind him, sneering derisively. Do you know what kind of person Zhang Meng is? He is a well-known thug on the west side, a notorious ne'er-do-well who lives off extortion. Consider this. Your brother has injured him and then presented himself as an easy target. Would he let such an opportunity slip away? What are we to do? Wu Yuxiang was instantly at a loss, turning to Wu Yueying for guidance. Wu Yueying, equally troubled, thought of Wu Yundong and mustered the courage to suggest, elder sister, let us enter and discuss this further. Lacking any firm resolution, Wu Yuxiang followed her into the hospital room. As they stepped inside, They were greeted by the sight of two large feet propped up at the head of the bed, and then noticed Zhang Meng, smoking, with Sun Liang seated on a stool beside him. Unfamiliar with Zhang Meng, they were about to inquire when a nurse abruptly entered, saying, "Bed 15. How dare you smoke in the ward?" Zhang Meng, casting a sidelong glance, retorted defiantly, "What is wrong with me smoking? What business is it of yours?" The nurse, visibly incensed by his nonchalance, scolded, "Smoking is prohibited in the ward." "Well, I'll smoke regardless. What are you going to do about it? Bite me?" Zhang Meng shot back, his eyes narrowing as he suddenly made a vulgar gesture. "You rogue." The nurse, her face flushed with anger, could no longer restrain herself and uttered a reprimand. This prompted Zhang Meng to sit upright, hurling his cigarette butt at her. "Who are you calling a rogue? Explain yourself." The nurse, taken aback by his outrageous behavior, felt tears welling in her eyes and ultimately turned away, covering her face as she fled. With her departure, Zhang Meng's arrogance surged. How dare she call me a rogue? If I truly got angry, she'd see what a rogue looks like. What do you want? Feeling his gaze upon her, Wu Yuing was struck by a wave of revulsion, akin to the sensation of an unwelcome insect crawling on her skin. Yet, considering her brother's predicament, she suppressed her disdain and forced a smile, saying, "I am Wu Yundong's sister. We heard he has wronged you, and we came to see you." "Wu Yundong's sister?" Zhang Meng perked up, extending his hand. "What do you have for me?" His unexpected gesture left her puzzled, and she inquired, "What do you mean?" "Money." Zhang Meng shook his right hand vigorously. "Aren't you here to plead for Wu Yundong? Then bring the money. If the price is right, I might let that little brat off the hook." "Do not insult him," Wu Yuing said, her brow furrowing as her expression darkened. This scoundrel dared to insult her brother, proving to be just as troublesome as Zhengzi had claimed. "Damn it," Zhang Meng erupted, slamming the bed. "I'll insult him all I want. What can you do about it?" "What can I do?" Wu Yuing's temper flared, her eyes narrowing as she challenged, "If my brother receives a 2-year sentence, dare to insult him again and see what happens." "How dare you?" Zhang Meng exclaimed, but before he could finish, he noticed Wu Yuing throwing a cloth bag at him, causing him to gasp in surprise. Fortunately, Sun Liang was nearby and quickly caught the bag before it could hit Zhang Meng, relieved that he had narrowly avoided being struck. Zhang Meng turned back to Wu Yuing, now hesitant to insult her further. Having been immersed in the underworld since the age of 14, he had never encountered a woman as fierce as Wu Yuing. To act upon a whim without hesitation, how can this woman possess such a volatile temperament? No wonder Wu Yundong resorts to such harsh measures. Evidently, he has inherited his sister's fierce disposition. Wu Yundong, had he overheard this, would undoubtedly offer a thumbs up in approval. His sister's temperament is formidable enough to instill fear even in him. Wu Yuing pointed a finger at Zhang Meng, her voice icy as she declared, "If you intend to resolve this matter, speak with civility. Dare to spew more nonsense, and I assure you, I will bring you to your demise." Zhang Meng couldn't help but stretch his neck, swallowing hard. Goodness, this woman is genuinely ferocious. Does she truly possess the audacity to kill? Do you doubt my resolve? Wu Yuing perceived the skepticism in Zhang Meng's eyes, lifting her bangs to reveal a scar on her forehead. "Do you see the scar? It was inflicted when I was 13. My mother accused me of stealing 10 yuan from our home, and I wielded an axe upon myself." Gazing at the scar, which measured a good 3 centimeters, Zhang Meng gulped again. Indeed, this woman was capable of inflicting harm upon herself. She was undeniably ruthless. "Now, speak. How much do you require to release my brother?" "How much?" Zhang Meng stroked his chin in contemplation before extending 3 fingers. 3,000, not a penny less. Despite harboring a certain fear of Wu Yuing's temperament, when it came to money, fear held no sway. 3,000? Wu Yuxiang gasped, quickly turning to Wu Yuing. Wu Yuing's expression soured, and without hesitation, she shook her head. "No, our family cannot gather such a sum." "Cannot?" Zhang Meng reclined casually, a smile directed at Sun Liang. "Let your brother face sentencing then." Sun Liang, aware of Zhang Meng's manipulation, hastily produced a cigarette, grinning as he said, "Here it is. Take your time. We are not in a hurry." Indeed, they were not in a rush, but the sisters, Wu Yuing and Wu Yuxiang, were in a state of urgency. Wu Yuing noticed her sister's rising anger and quickly restrained her. "Ingzi, allow me to handle this." Wu Yuing shot Zhang Meng a fierce glare but obediently took 2 steps back. Wu Yuxiang advanced, producing 800 yuan wrapped in a handkerchief and with a forced smile. She said, "Well, we have managed to gather 800 yuan. 800? Sun Liang's eyes lit up, instinctively reaching out. Yet, before his hand could touch the handkerchief, Zhang Ming swatted it away. You think 800 is sufficient to placate me? Do I appear to be a beggar? Wu Yuxiang quickly restrained the advancing Wu Yueying and turned back with a smile. 3,000 is simply excessive. Could you propose another figure? 3,000, not a penny less. Eldest sister. Wu Yueying's anger truly ignited. She grasped Wu Yuxiang's arm, scolding, "This scoundrel merely seeks to extort us. I refuse to indulge his despicable behavior. We are leaving." Ingzi. Wu Yuxiang forcefully broke free of her sister's grip, her voice rising in authority. "What about Dongzi? We are his sisters. Can we stand by and watch him face sentencing?" Wu Yueying certainly did not wish for Wu Yundong to be sentenced. Yet she found it impossible to plead with the rogue. Ultimately, she could only shoot a venomous glare at Zhang Ming before storming out of the hospital room. With her departure, Wu Yuxiang could not restrain her sister any longer, nor did she wish to. After all, she understood Wu Yueying's nature well and had no desire to alter her sister's character. Yet, despite Wu Yueying's inclination to throw a tantrum, she found herself unable to do so. Upon noticing Zhang Ming's contemptuous gaze fixed upon her, she gritted her teeth and gradually knelt down, pleading, "I beseech you, spare my brother this once." The act of kneeling? Zhang Ming and Sun Liang exchanged a glance, excitement gleaming in their eyes. What did Wu Yueying's submission signify? It indicated that as long as their demands were not excessively harsh, this woman would undoubtedly acquiesce. "Given your kneeling, I'll reduce it a bit, 2,800. Not a penny less. But we truly cannot gather that amount," she implored. "If you can't manage, then let your brother face his sentence. Stop wasting my time." Zhang Ming replied impatiently, reclining on the bed and shouting at Sun Liang, "If there's no money, tell her to leave." Sun Liang immediately sprang to his feet, shouting at Wu Yuxiang, "Hurry back and gather the money. I know Zhang Ming well. When he says 2,800, he means it. He won't spare your brother a single cent." The thought of such a sum overwhelmed Wu Yuxiang, tears welling in her eyes as she bowed her head and pleaded, "Please, we truly do not have that much." Zhang Ming, growing increasingly irritated, abruptly stood up and cursed. "If you lack money, then go sell something." Just then, before he could finish his sentence, the hospital door was kicked open and a figure burst in. Zhang Ming. "You son of a..." Chapter 16. The excited Zhao Hongyi. The intruder moved with such speed that Zhang Ming barely had time to react before the figure lunged at him. Looking up, his expression changed dramatically. "Wu Yundong, you actually escaped from prison?" "I escaped from a damn hellhole." Wu Yundong had lost his mind, cursing as he seized Zhang Ming by the hair. "Let go, you bastard." Slap. Wu Yundong delivered 2 sharp slaps, silencing Zhang Ming immediately. Only then did Sun Liang react, hastily shouting, "Wu Yundong, do you dare to hit someone? Get lost." Wu Yundong retaliated with a kick that sent Sun Liang stumbling back 3 or 4 steps, landing with a thud beside Wu Yuxiang. Startled, Wu Yuxiang let out a cry, quickly shifting to the side. However, the shock also jolted her into clarity. She noticed Wu Yundong relentlessly slapping Zhang Ming, and she cried out, "Dongzi, have you really escaped?" No. The response did not come from Wu Yundong, but from Zhao, who had entered the room. "Wu Yundong is acting in self-defense. There's no need for him to go to prison. By the way, I am Zhao Hongyi, the director of the Qingguan police station. I apologize for the mishap regarding your brother's arrest." Huh. Wu Yuxiang felt a bit dazed. The station chief was actually apologizing to her? Surely, she must be dreaming. While she was in a daze, Wu Yueying suddenly rushed in from outside. "Dongzi, stop this at once. Consider yourself lucky." Wu Yundong forcefully pushed Zhang Ming's head away, releasing his grip as he turned to Wu Yueying, "Second sister. Are you really leaving elder sister here alone?" His tone was far from friendly, prompting Wu Yueying to frown in response. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" The thought of Wu Yuxiang kneeling before Zhang Ming and enduring humiliation at their hands ignited a murderous rage within Wu Yundong. However, with the police present, and Wu Yueying being his second sister, even if he felt an internal blaze of anger, he could not express it outwardly. He could only shout, "Do you have any idea that just moments ago, the eldest sister knelt before someone?" "What?" Wu Yueying's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to ask Wu Yuxiang. "Eldest sister, is what Dongzi said true?" Wu Yuxiang, honest and straightforward, never lied about her actions, thus nodded affirmatively. "Yes." "Why?" Wu Yueying exclaimed, her voice resonating with indignation as she pointed at Zhang Ming. "What gives you the right to kneel before him?" "For Dongzi," Wu Yuxiang replied matter-of-factly. If it ensures Dongzi's well-being, I would do anything. Faced with Wu Yuxiang's calm, yet resolute demeanor, Wu Yuing opened her mouth, at a loss for words regarding her elder sister. Yet, she understood Wu Yuxiang's character well and recognized that her sister's concern for Wu Yundong surpassed her own. Due to their family's poverty, with parents focused on providing for the household, it was Wu Yuxiang who had taken charge ever since Wu Yundong's birth. Although Wu Yuing adored her brother, her temperament prevented her from indulging him as Wu Yuxiang did. In Wu Yuxiang's eyes, Wu Yundong was akin to her own son. For Wu Yundong's sake, it could be said that even if she were asked to kneel, she would not hesitate, and if it came to sacrificing her life, she would do so without a second thought. Finally, she comprehended why Wu Yundong had rushed over in a frenzy, kicking the door open without even acknowledging her when he learned that his sister was alone in the hospital room. He understood what she had done for him. Officer Zhao. Wu Yundong hit me again. Look at my face. It's been distorted by his blows. Zhang Meng's wails interrupted her thoughts. Wu Yuing hurriedly turned to see that Zhang Meng's visage had indeed been altered, swollen to the point of being unrecognizable. The sight was somewhat amusing. However, just as she was about to laugh, she suddenly remembered that Officer Zhao was still present, and her amusement vanished. After all, this was an assault occurring before the police. Surely Dongzi would not be apprehended again? With this concern racing through her mind, she turned around only to see Zhao Hongyi approaching Zhang Meng with handcuffs in hand. Zhang Meng's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Officer Zhao, what are you doing?" Wu Yundong hit me. That was a deserved blow, Zhao Hongyi retorted as he seized Zhang Meng's wrist and swiftly snapped the cuffs into place. Zhang Meng, rendered speechless, exclaimed in terror, "Officer Zhao, have you arrested the wrong person? I am the victim." A victim? What about the female workers from the cotton mill 2 weeks ago? What? Zhang Meng's shoulders trembled, and he queried in confusion, "Officer Zhao, what female workers from the cotton mill are you referring to?" Playing coy, Zhao Hongyi scoffed coldly, fixing his gaze on the attempting escapee, Sun Liang, and added sternly, "Sun Liang, if you dare to run, I will shoot you on the spot." Thud! Sun Liang's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. This scene left Wu Yuing utterly astounded. She racked her brain, but could not fathom what had transpired. The newly arrived Lao Zhu was equally taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "Officer Zhao, why have you arrested Zhang Meng?" Lao Zhu, handcuff Sun Liang. Zhao Hongyi commanded before waiting for Lao Zhu to secure Sun Liang with the cuffs. Only then did he burst into laughter. "Lao Zhu, you won't need to work overtime anymore." "No more overtime?" Old Zhu's eyes lit up momentarily, only to dim again in an instant. "Zhao, please, do not jest. If the case of the cotton-spinning female workers remains unsolved, do you dare to refuse overtime?" Down he went. Zhao Hongyi yanked Zhang Meng off the hospital bed. Amid Zhang Meng's anguished cries, he delivered a fierce kick to him, saying, "Quit your wailing. You'll have ample cause to scream soon enough." After berating Zhang Meng, he excitedly declared, "Old Zhu, it is this lad who spearheaded the case of the cotton-spinning female workers." "What? You mean Zhang Meng was involved?" Old Zhu's face turned pale with shock. "Zhao, you mustn't make such claims without evidence." "I do have evidence. Zhang Aigua has already confessed." "Is he that cousin of Zhang Meng's?" "Indeed, that very one." Zhao lightly patted Zhang Meng on the head, chiding, "Are you still pretending to be oblivious?" Zhang Meng, rendered speechless, appeared utterly defeated. Observing his demeanor, Old Zhu immediately grasped the situation. There was no doubt he had a hand in that case, or else he wouldn't look so despondent. But suddenly, he looked up and asked Zhao, "How did you come by this information?" Zhao Hongyi instinctively glanced at Wu Yundong. Realization dawned on Old Zhu. "You mean it was Wu Yundong who informed you?" Before he could finish, he hastily covered his mouth. Exposing an informant in front of a criminal was a grave breach of police protocol and confidentiality. Would Zhang Meng seek revenge on Wu Yundong now that his name was mentioned? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Meng, who had been looking down, suddenly lifted his head, glaring at Wu Yundong and growling, "Wu Yundong, just wait." Bang! Without a word, Wu Yundong delivered a kick that struck Zhang Meng's mouth. Zhang Meng's head snapped back, and the back of his skull thudded against the floor, eliciting a muffled groan of pain. Yet, he still struggled to shout, "Zhao, did you see that?" Wu Yundong hit me again. Oh, my head's spinning. With a sudden tilt of his head, he fainted. Chapter 17. A fortuitous encounter. Zhang Meng's collapse startled Wu Yuing, prompting her to quickly turn her gaze toward Wu Yundong. At this point, she comprehended that her brother had exposed Zhang Meng's transgressions, aiding the police in cracking a major case. What should have been a straightforward endeavor now teetered on the brink of disaster due to her brother's impulsive act. Wu Yundong, oblivious to Wu Yueying's scrutiny, felt a surge of tension at Zhang Meng's fainting. Old Zhu, too, was flustered and urgently inquired, "Zhao, is Zhang Meng unconscious?" "Unconscious? What nonsense!" Zhao Hongyi scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the prostrate Zhang Meng. He suddenly grabbed a syringe from the side, coldly stating, "If you don't get up, I shall administer this." Zhang Meng lay motionless on the ground, appearing genuinely unconscious. Zhao Hongyi chose not to speak further and directly plunged the needle into Zhang Meng's arm. "Ah!" Zhang Meng let out a piercing scream and abruptly opened his eyes. Yet, upon meeting Zhao Hongyi's sly gaze, his complexion drained of color. While others might be unaware of the severity of his crimes, he was acutely aware. The mere thought of a potential death sentence extinguished any remaining spirit within him. "Old Zhu, take him away," Zhao Hongyi commanded, rising to his feet. He then turned to Wu Yundong, extending his hand. "Wu Yundong, I must express my gratitude." "No need for that." Wu Yundong did not reject Zhao Hongyi's gesture of goodwill, smiling as he shook Zhao's hand. "I did it for my own sake," he said. "But you have indeed been a tremendous help to us," Zhao Hongyi exclaimed, his face filled with emotion as he pointed to his eyes. "After working overtime for over half a month, look at these dark circles." He continued, "If it weren't for the information you provided, we would have had to work even longer hours." I reiterated, "It was for my own benefit." Wu Yundong corrected himself again, followed by a chuckle. "Besides, I wanted to say this yesterday, but you wouldn't allow it." Zhao Hongyi's smile instantly froze. This kid, why must he speak in such a way? However, he realized that his own preconceived notions had led him to mistakenly judge Wu Yundong as a bad person, merely because he had witnessed Zhang Meng's arm being broken, which is why he had so hastily silenced him. "Dongzi, how can you speak like that?" Wu Yueying could no longer bear it, fearing her brother might offend the police with his words, and quickly interjected. Her words provided Zhao Hongyi with an opportunity to diffuse the situation, and he laughed heartily. "Yundong, I admit I was wrong yesterday, and I apologize." "Oh, I wouldn't dare accept that," Wu Yundong replied, laughing nervously. "So, Zhao, can I go home now?" "Of course. You were merely acting in self-defense. Sending you to the detention center was an error on our part. Moreover, your assistance in solving a major criminal case means we even wish to award you a medal. Let us skip the medal." Wu Yundong shook his head and lowered his voice. "If possible, please help me erase any information left in the detention center." "Information?" Zhao Hongyi blinked in confusion. Seeing that he still did not understand, Wu Yundong stated plainly, "Zhao, I do not wish for my family's names to remain in that place." "Oh," Zhao Hongyi finally comprehended, quickly assuring him, "Rest assured, your information will not remain in the detention center. Furthermore, you can be confident that your time there will not leave a stain on your record." "That's a relief." Wu Yundong finally exhaled, shaking Zhao Hongyi's hand once more. "Then I shall be on my way home." "Very well." Zhao Hongyi also felt a sense of relief. For some reason, conversing with Wu Yundong made him feel uneasy, as the momentum of the conversation was entirely in the latter's control. This feeling was disconcerting, were it not for Wu Yundong's youthful appearance. He might have felt as though he were speaking with someone much more experienced. Now that Wu Yundong had taken the initiative to take his leave, it became clear to Zhao that the young man was perceptive enough to understand he needed to interrogate Zhang Meng, prompting his departure. Such an astute young man. If nothing unforeseen occurs, his future accomplishments will undoubtedly be boundless. Watching Wu Yundong descend the stairs, Zhao Hongyi felt a wave of admiration and swiftly turned to head to the dean's office. Zhang Meng was hospitalized here for his injuries, and he had yet to settle the payment. Wu Yundong followed closely behind Wu Yuxiang, gazing at his elder sister's silhouette, when suddenly he recalled the words of Wu Yuling from his past life, and his eyes grew moist. In his previous life, his elder sister had tirelessly made shoes for him during her severe illness. In this life, she had even knelt for Zhang Meng on his behalf. Such kindness. How could he ever repay it? "Dongzi, I've noticed you've changed." As Wu Yundong was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Wu Yueying's voice from behind. Startled, he turned around with a smile and asked, "Second sister, do you think I should change?" Wu Yueying scrutinized Wu Yundong, who appeared transformed, and nodded without hesitation, "Indeed." A wave of relief washed over Wu Yundong. He had been concerned that Wu Yueying would be troubled by his drastic transformation. Now that he had cleverly navigated past that concern, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Exactly. I felt the need for change. Which is why I seem like a different person." "A different person?" Wu Yuang furrowed her brow but playfully tapped Wu Yundong on the shoulder, saying, "No matter how much you change, you will always be my brother. Rest assured." Wu Yundong linked his arm with Wu Yuang's and cheerfully assured her, "No matter the time, you will always be my sister. Is that something you need to say?" Wu Yuang rolled her eyes at him. She had intended to give this impudent boy a light reprimand, but suddenly realized that Wu Yundong had grown taller, now towering over her by half a head, leaving her momentarily stunned. Dongzi has grown up, she thought. He was no longer the little child who clung to her for hugs every day, but had transformed into a young man. This realization brought a twinge of sadness to her heart. Wu Yundong, initially grinning, noticed Wu Yuang's somber expression and grew anxious, asking, "Second sister, what's wrong? You seemed fine a moment ago." "Nothing," Wu Yuang replied, smiling as she waved at Wu Yuxiang, who had turned back to them. "I just suddenly feel that Dongzi has matured and no longer needs our protection." Wu Yuxiang, slightly slow on the uptake, glanced at Wu Yundong and remarked, "Isn't it normal for Dongzi to grow up? Our son is already 5. Indeed, we all have children now." Wu Yuang recalled her own family and recent events, and her expression darkened. Yet, remembering Wu Yundong's sensitivity, she quickly adjusted her demeanor, stealing a glance at him and sighing in relief when she saw he and T noticed her change in mood. Unbeknownst to her, while her face bore a shadow of melancholy, a hint of helplessness flashed across Wu Yundong's countenance. What troubles Wu Yuang faced, as someone who had been reborn, was not lost on him. Yet, the very knowledge of her struggles made him feel even more powerless. He needed to make money, urgently. If he couldn't generate income swiftly, he would be unable to assist his sisters, let alone address the troubles they faced. But to earn money, he needed to sell the incense burner. The question remained, to whom could he sell it? Wu Yundong, a surprised voice called out, and he turned to see Zhang Chong, Wei Qianyun's secretary. Her expression suddenly cold. A day and night had passed since he last heard from Wei Qianyun, and his feelings towards her had soured. Thus, facing Zhang Chong, he felt no interest and turned to leave with Wu Yuang, too indifferent to exchange pleasantries. However, he hadn't gotten far before Zhang Chong blocked his path, saying, "Wu Yundong, don't go. What do you want?" Wu Yundong replied, his patience wearing thin. While he was irritated, Wu Yuang found herself intrigued by the petite girl before them, and couldn't help but ask, "Dongzi, who is this?" "Hello." Before Wu Yundong could respond, Zhang Chong took the initiative to greet Wu Yuang. "I am Zhang Chong, the secretary to the general manager of Huanyu Group." "Secretary to the general manager?" Wu Yuang blinked in surprise and asked, "Do you know my brother?" "Of course, our general manager was saved by your brother," Zhang Chong replied with a cheerful smile. Then turned to Wu Yundong. "Wu Yundong, General Wei is upstairs. Aren't you going to pay him a visit?" Zhang Chong's suggestion left Wu Yundong momentarily stunned. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to go upstairs, as he lacked the resources to navigate his current predicament. Aside from Wei Qianyun, he could not think of anyone else capable of assisting him. "Second sister." He turned to Wu Yuang. "You and the eldest sister should return home first. And you?" Wu Yuang glanced at Zhang Chong as she spoke. Zhang Chong offered a slight smile, but remained silent. However, her smile led Wu Yuang to misconstrue the situation, thinking her brother might have a romantic relationship with the girl, and before Wu Yundong could respond, she laughed heartily. "No need to say more, you're going to visit someone, right?" That was not entirely incorrect, and Wu Yundong promptly nodded in agreement. "Here you go." Wu Yuang pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it directly to Wu Yundong. Unaware of the contents of the handkerchief, Wu Yundong was somewhat perplexed. "Second sister, what is this? Just open it and see for yourself." Wu Yundong indeed opened the handkerchief to discover 800 yuan inside, and he was instantly taken aback. "So much money? What are you giving me this for? You should buy something when you go to visit," Wu Yuang said with a smile as she patted Wu Yundong on the shoulder. Suddenly noticing his worn-out clothes, she couldn't help but frown. "Dongzi, if you're not in a hurry to visit, why not go with Zhang Chong to buy some new clothes?" "Buy clothes?" Wu Yundong suddenly realized. His second sister had misunderstood Zhang Chong to be his girlfriend, but she wasn't his girlfriend. A petite girl with fair skin and sparkling big eyes suddenly flashed in his mind, as if she could see right into his heart. Wu Yundong was momentarily stunned, then forcefully turned his head, trying to expel that image from his thoughts. Noticing the change in Wu Yundong's expression, Wu Yuang, seeing his face turn pale, quickly asked, "Dongzi, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Wu Yundong took a deep breath, pushing that fleeting image deep down, and managed a strained smile as he replied, "Second sister. I don't need this money. You can take it back." "Dongzi, don't you need to buy something for your visit?" Wu Yuang began to grow anxious. Faced with the reproach in their eyes, Wu Yundong realized he needed to clarify. "Eldest sister, second sister, this Miss Zhang is not my girlfriend." Both Wu Yundong's sisters were momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to look at Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong, however, remained composed, responding to their skeptical gazes with a calm smile. "Dear sisters, you are truly mistaken." Wu Yuang couldn't help but gasp as she looked back at Wu Yundong, who felt a sudden intensity in her gaze that seemed to harbor a hint of hostility. What does this mean? Why is there hostility in her gaze? Seeing Wu Yundong scratching the back of his head, Wu Yuang felt her temper rising. "Such an adorable girl, yet she is not your girlfriend? And you even went out of your way to explain it to us. How can you be so ineffectual?" In exasperation, she could not help but kick Wu Yundong on the thigh. Then, she pulled Wu Yuxiang and turned to leave. Wu Yundong, feeling utterly wronged by the sudden kick, gazed at the retreating figures of his elder and younger sisters, but he dared not inquire, settling instead for a frustrated scratch at the back of his head. At that moment, he noticed Wu Yuang returning, and, thinking that perhaps his second sister had come back to apologize for mistakenly hitting him, he hurriedly put on a pitiful facade. However, to his surprise, Wu Yuang was not there to offer an apology. Approaching him, she swiftly snatched the handkerchief from his grasp and shot him a fierce glare, calling him a useless thing. Wu Yundong was utterly bewildered, watching Wu Yuang's retreating form as he called out, "Second sister, how am I useless?" Wu Yuang abruptly halted and turned to ask, "What? Are you dissatisfied?" "Oh no." His second sister seemed ready to unleash her wrath. Sensing the murderous intent in her gaze, Wu Yundong involuntarily shivered and instinctively plastered a charming smile on his face, obsequiously shaking his head in denial. "No. When second sister speaks, how could I dare to be dissatisfied?" His demeanor struck a humorous note, yet it only served to infuriate Wu Yuang further. "You foolish jester. If you could put that charm to better use with other girls, perhaps it would be worth something. But with me, it's of no consequence." Wu Yundong's mouth hung open, utterly perplexed by Wu Yuang's unexpected reaction. Wasn't she always amused by such banter? Why was she scolding him today? Confounded, he found no answers as Wu Yuang, with no intention of clarifying anything, headed straight to the hospital's parking area and wheeled her bicycle away. As for Wu Yuxiang, she left him with an apologetic yet helpless glance. Today, both his second sister and elder sister were behaving unusually. What on earth was going on? Wu Yundong scratched the back of his head for a long while, unable to piece together the situation. "Wu Yundong, are we not supposed to go upstairs?" "Oh right." Finally realizing that Zhang Chong was still waiting to accompany him upstairs to see Wei Qianyun, he turned his head to find Zhang Chong seemingly stifling a laugh. He instantly felt dejected, knowing his antics had provided amusement. However, he could not explain Wu Yuang's explosive temper, so he hurriedly followed Zhang Chong back into the hospital. Zhang Chong moved with quick steps, halting in front of a ward on the third floor where she softly knocked on the door. With a swift motion, the door was gently pulled open, revealing Su Rui's cold, striking face behind it. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Wu Yundong, Su Rui's brows furrowed, her icy demeanor growing even more distant. Wu Yundong was oblivious to her disdain for him, and although he sought Wei Qianyun's assistance, it had nothing to do with this woman, so he replied bluntly, "What? Am I not allowed to come?" Su Rui's expression darkened, but before she could respond, Zhang Chong interjected, "Sister Su, it's President Wei who sent me to bring him." "President Wei?" Su Rui glanced back at the ward, and with a reluctant sigh, she finally opened the door wider. Zhang Chong was the first to enter, discovering Wu Yundong still lingering in the corridor. Hastily, she turned back and called out, "Come in. General Manager Wei is awake." Only then did Wu Yundong step into the hospital room, but he was immediately taken aback. Compared to the room where Zhang Meng resided, this one was not only more spacious, but also boasted a kitchen and a private bathroom. The hospital bed was larger than the others, and the bedding appeared remarkably pristine and white. Moreover, it was astonishing that Wei Qianyun occupied the room alone. How fortunate it is to be wealthy. Even a hospital stay can be so extraordinary. Wei Qianyun was not lying on the bed. Instead, she sat at a writing desk engrossed in a book. Upon noticing the astonishment on Wu Yundong's face, she couldn't help but smile gently. "You've come. Please, take a seat." The warmth of her invitation felt somewhat overly intimate, causing Wu Yundong to blink in surprise. What could this mean? He merely saved her life. Why was she so affectionate? Yet, if she truly remembered her debt of gratitude, why had she not sought him out for an entire day and night? Just as he pondered this, the door to the private bathroom suddenly swung open, and a man emerged. Chapter 19. What is wrong with the farmer? The man stood approximately 6 feet tall, with a stout physique and fair skin. Even his round face shone with a porcelain-like whiteness, reminiscent of a laughing Buddha. However, his somewhat small eyes detracted from his overall appearance, though his visage still exuded a jovial charm. A man stepping out from the bathroom of Wei Qianyun's room? Who was he, and what was his connection to Wei Qianyun? Director Wei. As Wu Yundong scrutinized the man, Su Rui had already approached him with a smile, attentively adjusting his collar. Wu Yundong had initially perceived Su Rui as aloof, akin to an ice queen, yet was taken aback to witness this softer side of her. Thus arose the question, what was this man's identity that could elicit such tenderness from a seemingly icy beauty? Xiao Su, who is this person? Director Wei. This is Wu Yundong, the one who saved General Manager Wei. He saved my sister? The man was startled, scrutinizing Wu Yundong closely before suddenly furrowing his brow. So young? Brother. Wei Qianyun abruptly turned, reproaching him. Is this how you treat my savior? What would you have me do? The man retorted playfully, grinning at Wei Qianyun. Should I shower him with money right in his face? Brother, stop joking. Wei Qianyun seemed anxious, instinctively calling out, stealing a glance at Wu Yundong. When she realized his expression remained unchanged, she quietly exhaled, admonishing, Brother, do not treat my friend with your frivolous ways. Your friend? The man's demeanor shifted, and he quickly closed the distance to Wu Yundong, extending his hands with a warm smile. Hello. I am Wei Jianzhong, Qianyun's brother, born of the same mother. The man's enthusiasm was overwhelming, and his rapid shifts in demeanor left Wu Yundong slightly taken aback, even as someone who had been reincarnated. Fortunately, he was quick to adapt. Before he could fully process his thoughts, he instinctively reached out to grasp Wei Jianzhong's hands. Hello, I am Wu Yundong, a humble farmer. A humble farmer? Wei Jianzhong's smile gradually stiffened, only to suddenly blossom once more across his plump face. Haha, farmers are wonderful. The grains we consume are all cultivated by the hands of farmers. Therefore, you should be regarded as the benefactors of us city dwellers. This statement, while ostensibly praising farmers, carried a hint of sarcasm upon closer inspection, prompting Wu Yundong to emit 2 dismissive chuckles. Wei Jianzhong, oblivious to the modern implications of such laughter, mistakenly assumed Wu Yundong was embarrassed and immediately released his grip, chuckling. I speak sincerely, not out of feigned sentiment. I genuinely admire you farmers. If you truly hold such admiration, why the need to emphasize your reference to you farmers? Wu Yundong thought to himself with a wry smile, his impression of the insincere, rotund man diminishing. He then turned to Wei Qianyun and inquired, Are you feeling all right, Manager Wei? I was fine to begin with. Wei Qianyun shot an admonishing glare at her brother before turning back to Wu Yundong with a smile. It is merely my brother's overprotectiveness that has compelled me to stay in the hospital for observation. This familial matter was one Wu Yundong chose not to interfere with. Even if he had the desire to meddle, he would have found it impossible. Thus, he merely smiled without uttering a word. Wei Qianyun scrutinized his expression, and upon observing his tranquil demeanor, her curiosity deepened. Logically, as the esteemed general manager of Huanyu Group and the legitimate daughter of the Wei family, one of the 4 flowers of the provincial capital, she was accustomed to a degree of reserve from her brother's acquaintances. Why, then, did this construction worker, a mere farmer, exhibit such composure? Was he merely feigning it? Or had he encountered individuals of even higher status and greater beauty than herself? After stealthily observing him for a considerable time without detecting any sign of anxiety on Wu Yundong's face, she felt deflated. Evidently, her status held little significance in his eyes, and her self-assured beauty was also disregarded. Cough, cough. Wei Jianzhong, noticing his sister seemed lost in thought, could not help but clear his throat softly. Wei Qianyun, upon hearing the sound, quickly snapped back to reality and offered an apologetic smile to Wu Yundong. I beg your pardon, I was lost in thought. Wu Yundong inwardly mused. What need is there for you to explain this to me? If you wish to express gratitude for saving your life, simply bestow me with financial compensation. He recalled her brother's earlier remark. Rest assured, even if you were to shower me with money, I would not take offense. Though I possess a sense of pride, it can be set aside for the sake of financial gain. Wei Qianyun, oblivious to his thoughts, continued to smile gratefully. If not for your timely intervention, I would likely have perished in that moment. Wu Yundong felt a tinge of impatience, reflecting, indeed, in your previous life, you met a tragic end. Yet in this life, I require your financial assistance to thrive, which is why I saved you. However, even in his exasperation, he could not press her for payment directly and thus remained patient. Before Wei Qianyun could elaborate further, Wei Jianzhong, growing impatient, interjected. Qianyun, I sense that this young man is not particularly interested in your sentiments. Wei Qianyun was taken aback, turning to her brother with a puzzled expression. Why is that? Because he is a farmer. You know as well as I do how impoverished farmers are these days. Thus, I believe the best way for you to express your gratitude is through financial support. Financial support? She hesitated, reflecting, isn't that somewhat inappropriate? Wu Yundong was on the verge of exasperation, thinking to himself, what could possibly be wrong with offering money? Even if there is, it must be due to the meager amount you are offering. Perhaps as men, we understand each other's thoughts. Wei Jianzhong immediately interjected. What is the issue, Xiao Su? Su Rui promptly responded, Chairman Wei. With a grand gesture, Wei Jianzhong commanded, bring forth the money I've prepared. Of course, Su Rui replied, turning to fetch a small handbag from the desk drawer and returning to hand it over to Wei Jianzhong. Without so much as a glance, he tossed the bag into Wu Yundong's hands, declaring, inside is 100,000. What do you think? Surely you have never encountered such a substantial sum before? The weight of the bag was tangible, and even without inspecting it, Wu Yundong was aware that Wei Jianzhong would never exaggerate the amount. 100,000 was indeed a considerable fortune. He had never seen such wealth in this life, or even in a past one. However, as he sought to resell treasury bonds, 100,000 would not suffice. He would welcome even more capital, for the greater the investment, the more lucrative the returns. But could he express this? Would it be too shameless to convey his dissatisfaction with the amount? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Wei Jianzhong frowned. Why not count it? Do you find it insufficient? Since he had directly broached the topic, Wu Yundong quickly regained his composure and glanced at the small handbag in his grasp, suddenly inquiring, in your eyes, is your sister's life worth only 100,000? That is enough. Before Wei Jianzhong could respond, Su Rui sharply interjected, Wu Yundong, one must understand the balance of give and take. As a farmer, 100,000 is already quite generous. Farmer? Wu Yundong was provoked by those two words. Although he acknowledged his identity, the condescending tone made it intolerable. Looking at Su Rui, he suddenly sneered, what of being a farmer? Without me, your esteemed Wei would not even have a life. Silence. Su Rui was about to retort when Wei Jianzhong's reprimand silenced her. Faced with his grim expression, her face paled, and she quickly retreated. Wei Jianzhong's gaze turned icy. Shifting from Su Rui back to Wu Yundong, I did not expect someone to dare refuse my goodwill. However, you do make a valid point, indeed. 100,000 seems insufficient for my sister's life. Taking a deep breath, he enunciated each word deliberately. Now tell me, how much do you desire? Chapter 20. Siblings at odds. The cold gaze and the slow yet menacing tone from Wei Jianzhong instilled a palpable pressure within Wu Yundong. Was this the so-called aura of a powerful figure that one reads about in books? He had never encountered such prominent individuals in his past life and was skeptical of the concept. Yet, standing before Wei Jianzhong, he found himself beginning to believe. Speak. Wei Jianzhong suddenly scoffed. You were quite articulate moments ago. Why the silence now? Brother. Noticing the shift in Wei Jianzhong's tone, Wei Qianyun urgently called out. Wei Jianzhong's expression darkened as he glanced at Wei Qianyun, puzzled by her interruption. Indeed, Wei Qianyun herself could not fathom the reason for her dissatisfaction towards her brother. Yet, inexplicably, when confronted with Wei Jianzhong's imposing gaze, she felt an unusual surge of anger and could not help but exclaim, how old is he? Can he still speak after being frightened by you? Surprised, Wu Yundong gasped internally and cast a bewildered glance at Wei Qianyun. Why was this woman defending him? Was it merely because he had rescued her? Very well. Faced with his sister's ire, the imposing aura of Wei Jianzhong dissipated, and he could only manage a wry smile as he rubbed his nose, saying, since you are speaking on his behalf, I shall refrain from intimidating him. Let him state his own terms. Humph, you should have said so earlier. Wei Qianyun wrinkled her nose at Wei Jianzhong and then turned to Wu Yundong, encouraging. Do not be afraid, speak boldly. My brother is quite wealthy. Wei Jianzhong's anger flared. Was this still his sister? Why was she siding with someone else? No. He suddenly glanced at Wu Yundong, scrutinizing him closely, and his expression darkened. He had just realized that not only was Wu Yundong handsome, but his physique was also remarkably appealing. Setting aside his rural background, he was undeniably a striking young man. Such an attractive man had saved his sister. Could it be that he was about to encounter the legendary scenario where a beautiful woman, once rescued, offers herself in return? This thought made him increasingly anxious. No one understood the extent of the Wei family's influence in the provincial capital better than he did. As the legitimate daughter of the Wei family and one of the four esteemed beauties, Wei Qianyun was the object of affection for countless young masters. If his sister were to develop feelings for a mere farmer, he would have no explanation to offer his mother. No, he must sever this ill-fated connection. Resolute in his decision, he regarded Wu Yundong with a more malevolent expression. Have you not yet made a decision? Perhaps I should offer a price. Wu Yundong had indeed not thought it through, and upon hearing this, he nodded in agreement. All right, then you propose a price. A price? Wei Qianyun furrowed her brow. Why did it feel as though she had become a commodity? Before she could voice her thoughts, Wei Jinzhong sneered and said, How about this? I will give you 500,000. What do you think? Had Wu Yundong been allowed to state his own price, 30,000 would have been the maximum. To his surprise, Wei Jinzhong had offered an additional 200,000. However, before Wu Yundong could respond, Wei Jinzhong coldly continued, I can provide you with 500,000 on the spot, but you must adhere to one condition. His tone was displeasing, and Wu Yundong, weary of pretense, directly asked, What is it? Once you accept the 500,000, you and my sister must have no further contact. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Had it not been for this last statement, Wu Yundong might have readily agreed. After all, he had rescued Wei Qianyun solely to accumulate funds for his entrepreneurial endeavors, with no ulterior motives. However, Wei Jinzhong's tone left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Thus, he turned to Wei Qianyun, asking, Miss Wei, do you share this sentiment? Not at all. Wei Qianyun instinctively denied, only to realize the implications of her words. She turned to Wei Jinzhong, asking, Brother, what do you mean? What do I mean? Are you still unclear? Wei Jinzhong did not indulge the young lady this time. Instead, he sternly admonished, Do you not understand your own identity? What qualifications does a mere peasant like me have to associate with you? Wei Qianyun, taken aback by this perception of herself, felt her face flush crimson before paling completely. Wei Jinzhong, who I choose to like is my own prerogative. Furthermore, my affairs are not your concern. Veins throbbed on Wei Jinzhong's forehead as he ultimately turned to Wu Yundong, demanding, Will you accept my terms? Do not agree. Before Wu Yundong could respond, Wei Qianyun was infuriated, exclaiming, I will provide the 500,000 myself. You need not accept his money. Wu Yundong stood dumbfounded, gazing at the enraged Wei Qianyun, then at the stormy expression on Wei Jinzhong's face, unsure of how to proceed. What was happening? He merely sought some capital, yet before the money was even secured, this brother-sister duo had already turned against each other? Furthermore, when had he ever expressed any affection for Wei Qianyun? Was he unaware of his own feelings? Qianyun, are you trying to drive me to madness? Wei Jinzhong could no longer contain himself, slamming his palm on the table and shouting. However, his demeanor only served to provoke Wei Qianyun's rebellious spirit, who also banged the table and retorted, Wei Jinzhong, I have stated that my matters are none of your business. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Su Rui interjected, President Wei, how can you speak to Director Wei in such a manner? Wei Qianyun turned her icy gaze towards Su Rui, her expression now completely frigid. Am I wrong? President Wei? Director Wei is. A resounding slap suddenly cut through the air, landing heavily on Su Rui's face, causing her to stagger, silencing any further words. Get out. Wei Jinzhong glared at Su Rui, pointing toward the door. When did our affairs become your concern? Leave, and return to the provincial city. Su Rui's complexion drained of color. Her voice stifled as she covered her face and fled the ward. Zhang Chong hesitated for a moment, but swiftly followed her out. Wei Jinzhong's gaze, fierce enough to devour, shifted from Zhang Chong's retreating figure back to Wei Qianyun. Qianyun, do you truly intend to oppose me? President Wei, Wu Yundong, despite his confusion, recognized the necessity to speak. The root of the conflict lay with him. Should this brother-sister pair sever ties, it would ultimately be he who suffered the consequences. What had he done to deserve this? He merely wished to secure some capital, yet it had devolved into a matter of emotions. Inwardly lamenting, he steeled himself and spoke, President Wei, please remain calm. Allow me to have a word with Director Wei, if you would. Speak. Wei Qianyun breathed heavily, her ample bosom rising and falling, undeniably captivating. Yet, Wu Yundong dared not gaze too long, turning to Wei Jianzhong with a wry smile. Director Wei, to be honest, I have only met President Wei once. There is no question of any affinity. The reason for her anger is simply that you have been too controlling, provoking her rebellious nature. Wei Jianzhong's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to Wei Qianyun. However, she abruptly pivoted, presenting him with a stunning profile. This reflection is clearly an expression of frustration directed at oneself. How could I have overlooked this? What should I do now? Surely my sister isn't truly angry, right? If he returns and informs our father, then, oh, the thought of our father's indulgence towards Wei Qianyun sends a shiver down my spine. Chapter 21. The unashamed fatso in the Wei family. The authority of the elder is not to be trifled with. Not even Wei Jianzhong dares to offend him, let alone his own father. Among the entire Wei clan, only Wei Qianyun has the audacity to act spoiled in front of the elder. This alone could incite envy not just from several cousins, but even from me. Just imagining my sister reporting me to our grandfather, and then facing the consequences, sends chills through me. I feel utterly weak. How reckless I must be to have forgotten this. Mr. Wei, Wu Yundong, oblivious to Wei Jianzhong's inner turmoil, continued to speak. The rift between you and your sister ultimately stems from my presence. Thus, I wish to offer you a suggestion. Are you interested in hearing it? Oh, this fellow knows how to speak well, offering me an escape route. Wei Jianzhong thought, observing Wu Yundong with newfound curiosity. Suddenly, he found the young man increasingly agreeable, and smiled. Very well, I am eager to hear your thoughts. My suggestion is simple. While I can accept your money, whether or not to sever ties with your sister depends on her opinion. Her opinion? Wei Jianzhong nearly scoffed. Given Wei Qianyun's recent behavior, her stance was evident. She would undoubtedly wish to continue the relationship. However, he now understood that ultimately, who Wei Qianyun married was a decision for their grandfather alone to make. Not even their mother could intervene. As for himself, he would rather not risk incurring their grandfather's wrath. Indeed, before he could utter a word, Wei Qianyun interjected with a huff. I have stated before that my affairs are mine to decide. Very well. Wei Jianzhong, conceding without reservation, quickly compromised. Since you insist, I shall remain silent. By the way, Su Rui, your little lover has run away after your scolding. Looking at Wei Qianyun's teasing gaze, Wei Jianzhong scratched his head in resignation. Forget it. If he has fled, let him go. Yundong, come with me to collect the money. Mr. Wei, do you truly have that much money? Uffed. Wei Jianzhong sneered at Wu Yundong. It's merely 500,000, a trifling sum. Huh, you truly are full of hot air. Wei Qianyun scoffed. The very funds you had set aside for me have now become a mere trifle in your mouth. How shameless can you be, Wei Jianzhong? Infuriated, Wei Jianzhong could only glare in indignation, unable to formulate a rebuttal. His expression was quite comical. Wu Yundong had grasped the situation, realizing that the money was indeed intended for Wei Qianyun. This revelation made him feel even more uneasy. Mr. Wei, while you may have prepared a substantial amount, I feel somewhat guilty about taking it. Oh, do you think it too much? Wei Jianzhong perked up, his eyes glinting with greed. Wu Yundong shivered under his gaze. Quickly stepping back 2 paces, I do not deem it excessive. I merely wish to clarify that the money would be a temporary loan, which I shall repay in the future, and I will even use an antique as collateral. It is not his noble character that causes him discomfort. Rather, it is the awareness that Wei Qianyun is so devoted to him that he feels a twinge of guilt about accepting money. More importantly, he fears that Wu Xiao would learn of his gratitude turned into a debt of gratitude and would retaliate violently. Antiques? What antiques? Wei Jianzhong's eyes brightened with curiosity, while Wu Yundong felt as though he were being scrutinized by a wolf, that piercing gaze sending a chill down his spine. Wei Jianzhong, Wei Qianyun suddenly bellowed. What do you think you are doing? You perk up at the mention of antiques, do you? Did you not hear the earlier remark from Yundong? Huh. Wei Jianzhong was taken aback. What earlier remark? Which one? The one where he said that the 500,000 is merely a temporary loan and that he intends to use the antique as collateral. That is not a problem. Wei Jianzhong blinked, his small eyes filled with confusion. I heard him correctly. What's wrong? He said he will repay it. Wei Qianyun's expression was one of exasperation, causing Wei Jianzhong to instinctively step back in bewilderment. What is wrong with that? If it's a loan, of course, it has to be repaid. Wei Qianyun's anger was palpable, her brows furrowing as her chest heaved with emotion, prompting Wu Yundong to quickly avert his gaze. I cannot look. Staring too long at this will keep me awake at night. Sister, please do not be angry. Anger is detrimental to your health, Wei Jianzhong stammered, attempting to soothe her. Yet, in an instant, he turned to Wu Yundong. What does the antique look like? Recalling the shape of the incense burner, Wu Yundong described. It is an incense burner with a lid and 3 legs. An incense burner, a lid, 3 legs? Wei Jianzhong blinked, a spark igniting in his eyes. What shape are the lid's ears? Are they upright? Yes, they point upwards, Wu Yundong affirmed, his guard rising as he sensed the intensity of the inquiry. Wei Jianzhong's eyes glowed with enthusiasm as he grasped Wu Yundong's shoulders, urgently asking, "Where's the incense burner?" His fervent demeanor heightened Wu Yundong's wariness. "Why do you ask?" "Brother." Wei Jianzhong clung tightly to Wu Yundong's shoulders, swallowing hard before whispering, "May I see the incense burner?" This question felt more reasonable, and Wu Yundong readily nodded. "Of course, I had intended to offer it as collateral to you." "Excellent." Wei Jianzhong was so excited that his hands trembled uncontrollably. Based on Wu Yundong's description, he was nearly certain that the incense burner was a Ming Dynasty Chongtian ear golden plate, 3-legged burner. Its worth immeasurable. Even if it were a replica, its value would still be considerable. Who would have thought that a visit to Pingyu due to his sister's troubles would lead him to such a remarkable find? Wei Jianzhong. Wei Qianyun's voice erupted again, startling both him and Wu Yundong. When Wu Yundong turned to face Wei Qianyun, he was struck by the sheer terror etched upon her features. Her gaze bore into Wei Jianzhong, as if she were confronting a sworn enemy. Wei Jianzhong, however, appeared utterly perplexed. "What's the matter? Are you still pretending?" Wei Qianyun's lips quivered with anger as she pointed an accusatory finger at him. "Your sister's life was saved by Wu Yundong. I know that. Then why are you still fixated on his antique? Have you forgotten what Wu Yundong said?" "I have not forgotten," Wei Jianzhong replied, his face a mask of confusion. "Sister, I comprehend your meaning. Are you suggesting that Wu Yundong saved your life, and we ought to compensate him? But just look at Brother Yundong. With such a righteous demeanor, is he truly the kind of person who seeks to repay a favor?" Wei Qianyun was at a loss for words, her frustration palpable. Yet, Wei Jianzhong remained solemn, continuing, "Brother Yundong wishes to use antiques as collateral, which speaks to his noble character. As the most distinguished heir of the Wei family, should I not assist him?" Wei Qianyun trembled with indignation, eventually managing to utter 3 words. "You are shameless." "Thank you." Wei Jianzhong surprisingly accepted this, then turned to smile. "Brother, you see, our words are but empty promises." Wu Yundong, realizing this rotund man was willing to risk his reputation for money, promptly extended his hand. "A written acknowledgement, I presume?" "Precisely." Wei Jianzhong quickly retrieved a hero fountain pen from his pocket, along with a notebook. He opened the notebook and handed the pen to Wu Yundong, saying, "Brother, between true brothers, accounts should be clear. Please write it down." Chapter 22. A Dilemma. The acknowledgement read, "Today, Wu Yundong, ID number 3724, urgently requires funds and temporarily borrows 500,000 RMB from Wei Qianyun, with a repayment period of 3 months. Upon maturity, the total amount, including interest at bank lending rates, shall be repaid in one sum. To guarantee repayment, Wu Yundong is willing to use a Ming Dynasty incense burner as collateral. Upon full repayment, Wei Jianzhong must return the incense burner intact. This certifies the agreement. Wu Yundong, March 16, 1988. Wow, this acknowledgement is quite professional. Wei Jianzhong couldn't help but exclaim, astonished at Wu Yundong's impeccable handwriting. Wei Qianyun also looked on in surprise, glancing between the written words and Wu Yundong, a flush of color suddenly gracing her cheeks. With his handsome appearance and the neatly penned acknowledgement, it was clear he was not just a savior, but also possessed remarkable skill. Yet, she pondered why he chose to write his own name. "Brother." Wei Jianzhong finally noticed the inconsistency. "Why is my sister's name on it? With your shamelessness, how can I trust you?" However, Wu Yundong could not directly voice his thoughts and instead retorted, "Isn't this money intended for your sister? Naturally, I must write her name." "All right, writing my name is acceptable." Wei Qianyun interjected, snatching the notebook and tearing out the acknowledgement to place it in her small bag. Ignoring Wei Jianzhong's grimace, she smiled at Wu Yundong. "Let's go. We shall collect the funds." As she headed towards the door, Wei Jianzhong could not contain his frustration, calling out, "Sister, which side are you on?" I stand on the side of reason, Wei Qianyun huffed, descending the stairs first and arriving at a luxurious black automobile. Wu Yundong, having seen this vehicle in an old criminal-esque magazine, could not help but exclaim, "A Hutu done?" Wei Jianzhong turned in astonishment. "Brother, you have a keen eye. You recognize this as a Hutu done?" Wei Qianyun also gazed at Wu Yundong in surprise, unable to hide her admiration. In this contemporary era, one could hardly expect that even a modest farmer like Wu Yundong would be recognized in the provincial capital, let alone the vehicle before him. How did Wu Yundong come to know it? Had he encountered it previously? Such a notion seemed improbable. After all, was he not merely a farmer? His penmanship was impeccable. The promissory note meticulously drafted, and he even possessed a sense of caution toward his elder brother. What other secrets did this man harbor? At that moment, her curiosity regarding Wu Yundong reached its zenith. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Wei Jianzhong swung open the car door and retrieved a small travel bag from the back seat, unzipping it with a swift motion. "Brother, behold the new 100 yuan notes. I just withdrew them from the bank yesterday. Take a look, do they entice you?" This was hardly a surprise. Not only Wu Yundong, but even Wei Qianyun couldn't help but feel a flicker of envy upon witnessing such a sum. In his past life, Wu Yundong had never encountered such wealth, yet he could discern authenticity from counterfeit. As he pulled out a bundle and inspected it, noting the bank's securing strap still intact, he couldn't suppress a raised eyebrow. By mere touch, he could ascertain their genuineness. Moreover, Wei Jianzhong had no reason to prepare counterfeit currency. Furthermore, with the recent issuance of the fourth series of soft currency, the production of fake notes was not only impractical but also futile given the current purchasing power. Where would one even spend counterfeit 100 yuan notes? He took out 100,000 from his small handbag, stuffed it into the travel bag, zipped it up, and slipped back into the car. "Let us proceed. I shall guide you." His nonchalance prompted Wei Jianzhong to glance back at him with intrigue. Wei Qianyun, however, found nothing odd. After all, Wu Yundong's peculiarities were far too numerous for this to pique her interest. Noticing her brother still in a daze, she couldn't help but frown. "Drive." "Oh." Wei Jianzhong finally snapped to attention, casting another look at Wu Yundong before starting the engine. Under Wu Yundong's direction, they entered Wujiakan village as dusk approached. As soon as they arrived, a throng of children surrounded the vehicle, drawing the attention of the villagers as well. In that moment, Wei Jianzhong felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. He couldn't resist casting a smug glance at Wu Yundong, clearly indicating, "See? This is the genuine reaction people have upon seeing the vehicle." Wu Yundong, however, paid him no mind. Spotting the village chief standing nearby, he hurriedly exited the car to greet him. "Third uncle, have you eaten?" Wei Jianzhong couldn't help but look up at the sky, noticing a lingering glow at the horizon, and inquired, "Sister, do rural folks eat this early?" Silence. Wei Qianyun shot him a fierce glare, admonishing, "Perhaps this is merely their way of greeting each other?" Indeed. The elderly gentleman, around 50 years of age, beamed with wrinkles as he replied, "Not yet. Dongzi, have you eaten?" To Wu Yundong's astonishment, this was indeed how they greeted one another. Wei Jianzhong's face darkened as he watched Wu Yundong exchanging pleasantries with the old man. Unable to contain himself, he leaned out of the vehicle and called out, "Brother, don't forget about my matter." "Forget it? Just wait here," came Wu Yundong's response. "What?" Wei Jianzhong was taken aback. Turning to Wei Qianyun, "Sister, he wants us to wait here? I am not deaf." Wei Qianyun glared at Wei Jianzhong once more. But then her gaze fell upon the travel bag in the back seat, and she suddenly panicked. "Oh no, he left the money here. What are you doing?" Wei Jianzhong abruptly seized Wei Qianyun, admonishing, "Have you not yet comprehended? Wu Yundong has intentionally left the money behind." Wei Qianyun, perplexed, blinked and inquired, "Why?" "Because this young man possesses admirable character." Observing the somewhat wistful expression on Wei Jianzhong's face, Wei Qianyun blinked, suddenly feeling a surge of joy. This sensation was inexplicable, akin to the comfort she derived from her brother's evident admiration for Wu Yundong. Unbeknownst to Wu Yundong, the siblings were engaged in their conversation while he swiftly entered the house, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight of a tall, young woman. "Mimi? What brings you here?" "Mimi?" Wu Yueying, who was conversing with the girl, brightened at the mention. "Second sister, Dongzi and I need to speak." "Go ahead." Wu Yundong readily gestured, his face alight with joy. He understood his second sister's intentions, yet the young woman before him, Han Mei, was indeed his girlfriend, or rather, his ex-girlfriend. as his decision to drop out of school had inevitably led to the dissolution of their relationship. Seeing Han Mei again stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Wu Yundong, a profound and indescribable feeling. In his previous life, after he had left school, Han Mei had visited his home several times, but due to their dire financial circumstances, he had felt compelled to avoid her. He recalled his sister-in-law, Yang Yulian, mentioning that Han Mei had left in tears on her last visit. Since then, he had not seen her until 20 years later when he learned of her tragic demise. She had taken her own life due to her husband's addiction, which not only ruined their political standing but also led to the loss of their family's possessions, culminating in the sale of their child. Upon receiving the news, Wu Yundong had been enraged, wishing he could have avenged her, had not the man been apprehended by the police. Dongzi, let us step outside to talk. While Wu Yundong was lost in thought, Han Mei took the initiative to grasp his hand, leading him toward the yard. Wu Yundong needed no prompting to understand that she was there to persuade him to return to school. Yet he now possessed capital and intended to engage in the trade of treasury bonds. What should he do? Attend school or decline her request? Chapter 23. The Beauty's Dilemma. As he watched Han Mei's graceful silhouette retreat, Wu Yundong's thoughts became increasingly tangled, leaving him in a state of indecision that threatened to turn his hair gray with worry. Bang! Ouch! Han Mei exclaimed, turning back with a playful glare. Why did you deliberately bump into me? For reasons unknown, confronted with Han Mei's teasing yet unaccusing gaze, Wu Yundong found himself flustered. I didn't do it on purpose. Then why did you continue to collide with me after I had stopped? I truly did not mean to. Humph. Han Mei wrinkled her nose, pouting as she scolded. You dare to take advantage, but lack the courage to admit it. Why are you still so timid, Wu Yundong? Taking advantage and not admitting? Is that my style? Wu Yundong couldn't help but scratch the back of his head in confusion. Smack. Before he could process the situation, Han Mei playfully struck his arm. Don't make that gesture. Huh. Wu Yundong was utterly bewildered. Why? Because that gesture looks foolish and rather childish. Han Mei gazed intently at Wu Yundong, her dark, clear eyes reflecting his own face with striking clarity. Gazing blankly at the delicate visage before him, Wu Yundong felt as though he were inebriated, his mind swirling in a haze. He wished to utter words of admiration, yet found himself at a loss, struggling to articulate a single compliment. Ultimately, he consoled himself with the thought that, regardless, Mei Mei from his home was the most beautiful. He continued to watch Han Mei with a silly grin. Such a foolish expression. Han Mei blushed under his gaze and playfully scolded him, but then her curiosity piqued. Dongzi, you used to shy away from looking at me. Why are you so bold today? Wu Yundong was taken aback. Indeed, why am I so daring today? It seems my persona may be unraveling. The thought of revealing that he had been reincarnated from over 30 years in the future crossed his mind. Would Han Mei think him deranged if he spoke such a truth? Yet, how could he explain his newfound courage? Never mind. Suddenly, Han Mei broke into a radiant smile, reaching out to adjust the collar of his shirt and smoothing out the creases. She then softly inquired, Dongzi, shall we return to school? I brought you some money. With that, she produced a folded paper wallet from her pocket, revealing a stack of bills. The largest denomination was a 50, while the rest were tens, amounting to nearly 200 in total. However, Wu Yundong's focus was not on the money. His eyes were fixated on the wallet in Han Mei's hand. Though it was crudely crafted from newspaper, it was a token he had spent an entire night creating to celebrate their excellent exam results at the start of their senior year. He had not anticipated that Han Mei would carry it with her all this time. Reflecting on the tragic fate of this girl in his past life and glancing at the wallet she held, Wu Yundong's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Take it. Noticing that he was merely staring at the wallet without taking any money, Han Mei playfully scolded him, pressing the bills into his hand. But then, she caught sight of the tears in his eyes and froze. What's wrong? Dongzi, why are you crying? As she spoke, she observed large tears rolling down his cheeks and panicked, hastily reaching to wipe them away. Dongzi, please don't cry. In her attempts to console him, her own tears began to flow uncontrollably. She was unsure why she cried, yet seeing Wu Yundong in distress filled her with sorrow, compelling her to weep alongside him. Inside the house, Wu Yueying watched the scene unfold between Wu Yundong and Han Mei in the yard, her heart brimming with joy. Conversely, Wu Yuxiang wore a pained expression, muttering, You still find this amusing? Dongzi is crying so sorrowfully. He must have suffered last night. Aren't you concerned? Concerned about what? Wu Yueying cast a helpless glance at her sister, realizing that the eldest was now wiping her own tears. Sister, please refrain from adding to the chaos. How am I causing chaos? I'm simply heartbroken watching Dongzi cry. Yes, I understand you care for Dongzi, but you must consider who he is crying for, Wu Yueying replied. Wu Yuxiang, taken aback, asked in confusion, what does it matter who he is crying for? Wu Yueying sighed in exasperation, feeling utterly unable to communicate with her sister. Does it not matter? Did you not see Han Mei wiping away Dongzi's tears? What does that imply? It suggests that Dongzi is evoking Han Mei's sympathy with his tears. As one observes Han Mei, weeping more sorrowfully than Dongzi, it becomes evident that Dongzi's strategy has indeed succeeded. Alas, given the elder sister's simple-minded nature, she may never comprehend the intricacies of this matter. Perhaps it is best for her to refrain from explanations and simply embrace the role of an observer. Oh, just as she resolved to be a quiet spectator, she noticed Wu Yundong grasping Han Mei's hand, placing it against his face, which piqued her curiosity. Since when did Dongzi exhibit such boldness? Has he truly become audacious enough to hold a girl's hand? Wasn't he the one who blushed at the mere exchange of words with a female? Moreover, according to their father, Dongzi had even kicked Su Yuqing several meters away. Could that possibly be true? And Junzi mentioned that Dongzi had rescued someone at the construction site? When did he transform into such a brave soul? Ingzi, Dongzi has arrived. Upon hearing her sister's alert, Wu Yuing suddenly realized that Wu Yundong was returning, hand in hand with Han Mei, and she instantly forgot all her previous doubts, her face lighting up with surprise. No matter how much Dongzi had changed, he remained her brother. As an elder sister, she naturally wished for her brother to be cherished, particularly by someone as beautiful as Han Mei. This was a sight she had long dreamt of witnessing. Now that her dream had materialized, she had no room for lingering uncertainties. As she beheld Wu Yundong stepping through the door, especially the bashful demeanor of Han Mei, her fondness grew, prompting her to teasingly inquire, Dongzi, why are you holding her hand? Do you not realize how impolite that is? Elder sister. Before Wu Yundong could respond, Han Mei hastily interjected, it's all right. I asked Dongzi to hold my hand. You asked him to hold your hand. Why? At that moment, Han Mei found herself at a loss for words. After all, she was 3 months younger than Wu Yundong. What courage did she possess to openly acknowledge him as her boyfriend in front of others? Moreover, with Wu Yundong's sister present, her courage diminished even further. Fortunately, Wu Yundong recognized her discomfort and, embracing her shoulders, smiled. Elder sister, Mei Mei is my girlfriend. Furthermore, I've decided to attend school starting tomorrow. As he uttered these words, a sigh escaped his heart. Ah, the beauty of love. Although I am no hero, I found myself yielding without reason to Han Mei's tears. You plan to go to school? Wu Yuxiang exclaimed, both astonished and delighted, hurriedly retrieving a handkerchief pouch from her pocket. Dongzi, here is your tuition. Take it. Witnessing the joy on his elder sister's face, Wu Yundong felt a lump in his throat, and his eyes began to glisten. This is what an elder sister is. Regardless of his past misdeeds or how he may have caused her sorrow, she would always support his ambitions with financial aid. However, he declined to accept the pouch, instead presenting Han Mei's money. Elder sister, I have funds. Mei Mei prepared them for me. That is unacceptable. Wu Yuxiang's expression turned solemn as she earnestly replied. Dongzi, though our family may be poor, we must maintain our dignity. How can we squander another's money? Elder sister, I am not just anyone. Yet faced with Han Mei's determined countenance, Wu Yuxiang found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 24. The disparity is too great. Although Wu Yundong had just confessed to her, Han Mei was overjoyed and naturally felt compelled to assert her position before Wu Yundong's family. Wu Yuxiang, despite her simple and honest nature, comprehended the implication behind Han Mei's words. If she refrained from allowing Dongzi to use her money, would it jeopardize his relationship with his girlfriend? This dilemma brought an unexpected smile to Wu Yundong's face. Sister, Mei Mei is my girlfriend. Isn't it natural for me to spend her money? Wu Yueying frowned suddenly. Dongzi, you are mistaken. Since you are not married, there is no obligation. Wu Yundong, aware of his second sister's astuteness and her inability to be easily swayed, promptly replied. Well then, may I borrow it temporarily? She is my girlfriend, and you both are my sisters. To me, you are all family. Borrowing from her is no different from borrowing from you. Wu Yueying sensed something amiss with Wu Yundong's reasoning, yet she couldn't pinpoint the flaw, causing her to furrow her brow. Not wishing to give her time to ponder, Wu Yundong hurriedly continued, let us settle this. I will go to school tomorrow. And now I will take Mei Mei home. How can that be? Wu Yuxiang immediately protested. It is Mei Mei's first visit to our home. She must at least have a meal with us. Han Mei, hearing this, quickly declined. Sister, my mother and I have an agreement. I must return home for dinner. Wu Yuxiang found herself in a predicament again. Concerned that she might overthink, Han Mei hurriedly explained, Sister, Dongzi and I have already established our relationship. So regardless of whether I have dinner or not, that will not change. You can rest assured. I feel sorry for you. I am not at all wronged. Han Mei chuckled, wrapping her arms around Wu Yundong's, adding, Besides, Dongzi would never let me feel wronged. Indeed, Wu Yuxiang immediately took on the authoritative role of an elder sister, glaring at Wu Yundong as she admonished, If you ever mistreat Mei Mei in the future, I will not let you off easily. Yes, yes. Wu Yundong had no choice but to acquiesce to his elder sister. Sister, you do not understand Mei Mei. She possesses a pure, kind, and cheerful disposition. Not only does she not bring me distress, but she often gives me guidance. Listening to the praises from her beloved, Han Mei felt a sense of joy, yet she was aware that time was slipping away, prompting her to say, Sister, it's getting late. I must leave. Wait. Wu Yueying suddenly called out. Han Mei, puzzled, watched as Wu Yueying unfolded a handkerchief and handed her several hundred yuan, which startled her, causing her to step back in alarm. Second sister, what are you doing? I cannot accept this money. Why not? Wu Yueying's expression darkened. Since you have established a relationship with Dongzi, you are now considered the future daughter-in-law of the Wu family. Today is your first visit. While it is acceptable if you do not have dinner, we, as your sisters, must express our goodwill. As she spoke, she divided the money into 5 portions, presenting 400 yuan. This is a greeting gift from our parents. This 400 yuan is from me, the eldest sister, the third sister, and your brother Jingzi. Han Mei was taken aback. She could hardly believe that Wu Yueying would take such an initiative. She hesitated to accept it, fearing Wu Yueying's displeasure. Yet she was also concerned about how to explain it to her mother at home. Ultimately, she cast a pleading glance at Wu Yundong. No need to look at him. Wu Yueying glanced at Wu Yundong before turning to Han Mei. Are you Dongzi's girlfriend? That is not in question. Han Mei promptly nodded. Yes. Will you separate from Dongzi in the future? Though the matter remains somewhat uncertain, Han Mei is unwavering in her belief in her relationship with Wu Yundong. Thus, she nods in affirmation. Wu Yueying refrains from inquiring further and instead directly places money into Han Mei's hands, asserting, Take this. Although our Wu family may be less affluent, we will not allow you to fret over finances. Wu Yundong then comprehends that his sister is reluctant to let him spend Han Mei's money and has concocted this excuse to express her refusal. Despite his awareness, he finds himself at a loss for words. The reason is simple. It is a family rule established by Wu Shao that even married daughters must retain their dignity. Noticing Han Mei's bewilderment as she gazes at him in a daze, he cannot help but chuckle. What are you staring at? If my sister gives it to you, just accept it. But it's too much. Han Mei's innocent and confused demeanor is somewhat endearing, prompting Wu Yundong to exclaim with laughter, Then consider it my betrothal gift. Han Mei, aware that Wu Yundong is teasing her, pouts slightly yet takes the money, saying, Eldest sister, second sister, I must be on my way. Farewell. Farewell. The two sisters quickly rise to see her off. Wu Yundong pushes the bicycle as they exit through the gate, and just as he intends to mount it, he spots his brother Wu Yunjin and his wife. He swiftly turns to introduce, Mimi, this is my brother and sister-in-law. Han Mei suddenly sticks out her tongue and says, Dongzi, you have 3 sisters and a brother. You are simply too fortunate. Indeed, with my siblings' affection, I am truly blessed. Yet my eldest sister sacrifices so much for this family. Wu Yundong reflects momentarily when he hears Yang Yulian's voice calling. Dongzi, are you home? Yes, he replies. Then turns to introduce Han Mei, brother, sister-in-law. This is my girlfriend Han Mei. Yang Yulian is taken aback, and upon recognizing Han Mei, her expression shifts to one of even greater astonishment. Wu Yunjin, oblivious to his wife's change in demeanor, greets them with a smile. Hello. Hello, brother. Han Mei smiles at Wu Yunjin before turning to Yang Yulian, but the word sister-in-law fails to escape her lips, her face revealing a similar surprise. Sister Yang? You know each other? Wu Yundong inquires, puzzled. Yang Yulian hastily nods. Yes, we have indeed met, but I did not expect Han. Han Mei quickly interjects, smiling. It's getting dark. I must return home swiftly. Goodbye, Sister Yang. Before Yang Yulian can respond, she pulls Wu Yundong along hurriedly. Wu Yunjin watches in confusion and turns to ask, why did Dongzi's girlfriend leave? Yang Yulian, however, gazes after Han Mei's retreating figure, and once Wu Yundong and Han Mei vanish from sight, she exclaims, good heavens, the daughter of Town Chief Han is actually Dongzi's girlfriend. What? The Town Chief? Wu Yundong's eyes widen in disbelief, and he quickly turns to look back down the alley. Unfortunately, the alley is now devoid of any trace of them, forcing him to return to Yang Yulian, asking intently, Yulian, is Dongzi's girlfriend truly the daughter of Town Chief Han? Is there any doubt? Yang Yulian finally regains her composure, her expression now brimming with excitement. My father works at the village canteen, and I have helped out there plenty. Of course, I recognize the daughter of Town Chief Han. Wu Yundong was indeed taken aback. Good heavens, Dongzi has actually found a girlfriend who is the daughter of the village chief. That's quite impressive. Just then, as he spoke, Wu Yuqing and Wu Yuxiang emerged from the courtyard, pushing their bicycles. Upon seeing her elder sister, Wu Yunjing hurriedly revealed Han Mei's identity and excitedly exclaimed, elder sister. Second sister, don't you think Dongzi is amazing? While Wu Yuxiang was quite thrilled, Wu Yuqing's expression soured. I just fear that we may be overly optimistic. How could that be? I see a strong bond between them, Wu Yunjing quickly countered. But her father is the town chief, and what about our family? This statement from Wu Yuqing left everyone momentarily speechless, as their earlier excitement swiftly transformed into unease. Chapter 25, truly delightful in the 1980s. The disparity between social classes was more pronounced than in later times. Although the Cultural Revolution had long since concluded, the remnants of class struggle still lingered. Particularly, Wu Yundong's family background as a wealthy peasant was incomparable to that of ordinary folks, and how could he dare to compare himself to a town chief? Even without the notion of class distinction, there was no basis for comparison with the town chief. Contemplating Wu Yundong's future fate, the siblings fell into a contemplative silence. Yang Yulian, however, did not dwell on such concerns. She merely thought that their family could establish a connection with the town chief, and that Wu Yunzheng would surely benefit from it. Thus, her heart was filled with hopeful aspirations, untroubled by the reservations of Wu Yuqing and others. Yet, since she could not offer any counsel, she turned her gaze toward the alley entrance and spotted Wu Yundong, unable to resist calling out, elder sister, second sister, look, Dongzi is back. Indeed, Wu Yundong had returned. Upon exiting the alley, he spotted the distinctive vehicle and recalled the matter regarding the incense burner. Nevertheless, the enormity of the world paled in comparison to the importance of escorting his girlfriend home. Thus, he approached the vehicle and briefed Wei Jianzhong on the situation, instructing them to wait there. To his surprise, Wei Qianyun outright refused. Wu Yundong, deliver the incense burner to the Pingyu Hotel tomorrow. My brother and I will be waiting for you there. Tomorrow won't work. I have school, Wu Yundong replied after some contemplation. What if I come by at noon tomorrow? How does that sound? Wei Jianzhong was eager to see the incense burner immediately, but upon glancing at Han Mei waiting outside, and then at his sister's icy demeanor, he realized his hopes were rather slim and quickly looked to Wei Qianyun. As he anticipated, Wei Qianyun impatiently tossed her travel bag out of the car window. Fine. Let's do it that way. Wu Yundong hastily reached out to catch the bag. When he looked up again, he found that the distinctive vehicle had already sped away, leaving a cloud of dust that caused him to cough twice. Dongzi, Han Mei suddenly approached, gazing at the departing vehicle's silhouette and inquired, who was that woman? A manager from a real estate company, Wu Yundong replied absently, still pondering why Wei Qianyun had changed her demeanor. Han Mei glanced at Wu Yundong's expression and suddenly asked, how do you know her? Wu Yundong turned to look at Han Mei and broke into a smile. What's the matter? Are you feeling jealous? Uffed. Han Mei scoffed. I couldn't care less about jealousy. I'm just curious how you came to know such a wealthy individual. Having known each other for nearly 3 years, Wu Yundong had thoroughly understood Han Mei's character and recognized that her curiosity was genuine rather than jealousy. Consequently, he recounted the events of how he had rescued Wei Qianyun. As for the matter of borrowing money, he chose not to mention it, not because it was unspeakable, but rather because he had yet to earn any and preferred to keep it to himself. Wow, you saved someone. My boyfriend is truly handsome, Han Mei exclaimed, her face radiating admiration, her sparkling eyes nearly bursting with excitement. Wu Yundong, aware of her playful antics, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Wait here for a moment. I will return this item, he said. All right, but please be quick, she replied. Wu Yundong then carried his travel bag home. where he encountered Wu Yuxiang and others waiting at the door. When Yang Yulian revealed Han Mei's identity, he could not resist scratching the back of his head, realizing, "So she is the mayor's daughter. I have indeed struck gold." "Dongzi," Wu Yueying admonished lightly, then inquired, "What about our second sister?" Wu Yundong understood Wu Yueying's concerns. Yet he remained unconcerned. After all, he was a reborn individual. While he could not ascertain the heights of his future career, he felt confident about becoming a wealthy man in this life. What of the mayor? In a couple of years, even the department heads and mayors might venture to Xincheng. He interjected cheerfully, "Who can predict the future? I cannot simply cease my relationship with Mei due to our family's disparities." Wu Yueying was momentarily at a loss for words. But upon observing Wu Yundong's nonchalance, she decided it was unworthy of further contemplation. If he himself was unconcerned, what use was her worry? It was better to return home quickly, lest the children go hungry. The sisters rode off on their bicycles. But Yang Yulian noticed the travel bag in Wu Yundong's hand and immediately inquired, "Dongzi, what is this?" "Just some clothes," he replied, refraining from disclosing the money within, and promptly retreated to his bedroom. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yang Yulian. Rather, the money was borrowed, and he wished to keep it confidential until repaid. He tucked the travel bag under his writing desk, retrieved the incense burner, placed it in a fertilizer bag, and returned to the street. Han Mei had not yet departed. Upon seeing him return, she beamed and asked, "Is this the incense burner?" Wu Yundong was taken aback, puzzled by how she knew. Judging by her expression, Han Mei quickly discerned his confusion and rolled her eyes. "I'm not deaf. I heard you speaking with that woman just now." Realizing his oversight, Wu Yundong couldn't help but smile wryly and hastily changed the subject. "Let us go. You carry the bag, and I'll drive you." However, Han Mei did not hand him the bicycle, but instead pushed it forward herself, saying, "Your item is quite precious. I fear I might drop it. Let me lead the way." After a few steps, she mounted her bicycle and called back, "Come on, what are you waiting for?" With her assertiveness, Wu Yundong felt no need for hesitation and quickly caught up, taking a seat on the rear of the bike. The night had not fully enveloped the sky, and although the streets were sparse with pedestrians, Han Mei, in high spirits, began to hum a tune. Listening to her cheerful song and watching her figure, Wu Yundong felt a sudden stir in his heart. He then transferred the bag of fertilizer to his left hand, extending his right hand gently to embrace Han Mei's waist. As his hand descended to Han Mei's lower abdomen, he sensed her body stiffen abruptly, silencing her melodic voice. Concerned that she might be overly tense, he rode the bicycle toward the roadside ditch, hurriedly cautioning, "You're still on the bike. Do be careful not to throw me into the ditch." Han Mei, jolted back to reality, huffed and turned to scold him, "You are being a rogue." Wu Yundong, unwilling to accept such an accusation, immediately retorted, "You are wronging me. This is merely a habit of the passenger." Infuriated, Han Mei thought that if her hands weren't gripping the handlebars, she would have turned around to strangle him. How dare he take such liberties and not even acknowledge it? After a moment's contemplation, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that even a habit? How would I know? You're the one bringing me along. If you were sitting behind, would you fear the bike swaying? And if you were scared, would you not find something to hold on to? You are the thing." Han Mei, exasperated, could only curse him fiercely. She then glanced at the hand resting on her abdomen, admonishing, "No more moving around. Do you hear me?" "Understood," Wu Yundong replied with a grin. Reborn, and still able to embrace the waist of the girl he cherished, this feeling was undeniably exhilarating. Chapter 26. Disregarded. Despite the delightful sensation of holding Han Mei and having solidified their relationship, as they approached the entrance of the town government compound, Wu Yundong instinctively withdrew his hand. In his previous life, he had encountered Han Mei's mother and was well aware of her formidable and intimidating demeanor. Her authority within the household was even more pronounced than that of his own family patriarch, Wu Xiao. At least within his home, Wu Yueying dared to stand her ground against Wu Xiao. However, according to Han Mei, when her mother, Gao Yaji, became enraged, not only did Han Mei herself refrain from uttering a word, but her father would not even dare to breathe audibly. It was precisely due to Gao Yaji's domineering nature that in his previous life, Han Mei was compelled to marry a minor department head at the tax bureau. Ultimately, that man fell into drug abuse, was arrested, and subsequently dismissed from the bureau. After losing his job, he squandered the family fortune in no time and even had the audacity to target Han Mei. He audaciously suggested that Han Mei engage in selling her body to earn money. When she refused, he secretly sold their 3-year-old daughter to human traffickers. In her desperate search for her daughter, devoid of hope for the future, Han Mei succumbed to despair and took her own life. Though all of this had no direct bearing on Wu Yundong, had he not avoided her after dropping out of school, Han Mei would not have failed her college entrance exams, nor would she have been forced to marry a scoundrel a decade her senior under Gao Yazi's coercion, thus avoiding the subsequent misfortunes. Therefore, upon learning of Han Mei's suicide in his previous life, he was consumed by fury and guilt. In this life, he chose to confess his feelings, partly to atone for the guilt he felt towards this girl in his previous existence, and partly to alter the course of her destiny. However, Han Mei's beauty, her rationality, her vivacious and charming personality, coupled with more than 2 years of emotional connection, were undeniable reasons as well. You are quite self-aware, Han Mei remarked with a smile over her shoulder, gently squeezing the bike's brake. Wu Yundong hurriedly jumped down from the car, gazing towards the entrance of the town hall, and said with a smile, "Come on, I'll watch you go in." Han Mei did not leave, but instead asked earnestly, "Are you sure you won't deceive me?" "What?" Wu Yundong was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the expression on Han Mei's face, he suddenly understood. "Rest assured, when I say I'm going to school, I will definitely go tomorrow. Besides, I could never deceive you in my lifetime." Upon hearing this, a jubilant smile instantly lit up Han Mei's face. Hee. I really like that last sentence. Her adorableness stirred something within Wu Yundong, prompting him to mischievously inquire, "So, is there a reward?" Han Mei was momentarily stunned, her left hand gripping the bicycle handle while her right hand fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, her demeanor awkward as she turned slightly, murmuring, "What kind of reward do you want?" At the sight of her expression, Wu Yundong felt like a little mouse was scratching at his heart, causing an unquenchable itch. Just as he pondered whether to indulge in some mischief, a voice suddenly called out from the entrance of the town hall. Startled by the shout, Han Mei turned around like a frightened little rabbit. Wu Yundong followed suit, his expression shifting dramatically upon spotting the woman emerging at the town hall entrance. "Dongzi, my mom is here. You should hurry and leave," Han Mei whispered urgently, not even glancing back at Wu Yundong as she pushed her bicycle toward the woman. "Mom, why are you out here?" "Humph," Gao Yaji huffed, her gaze fixated on Wu Yundong, who was carrying a bag of fertilizer. "Who is he?" Han Mei glanced back at Wu Yundong and explained, "He's my classmate. It's getting dark, so I had him see me home." Gao Yazi appeared skeptical, but Wu Yundong had already turned the corner and was out of sight. She could only sternly admonish her daughter, "From now on, you are not allowed to associate with male classmates. Do you understand?" "I understand," Han Mei cheerfully replied, then pushed her bicycle into the courtyard. Just before entering, she turned back to look down the street, catching a glimpse of Wu Yundong's receding figure, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Wu Yundong hurriedly carried the bag of fertilizer towards the Pingyu Hotel. Fortunately, the hotel was not far from the town hall, merely a couple of miles away. Otherwise, he would have truly worried about whether he could make it. Since his arrest yesterday, he had only consumed a bun at the police station and had not eaten anything else. As the events unfolded, he had lost his appetite, not even registering hunger. However, walking alone on the street, the pangs of hunger struck him suddenly, making him feel as though stars were dancing before his eyes. Despite having 200 yuan that Han Mei had given him, he was preoccupied with the incense burner in his possession and lacked the inclination to eat. So he persevered until he reached the Pingyu Hotel. Upon arriving at the reception desk, he inquired of the attendant seated inside, "Excuse me, which room is Wei Jinzhong staying in? And who are you?" The young female attendant, in her 20s, regarded Wu Yundong with an air of superiority, her gaze akin to that of someone assessing a pile of refuse. In this era, those who worked in hotels typically had connections, and Wu Yundong was well aware that she looked down upon him, yet he could do nothing but smile and reply, "I am his friend." "Friend?" The waitress curled her lip in disdain and asked, "Do you even know who Director Wei is?" Wu Yundong frowned, his anger surging within him. However, recalling his purpose for being there, he suppressed his temper and replied, "Yes, he is the chairman of Huanyu Group." "Since you know, how can you claim to be his friend?" The waitress slammed her palm on the table and barked, "Look at what you're wearing. You resemble a beggar. Are you not aware that one cannot enter a hotel in such disarray? What if your presence disturbs the other guests?" Her words were deeply humiliating. Despite Wu Yundong's efforts to remain composed, he could no longer contain his ire and retorted coldly, My attire is disheveled? Pray tell, what aspect of my clothing is untidy? Is it that I have not buttoned my shirt, or that I am lacking shoes? The waitress, taken aback by his audacity to respond, quickly regained her composure. What did you say? I assert that you are poorly dressed, and that is simply the case. Leave at once. This is the largest hotel in Pingyu. Not a place for someone like you. Fuming, Wu Yundong's face turned ashen, and just as he was about to speak, two individuals descended from the staircase. One of them, a stout man, bellowed, Lu Ping, what is going on? Why the commotion? The waitress named Lu Ping swiftly turned around, smiling at the stout man. Uncle, a beggar has arrived, and I was just about to escort him out. What uncle? You should address me as director. The stout man reprimanded Lu Ping before turning his gaze toward Wu Yundong, his eyes scrutinizing and tinged with arrogance. Though uncomfortable, Wu Yundong ignored him, his attention fixated on the stout man behind him. What a coincidence to encounter Wei Jinzhong here. It seems that those who have been reborn possess an uncanny fortune. Upon locking eyes with Wu Yundong, Wei Jinzhong burst into hearty laughter. Yundong, who would have thought you'd become a beggar? Indeed. Wu Yundong did not deny it, but instead played along. As night has fallen, I have come to seek sustenance from you. You seek food from me? Wei Jinzhong's small eyes twinkled as they fell upon a fertilizer bag, and his expression brightened instantly. Have you brought the goods? Wu Yundong patted his stomach. Chairman Wei, I am quite hungry. Old Yang. Without a second thought, Wei Jinzhong called out to the stout man, quickly prepare something to eat. The stout man looked utterly astonished. Chairman Wei, you truly know him? Chapter 27. Killing with a borrowed knife. The stout man's incredulity thoroughly incensed Wei Jinzhong, who pointed at his own eyes and scolded. Do you think I am blind? Wei Jinzhong's reputation was well known, and as the head of the hotel's procurement department, the stout man was acutely aware of the importance of currying favor with him. He dared not provoke him. Chairman Wei, he quickly donned a smile, shaking his head in denial. How could that be? If you were blind, then my eyes would be mere glass marbles. Then why do you still doubt my words? Wei Jinzhong's anger was not quelled by the flattery. Instead, he pointed at Wu Yundong and shouted, Do you know who he is? The stout man was instantly puzzled. Thinking to himself, how would I know who he is? He quickly scanned Wu Yundong, observing that although he appeared delicate and even somewhat handsome, his clothing was faded and ill-fitting, clearly not his own size. Such an individual, dressed in this manner, is evidently a poor lad hailing from the countryside. But would Wei Jinzhong be so indiscriminate? Absolutely not. Thus, this young man must possess some significance. What is he gazing at? Upon noticing the frantic movement of his eyes, Wei Jinzhong's irritation escalated, and he continued to berate him. This is my brother, Wu Yundong. The chubby man was left utterly bewildered. How can you claim he is your brother when you bear no resemblance whatsoever? Do you take me for blind? Yet, due to Wei Jinzhong's esteemed position, he dared not offend him and could only force a smile while nodding repeatedly. Chairman Wei, I understand. Understanding is one thing. But why aren't you hurrying to prepare the meal? Wei Jinzhong cursed under his breath, then turned to Wu Yundong. Yundong, would you care for some wine? Upon hearing the mention of wine, Wu Yundong felt an involuntary itch in his throat. In his previous life, although he wasn't a drunkard, he still indulged in a bit of drink daily. Even after being sentenced to prison, his craving for alcohol persisted. Though he remained silent, Wei Jinzhong discerned his interest immediately and barked, Bring 2 bottles of Matai. Matai? Wu Yundong's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. According to his recollections, Matai was relatively inexpensive at this time, a far cry from the exorbitant prices of thousands of yuan per bottle in the future. If he were to stockpile some, could it lead to a modest fortune? Yundong, let us hasten to my room, came Wei Jinzhong's voice. As Wu Yundong turned, he met Wei Jinzhong's predatory gaze and couldn't help but smile. The chubby man exhibited greed, yet did not resort to outright theft or deceit, indicating that he had some principles. Although he was aware that Wei Jinzhong wished to see the incense burner, he did not rush to acquiesce, instead smilingly remarked, Chairman Wei, I would love to ascend, but there are those who wish to prevent my ascent. Who? Wei Jinzhong's rage ignited, and upon seeing Lu Ping, his expression twisted into one of fury. Is it you? Lu Ping trembled in fear, bursting into tears. Little did she anticipate that merely mocking a rural lad would offend the esteemed Chairman Wei, whom her uncle sought to curry favor with. This was disastrous. The job she had painstakingly secured through numerous connections was now in jeopardy. How could you still be crying? Wei Jinzhong glared furiously. then suddenly spotted the chubby man emerging from the kitchen and shouted, "Old Yang, come here this instant." The chubby man, having just arranged the kitchen, was taken aback by the reprimand and felt dejected. However, he could not afford to provoke Wei Jianzhong and thus approached with a forced smile. "Chairman Wei, what has happened? Who has angered you?" "Her." Wei Jianzhong pointed at Lu Ping, glaring as he scolded. "Ask her what she has done to my brother." "Huh." The chubby man was momentarily stunned, recalling Lu Ping's earlier commotion as he suddenly reacted, turning to shout, "Lu Ping, did you just show disdain towards a guest?" Lu Ping had long since ceased her tears, but the sharp reprimand from her uncle left her feeling unjustly treated. "Uncle, he is the one wearing tattered clothes." The chubby man, now fully aware of the situation, barked immediately, "Go back, pack your things, and return home." What? The worst-case scenario she had anticipated was unfolding, and Lu Ping's legs weakened as she pleaded, "Uncle, please don't fire me. What use is your pleading to me?" The overweight man, incensed by the lack of ambition displayed, cast a sidelong glance at Wei Jianzhong, indicating that the true authority lay elsewhere. Lu Ping, exhibiting a modicum of cleverness, hurriedly implored Wei Jianzhong, "Chairman Wei, I truly had no inkling that he was your brother. Please do not hold this against me." Wei Jianzhong turned his head, directing his gaze toward Wu Yundong. While Lu Ping could easily offer her apologies to Wei Jianzhong, the prospect of extending the same courtesy to Wu Yundong stirred a sense of defiance within her. Why should she apologize? After all, she was a city dweller. What merit did a rural individual possess to warrant such an act? "Chairman Wei, I believe I shall take my leave," she declared. Wu Yundong, perceiving Lu Ping's internal conflict, could not suppress a smirk. Did she still hesitate to apologize? Even if she wished to, he had no intention of granting her that opportunity. The overweight man, upon hearing this, became alarmed and bellowed, "Lu Ping, do you not know to whom you should apologize?" While Lu Ping continued to grapple with her indecision, Wu Yundong sighed. "Chairman Wei, I really ought to return." "Return? What purpose does that serve? This hotel is far too upscale for someone of my status." Wu Yundong's words dripped with sarcasm, prompting Wei Jianzhong to blink in confusion. Just moments ago, this fellow had suggested entering a room with him, yet now he wished to depart. Amidst his perplexity, Wei Jianzhong suddenly noticed Wu Yundong shaking the fertilizer bag in his hand, and a dawning realization washed over him, accompanied by an exasperated frown. It became evident that this young man had just engaged in some veiled mockery toward a woman. Otherwise, he would not seek to use Wei Jianzhong as a means to impart a lesson. How utterly vexing. Is it merely because he feels looked down upon? How can one harbor such a fragile ego and desire for vengeance? Yet, despite recognizing Wu Yundong's intentions, Wei Jianzhong found himself powerless to act. After all, he had taken a liking to the incense burner. Aware of being manipulated, he nonetheless felt compelled to assist with utmost diligence. With this realization, he adopted a stern demeanor. "Old Yang, your service here leaves much to be desired. I must report this to your superiors." The overweight man, no longer a mere youth, recognized the underlying dynamics and understood that Wei Jianzhong was exerting pressure upon him. He quickly turned and shouted, "Lu Ping, you are terminated. Pack your belongings and leave at once." "Uncle, I am not your uncle. Leave now." The overweight man was now thoroughly incensed. What a troublesome individual, always stirring up chaos. Today it is Wei Jianzhong. Who knows who she may look down upon next time? For my own sake, she should be dismissed. After all, one must prioritize their own interests over those of others. Lu Ping, now defeated, departed the service desk in tears. Despite her pitiable state, Wu Yundong felt no sympathy. To look down upon others while lacking the capacity to do so carries its own consequences. As the overweight man watched Lu Ping's figure fade from view, he turned back with a grin. "Chairman Wei, I have dealt with the troublemaker, as you can see." Wei Jianzhong dismissively waved his hand, but then turned to Wu Yundong. "Brother, it is time for us to head to my room." Wu Yundong, having come to deliver the incense burner, naturally did not decline and followed Wei Jianzhong to the third floor, entering a room. Bang! Wei Jianzhong swiftly closed the door behind him and eagerly gazed at the bag of fertilizer in Wu Yundong's hands. "Brother, that must be the incense burner inside, right? Hurry, let me have a look." Once Wu Yundong revealed the incense burner, Wei immediately produced a magnifying glass and scrutinized it closely. After a thorough examination that lasted half an hour, he suddenly set the magnifying glass aside and turned to Wu Yundong, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea how much this is worth? To think you would store it in such a manner. Are you out of your mind?" Chapter 28. Entangled in one's own web, seeing his own belongings, yet still hurling insults? Wu Yundong was infuriated. You're the one who's lost it. Give me back my things. Not a chance, Wei Jinzhong declared, clutching the incense burner as though it were gold, shouting at Wu Yundong. It's mine. Good grief. Wu Yundong couldn't help but curse. He simply couldn't comprehend how something that belonged to him had become Wei's. Observing Wei Jinzhong's demeanor, he laughed in anger. Do you wish to seize it openly? But are you really capable of that? Noticing the disdain in Wu Yundong's gaze, Wei Jinzhong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He remembered that although he was in his 20s and rather portly, he despised fighting. Wu Yundong, despite his lean frame, was a farmer, and even performing farm labor would grant him greater strength. Realizing his own shortcomings and seeing Wu Yundong's intent to confront, he hastily clarified, Brother, I have no intention of robbing you. Then why do you claim the incense burner is yours? Because you took my money, Wei Jinzhong replied, wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Thankfully, the girl had thrown the money to him. Otherwise, he would have found himself at a loss for justification. I did take your money, but it's clearly stated that this incense burner is collateral. As the chairman of a major corporation, you wouldn't be so ignorant as to not understand the meaning of collateral, would you? Wei Jinzhong opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Damn it, how could I forget that? Had I known the incense burner was indeed a magnificent three-legged vessel, I wouldn't have been foolish enough to ask Wu Yundong for an IOU. Without that IOU, since he accepted the money, wouldn't I be able to claim the incense burner without any qualms? Entangled in his own web, he lamented silently, forcing a smile as he said, Brother, how about I tear up the IOU? Why would you do that? Because I wish to purchase this incense burner from you. Not a chance. Wu Yundong rejected without a moment's hesitation. Even if he knew little about antiques, he could see from Wei Jinzhong's expression that this incense burner was undoubtedly a valuable item. Likely, in a previous life, Su Yuqing had also been deceived. Knowing it was a good item, how could he possibly sell it? That would be sheer folly. Suddenly, Wei Jinzhong slapped himself hard across the face, the force causing the flesh on his cheeks to ripple like waves. Wu Yundong couldn't help but smirk, yet he resolutely stated, Don't resort to self-pity. That tactic won't work on me. Even if you slap yourself or harm yourself, I still won't sell. Who the hell is harming themselves? Wei Jinzhong, realizing he couldn't acquire the incense burner, dropped the pretense of sophistication and muttered, I simply despise my own loose tongue. Loose tongue? Wu Yundong was bewildered. The more innocent he appeared, the angrier Wei Jinzhong became, furiously striking the incense burner as he cursed, if it weren't for my eager enthusiasm. Would you even know the value of this item? Although he had hit the nail on the head, Wu Yundong was nonetheless pained by the sight of him striking the incense burner. Be careful, will you? If you break it, you'll be the one to pay. Wei Jinzhong shot him a glare, only to realize he was indeed hitting the burner, his face contorting with regret. Oh dear, how could I be so careless? He quickly began to caress the incense burner with a delicate touch, as if he were tenderly stroking an unparalleled beauty. Though aware of the incense burner's worth, Wu Yundong found himself repulsed by Wei Jinzhong's lewd behavior, unable to refrain from sneering. What are you doing? Regardless of its value, you shouldn't treat it like that. Isn't it just a bit distasteful? Distasteful, my foot, Wei Jinzhong retorted, then quickly donned a charming smile. Brother, come on, you are my elder brother, right? Let us discuss this. Wu Yundong suppressed his disgust, eager to shatter the delusions of this rotund man. He couldn't fathom how someone like Wei Jinzhong, who could effortlessly produce 500,000, could be so shameless. With such a rapid change in demeanor, even a master of face-changing in Sichuan opera would likely applaud in admiration. It seems there's truly no hope this time, he thought with a sigh of frustration, his caressing of the incense burner growing increasingly tender. Just as Wu Yundong felt the urge to explode in anger, there came a soft knock on the door. He was about to respond when he heard Wei Jinzhong's deep voice command, Come in. Curious, he turned to see Wei Jinzhong sitting upright, the incense burner now placed on the ground, exuding an air of reverence. Just moments ago, he had been lewd. Now, he was a picture of decorum. Who could imagine he had once displayed such a crass demeanor? The character of this rotund man seemed increasingly questionable. The door opened, revealing a server carrying a food box, who placed several small dishes on the coffee table, sauced tendon, cucumber with pig ears, a plate of sauced beef, a bowl of peanuts, and finally, 2 bottles of Maodai. The aroma of meat wafted through the air, making Wu Yundong swallow hard. Just as he was about to speak, His stomach growled audibly, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Fortunately, the young waitress merely smiled at him before turning to leave. Of course, everyone knew Lu Ping looked down upon the boy who had been expelled. He had no influential uncle in a managerial position. It was better to work diligently. Wei Jinzhong, having heard Wu Yundong's stomach rumble, could not help but chuckle. You really are something. Observing Wu Yundong devouring the food, he couldn't suppress a smirk. Even if you're starving, you should use chopsticks. Eating with your hands is unsanitary. Uffed. Wu Yundong rolled his eyes and retorted, in our village, we don't fuss about such things. Are you planning to stay in the village forever? Wei Qianyun happened to enter at that moment, prompting her to ask. Wu Yundong paused, then shook his head. Nonsense. After enduring the trials of rebirth, how could one remain in the countryside, bereft of opportunities to amass wealth, rectify past regrets, and repay the affection bestowed by elder siblings? Wei Qianyun deftly closed the door and gracefully settled beside Wu Yundong, extending a pair of chopsticks towards him. Since you are disinclined, let us alter our approach through our dining etiquette. Wu Yundong glanced at his greasy hands, then at Wei Qianyun's delicate fingers, where clear veins coursed beneath fair skin, and couldn't he help but stretch his neck, forcing down the pig's ear with difficulty. Take it. Wei Qianyun firmly placed the chopsticks in Wu Yundong's hands and turned to retrieve a bottle of liquor. Are you still planning to drink? Don't move, Wu Yundong exclaimed immediately. Under Wei Qianyun's astonished gaze, he chuckled awkwardly. Well, I was thinking of taking the wine home. How outrageous. Wei Jinzhong interjected, glaring with discontent. Are you going to eat and take as well? Do you think this is your home? What of it if he takes it home? Wei Qianyun shot a glance at Wei Jinzhong, shoving 2 bottles of Mao Tai into a fertilizer bag. Hurry up and eat. Once you're finished, return home swiftly. Don't keep your family worried. Wu Yundong felt a mix of confusion and gratitude swelling within him. Yet, as he surveyed the empty plates before him, he sensed it was time for him to depart. Within just 5 minutes, he had devoured 4 plates of meat. Such a rapid clearing of the table was undeniably embarrassing. Chapter 29. The veteran Wu Yundong departed, clutching the fertilizer bag as if fleeing. Wei Qianyun intended to see him off, but before she reached the door, he had already descended the stairs, prompting her to stifle a laugh against the doorframe. She had initially perceived him as mature beyond his years, harboring wisdom of an old soul. However, recent events revealed he was, in fact, still quite naive. Qianyun, where's that IOU? In my room. Wei Qianyun glanced back at Wei Jinzhong, noticing his anxious expression, and couldn't he help but inquire. What is the matter? Bring it to me quickly. Why? Do not ask. I must tear it up. Wei Jinzhong appeared visibly agitated, his breathing quickening. Wei Qianyun resisted his outstretched hand, skepticism evident in her voice. Why would you tear it? I thought you valued money above all. Just don't ask, Wei Jinzhong insisted, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he pressed her. Hurry. Previously, she had been utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why her brother, known for his frugality, was acting so peculiarly. Tearing up the IOU would mean forfeiting Wu Yundong's 500,000. Wait, you must be hiding something from me. Wei Qianyun furrowed her brow, locking her gaze onto Wei Jinzhong's eyes. Speak, what is truly going on? Wei Jinzhong, initially poised to fabricate a lie, crumbled under her scrutiny. It's the incense burner. He suddenly turned, retrieving a 3-legged incense burner from the floor beside the coffee table. Sister, do you know which dynasty this belongs to? It's from the Shang and Zhou periods. Do you have any idea how much it's worth? At least 5 million. His excitement grew, his words tumbling forth with fervor, and froth began to form at the corners of his mouth as he continued to entice her. You know our grandfather has a passion for antiques. If we bring this incense burner home, not only will you gain his favor, but I too will secure my position within the family. Wei Qianyun finally comprehended Wei Jinzhong's intentions. He sought to acquire 500,000 by deceitfully appropriating the 5 million worth of assets belonging to Wu Yundong. Such an act, regardless of whether the counterpart was Wu Yundong or another, she could never condone. Sister, Wei Jinzhong grasped Wei Qianyun's hand firmly. Will you assist your brother just this once? Absolutely not. Wei Qianyun replied with unwavering conviction, turning back with indignation. Wei Jinzhong, have you forgotten our grandfather's teachings? A gentleman should acquire wealth through righteous means. Now, let go. With a wave of disdain, she shook off his grasp and strode towards the exit. Are you seriously reprimanding me for that foolish boy? Wei Jinzhong exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. Is there no sense of kinship left? Are you still my sister? Whether you wish to acknowledge me or not is irrelevant. I am your sister when you want me to be, and not when you do not. With that, Wei Qianyun descended the stairs, leaving him in turmoil. Inside, Wei Jianzhong, conflicted, watched as her figure faded from view. Unable to restrain himself, he called out, "Where are you going? It's dark. Let me accompany you." Damn it. Wei Jianzhong's frustration surged, his face contorting with irritation. It was one thing to be reprimanded by an outsider, but now she was voluntarily seeing him off. What merit did that foolish boy possess? Suddenly, he dashed out of the room, shouting after Wei Qianyun, "Sister, he already has a girlfriend." Wei Qianyun's shoulders quivered slightly, but she quickened her pace. "He saved my life. I consider him a friend." "Friend?" Wei Jianzhong scoffed, his lip curling in disdain. "Do you take me for a fool? I cannot possibly believe such a farcical statement." As he shut the door, his gaze fell upon the incense burner on the floor, and he lamented, "Without my sister's cooperation, each glance at it is a loss." By the time he closed the door, Wei Qianyun had already entered her car, swiftly merging onto the main road. Having visited Wujiakan with Wei Jianzhong, she was familiar with the route. As long as she followed the correct path, she was certain she could catch up to Wu Yundong. Indeed, within 5 minutes of driving, she spotted Wu Yundong sprinting ahead, momentarily taken aback. Is he actually running? Doesn't he know it's inadvisable to engage in vigorous activity after a meal? With concern mounting, she pressed the accelerator. Catching up to Wu Yundong and calling out through the lowered window, "Wu Yundong." Startled by the noise, Wu Yundong turned, his eyes widening in surprise. "What brings you here? It's dark. I'm taking you home." "Stop." With no choice but to comply, Wu Yundong halted, and under Wei Qianyun's scrutinizing gaze, he opened the passenger door. "You just finished eating. How can you run? Do you not know it's prohibited to engage in strenuous activity after a meal?" Wu Yundong rolled his eyes, bewildered by Wei Qianyun's fervent demeanor. What was she implying? He merely intended to jog off the excess from his meal. The notion of refraining from vigorous exercise post-dining had never crossed his mind in his previous life as a carefree drifter. Suddenly, the car emitted a piercing screech, and Wu Yundong lurched forward. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, pressing down on the dashboard to avoid colliding with the windshield. Catching his breath, he turned and snapped, "Can you drive at all? There's a dog ahead, and I have a license." Wei Qianyun, in a fit of anger, retorted, but soon her enthusiasm waned. "It was my brother who bought it." "What?" Wu Yundong's mouth fell agape, rendered speechless. It wasn't that Wei Qianyun purchasing her driver's license left him at a loss for words. It was her candor that bewildered him. The thought of Wei Qianyun developing feelings for him was utterly implausible. They had only met 4 times. Even if it were love at first sight, such rapid affection seemed improbable. Even though he had previously come to her aid, her esteemed background made it inconceivable for her to engage in foolish acts of devotion. Silence ensued, and neither spoke, yet the ignition was promptly engaged. However, as she set off, she stumbled over her old habit, getting flustered and stalling the car. Wu Yundong lurched forward, watching helplessly as Wei Qianyun continued her attempts. After the car stalled for the 4th time, he could no longer suppress his frustration. "Let me drive." "You?" Wei Qianyun's eyes widened in disbelief, turning to Wu Yundong with a questioning gaze. "You can drive?" Wu Yundong grinned awkwardly. Although he had never owned a car in his past life, he had obtained his driver's license at 26 and had driven countless vehicles, including the formidable Tiger Head. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he had been reborn. He was merely 18 years old. Just having come of age, where would he acquire a license? Moreover, obtaining a license nowadays was no trivial matter. One needed to find a mentor and learn to repair vehicles before even contemplating driving, which could take 3 years. Given his family's circumstances, finding such a mentor was out of the question. His face flushed red with embarrassment, and Wei Qianyun was even more skeptical, pressing, "Can you really drive?" "Of course. I'm an experienced driver." Wu Yundong suddenly had a brainwave, clearly unaware of the modern context of his claim. Wei Qianyun continued to interrogate him. "Where did you learn to drive? Is there a need to learn?" Wu Yundong scoffed. "In our village, we have tractors, and I often tinkered with them." "A tractor?" Wei Qianyun was at a loss for words. "Is that even comparable? They both have 4 wheels, a clutch, accelerator, and brake. What is the difference?" As he spoke, Wu Yundong exited the car, moved to the driver's side, and urged, "Hurry up and get out. I'll show you." Reluctantly, Wei Qianyun complied and took her seat in the passenger side. Wu Yundong adjusted the seat, ignited the engine, engaged the clutch, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator, causing the tiger head to glide smoothly forward. Wei Qianyun, sitting in the passenger seat, was astonished. Such deft movements? Such fluid operation. Could he really have only driven a tractor? Chapter 30. The pursuit of improvement. Wei Qianyun's astonishment was short-lived, as they soon arrived at the village. Wu Yundong parked at the entrance and smiled. "This is where I leave you. I'll be on my way." "Okay." Wei Qianyun nodded, still dazed. Watching Wu Yundong walk into the village, she returned to the driver's seat, intending to drive back herself. Yet, as she attempted to start, her old habits resurfaced, and her efforts ended in failure multiple times. Frustrated, she pounded the steering wheel. "This is all Wu Yundong's fault. If it weren't for him driving me, would I even be struggling like this?" As darkness enveloped the surroundings, unease crept in. With the night so ominous, what if she encountered a villain? Yet, without managing to start the car, she was stranded. Bang bang. As she trembled with anxiety, a sudden rapping on the car window startled her, prompting a sharp scream to escape her lips. "Ah, don't come closer, please. It's me, Wu Yundong," came a loud shout from outside the car, bringing her back to her senses. Upon recognizing him standing there, she flung open the door and plunged into Wu Yundong's embrace. He was taken aback by this unexpected encounter, feeling the strength of her grip tighten around his waist to the point of discomfort. Furthermore, with her head buried in his chest, he wondered if she felt stifled. After all, he was not trembling. Why was she? Gazing down at Wei Qianyun's lustrous black hair, he swallowed hard and quietly inquired, "What's wrong?" "I'm scared." "Scared?" Wu Yundong glanced around and quickly understood. The night had fully descended, and they were quite alone. It was no wonder she felt fear. Realizing the source of her apprehension, he suppressed a laugh and reassured her, "Do not worry. Although this place may be impoverished, the security is relatively good." At that moment, Wei Qianyun had regained her composure. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet nestled in Wu Yundong's embrace provided an unprecedented sense of safety. As she prepared to leave that warm hold, a pang of reluctance surged within her. Despite the darkness enveloping them, the faint light illuminated her cheeks, which had turned a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe autumn apple, tempting enough to elicit a desire to take a bite. Her hair was slightly tousled, and her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, causing his heart to race. She was undeniably beautiful. The atmosphere was profoundly quiet, and this stillness only intensified the undercurrents of intimacy. As Wei Qianyun felt her face grow warmer under Wu Yundong's gaze, she hurriedly asked, "Why are you back?" "Oh." Wu Yundong suddenly slapped his forehead. "I ran into my cousin at home." Wei Qianyun was puzzled by the connection between his return and meeting his cousin, yet she still pressed on. "So? Well." He scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. "My cousin is the foreman at that construction site, the one at the substation housing estate." Wei Qianyun was even more confused. "What about that construction site?" Wu Yundong was momentarily speechless, but seeing her bewilderment, he patiently explained, "Didn't you encounter an accident yesterday? The police sealed off the site and took my cousin and the manager away." Before he could finish, Wei Qianyun grasped his meaning. "You want me to speak to the police and get your cousin released?" Wu Yundong scratched his head again, nodding with a sheepish grin. His somewhat foolish demeanor struck Wei Qianyun as genuine and endearing, making her unable to suppress a smile. "All right, I'll go back and call the police." Wu Yundong's lips twitched, hesitating before softly asking, "Could you possibly request that they release my cousin tonight?" He did not wish to utter those words, but the image of his cousin's wife weeping at home, his uncle wiping away tears, and his mother pleading made it unavoidable. But what did they think of him? Did they believe he was the one in charge? I merely boasted about knowing Wei Qianyun. Yet, regardless of how vexed I may feel about my own exaggeration, I must take responsibility for my words. Therefore, I can only hope that Wei Qianyun will prove to be resourceful. Fortunately, she hesitated only briefly before nodding and saying, "Get in the car." "Huh." Wu Yundong thought to himself, "Why should I get in? You're taking me to the police station." This time, Wu Yundong was no longer confused and disregarded the fact that he did not possess a driver's license, promptly jumping into the driver's seat. After a mere 10 minutes, the car known as the Tiger Head entered the Pingyu police station. Wu Yundong expected the gate guards to stop the vehicle for registration, but upon seeing the car, the guards opened the gate without hesitation. However, Wei Qianyun instructed him to park at the entrance and approached the gate attendant, asking, "Excuse me, has Director Su left for the day?" With her distinguished demeanor and the impressive vehicle, it was evident that she was no ordinary person. The gate attendant quickly responded, "Not yet. I heard that the Qingguan police station has cracked a major case, and Director Su is currently holding a summary meeting on the third floor. Spotting the lit room on the third floor, Wei Qianyun smiled and thanked him before proceeding toward the staircase. Wu Yundong intended to wait downstairs, but unexpectedly, as Wei Qianyun reached the stairs, she paused and called back, "Come on, join me upstairs." Wu Yundong couldn't help but grin, thinking, "I'm just a humble farmer. What use is my presence up there?" Nevertheless, since Wei Qianyun had invited him, he reluctantly followed her. Finding the meeting room was straightforward. They arrived at the door of the brightly lit room only to discover it was closed. Wei Qianyun raised her hand and knocked. In that moment, her commanding presence radiated. And even the mere act of knocking was filled with authority in Wu Yundong's eyes. "Come in," a deep voice soon echoed from within. Wei Qianyun opened the door and inquired, "May I ask who is Director Su?" The spacious meeting room featured a long rectangular conference table, and a middle-aged man at the head of the table immediately stood up. "I am Su Qingfeng. May I ask who you are?" "I am Wei Qianyun, General Manager of Huanyu Group." "Oh, hello, General Manager Wei." Su Qingfeng promptly left his seat and approached the door. At that moment, Wu Yundong recognized a familiar face in the meeting room, Zhao Hongyi, the chief of the Qingguan police station. Upon seeing him, Wu Yundong understood the significance of the major case the gate attendant had mentioned. It was indeed the case involving Zhang Meng. "Wu Yundong?" Zhao Hongyi also spotted Wu Yundong and hurriedly stepped out, asking, "What brings you here?" Wu Yundong gestured toward Wei Qianyun, saying, "I came with General Manager Wei." "You know General Manager Wei?" Zhao Hongyi exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Wei Qianyun. Suddenly, he lamented, "Why didn't you mention it earlier? I just met her today." Wu Yundong replied, scratching the back of his head in frustration. "Yundong, Director Su has already agreed to send someone to the detention center to release your cousin." Upon hearing Wei Qianyun's words, Wu Yundong was instantly elated and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, General Manager Wei. There is no need for thanks between us." Wei Qianyun waved her hand dismissively, then shook hands with Su Qingfeng, saying, "Well then, goodbye, Director Su." "Goodbye, General Manager Wei." Su Qingfeng greeted warmly. Yet his gaze lingered on Wu Yundong for a few seconds. Unfazed, Wu Yundong drove Wei Qianyun to the Pingyu Hotel and then walked home. Upon receiving the news that his cousin would soon be released, his uncle and aunt hastily departed, leaving Wu Xiaod with a puzzled expression. Fortunately, he refrained from further inquiries. Otherwise, Wu Yundong would have struggled to provide an explanation. As he lay on the calm, Wu Yundong suddenly recalled the incident of his cousin's arrest. His family had been in a state of anxiety, unable to find a solution to the predicament. Yet, Wei Qianyun had merely met with Su Qingfeng, and his cousin was promptly released. Such is the advantage of wealth. With money, even the faintest of sounds could be deemed melodious. But without it, who would regard you with esteem? It seemed he had to strive harder. He sighed deeply in the dark of night. Chapter 31. On the way to school the next day, as dawn broke, Wu Yundong heard the clattering sounds from the courtyard. Peering out the window, he realized it was his father constructing a wardrobe. The aroma of smoke wafted from the adjacent room, indicating that his mother was preparing a meal. After dressing, he rushed to the outer room to splash his face with cold water before heading into the courtyard, eager to lend a hand to his father. Wasn't he supposed to go to school today? Wu Xiaod glanced at Wu Yundong as he wielded a hammer. "Yes," Wu Yundong replied, bending down to pick up an axe and chisel, intending to carve the wood, but his father snatched the axe away. "Go attend to your own matters. My work is not for you to concern yourself with." With no choice, Wu Yundong set down the chisel and turned back into the house. He contemplated assisting his mother with the cooking, but was well aware of her temperament. She would likely refuse his help. Thus, he returned to his bedroom, retrieved his mathematics textbook, and began to study. Whether it was due to his past life's educational experiences or his inherent aptitude in this life, he found that upon encountering the exercises in the book, the answers would instantly materialize in his mind. He thought it was merely an illusion and continued to read further. To his astonishment, regardless of the problem, as soon as he read it, the steps to solve it would vividly appear in his mind. Excited, he set aside the mathematics book and casually picked up the English textbook. The thrill remained as every phrase he encountered brought forth its pronunciation and explanation in his mind. Holding the English textbook, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Was this a boon granted to reincarnators, or the result of the merging of his two souls? No one provided him with an answer, yet in reality, he indeed possessed an almost photographic memory. Dongzi, it's time for dinner, called his mother from the outer room. Wu Yundong promptly responded, stowing his textbooks into his backpack before turning to the 8 immortals table. Wu Xiao had yet to join for dinner. Still engrossed in assembling the wardrobe, this was his habit. He would not eat until a certain stage of his work was completed. Listening to the rhythmic sounds of hammering in the courtyard, Wu Yundong could not help but sigh. In his previous life, he had overlooked too much, never considering the extent to which his father toiled for the family, and his mother, laboring in the fields by day and assisting his father with furniture making by night, appeared aged beyond her 50 years, as if she were in her 60s or 70s. To earn money is imperative. Only by amassing greater wealth can one alleviate their burdens. Seated alone at the dining table, Wu Yundong found himself abandoned by his mother, who had long departed to assist his father with labor. He did not protest, for he understood the futility of such an endeavor. The meal was modest, steamed buns paired with corn porridge, accompanied by his mother's pickled radish. Wu Yundong swiftly finished his meal, grabbed his backpack, and exited the room, calling out, "Father, Mother, I'm off to school." Wu Xiao paused his work and turned to inquire, "Did you take the money?" "I have it," Wu Yundong replied, patting his pocket. Within lay 196 yuan, a mix of bills and coins, likely the entirety of the young girl Han Mei's pocket money bestowed upon him. He could neither refuse nor wish to, for the purpose of his existence was to alter Han Mei's fate. "Be careful on the road," Gao Yulan advised with care, adjusting Wu Yundong's clothing before cheerfully urging him to hurry, lest he be late for class. "I won't be late," he replied with a smile, waving goodbye to his father as he strode out the door. The solitary bicycle in the household, a possession acquired during Wu Yujing's marriage, belonged exclusively to the young couple. Thus Wu Yundong had no right to use it and was obliged to walk to school. Fortunately, Pingyu No. 1 Middle School was a mere 10 li from his home, and walking would only take half an hour. Besides, Wu Yundong had no intention of merely walking. He intended to seize the opportunity to exercise. However, as he dashed into the county town, he spotted Han Mei by the roadside and hurried over. "Ah, I knew you would come running," she exclaimed, her expression a delightful blend of surprise and pride, which made Wu Yundong yearn to embrace her. Alas, it remained merely a desire, for he was certain that should he act on it, she would flee like a startled rabbit. Despite her lively demeanor, she possessed an inherent conservatism. After 2 years of their relationship, she had yet to allow him to hold her hand, and Wu Yundong understood everything without further elaboration. Yet today was different. He had confessed his feelings, and she had reciprocated. Shouldn't he seize this moment to forge a deeper connection? Was it not fitting for one who had been reborn? Thus, Wu Yundong boldly grasped the bicycle handle, simultaneously taking hold of Han Mei's delicate hand. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, clearly flustered, pulling her hand away while softly admonishing, "Dongzi, we are still students. You cannot act like this." Wu Yundong's eyes sparkled with mischief as he queried, "What if I were not a student? What do you intend to do?" Han Mei raised an eyebrow, her playful demeanor swiftly shifting to seriousness. "Dongzi, did you not promise you would not deceive me?" "Ah, this girl is certainly not one to be easily dissuaded," Wu Yundong mused with a shrug, grinning as he said, "I have not deceived you. Look," he jiggled his backpack, continuing, "I am on my way to school just as you instructed." "What do you mean by my instructions? This concerns your entire life? You must be serious." "Oh, but I am quite serious," he insisted. "Then let go of my hand," Han Mei retorted, struggling once more. Understanding the importance of moderation, Wu Yundong promptly released her hand, allowing her to withdraw, and cheerfully declared, "Come, let me escort you to school." Han Mei's purpose for stopping here was to prevent Wu Yundong from hastily riding off to school, and naturally, she did not oppose it. Once Wu Yundong mounted his bicycle, she hurriedly took a seat on the rear. However, after a moment of waiting, she noticed that Wu Yundong had yet to depart and could not help but urge, "Let us go. What are you waiting for?" "Waiting for you to wrap your arms around my waist," Wu Yundong replied with utmost seriousness as he turned his head. Unable to suppress a smile, Han Mei pouted slightly. "Humph, are you trying to take advantage of me?" With a scoff, Wu Yundong immediately turned back, forcefully pushing off with his left foot while simultaneously pressing down hard on the pedal with his right. The little dove bicycle surged forward unexpectedly. "Oh!" Han Mei was jolted backward and, in a startled gasp, quickly wrapped her arms around Wu Yundong's waist. Wu Yundong felt a surge of pride. "See? You said you wouldn't hold me, yet here you are." Smack! Han Mei, fully aware of Wu Yundong's mischief, angrily tapped his back a few times, scolding. I'll show you what mischief means. Laughing heartily, Wu Yundong accelerated further. To avoid falling off, Han Mei had no choice but to hold on to him again. While she could have grasped the bicycle frame, she chose not to. Finally, they advanced a bit closer. It seemed that in the future, whenever he took her on his bicycle, she would instinctively embrace him without him needing to ask. Wu Yundong smiled triumphantly as he rode to the entrance of the first high school, only to squeeze the brakes. Before the bicycle even came to a stop, Han Mei jumped off from behind, took the handlebars, and walked alongside him into the school gate. According to the rules of the first high school, both teachers and students were required to walk through the main entrance. In this era, cars remained a luxury, not only at the first high school but throughout Pingyu. There were hardly any to be seen. After placing the bicycle in the parking shed, Han Mei turned and said, "Let us go find Teacher Lu." "No need to seek him out," Wu Yundong replied, glancing at the approaching figure of a chubby boy on a bicycle, suddenly frowning. "Mimi, I have a feeling today won't go smoothly." "Why?" "Because Lu Yongjun's expression seems off." Chapter 32. How to compare. Han Mei also spotted Lu Yongjun and noted his gloomy demeanor, which indeed matched Wu Yundong's description, appearing as if a storm were brewing. She was immediately perplexed. Why does he seem unhappy? Perhaps he is displeased to see us together, Wu Yundong retorted with a cold smile. In his previous life, he was ostensibly expelled from the classroom for not bringing his tuition fees. But later he learned that Lu Yongjun's reasons for expelling him and even pressuring him to drop out were far more complex than they appeared. The true motive stemmed from Lu Yongjun's brother-in-law, Wang Kunbo, harboring feelings for Han Mei, and he had specifically requested Lu to act against Wu Yundong. Additionally, Su Yuqing from the village seemed to be a relative of Wang Kunbo, coming to his home to collect debts, likely orchestrated by that fellow as well. Although Wu Yundong had temporarily dealt with Su Yuqing, Lu Yongjun now loomed as an obstacle in his path to entering the school. As he pondered his troubles, Lu Yongjun had already arrived at the parking shed, dismounted, and pushed his bicycle inside. Throughout the encounter, he did not cast a glance at Wu Yundong or Han Mei, behaving as if they were mere strangers. Wu Yundong could not help but furrow his brow. He understood Lu Yongjun's indifference towards him, especially since he had been expelled from the classroom just the day before. However, he found it perplexing that Han Mei, the daughter of the second-in-command of Qingguan Town, was treated similarly. This was a girl whom the principal would greet with respect. Why would Lu Yongjun dismiss her so easily? "Teacher Lu," he pondered silently. But it was Han Mei who first greeted Lu Yongjun. Lu Yongjun abruptly turned his head as if he had just noticed Han Mei, and a smile instantly graced his face. "Ah, it's you, Han Mei." Han Mei replied, then added, "Today, Wu Yundong has brought the tuition fees." Mentioning Wu Yundong made Lu Yongjun frown. "Han Mei, you should focus on your studies." "But my grades are excellent," Han Mei retorted immediately, leaving Lu Yongjun momentarily speechless. In the elite class of Senior 3, Han Mei's academic performance was consistently solid, ranking between 5th and 6th in every test. Although her rank was not the highest, her scores were always within 10 points of the first place. Wu Yundong often speculated whether she deliberately aimed for such rankings, perhaps to allow him, who usually ranked 7th or 8th, to catch up. However, in his previous life, having dropped out, he could never unravel that mystery. Now, with this second chance, he had the opportunity to uncover the truth behind her motives. "Han Mei, do you not understand my point?" Lu Yongjun's expression shifted from awkwardness to seriousness. "While your grades are stable, with the college entrance examination approaching, shouldn't you be striving even harder? Why squander your precious youth on a nobody?" "A nobody?" Wu Yundong raised an eyebrow, bluntly asking, "Teacher Lu, are you referring to me? Is it not true?" Lu Yongjun retorted without hesitation, his disdain evident. "Your grades are barely in the top 10. Does that not make you a nobody?" "Huh?" Wu Yundong was left speechless by this twisted logic. He coldly asked, "If I am a nobody, then what does that make Wang Kunbo, who ranks 40th? Lu Yongjun was momentarily stumped, his face turning pale with anger. Concerned that Wu Yundong might provoke the teacher further, Han Mei anxiously tugged at his sleeve from behind. Wu Yundong understood her worry, but some words had been bottled up inside him for a lifetime. If he did not express them now, he feared he might go mad. Although in his previous life Han Mei's fate was not linked to Wang Kunbo, who could guarantee that her academic decline was unrelated to that boy. Meeting Lu Yongjun's icy gaze, he continued without reservation, "Teacher Lu, are you going to speak? What should I say?" Lu Yongjun's face turned ashen as he pointed at Wu Yundong, his voice rising. Wang Kunbo's grades may be poor, but his father is the factory manager. Even if he does not get into university, he has a secure job waiting for him. And you? You can't even afford your tuition of a little over 100 yuan. With your background, what future do you have? Teacher, have you ever heard this saying? Lu Yongjun furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Han Mei before asking, what saying? Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Wu Yundong sneered, pointing to himself. How can you be so certain that I will amount to nothing in this life? How can you assert that I will not surpass your little brother-in-law? As Wu Yundong stood before her, brimming with vitality, Han Mei's eyes shone with an almost startling brightness. However, her expression soon shifted to one of concern. Your brother-in-law? The name Wang Kunbo, mentioned by Wu Yundong, was not lost on her. She was well aware of his shameless pursuit of her. Yet, she had never realized that Wang Kunbo was Lu Yongjun's brother-in-law. Possessing a keen intellect, she quickly began to piece together the implications and could not help but inquire. Teacher Lu, you did not expel Wu Yundong from the classroom because of Wang Kunbo, did you? Of course not, Lu Yongjun promptly denied. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a flicker of guilt under Han Mei's scrutinizing gaze, and he hastily declared, class is about to start. Return to the classroom at once. With that, he shot a fierce glare at Wu Yundong before hastening away. Observing his somewhat hurried retreat, Han Mei frowned and suddenly grasped Wu Yundong's arm. Dongzi, have I guessed correctly? Wu Yundong offered no response, but silently regarded Lu Yongjun's figure, contemplating how he might deal with him. Noticing his silence, Han Mei raised her voice. Dongzi, I am speaking to you. Only then did Wu Yundong snap back to the present, smiling as he shook his head. It has nothing to do with you. Are you going to the office alone? Or shall I accompany you? As she spoke, Han Mei realized the futility of Wu Yundong going alone, given his somewhat timid nature. He would likely flee before reaching his destination. Moreover, she had no intention of believing his claim that it was not her concern. Thus, she followed him. Only for Wu Yundong to subtly caution, do you wish for our affair to become common knowledge throughout the school? Han Mei immediately halted, a look of hesitation crossing her face. Wu Yundong could not help but chuckle, gently ruffling her hair as he said, do not worry. Since I have promised to attend school with you, I shall not abandon you midway. Such reassurances were not new to Han Mei, having heard them no fewer than 3 times before, yet this time they struck her as peculiar. She gazed at Wu Yundong, suddenly asking, Dongzi, you have changed so much. Have I? Wu Yundong was well aware of his transformation, attributed to his rebirth. Yet, he could not articulate this truth and instead inquired with a smile. Would you consider my change to be for better or worse? Uncertain, Han Mei shook her head, but then firmly grasped Wu Yundong's hand, stating earnestly, I only know that you will not deceive me, and that is enough. Her words were deeply moving, successfully stirring Wu Yundong's emotions. He inhaled deeply, smiling as he reassured her, rest assured, I will not let you down. With that, he turned towards the nearby 3-story office building. For the sake of the girl he cherished, for his family, and for himself, he was determined to attend this school, regardless of the obstacles Lu Yongjun might impose. Chapter 33. The revelation parting ways with Han Mei, Wu Yundong strode directly into the teacher's office building. It was the start of the school day, and teachers were bustling about within. Wu Yundong took a moment to greet each one he encountered, pausing to exchange pleasantries. Some responded courteously, while others offered only a nod of indifference before returning to their tasks. Regardless of whether their responses were warm or aloof, Wu Yundong maintained his demeanor, as he understood the importance of leaving a favorable impression on all the teachers. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he finally rubbed his face, which had grown somewhat stiff from smiling, as he stood before the door of the office of the Director of Education. Just as he was about to knock, he heard Lu Yongjun's voice emanating from within. Director Yang, my intentions are quite clear. It is imperative that Wu Yundong be expelled. Teacher Lu, that might not be appropriate, came the response of the director. Wu Yundong's heart stirred. He immediately lowered his hand that was poised to knock. He was keen to discern whether Director Yang's itching, renowned throughout the school for his fairness and strictness, would indeed uphold those virtues. Director Yang, Wu Yundong has been unjustly absent for 3 days and has even been apprehended by the police. Allowing such a student to remain on campus could tarnish our school's reputation. Apprehended by the police? Yang Ziqing's voice sharply escalated, followed by an authoritative retort. Teacher Lu, you must be accountable for your words. Director Yang, I assure you of the truth of this matter. No need for your assurances. I will verify this personally. Director, There is no need for you to investigate. Wang Kunbo can testify. Wang Kunbo. Wu Yundong's expression turned icy. Within the room, Wang Kunbo's voice followed. Director, I can confirm that Wu Yundong has indeed been arrested by the police and has spent time in a detention center. You? How can you prove that? Wu Yundong's brother-in-law works at my father's machinery factory. The night before last, he approached my father, hoping to secure Wu Yundong's release. Your father? Yang Ziqing's tone suddenly turned grave. Wang Kunbo, while your father may be the factory director, I am not beholden to him. So do not attempt to leverage his position against me. Director Yang, Wang Kunbo harbors no such intentions. He is merely presenting the facts regarding Wu Yundong's arrest. Consider this, a student with a detention record attending our esteemed institution. What would other parents think? Would they not perceive our school as a haven for miscreants? Yang Ziqing hesitated. Without needing to observe his expression, Wu Yundong understood that he had begun to believe Wang Kunbo's words. However, they were mistaken in their assumption of having uncovered his flaw. They did not grasp the entirety of the situation. If Yang Ziqing were to conduct an investigation, it might ultimately work to his advantage. Yet, why should he allow them to frame him unjustly? Why should he remain silent while they attempted to tarnish his reputation? With his anger surging, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing the large face of Wang Kunbo. Indeed, it was a large face, resembling an oversized pancake, with eyes squeezed into mere slits by the excess flesh, thick lips, and a mouth full of yellowed teeth, an appearance that was quite repulsive. Looking down, it was evident that he had no neck. His head seemed to rest directly atop a barrel of grease. One might even mistake him for a Ascension oil drum. It's you? Wang Kunbo, upon seeing Wu Yundong, visibly flinched. For reasons unknown, Wu Yundong was suddenly reminded of Wei Jianzhong. Both were similarly stout with small eyes. Yet Wu Yundong found Wei Jianzhong's visage far more pleasing. Who is it? Came another inquiry from within the room. Wu Yundong then spotted Lu Yongjun and couldn't help but smile broadly. Teacher Lu, you arrived quite promptly. Lu Yongjun, taken aback by Wu Yundong's unexpected presence, immediately stiffened. Teacher Lu, who is outside? Upon hearing Yang Ziqing's inquiry, Lu Yongjun realized that he could not remain silent and quickly turned around with a smile, saying, Director Yang. It's Wu Yundong. Wu Yundong? Let him in, Yang replied. As Wu Yundong was about to enter, he noticed Wang Kunbo still blocking the doorway and immediately smiled. What is the matter? Are you not letting me in? Wang Kunbo widened his eyes forcefully, yet to Wu Yundong, they appeared as mere slits. Unable to hold back a chuckle, he remarked, Stop glaring. No matter how hard you try, my eyes are still bigger than yours. Lu Yongjun sensed that Wang Kunbo was on the verge of exploding in rage and quickly commanded, Let him in. I'm curious to see what face a former inmate has to demand admission. Right? You've been in a detention center, Wang Kunbo laughed. Looking at Wu Yundong with a smug expression, yet lowered his voice to curse, What right do you, a labor reform convict, have to compete with me for women? Wu Yundong's face flushed with anger, and he instinctively prepared to punch the hefty man. However, he suddenly noticed the cunning glint in Wang Kunbo's eyes and immediately realized something was amiss. This hefty man was intentionally provoking him, hoping to elicit a response that would prevent him from being admitted, even without Yang Ziqing's intervention. Good grief, this hefty man can think. Recognizing the other's intentions, Wu Yundong refrained from retaliating, merely casting a smiling glance at Wang Kunbo before stepping down hard on his foot. Ouch! Wang Kunbo yelped, hopping around while clutching his foot. Yet, given his size, he barely lifted off the ground, rendering the scene rather comical. Lu Yongjun rushed over, supporting Wang Kunbo, and inquired, What happened? Wang Kunbo pointed an accusatory finger at Wu Yundong, saying, He hit me. Lu Yongjun's face turned crimson with fury as he barked, Wu Yundong. How dare you strike someone in Director Yang's office? No wonder you were arrested by the police and ended up in a detention center. Hey. Wu Yundong noticed Yang Ziqing's darkening expression and realized he needed to clarify quickly. He shouted, You claim I hit someone? Where's the evidence? Lu Yongjun had been waiting for this moment, pointing at Wang Kunbo's foot and declaring, Just look at how much pain Wang Kunbo is in. Isn't that evidence? Is that evidence? Wu Yundong scoffed. Then how did I hit him? You intended to retaliate against Wang Kunbo for exposing you, deliberately stepping on his foot, Lu Yongjun accused. Please, Wu Yundong replied, exasperated, gesturing towards the doorway. The door frame is so narrow, and he is so large. I didn't even notice I stepped on him. He added, Moreover, the director called me in, What does it mean for him to block the door? Enough. Yang Ziqing, sensing the disarray, interjected from behind. Teacher Lu, allow Wu Yundong to come in and speak. Reluctantly, Lu Yongjun could say nothing further and shot a fierce glare at Wu Yundong, ignoring him completely. Wu Yundong walked straight up to Yang Ziqing and respectfully stated, Director, I am here to pay my tuition. Tuition can wait. Yang Ziqing waved his hand, looking at Wu Yundong and asking, You must have heard Teacher Lu and Wang Kunbo speaking outside. Do you have any explanation? Director, does this even require an explanation? Wu Yundong replied, glancing incredulously at Lu Yongjun and Wang Kunbo. They only know I was detained, but they are unaware of the circumstances surrounding my release from the detention center, aren't they? Lu Yongjun immediately widened his eyes and sternly declared, Even if you are released, you will forever bear the stain of your actions. Our esteemed institution cannot allow such a disgraceful individual to remain. Disgraceful? Wu Yundong's expression turned icy as he glared at Lu Yongjun and retorted, As a teacher, you deny your students the opportunity to defend themselves? Is this your philosophy of education? How I conduct my teaching is none of your business, Lu Yongjun scoffed. But I have consistently managed the top class at our school. With such achievements, do I even need to emphasize my moral integrity as an educator? Yang Ziqing furrowed his brow, uncertain of the truth, and asked, Wu Yundong, could you elucidate the situation for me? Just as Wu Yundong was about to speak, a wailing siren echoed from downstairs, leaving him momentarily stunned. Lu Yongjun also heard the siren and quickly climbed to the window to look out, instantly overjoyed. A police car? They must be here to apprehend Wu Yundong. A police car? Wu Yundong blinked in confusion. Hadn't everything regarding his situation already been clarified? Why were the police still at the school? Chapter 34. Unexpected joy. The police car came to a stop in the square, and the siren fell silent. The doors opened, and two officers emerged, one of whom turned back to inquire something from the rear window before heading toward the office building. Meanwhile, nearly all the teachers had gathered on the first floor, observing the two officers approach and whispering among themselves. Mr. Lu, why have the police come to the school? I have no idea. Hey, son, do you know? I'm not sure either, but look, those two officers are coming our way. Amidst the murmurs, the two police officers reached the teachers, one of them smiling slightly. Excuse me. Before he could finish, a sharp voice pierced through from the staircase. Suddenly, everyone witnessed a hefty figure bounding down the stairs. Indeed, it was a hefty figure. This person was almost uniformly rotund, particularly with a round face brimming with flesh and a chin adorned with layers of folds. This person, was well known throughout the school. Wang Kunbo, a teacher, could not help but exclaim, chastising, Do you know what you're talking about? Interrupting others is quite rude. Wang Kunbo ignored the teacher, hastily approaching the two officers, breathlessly asking, You are here to arrest Wu Yundong, right? What? A teacher gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Arrest Wu Yundong? Impossible. He just greeted me. Yes, he greeted me as well. That child is quite polite. Indeed, a female teacher lamented, shaking her head. When he greeted me, I was lost in thought and barely noticed him, yet he maintained a courteous smile and watched me enter the office. A child so polite and well-mannered. How could he possibly commit a crime? The teacher's remarks immediately garnered the agreement of others, who turned to the officers, imploring, Officers, you cannot genuinely be here to arrest Wu Yundong, can you? What do you mean by arresting someone indiscriminately? Wang Kunbo suddenly let out a piercing scream, sharp enough to startle the teachers, who turned pale with shock and fell silent. Noticing the abrupt hush, he immediately barked, What do you all know? Wu Yundong merely greeted you, and you think that makes him polite and cultured? Are you aware of the sordid deeds he has committed? His words struck a nerve among many, particularly a female teacher who had just praised Wu Yundong's character. She turned indignantly and demanded, Sordid deeds? Then enlighten us. What has Wu Yundong done? At her inquiry, the fury on Wang Kunbo's face dissipated, replaced by an awkward chuckle as he quietly acknowledged, Teacher Niu. Do not call me teacher, retorted Niu, a slender woman in her 40s, her voice laced with anger. Speak. What sordid deeds has Wu Yundong committed? Wang Kunbo faltered. What on earth did he know about Wu Yundong's actions? He had merely been irked by the sight of him being amiable with Han Mei and thought to point the police in his direction. Under the scrutiny of the teachers, especially with them glaring at him, even the fact that his father was a factory director offered little solace. Had Niu been an ordinary individual, he might have mustered the courage to retort. After all, his father's position commanded a modicum of respect. Yet, Niu Guidong, the class teacher of the second class of seniors, was Han Mei's aunt, and with a brother-in-law who was the town mayor. She certainly would not regard his father with any esteem. What to do? What on earth was he to do? Had he known Niu was present, he would never have descended. As he broke into a sweat from anxiety, a police officer interjected, "This student? You mentioned Wu Yundong. Where is he located?" Upon hearing this, Wang Kunbo felt as though he had just received news of passing the college entrance examination, and with a triumphant shout, he glanced at the teachers, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. This incensed Niu, her face turning a shade of blue as she exclaimed, "Wang Kunbo, while some of us may be nearsighted, none of us are deaf. If Wu Yundong has broken the law, he should indeed be apprehended by the police. However, as a high school student, to bellow in front of teachers and attempt to slander a fellow student is a behavior I find disgraceful. Disgraceful indeed." Wang Kunbo felt that his act of seeking the police was akin to a traitor guiding the enemy during a time of war. Cursing in his heart at the teacher's words, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront her. How dare she label him a traitor, and in front of Niu no less. If he bore such an accusation, how could he ever pursue Han Mei? Just then, sensing the teacher's rising tensions, the two police officers swiftly intervened. One sought to pacify the teachers while the other inquired, "This student, do you know where Wu Yundong is?" "Indeed." Wang Kunbo nodded vigorously, casting a defiant glance at the teacher. "Officer, Wu Yundong is in the office of the Director of Education. You see, I just exposed him to Director Yang, and he still refuses to admit it. You arrived just in time. Please apprehend him at once. Whether we arrest him or not is secondary. We must first see Wu Yundong in person," replied the officer. The police officer cast a glance at Wang Kunbo, his expression seemingly tinged with pity. Unaware of this, Wang Kunbo, upon hearing that the police were searching for Wu Yundong, immediately turned and dashed upstairs, exclaiming, "Comrades in uniform, Wu Yundong is on the 3rd floor. Just follow me." The two officers accompanied him upwards, leaving the teachers below in a state of utter bewilderment. After a considerable pause, Niu Guidong finally turned to the teacher who had previously labeled Wang Kunbo a traitor. "Teacher Zhao, I initially felt your choice of words was a bit excessive. Yet it seems your insight is indeed sharp. You were spot on." "Indeed," affirmed a nearby female teacher, nodding in agreement. The way Wang Kunbo led the way looked quite akin to a traitorous guide aiding the enemy. Unbeknownst to Wang Kunbo, he had already been deemed a traitor in the eyes of the teachers. At that moment, he burst into Yang Ziqing's office, calling out loudly, "Wu Yundong, I've brought the police. Let us see where you'll run this time." "Run?" Wu Yundong, seeing the arriving officers, couldn't help but laugh. "I have committed no crime nor broken any law. Why would I flee?" "Huh, you're just a stubborn duck." Before he could finish laughing, he noticed a police officer in his 40s approaching him with a smile and extending his hand. "Yundong, it's good to see you again." What was happening? Wasn't he the police here to apprehend Wu Yundong? Why was he extending his hand instead of brandishing handcuffs? Moreover, he had addressed him as Yundong and mentioned they had met before. What was the story behind that? "Director Zhao." Wu Yundong returned the smile and shook Zhao Hongyi's hand, inquiring, "What brings you here? Surely you aren't here to arrest me?" Before Zhao Hongyi could respond, Wang Kunbo shouted loudly, "Absolutely, they're definitely here to arrest you." Chapter 35. The first secret of Pingyu. Wang Kunbo, puffing out his belly, looked at Wu Yundong with a smug expression, his schadenfreude evident and quite irksome. Lacking perception, he failed to notice the unease in Lu Yongjun, who quickly interjected, "Wang Kunbo, you ought to hold your tongue." "Teacher Lu, why should I be quiet?" Wu Yundong chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Kunbo. "Let him speak, let him laugh. I'm just worried he might not find anything to laugh about shortly." Wang Kunbo finally sensed something amiss and stared at Wu Yundong, asking, "What do you mean?" "I'm simply laughing at your foolishness. What else could it mean?" Wu Yundong shrugged, too lethargic to engage further. With such intelligence, how did this foolish fat man think to employ provocation? He turned to Lu Yongjun, only to find him looking tense, prompting a sinister smile. "Teacher Lu, why are you so anxious?" Enough." Yang Ziqing, wishing to spare the teachers any embarrassment before the police, hurriedly inquired, "Comrades, you." His sentence remained unfinished, yet the intent was clear. Zhao Hongyi promptly interjected with a smile, "You must be Director Yang from the first high school?" Yes. Yang Ziqing eagerly nodded and shook hands with him. Releasing the handshake, Zhao Hongyi smiled and elaborated, "Director Yang, you have raised an exceptional student." "Oh." Yang Ziqing's eyes lit up, and he regarded Wu Yundong thoughtfully. What brings you to say that? Due to the fearless revelation by classmate Wu Yundong, our police have successfully cracked a significant criminal case. I am here today to present him with a reward. A reward? Wu Yundong's eyes began to glimmer. Although his family still possessed 500,000, he dared not touch that sum for fear of consequences. Consequently, he found himself with less than 200 yuan from Han Mei, and after settling his tuition fees, he anticipated that he would be left with nothing. After all, Han Mei was also a student at the same school and knew precisely how much the tuition cost. She had already given him her spare change, so it was unlikely she would provide him with extra pocket money. However, the reward was different. It belonged solely to him, and he could spend it as he pleased. Reporting Zhang Meng was purely an act of self-preservation, yet he hadn't anticipated the delightful surprise of receiving a reward. In his excitement, he couldn't help but inquire, "Zhao, how much is it?" "Several thousands." Zhao Hongyi's mouth dropped open, gazing at Wu Yundong as if he had encountered a mythical creature. Wu Yundong grinned, but suddenly recalled that it was 1988, a time when rewards of 5 or 10,000 were not common. Realizing that the amount would not be as substantial as he had imagined, his enthusiasm waned. "So, how much is it?" 500. Zhao Hongyi shot an irritated glare at Wu Yundong, exclaiming, "That is my salary for 5 months. And you dare to complain it is insufficient? I truly wonder how insatiable you are." No. Wu Yundong quickly shook his head, grinning as he responded, "Zhao, my appetite is quite modest. I feel that 500 is already a considerable amount." "Whatever," Zhao Hongyi huffed, handing over the envelope containing the 500 yuan. Upon opening it, Wu Yundong found it filled entirely with 10 yuan notes, devoid of even a single 50, reflecting on the 50,000 wage Yundong had given him. All in crisp 100 yuan bills, he couldn't help but sigh. The influence of that rotund fellow appears to be quite formidable. "Wu Yundong, aren't you going to thank the police officer?" "Huh." Wu Yundong was taken aback, as he had assisted Zhao Hongyi and felt entitled to the reward. Why should he express gratitude? However, upon seeing Yang Ziqing's exasperated expression, he hurriedly bowed to Zhao Hongyi, exclaiming, "Thank you, officer." "Ha." Zhao Hongyi chuckled with a forced smile. "All right, your business here is concluded. Director Su is waiting for you in the car, so hurry along now." Wu Yundong was utterly stunned. He hadn't expected that, merely for the disbursement of funds, Su Qingfeng would personally make an appearance. Yet, regardless of his bewilderment, he rushed downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor and spotting Niu Guidong and others, he quickly greeted them, finally making his way to the Santana car. With the window partially lowered, he couldn't discern who was inside and pondered whether to knock on the window, but before he could decide, the door suddenly swung open. Su Qifeng called from within the car, "Get in." Wu Yundong was even more perplexed, but noticed the teachers watching him from behind. So he hurriedly bent down and climbed inside. Once seated in the car, he noticed a young man beside Su Qingfeng, which left him momentarily speechless. The young man had a fair complexion, sported a distinctive large hairstyle typical of the 1980s, and wore gold-rimmed glasses that accentuated his scholarly yet predatory demeanor. Wu Yundong hastily erased the previous sentence from his mind and turned to sit beside Su Qingfeng. Upon his arrival, the young man exchanged a glance with Su Qingfeng, both perceiving a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. Setting aside the young man's identity, Su Qingfeng alone held considerable authority in Pingyu, especially given his profession, which imbued him with an air of gravitas. Even the police officers, including Zhao Hongyi, felt somewhat constrained in his presence. Who could be as casual as Wu Yunjin? Clearing his throat, Su Qingfeng recalled his purpose and coughed twice. Wu Yundong straightened his shoulders, understanding that matters of importance were about to unfold, and immediately adopted a posture of keen attentiveness. However, his demeanor appeared somewhat feigned, provoking Su Qingfeng to deliver a playful slap to his back. "If you're going to pretend, at least do it convincingly. It's too obvious that you're acting." Taken aback by the sudden slap, Wu Yundong shot Su Qingfeng a disgruntled look. "Director Su, technically, I have assisted you greatly. It would suffice if you merely expressed gratitude, yet you resort to hitting me? Do you think just anyone can provoke my ire?" Su Qingfeng retorted, rolling his eyes before gesturing towards the young man. "This is Su Qingyang, the secretary of the county party secretary." "Wow," Wu Yundong exclaimed, astonished. While Su Qingfeng's presence was understandable as he was the police chief, the summons of the secretary to Pingyu's highest authority was beyond his wildest dreams. His exclamation caused Su Qingfeng's brow to twitch several times. ultimately leading him to deliver another playful slap to Wu Yundong. This time, Wu Yundong refrained from protesting, quickly extending his hand with a smile. "Hello, Secretary Su." Su Qingyang displayed no airs of arrogance or disdain. Instead, he warmly shook hands with Wu Yundong, remarking, "Though young, you dare to confront malevolent forces. Wu Yundong, the secretary is aware of you." Wu Yundong found himself at a loss for words. A humble farmer. Even as a reborn individual, he had never interacted with such high-ranking officials in his past life. He wondered whether being recognized by such a figure was a blessing or a curse. Perhaps sensing his unease, Su Qingfeng reassured him, "Do not worry. It is a good thing." "Oh, if it's a good thing, then that's a relief," Wu Yundong thought, wiping away a bead of cold sweat. Reflecting on his lack of experience in dealings with officials. Besides, what could a prominent secretary want with a mere farmer like himself? "May I call you Xiao Wu?" "Of course." Wu Yundong eagerly shook his head. It would be a privilege to be addressed by Pingyu's foremost secretary in such a familiar manner. To decline would be to show a lack of respect. Seeing his enthusiastic response, Su Qingyang could not help but smile at Su Qingfeng before continuing. "I have heard that you have a close relationship with General Wei of Huanyu Group?" Wu Yundong blinked and suddenly turned to glance at Su Qingfeng, realization dawning upon him. It was clear now that Secretary Su had come to meet him purely due to Wei Qianyun. No wonder she had insisted on introducing him to Su Qingfeng the previous evening. There was indeed a deeper motive at play. She likely sought to familiarize him with Su Qingfeng while indirectly affirming their connection, leaving room for speculation. This woman, seemingly acting for her own benefit yet remaining silent, is truly touching. However, what could Su Dami want from me? Chapter 36. A sigh of relief, Su Qingyang waited for quite some time without receiving a response from Wu Yundong, prompting him to inquire, "What's the matter?" Unable to speak? No, Wu Yundong immediately shook his head in denial. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, "Sumi, it's not that I cannot speak, but rather that I am uncertain about how to define my relationship with President Wei." Su Qingyang's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly adjusted his glasses, smiling. "Your uncertainty could easily lead to wild speculation. It's not what you think." Wu Yundong's expression turned to one of bitter amusement. Looking at Su Qingyang, he earnestly stated, "I merely saved President Wei by chance, and she compensated me for it. Beyond that, we have no other connection. Is that so?" Su Qingyang turned to glance at Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng also wore a skeptical expression, his gaze fixed on Wu Yundong for an extended period before asking, "Xiao Wu, do you know President Wei's background?" Wu Yundong blinked and countered, "Isn't she the general manager of Huanyu Group? Could she possibly have another identity? She is the legitimate daughter of the Wei family, having just returned from studying abroad this year. Additionally, her brother, Wei Jianzhong, is the legitimate son of the Wei family, controlling shares in dozens of enterprises in Dongjiang province." Wow. Wu Yundong was once again taken aback. The shameless Wei Jianzhong, controlling so many enterprises? His astonishment was clearly anticipated by Su Qingfeng, who, after a moment of contemplation, continued, "However, as far as we know, President Wei's brother, Wei Jianzhong, dotes on her immensely and is always willing to fulfill her requests." The more Wu Yundong listened, the more perplexed he became, utterly unable to comprehend why Su Qingfeng was sharing this information with him. Finally, he could no longer contain his curiosity and boldly asked, "So, what is it? Why have you sought me out?" "The more I hear, the more confused I become." "All right," Su Qingfeng acknowledged, nodding at Su Qingyang. He then proceeded, "Secretary Gao wishes to meet with Wei Jianzhong through you. Of course, since President Wei encountered an incident in our Pingyu, we bear some responsibility. You could consider it an apology to Director Wei. Didn't you arrange a meeting with him yourself?" Wu Yundong inquired, puzzled. Wei Jianzhong resided at the Pingyu Hotel, just a few dozen meters from the county government. He found it hard to believe that Secretary Gao was unaware of this information. Amid his bewildered gaze, Su Qingfeng offered an awkward smile. "We attempted to arrange a meeting, but Director Wei declined." Declined? Wu Yundong couldn't help but scratch his head. This situation was becoming increasingly unusual. Since Wei Jianzhong had rejected an invitation from the county government staff, there must be a reason. If he were to approach him, would that shameless man take the opportunity to blackmail him or simply dismiss him? Given Wei Jianzhong's unscrupulous nature, Wu Yundong felt this speculation was entirely plausible. "Well?" Su Qingfeng observed him scratching his head without providing an answer and urged, "Please help us convey a message." If it doesn't work out, we won't hold it against you. However, if it succeeds, we will owe you a favor. A favor? Wu Yundong blinked a few times, suddenly sensing that this matter held significant potential. It is neither the fault of others if one fails nor a debt of gratitude if one succeeds. It seems that no matter how one contemplates it, there is no loss to oneself. Furthermore, who are these two individuals across from me? They are beings whose mere stamp of a foot could cause an earthquake. To owe a favor to such people is, even if it proves unnecessary, still a form of capital for boastful claims. Just as he was about to agree, an idea suddenly struck him, prompting an immediate change of heart. Director Su, let us disregard the matter of favors. However, I do require your assistance with something. Su Qingfeng furrowed his brow and instinctively cast a glance at Su Qingyang before inquiring. What is it? There is a pig butcher in our village named Su Yuqing, who frequently purchases dead pigs. I would appreciate it if you could help investigate this matter. Is that all? Su Qingfeng secretly exhaled in relief. He had genuinely feared that Wu Yundong would present an unacceptable request, but it turned out to be such a trivial issue. He refrained from asking whether Su Yuqing had any grievances with Wu Yundong, as the situation was quite evident. If there were no animosity, Wu Yundong would not have reported a neighbor from the same village. Yes, it is indeed this matter. Wu Yundong nodded, then fixed his gaze upon Su Qingfeng. Although he no longer harbored intense hatred for Su Yuqing, the suffering inflicted upon his family by that individual in his previous life demanded some form of retribution. He could not simply let it slide. Moreover, if that fellow were to purchase diseased pigs, it could lead to dire consequences. His actions, therefore, would serve to save others as well. The intensity of his stare made Su Qingfeng realize that Wu Yundong awaited his response, and he promptly nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to investigate. If that individual is indeed buying and selling diseased pigs, he will be violating animal quarantine laws and will certainly face imprisonment. Indeed, I trust you. Wu Yundong smiled and continued, I will visit Wei Jinzhong this evening to convey a message to you, though I cannot guarantee his agreement. That is of no concern. Even if he declines, we shall still owe you a favor. It was Su Qingyang who responded this time. With the conversation reaching its conclusion, Wu Yundong recognized it was time for him to take his leave. He immediately stood up to bid farewell. Su Qingyang had no intention of detaining him, offering a handshake as they said their goodbyes, while Su Qingfeng had already opened the car door. Wu Yundong bent down to exit the vehicle, waving at Zhao Hongyi, who was waiting by the car, before turning to head toward the office building. He had yet to pay his tuition fees. He needed to resolve this matter before he could return to class. The teachers in the office building had long dispersed, so Wu Yundong did not waste any time and proceeded directly to the third floor. Upon entering Yang Ziqing's office, he was surprised to find Lu Yongjun still present. Yang Ziqing's expression was displeased, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brow. Student Wu Yundong. Yang Ziqing hesitated before gesturing toward Lu Yongjun. You may enroll, but teacher Lu does not wish to accept you. What do you think? Does not wish to accept? Wu Yundong finally comprehended the source of Yang Ziqing's displeasure and could not help but sneer. Teacher Lu, I have yet to settle the score regarding your slander against me. Student Wu Yundong. Yang Ziqing immediately interrupted him, speaking sternly. I hope that what transpired earlier remains confined to this office and is never disclosed outside. Is this an attempt to cover up the incident? Wu Yundong glanced at Yang Ziqing and suddenly laughed. Director Yang, do you consider this fair? Yang Ziqing, caught off guard by the question, turned a shade of crimson. He was undoubtedly aware that such statements were unjust to Wu Yundong, but who could blame him? Lu Yongjun was in charge of the top class at the prestigious No. 1 high school, a class that represented the institution's pride. It was noteworthy that last year's senior class had 45 students, of whom 32 were admitted to universities. Such remarkable achievements garnered not only local recognition, but also commendations from the provincial authorities. A teacher of such caliber, regardless of his position as the director of education, was not someone one could afford to offend easily. Yet, Wu Yundong appeared to be no pushover either, not to mention the reward he had recently received. The fact that Director Su had summoned him privately indicated he had influential backing. Director Yang, I'll return to my class now, Lu Yongjun said, preparing to leave. Director Yang, feeling overwhelmed, quickly inquired, Lu teacher, what about Wu Yundong? I stand by my words, Lu Yongjun replied coldly, fixing a steely gaze on Wu Yundong. Not only will I not allow him into my class, but if any other class dares to accept him, I would resign on the spot. Director Yang glanced back and forth between Wu Yundong and Lu Yongjun, uncertain about how to proceed. Wu Yundong, feeling cornered, was met with Lu Yongjun's triumphant grin. I told you, you cannot attend this school. Do you believe me now? Despite the provoking nature of his words, Wu Yundong found himself at a loss. Although he was acquainted with Su Qingfeng, the local authority could not rival the influence of Lu Yongjun at number 1 high school. What was he to do now? Should he return home in disgrace? The thought of being ridiculed was unbearable. Chapter 37. I will not submit regardless of how frustrated Wu Yundong felt. He ultimately walked out of the office, unable to counter Lu Yongjun's taunts. Lu Yongjun followed closely, reveling in Wu Yundong's dejected demeanor. Regretting your choices now, Wu Yundong? Provoked repeatedly, Wu Yundong's patience reached its limit, and he turned to shout, Do you believe I could bring you down? Do you dare? Lu Yongjun retorted, his eyes widening. But upon meeting Wu Yundong's reddened gaze, he felt a flicker of fear. Humph, conversing with someone like you diminishes my worth. Wu Yundong, filled with rage, longed to retaliate. But before he could act, a woman emerged from the adjacent office and asked, Wu Yundong, why are you still here? Suddenly, Wu Yundong's fury dissipated. The woman was Niu Guidong, the second aunt of Han Mei. Noticing his reddened eyes and silence, Niu Guidong's expression darkened. Speak up. Why are you silent? Lu Yongjun glanced at Wu Yundong, sneering. He has a stain on his record. A stain? Niu Guidong echoed. Indeed. Lu Yongjun replied, brimming with arrogance. That is why I refuse to accept him. Not only will I not accept him, but neither shall anyone else. Why not? Niu Guidong asked, displeased, glaring at Lu Yongjun. Are you aware of Wu Yundong's family situation? Do you know his academic performance? Don't you feel that a child like him can only change his destiny through education? Lu Yongjun frowned, finally retorting, What does that have to do with me? I harbor a profound disdain for such violent individuals. Your dislike, however, does not imply that others share your sentiments. Niu Guidong's eyes blazed with fury as he suddenly seized Wu Yundong's arm. Come, we must go to Director Yang's office. Lu Yongjun, visibly agitated, barked in a commanding tone, If you dare to take him, I shall resign. Resign then, Niu Guidong retorted, turning to Lu Yongjun. Unable to conceal his contempt, Lu Yongjun, the earth continues to revolve, regardless of who departs. What do you mean by that? Lu Yongjun demanded. Niu Guidong, his face twisted in disdain, scoffed, If you have the courage, go ahead and resign. Will you? Or shall I drag you along? You are utterly unreasonable. As she reached out, Lu Yongjun hastily retreated a few steps. To suggest he resign? What a farce. It is essential to note that he holds the highest salary here, alongside the best benefits. Where else could he find such favorable conditions? Coward. Niu Guidong sneered, tugging Wu Yundong up to the 3rd floor. Their argument was so loud that even Yang Zicheng on the 3rd floor could hear it. Witnessing Lu Yongjun's discomfiture, he silently cheered. Known for his pride and adherence to rules, he had always been esteemed for his fairness. Yet, Lu Yongjun's intimidation had led to an injustice against Wu Yundong, which infuriated him. Now that Niu Guidong had given him a sense of relief, how could he not feel satisfied? To claim he was not angry would be a blatant falsehood. As Niu Guidong ushered Wu Yundong into the office, he promptly stood to greet them. Guidong, you have arrived. With a resounding clap on the table, Niu Guidong proclaimed, Old Yang, I wish to take this child. Do you agree? I am all for it. But Lu Yongjun and Yang Zicheng hesitated. Are you worried about him? Niu Guidong, panting with fury, shouted, Did Lu Yongjun not declare that no one could accept Wu Yundong? I am determined to take him under my wing, to see if he truly stands by his words. If I accept Wu Yundong, he shall resign. Yang Zicheng remained concerned about Lu Yongjun's potential resignation. Yet, Niu Guidong would not afford him the luxury of contemplation, asserting, Wu Yundong, present the money. Here it is. Wu Yundong quickly produced the funds prepared by Han Mei. Niu Guidong accepted the money, counted it, and placed it on Yang Zicheng's desk. Count it carefully. 198. Wu Yundong, come with me. With such a fiery temper and decisive manner, Wu Yundong had only encountered one other woman like this in his lifetime. Wu Yueying. Now, he had come to know another, one who genuinely cared for him. This he understood well. However, when others show kindness, what could he offer in return? Wu Yundong shook his head, following Niu Guidong downstairs. Curiously, he noticed that he had not seen Lu Yongjun nor Wang Kunbo along the way. Everyone quiet down. Upon entering the room, Niu Guidong rapped on the table, pointing at Wu Yundong. This is Wu Yundong. You should all be acquainted with him, correct? Indeed. A chorus of responses echoed, as all eyes turned to Wu Yundong, their gazes a mixture of surprise, excitement, and indifference. As the echoes of applause faded, Niu Guidong continued. From today onward, Wu Yundong shall be one of us. Let us extend a warm welcome. The applause erupted in a synchronized manner, reinforcing Wu Yundong's awareness of Niu Guidong's authority. The clapping soon subsided, and Niu Guidong cast a glance over the crowd before suddenly declaring, Zhang Yang, please take a seat at the back. Wu Yundong, you may sit there. Why? Before Wu Yundong could respond, the boy named Zhang Yang immediately stood up, his gaze laden with hostility. Wu Yundong understood the situation well. After all, Zhang Xiaoli was exceptionally beautiful, her looks rivaling those of Han Mei. To sit beside such an alluring girl was likely a dream for any boy. However, due to Wu Yundong's arrival, Zhang Yang was compelled to leave his admired goddess and sit with a girl who, well, was merely passable in appearance. It was understandable that he would be displeased. Yet, Niu Guidong's understanding was non-existent. With a cold glance at Zhang Yang, she stated, I do not care whether you are compliant or not. You are to follow my orders without question. Wu Yundong, are you not returning to your seat? Wu Yundong forced a smile. He truly did not wish to become the target of animosity from the boys right from the start, especially since he already had a girlfriend. Before he could decide on a course of action, Zhang Yang shouted again, why should I have to change seats just because Wu Yundong arrived? I refuse. You refuse? Niu Guidong's expression darkened as she glared at Zhang Yang, commanding, what did I just say? Have you forgotten? I have not forgotten, Zhang Yang retorted defiantly, his neck stiffening as he exclaimed, I was sitting comfortably. Why should I give up my seat for him? Is he older than me, or is there another reason? Indeed, I too find it unfair to Zhang Yang, someone chimed in. If they want Zhang Yang to relinquish his seat, Wu Yundong must prove his worth. Right. If you wish to secure a good position, you must rely on your abilities, not connections, voices echoed throughout the crowd. Yet, Niu Guidong suddenly smiled, turning to Wu Yundong and asking, the crowd has issued you a challenge. Do you dare to accept? Her words ignited the atmosphere, drawing the attention of nearly everyone to Wu Yundong, their eyes gleaming with excitement, seemingly anticipating something remarkable. Faced with such scrutiny, Wu Yundong, who initially intended to find a random place to sit, found himself compelled to reconsider. In his past life, he had regretted too many instances of excessive concession. One must stand up for oneself, just as a monk values his incense, he thought. In this life, he resolved not to yield further. If he did not actively engage with the challenge presented, he would face isolation in the future. Very well. Is it merely a matter of skill? I possess plenty of that. Whatever you propose, I shall take it on, he declared. Since Niu Guidong sought to unify the group through his presence, he saw no reason to concern himself with others' opinions. If he were to be bold, he would do so without reservation. Unfettered, Wu Yundong stood fearless, and in that moment, he failed to notice how the gazes of those around him began to shift. The previous disdain transformed into gravity, and some girls even looked at him with stars in their eyes. The arrival of this new man has certainly made an impression. His commanding presence is striking. One can only feel a sense of embarrassment at the thought of having such a boyfriend. A few girls, overwhelmed by infatuation, quickly covered their faces. Meanwhile, Niu Guidong remained oblivious to the girl's unusual reactions, as he was focused on achieving his objective. He promptly produced a test paper, declaring, this is something I completed just last night. I intended for you to assess it, but since you have challenged Wu Yundong, we shall proceed together. The test papers were swiftly distributed, and all attention shifted away from Wu Yundong, concentrating solely on the sheets in their hands. Wu Yundong was no exception. Upon discovering that it was an English test, a slight smile crept onto his lips. Such simple questions hardly require contemplation. Merely seeing the phrases conjures their pronunciations and meanings in my mind. It seems this assessment cannot be understated. In no time, he filled out the entire paper, meticulously reviewing it twice to ensure there were no errors, before raising his right hand to declare, I am finished. Niu Guidong's gaze had been fixed on Wu Yundong, and upon witnessing him raise his hand, her expression darkened. How could he have completed it in such a short span? Surely, he must be fabricating his answers. Approaching Wu Yundong's side, she scrutinized the paper on his desk. The first answer was correct, the second as well, and astonishingly, the third was also accurate. By the end, she was utterly astounded. She had found no mistakes throughout, and even more impressively, the paper bore no signs of erasures or modifications. What did this signify? It indicated that Wu Yundong answered these questions with complete confidence, leaving even some spare mental capacity. Moreover, when did he cultivate such beautiful penmanship? His handwriting resembled that of a printed text, exquisitely crafted. As she gazed at Wu Yundong, her admiration transformed into profound astonishment. Was this young man a genius? Yet, why was he merely ranked 7th or 8th in Lu Yongjun's class? Regardless, this paper alone sufficed to validate her defense of Wu Yundong. She had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Despite her inner excitement, Niu Guidong maintained a facade of nonchalance. Waiting until everyone had completed the test before picking up Wu Yundong's paper and announcing, "I have reviewed this test, and every answer is correct. Although I have not seen Zhang Yiyang's work, I am well aware of his capabilities. He is bound to have made at least 2 mistakes." Zhang Yiyang, feeling indignant, could not restrain himself from retorting, "But you haven't seen my answers yet." His pride remained unyielding. Niu Guidong smiled and handed the paper to Zhang Yiyang, saying, "Take a look for yourself." Without hesitation, Zhang Yiyang, as a top student, examined the paper with keen scrutiny, utterly convinced of his superiority over Wu Yundong. However, as he delved deeper, his confidence morphed into concern, culminating in a cold sweat on his brow. "Zhang Yiyang, have you finished?" "Yes," he replied weakly, turning to Wu Yundong with newfound humility. "I apologize, I was too presumptuous. You are indeed superior to me." His attitude of admitting mistakes was quite sincere, and Wu Yundong naturally did not hold it against him. He quickly smiled and waved his hand in modesty, saying, "This time it was merely luck. Perhaps next time you will outperform me." "Unlikely," Zhang Yiyang replied earnestly, pointing at the paper. "You have not revised a single part from beginning to end, indicating that these concepts pose no challenge for you. Even I cannot claim such a feat, all right." "All right," Niu Guidong, concerned about dampening Zhang Yiyang's enthusiasm, said with a smile. "Wu Yundong, please take a seat." "No need." Wu Yundong pressed down on Zhang Yiyang's shoulder, chuckling, "I will just sit at the back." With that, he picked up his backpack and moved to the last row, finding a spot to settle down. Beside him sat a tall and robust man, who, upon noticing his arrival, gave a thumbs up and remarked, "Wu Yundong, I've heard you're impressive, and now witnessing it firsthand, you truly are remarkable." Wu Yundong, feeling a mix of amusement and embarrassment, humbly responded a couple of times before he began to listen to Niu Guidong explain the difficult problems on the paper. Time flew by, and when the bell rang, Niu Guidong tidied up the items on the desk and turned to leave. Wu Yundong promptly dashed out, worried that Han Mei might be anxious if she couldn't see him. However, once he reached the corridor, he realized he had overthought it, as Han Mei was standing outside, smiling at him. "Mei, please call me by my full name," Han Mei said, her expression suddenly serious. Wu Yundong understood. She was concerned about what others might say, so he quickly composed his expression and asked softly, "How did you know I was here?" Instead of answering, Han Mei gestured toward the window with her lips. Wu Yundong then realized that when he had walked over with Niu Guidong, they had just passed by the window near Han Mei's position. Seeing that he understood her meaning, Han Mei couldn't help but smile slightly, saying, "Dongzi, now that you are in school, work hard." Wu Yundong nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I will not let you down." "What does it mean to not let me down?" "This is for your own sake." "Indeed," Wu Yundong quickly nodded, "for myself, and for you as well." "How annoying." Han Mei blushed slightly. Noticing someone passing by, she hurriedly said, "I will walk alone at noon." "Why?" "Because my mother saw you yesterday and warned me not to associate with any boys." As Han Mei spoke, she pouted adorably, causing Wu Yundong to feel dizzy with affection. Fortunately, Han Mei noticed his reaction and playfully scolded, "What are you doing? There are many people around." Wu Yundong then snapped back to reality, smiling as he replied, Mei, one day I will proudly stand before your mother and declare my feelings for you." "Oh, how embarrassing." Han Mei was taken aback by his sudden confession. Her face flushed as she turned and ran away. It was only after she completely disappeared that Wu Yundong slowly withdrew his gaze, looking at the clouds in the sky and contemplating his future. Now that he was in school, what would become of his dealings with treasury bonds? The policy allowing the interregional trading of treasury bonds was about to be released, yet he still had no idea where to acquire them. He furrowed his brow, straining to recall memories from his past life. Chapter 39. Whimsical Thoughts at Noon. Han Mei departed alone, while Wu Yundong ventured out to procure a couple of sesame cakes. Yet, even during this mundane act of sustenance, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of treasury bonds. from the recollections of his past life. He recalled that the most renowned figure in trading treasury bonds was Yang Huiding, who amassed personal wealth exceeding $1 million solely through this venture. In 1988, $1 million was tantamount to several tens of millions in later years. Although he possessed 500,000, it was all borrowed money. Without the ability to generate profit, he dared not touch a single penny of it, not even to purchase a chainsaw for his father. Spending that 500,000 was effortless, but the challenge of earning it back was formidable. Should he fail to make a profit and subsequently default on his debts, that incense burner would undoubtedly fall into Wei Jianzhong's hands. How did old Yang manage the treasury bonds? He seemed to have bought them from a bank and then sold them to Puqing Bank. However, he did not know anyone at the bank. What should he do? While munching on his sesame cake, he unconsciously tapped his fingers on the table. Suddenly, he halted, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. He may not know anyone, but Wei Jianzhong certainly did. Yet, the glimmer in his gaze quickly faded as he recalled that Wei Jianzhong had attempted to tear up a promissory note over a mere incense burner. With such questionable character, if he were to discover Wu Yundong needed his assistance, who knows what tricks he might play. After finishing the sesame cake, Wu Yundong popped the remaining crumbs into his mouth before rising to head back. He had resolved that, regardless of whether Wei Jianzhong would be difficult, he must meet with that rotund man at least once. Otherwise, he would have no means to acquire treasury bonds. Only through Wei Jianzhong could he connect with someone at the bank, swiftly earn money, and repay that 500,000. However, to pursue this course, he could not continue his studies. It seemed he would need to seek an opportunity for an extended leave. As he mulled over these thoughts, he walked forward when suddenly a melodious jingling reached his ears. He quickly turned to see Han Mei's radiant face, a mix of surprise and joy washing over him. Mei, why are you back so soon? I was worried you hadn't eaten, Han Mei cheerfully exclaimed, pulling 2 tea eggs from her backpack. Here. Wu Yundong accepted the tea eggs without hesitation and began peeling them. Observing his actions, Han Mei abruptly inquired, Dongzi, do you have something weighing on your mind? Huh. Wu Yundong was taken aback, then looked up at Han Mei. He understood that if he wished to request a long leave, the first person he needed to approach was not Niu Guidong, but this kind-hearted girl before him. Without her consent, his intentions for a leave might lead to misunderstandings or even rifts between them. Why are you staring at me? Han Mei asked, surprised. But Wu Yundong's gaze made her blush, prompting her to lower her head and pout. Stop looking. There are others around. Under normal circumstances, Wu Yundong would have seized the opportunity to flirt, but today his mind was elsewhere. Taking a gentle breath, he softened his tone and asked, Mei, I would like to request a long leave. A leave? Han Mei's head shot up, her eyes wide with surprise. Why? Because I wish to earn some money. So, you want to take a leave to earn money? What about your studies? I still want to study. I still wish to attend university with you. Yet, you have taken leave. How can we pursue our studies? This should not be a conflict, right? Even as Wu Yundong spoke these words, a hint of uncertainty lingered in his voice. Han Mei's expression had turned grave as she instinctively grasped Wu Yundong's right hand, softly inquiring, Is there trouble at home? Do not worry. I shall return home tonight to ask my father for assistance. No, Wu Yundong quickly shook his head in denial. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to reveal the truth. Mimi, I wish to engage in the buying and selling of treasury bonds. Buying and selling? Speculation? Han Mei was taken aback, raising her hand to touch Wu Yundong's forehead before lowering her voice in anger. How old are you? Yet you contemplate speculation? Are you not afraid of being caught? In truth, by the late 1980s, numerous small vendors had emerged across various regions, such as Su Yuqing, who slaughtered pigs, and Wu Xiaod, who crafted and sold furniture. The charge of speculation had long since become a mere formality. However, the existence of such a charge was one matter. If someone were to take it seriously, speculation remained a grave offense. Wu Yundong clasped Han Mei's hand firmly and stated earnestly, Mimi, various regions have begun to encourage private enterprise, and in the future, the development of private businesses will be further promoted. How do you know this? Han Mei suddenly asked. Wu Yundong was momentarily taken aback, then realized. Han Mei's father was the deputy head of the Urban Management Bureau, thus he certainly had access to this information. Additionally, Han Mei enjoyed reading newspapers, so her awareness of these matters was not surprising. However, for a humble farmer like himself to be aware of such news was unexpected, explaining Han Mei's astonishment. Nevertheless, he had an answer ready and smiled. I read the newspapers. Someone delivers them to our village every day. Han Mei reluctantly accepted his explanation. Even if she had doubts, there was little she could do. She could not personally investigate in Wujiakin. Her father, however, could easily verify it with a phone call. Regardless of whether Wu Yundong had read the newspaper or even if he had wet the bed as a child, the village head would report truthfully. Yet, she did not wish to involve her father, for doing so would inevitably expose her relationship with Wu Yundong. Mimi, I have seen the newspaper. Next month, the government will announce a policy permitting the trading of treasury bonds across regions. Does that concern you? Indeed. I plan to procure treasury bonds from various locations and sell them in Puching. What are you thinking? Have you ever been to Puching? Do you know how far it is from here? Selling treasury bonds there? You must be daydreaming. Mimi, this is not mere fantasy. There exists a genuine possibility of execution. Huh? Han Mei scoffed coldly. Even if there is a possibility, what about your studies? Quite simply, as long as I achieve full marks in every subject. Even Yang Ziqing would not dare to object, would he? Can you achieve that? Han Mei suddenly fell silent. The answer had already been validated earlier that morning. At least through Niu Guidong's confirmation, what more could she doubt? Seeing her pout, Wu Yundong could not help but laugh. Mimi, my plan is to approach Yang Ziqing this afternoon and ask him to arrange for someone to set the exam questions for me. As long as I can attain full marks, he will have to grant me leave. Can you truly accomplish that? Indeed. Wu Yundong's response was resolute, his unwavering confidence illuminating his demeanor, leaving Han Mei momentarily speechless. Mei, I hope you can consent to my decision. Han Mei gazed up at Wu Yundong, suddenly feeling a wave of unfamiliarity. Is this really the kind-hearted and timid Wu Yundong? When did he become so audacious? She remained silent, and Wu Yundong, mistaking her silence for dissent, grew anxious. Mei, if, Han Mei, looking into his eyes, softly inquired, what would you do if I said I disagreed? The fire in Wu Yundong's eyes flickered and dimmed, and he replied somewhat despondently, I would respect your suggestion and focus on my studies. For some reason, seeing the fervor in his gaze dissipate left Han Mei feeling as though a part of her heart had hollowed out. She hastily responded, I do not disagree. But the primary condition is that you fulfill what you promised me. Really? The flame in Wu Yundong's eyes reignited, and he seemed to revive, his spirit soaring anew. This version of Wu Yundong, though unfamiliar, was nonetheless pleasing to behold. Han Mei couldn't help but smile brightly. You once said you would never deceive me. So how could I ever bring myself to deceive you? Chapter 40. Competition. After parting ways with Han Mei, Wu Yunjin sought out Yang Ziqing in the office building. You wish to take a leave? Yang Ziqing exclaimed, astonished. He scrutinized Wu Yundong from head to toe before suddenly asking, have you lost your mind? Do you not realize how precious your time is at this moment? Such inquiries had already swirled in Wu Yundong's mind several times, and he had prepared a response, stating firmly, I understand. If you know, then why request a leave? Yang Ziqing, exasperated, glared at Wu Yundong and admonished, hurry back. And make the most of your time to study. Surprise us later. In fact, I could still surprise you without reviewing, Wu Yundong retorted cheekily. Nonsense. Yang Ziqing exploded in anger but quickly realized his misstep and corrected himself. Wu Yundong, I did not mean to insult you. I understand. Wu Yundong smiled in acknowledgement. I appreciate your concern. I understand. Seeing his rationality, Yang Ziqing sighed in relief but soon grew irate again. How could someone as intelligent and clear-minded as Wu Yundong feel the need to take a leave? Was it possible that his earlier actions had made Wu Yundong feel unjustly treated, fostering resentment? Contemplating this, Yang Ziqing's expression turned serious. Wu Yundong, I admit that I mishandled matters this morning, and I apologize. I am truly sorry. As he spoke, he even rose from his chair and bowed to Wu Yundong. Wu Yundong, taken aback by this gesture, quickly sidestepped to avoid his bow, rushing over to steady Yang Ziqing's arm, and said with a wry smile, Director Yang, I harbor no grievances against you. The reason I wish to take a leave is that I have some matters to attend to out of town. Out of town? Visiting relatives? Yang Ziqing mused. That's a splendid excuse. Wu Yundong's eyes sparkled as he nodded eagerly. Indeed, I need to travel to northeast China soon. My cousin's son is getting married, and our entire family will be there to celebrate. Your cousin's son is marrying? How old is your cousin? Yang Ziqing blinked in disbelief, scrutinizing Wu Yundong with suspicion. How could her son be getting married? Wu Yundong chuckled. My cousin is 50 this year, and her son is 26. Is your cousin really that old? Yang Ziqing expressed his skepticism. Wu Yundong, however, was unperturbed. If you don't believe me, Feel free to investigate. My uncle is in Lishuang. Just inquire about that family who married into northeast China, and you'll find out. Am I so bored as to investigate your cousin? Yang Zuching grumbled, then continued. It's just a wedding. What's the big deal whether you go or not? Trust me and go home to study. Seeing her reluctance to relent, Wu Yundong decided to play his trump card. I have stated that even if I don't study, I can still gain admission to university. If you doubt this, feel free to challenge me with questions. Should I fail to score full marks, I shall forfeit my request for leave. Oh, Yang Zicheng's eyes sparkled, and he slammed the table, exclaiming, that's what you said. Indeed, it is, Wu Yundong responded with utmost confidence, which caused Yang Zicheng to feel a twinge of anxiety. This fellow seemed quite assured. Could he truly achieve a perfect score? Wasn't that absurd? The last year's top scorer didn't even achieve full marks. What gave him the right? In an effort to deflate Wu Yundong's inflated ego, Yang Zicheng didn't say much more and went out to summon Niu Guidong and others, including Lu Yongjun. The result? Upon hearing that questions would be posed to Wu Yundong, and that he must comply if he did not achieve a perfect score, Niu Guidong was the first to erupt in anger, delivering a resounding slap. Wu Yundong did not shy away, allowing the slap to land on his head while smiling and explaining, rest assured, I genuinely possess that confidence. Confidence, you say? Do you believe I can knock that confidence out of you? Wu Yundong rolled his eyes in silence. Niu Guidong was generally agreeable, except for his propensity for violence, a flaw remarkably similar to that of his second sister, leaving Wu Yundong at a loss. He turned to Lu Yongjun. You don't want to miss this opportunity to embarrass me, do you? Although unwilling to openly admit it, Lu Yongjun found the proposal quite tempting. The mere thought of the questions he devised leading to Wu Yundong's humiliation in front of everyone was too enticing to resist. He turned to Niu Guidong and shouted, why the violence? I believe this matter can be resolved easily. Let us proceed as Director Yang suggested. If he fails to achieve full marks, you can do as you wish with him, and who could possibly criticize you? The others shared the sentiment of wanting to witness the spectacle, and thus no objections were raised. Soon, everyone contributed ideas, and some even presented pre-prepared examination papers, covering various subjects with considerable difficulty. Yang Zucheng observed with eager anticipation, stealing glances at Wu Yundong, who was diligently answering questions, unable to suppress his schadenfreude. Kid. Anyone can boast, but not everyone faces consequences for their arrogance. Yet here you are, an exception, bragging in front of subject experts. Who else but you is destined for misfortune? How is he writing so quickly? Could he be guessing? Yang Zicheng was astonished to see Wu Yundong's pen moving rapidly, starting from the first question, showing no signs of pausing. This is indeed a physics examination paper. He had just taken a careful glance at it, knowing that it was meticulously crafted by a renowned physicist for Wu Yundong. Some questions were beyond even his comprehension. What made Wu Yundong think he could solve them? He must be guessing. There is no other explanation for his fluent writing. Yet, even if he were guessing, wouldn't there be at least a moment of hesitation? A brief pause to feign contemplation would suffice. All right, I am done, Wu Yundong suddenly exclaimed, lifting his head and handing the physics paper to the teacher, who had been waiting impatiently. He then picked up another sheet to continue answering questions. Yang Zicheng immediately glanced at the esteemed physicist. So, how many did he get wrong? The esteemed physicist appeared as if he were suffering from constipation, pondering for a considerable time. Suddenly, he grasped Wu Yundong's arm. No. This lad has a promising future with me. Let go, Wu Yundong protested, struggling. I am still answering questions. If your interruption leads to mistakes, I will certainly hold you accountable. It was unclear whether his threat had any effect or if the physicist genuinely cared for him, but Wu Yundong resumed his work. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the esteemed physicist, despite being an elderly man, shamelessly cradled the paper in his arms. No need to look. It's undoubtedly a perfect score. With that, he turned and left. Is that done? Before he could exit, he heard the question and swiftly returned, addressing the one holding the paper. Old Liang, how did it go? Old Liang was meticulously reviewing the answers. After a significant pause, he let out a long sigh. A genius, truly a genius. Goodness, Old Liang, why are you crying? The esteemed physicist exclaimed, utterly astonished. Old Liang shot a fierce glare at him, then turned to Wu Yundong, his gaze ablaze with fervor, as though he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Director Yang, leave this lad in my care. I assure you I will cultivate him into a top scorer for the college entrance examination. Not a chance. Niu Guidong, protective as a mother hen, positioned himself defensively in front of Wu Yundong, barking imperiously, "He mine." With that paper completed, Wu Yundong submitted another, then took the last one, stretching his slightly numb wrist before bowing his head to begin answering. Though he hadn't finished yet, all eyes in the room were fixated on him, and without exception, their gazes were fervently intense. Observing their expressions, Yang Ziqing couldn't help but sigh. Alas. You all recognize talent, yet fail to reflect on what he just said. This was it. Wu Yundong, despite his reluctance, could not avoid the inevitable. Chapter 41. Expulsion before long. Wu Yundong completed his final paper, and everyone immediately gathered around the female physicist who had set the exam. Professor Liu. Did he make any mistakes this time? Yes, speak up quickly. Was Wu Yundong's performance still flawless? The incessant chatter prompted the female physicist to furrow her brow. Snapping back furiously, "Everyone, be quiet." In an instant, silence enveloped the room. There was no choice. This female physicist had been reappointed due to her esteemed honors. Being a provincial professor, despite her age, her temper was even more explosive than her pupil, Niu Guidong. At such an advanced age, with such a fiery disposition, who would dare provoke her? In the event that a problem arises, who shall bear the responsibility? The crowd fell silent. And only then did Professor Liu lower his gaze to scrutinize the examination papers. After a considerable pause, he finally exhaled and declared, "Though there are some flaws, a perfect score can still be attained." Flaws? Wu Yundong's heart sank immediately. Was it a lack of thorough preparation in his previous life? Or perhaps an excess of pride in this one? Otherwise, how could such imperfections have manifested? There are indeed flaws. Lu Yongjun, who had been eagerly searching for faults, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Haha, Wu Yundong, today is your turn, isn't it? Aren't you the genius? Can a genius truly have flaws?" In his excitement, he hurried to Professor Liu's side, craning his neck to inquire, "Professor Liu, Wu Yundong has made a mistake. Let me see where it went awry. You seem rather enthusiastic." Professor Liu frowned, casting a disapproving look at Lu Yongjun. It was not just him. Even the distinguished physicist from earlier, along with old Liang and others, regarded Lu Yongjun with similar disdain. The physicist was the first to voice his discontent. "Young Lu, your excitement seems tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, does it not?" Old Liang furrowed his brow and coldly asked, "Your demeanor is rather unbecoming. Certainly not the behavior of someone who should be a role model. Now, explain yourself." Professor Lu's expression darkened, and his gaze turned fierce as he scrutinized Lu Yongjun. Startled, Lu Yongjun hastily waved his hands. "It's nothing, truly. I merely heard you mention that Wu Yundong had erred, so I thought to come and see." "Huh, you do not wish to see the error. Rather, you are eager to witness Wu Yundong's embarrassment," sneered Niu Guidong, before adding, "Lu Yongjun, one must possess magnanimity, especially in the presence of one's elders. One cannot afford to be so petty. Xiaoyang, how did you allow such a person to join us?" Professor Liu bellowed. Yang Ziqing immediately felt a wave of panic and shouted at Lu Yongjun, "You ought to apologize at once." "I see no need to," Lu Yongjun retorted defiantly. Professor Liu scoffed coldly, pointing toward the door and commanding, "Have him leave. I do not wish to see him here." Yang Ziqing was put in a difficult position. As Professor Liu's eyelids drooped, he turned on his heel to depart. Terrified, Yang Ziqing quickly reached out to stop him, exclaiming, "Teacher, you cannot leave. If you do, my instructor will surely have my skin. I care not for your plight. I must speak with the old man about your petty-mindedness," Professor Liu replied. Yang Ziqing clasped his hands together, bowing repeatedly, "Teacher, please spare me. I will swiftly deal with this troublemaker." "You intend to deal with me?" Lu Yongjun fumed. "You dare to try, Yang? Do you not believe I could have my father-in-law handle you?" "Xiaoyang, who is this father-in-law of yours?" "Teacher, he is the director of our mechanical factory." "Uft, merely a factory director, and you dare to threaten me?" Professor Liu chuckled derisively, pointing at Lu Yongjun and scolding, "Today, I shall witness if your father-in-law dares to confront my esteemed elder after you are expelled." In this room, only Wu Yundong remained unaware of who Professor Liu's elder was. Yet Lu Yongjun was well aware. That individual was a renowned expert in physics from the provincial capital, with disciples in various departments. Just one of them could easily bring considerable trouble for Lu Yongjun's father-in-law. Upon realizing he had offended an inappropriate individual, his expression drastically changed. "Professor Liu, I merely made a minor mistake. Is it excessive for you to expel me?" Lu Professor replied coldly, Your name is Lu Yongjun, correct? It seems that during the last college entrance examination, your students performed admirably, which has led you to develop an air of arrogance and to dominate this place. Suddenly, she turned to Yang Ziqing, stating, I have a letter of formal complaint here. Take a look. Yang Ziqing, bewildered, thought to himself that he had summoned them to assess Wu Yundong, not to target Lu Yongjun. However, upon seeing Niu Guidong, he began to understand. This was a case of a disciple feeling wronged, prompting the master to intervene. Taking the envelope, he opened it, and his countenance instantly shifted. Lu Yongjun, you are a disgraceful scoundrel. Lu Yongjun's expression darkened as he shouted, Old Yang, how dare you insult me? Yang Ziqing, turning his head to glance around, suddenly spotted a chair, seized it, and raised it as if to strike. Wu Yundong was startled. After all, it was solid wood, and if he struck Lu Yongjun, there would be no salvation for him. Truth be told, Lu Yongjun's fate was of little concern to him. However, those present were all of considerable age. Such a precious item, if Yang Ziqing were to mishandle it, would likely lead him to seek an end to his own life later. Therefore, to prevent Yang Ziqing from making a grave mistake, he hurriedly snatched the chair away, saying, Director Yang, Professor Lu is quite elderly. What if you were to harm her? Yes. Yang Ziqing suddenly realized the gravity of his near mistake and quickly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thank you for the reminder. No need to thank me. Just ensure the false report is approved, Wu Yundong remarked, nearly provoking Yang Ziqing to curse. Yet, given their prior agreement, now that Wu Yundong had fulfilled his part, he had no choice but to comply, glaring fiercely at Wu Yundong and redirecting his frustration toward Lu Yongjun. Lu Yongjun, with this letter of complaint, I could report you to the authorities. However, I hope you will resign voluntarily. Lu Yongjun had already surmised the contents of the complaint letter and naturally knew who had penned it. Instantly, he lost all vigor, especially under the disdainful gaze of Professor Lu and others, and he scurried away in disgrace. Wu Yundong, perplexed, quietly inquired, what did he do? He accepted gifts privately and maintained a mistress. What a scoundrel! Wu Yundong couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, as soon as he spoke, he caught sight of Niu Guidong's murderous glare and quickly bowed and apologized. My apologies, a slip of the tongue. His playful demeanor even elicited laughter from Niu Guidong, who scolded, although you performed well, that does not grant you the right to be arrogant. Indeed, Wu Yundong readily agreed. Niu Guidong, reluctant to let such a promising student leave his side, continued to admonish, you may request an extended leave, but you must return once a month for evaluation. Should you fail to meet my expectations, you shall obediently return. What is this? Yang Ziqing suddenly exclaimed. Niu Guidong turned to inquire. Isn't he the one requesting a long leave? What manufacturer? He exclaimed. You said you were going to the northeast to attend someone else's wedding. How did it become about a manufacturer when it comes to you? Niu Guidong suddenly realized, turning around to shout, Wu Yundong, what is going on? Wu Yundong hurriedly responded. I'm going to the northeast for at least 2 months. Did I mistakenly request an extended leave? Yang Zi, his mouth trembling with anger, retorted, You're attending a wedding. And you need 2 months? Are you planning to travel abroad? I'm not planning to go abroad, but the train ride takes at least 7 days and nights. Once we arrive, we must rest for 10 to 15 days, and then we can leisurely explore. That adds up to nearly a month, doesn't it? Yang Zi could no longer contain himself, waving his hand in frustration. So, a 2-month leave is it? Fine, I approve. But should you fail to return on time, do not expect my kindness. Wu Yundong was unconcerned about Yang's disposition, as long as he secured the leave. He could always find someone to cover for him while he was away. Professor Lu, observing his departing figure, sighed repeatedly, such a talented child. There's nothing more he can learn here. Let him go. But there's still the college entrance examination, he continued, shaking the papers in his hand, with his caliber. Do you truly believe he won gain admission to university? At this, Niu Guidong found himself at a loss for words, while Yang Zi opened his mouth, ultimately shaking his head with a wry smile. Chapter 42. You scoundrel. Upon leaving the office building, Wu Yundong did not seek out Han Mei, but instead went directly to the Pingyu Hotel. Although he had arranged to meet Su Qingyang in the evening, he was going now for his own purposes. Upon entering the hotel, he noticed that the girl at the front desk was no longer the Lu Ping he had seen the previous day, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he stroked his chin. While using others as a tool may be advantageous, it could never compare to the satisfaction of delivering a personal blow. However, he had no choice. He lacked the means at present. Once he acquired wealth, He would indulge in 2 cups of soy milk, drinking one and pouring out the other, merely for amusement. "Good day, sir." The unexpected greeting interrupted Wu Yundong's reverie, and he quickly nodded and smiled at the girl. "Hello, I am looking for General Manager Wei." "General Manager Wei?" The girl appeared taken aback. Wu Yundong noticed her name tag read Lu Jing, leading him to wonder if she was related to that rotund director. "Sir, are you sure you are not looking for Chairman Wei?" Lu Jing asked again, her expression seemingly earnest. "I am certain I am looking for General Manager Wei," Wu Yundong promptly reiterated. "Very well." Lu Jing nodded with a smile and promptly picked up the phone at the front desk. Soon after, she hung up, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, sir, but General Manager Wei is not in her room." "Where has she gone?" "I'm sorry, sir, but we cannot disclose the whereabouts of our guests." The fact that Wei Qianyun was not at the hotel and that he had no knowledge of her whereabouts left Wu Yundong in a quandary. In that moment, he reminisced about the future. Although he had spent considerable time in prison, he had used a mobile phone while outside and knew that finding someone could be as simple as making a call. Unlike now, where locating a person proved to be such a cumbersome task. "Sir, it seems Chairman Wei is in her room. Would you like me to call and arrange a meeting for you?" "Yes." Wu Yundong had initially intended to seek out Wei Jianzhong, but decided to first look for Wei Qianyun upon arriving at the hotel. Do not inquire about the reasons. Simply understand that the character of that rotund individual is untrustworthy. With Wei Qianyun unavailable, he had no choice but to settle for a lesser option. Fortunately, upon learning that it was Wu Yundong seeking a meeting, Wei Jianzhong immediately agreed to convene. Lu Jing emerged from behind the service desk, leading the way for Wu Yundong, offering a gentle reminder as they ascended the stairs. "Sir, please watch your step." Such a tender tone and elevated treatment made Wu Yundong feel quite uncomfortable, prompting him to urge, "Well, could you act a bit more normally? I am not one of your esteemed guests." "Not at all. Our future work ethic will remain as such," she replied. "The director insists that we prioritize service, striving to ensure that every guest feels at home." Astonished, Wu Yundong could not suppress an expletive. This was the 1980s. To hear someone propose such a philosophy in these times was remarkable. If this principle were to be implemented, he could hardly predict the future development of the Pingyu Hotel. One must admit, the talent within the country is indeed abundant. Lost in his astonishment, he entirely overlooked the way Lu Jing observed him. A seemingly quiet and handsome young man, yet he uttered a curse? Truly, one should never judge solely by appearances. It is the essence that matters most. With their individual thoughts, they soon arrived at Wei Jianzhong's door. Lu Jing raised her hand to knock, then softly announced, "Director Wei, Wu Yundong has arrived." "Let him in," came Wei Jianzhong's boisterous voice from within. Lu Jing appeared embarrassed and was about to speak when Wu Yundong pushed the door open. "Goodness!" Wei Jianzhong, startled that someone would enter without further ado, hastily reached for his clothing. Observing his bare torso, Wu Yundong could not help but exclaim, "Director Wei, you haven't even gotten out of bed yet? Get lost." Wei Jianzhong, both embarrassed and flustered, noticed Lu Jing still lingering outside and urgently shouted, "Close the door." "All right then," Wu Yundong replied, shutting the door with a smile and approaching the rare king-sized bed. However, his actions alarmed Wei Jianzhong, who quickly pulled the covers over himself and shouted, "What are you doing? What do you want?" Wu Yundong paused, a series of dark lines appearing on his forehead. "What expression is that?" "I am interested in women. Not in you, you rotund fellow." In truth, Wei Jianzhong was aware that he was overreacting and quickly retorted, "If you're not interested, then why are you coming over here? Just wait outside." "Wait outside?" Wu Yundong eyed Wei Jianzhong suspiciously, his gaze ultimately falling on the bulging covers. Suddenly blinking, he asked, "What's that bulging underneath?" "None of your business," Wei Jianzhong snapped, yet he abruptly threw back the covers. Upon seeing the incense burner beneath, Wu Yundong could not help but facepalm. Speechless, "You cuddle it while sleeping. Do you really treasure it that much?" "Why shouldn't I?" Wei Jianzhong, unfazed by the mockery, dressed and got out of bed, tenderly stroking the incense burner, lamenting, "My sister is so stubborn. I told her to tear up the IAU, so this incense burner could belong to the Wei family. But she simply wouldn't listen. What can I do?" "Oh, you rotund fellow. You wish to take my possessions. Who are you calling a rotund fellow?" Wei Jianzhong's expression darkened as he glared fiercely at Wu Yundong, rebuking him. "I warn you, if you dare call me fat again, I shall not hold back." "What do you intend to do about it?" Wu Yundong eyed Wei Jianzhong with malice, his fists cracking ominously. Wei Jianzhong, startled, hastily waved his hand, A gentleman uses words, not fists. You must amend your propensity for brawling. Why should I? Wu Yundong retorted. If you could best me, would you still be engaging in this idle chatter? Wei Jianzhong rubbed his forehead, suddenly sighing. Talking to you feels rather peculiar. With a cheerful demeanor, Wu Yundong approached and seated himself beside Wei Jianzhong, inquiring, what feels peculiar? After glancing at Wu Yundong a few times, Wei Jianzhong managed a wry smile. You, my friend, possess an uncanny insight. Your speech and actions resemble those of an ancient specter. At times, I truly suspect an old monster resides within you. Though it was an unintentional remark, Wu Yundong felt a jolt in his heart. In his previous life, he had perished unexpectedly in prison at the age of over 50. Reborn into his 18-year-old self, wasn't he that akin to housing an ancient monster within? Yet, since his rebirth, he had been conducting himself as his younger self. So how had anyone discerned his flaw? What brings you here today? Wei Jianzhong's sudden inquiry eased Wu Yundong's mood. He realized that Wei Jianzhong had not truly perceived his weakness. It was merely a passing thought. With this understanding, a smile escaped Wu Yundong's lips. I'm here to relay a message. For whom? Wei Jianzhong raised an eyebrow, casting an odd look at Wu Yundong. Unfazed, Wu Yundong continued. Didn't Ti Qianyan have a near mishap with Pingyu? The boss of Pingyu wishes to apologize to you in person. Apologize? Wei Jianzhong scoffed. He must be eyeing the conglomerates I possess. Wu Yundong furrowed his brow, recalling Su Qingyang's words, and could not resist asking. Have you truly taken control of dozens of conglomerates? Not quite that many. Wei Jianzhong yawned, reclining on the sofa languidly. I merely acquired a handful of state-owned enterprises. Their scales are not particularly substantial. How substantial is not particularly substantial? Only a few tens of billions, he replied nonchalantly, observing Wei Jianzhong's nonchalance. Wu Yundong felt an urge to strangle the rotund man. Come on, boasting like that? Just a few tens of billions? Why not aim for the heavens? Unfortunately, he was not inclined to violence, nor did he fantasize about those tens of billions. He simply found Wei Jianzhong's arrogance intolerable. Hey! Wei Jianzhong suddenly sat up straight, staring intently at Wu Yundong. Your expression is far too bland. I now suspect that old monster truly resides within you. Get lost, Wu Yundong retorted, disinterested in banter with the pompous man, and asked directly, will you agree? Since you're here, how could I refuse? Wei Jianzhong replied weakly, reclining back as if lifeless. Wu Yundong, puzzled, remarked, what does my presence have to do with your agreement to meet with them? Idiot. Wei Jianzhong turned to disdainfully regard Wu Yundong, then suddenly laughed. You now resemble a little boy. A little boy? Wu Yundong curled his lip, remarking that he was more aesthetically pleasing than the overweight individual before him. What good is good looks? Wei Jianzhong suddenly exploded, pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Yundong's nose. With no money, you won't even be able to find a partner. I can find one, Wu Yundong replied with a sinister smile, darkly suggesting, if I'm not mistaken, your sister should harbor some feelings for me. Wei Jianzhong abruptly rose to his feet, furiously pointing at Wu Yundong, exclaiming, you shameless scoundrel. How dare you utter such base words? Do you have no sense of shame? I lack shame. Wu Yundong retorted with a cold smile, mimicking Wei Jianzhong's posture as he reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs. He tapped the incense burner resting on the bed with his toes. Even if I were shameless, I would not be like someone who sleeps while clutching another's belongings. Let us not discuss that. Wei Jianzhong's expression twisted with rage as he leaned closer to Wu Yundong, the veins on his forehead visibly pulsating. Startled, Wu Yundong wondered what had provoked such intensity in this man. Wu Yundong, I solemnly warn you, do not set your sights on my sister. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Were it not for that final threat, Wu Yundong might have denied any connection with Wei Qianyan. Yet, whether in this life or the last, he could not abide being threatened by another. Thus, he straightened his back, sitting up abruptly to meet Wei Jianzhong's gaze, coldly asking, are you threatening me? Unfazed by Wu Yundong's stare, Wei Jianzhong maintained his grim demeanor, responding, you may interpret it as such. Wu Yundong found Wei Jianzhong's resolve surprising. He had presumed that a man willing to forsake his dignity for an antique would not possess such a fierce temperament. Yet, this hefty individual appeared unwavering, seemingly prepared to face ruin alongside him. Why was that? Was it merely because he had mentioned Wei Qianyan? The two men held their gaze, neither willing to back down. Despite Wu Yundong's lingering doubts, he retained his cold stare, unwilling to yield to the masculine pride at play. After what felt like an eternity, Wei Jianzhong finally relented. In Wu Yundong's gaze, he discerned only calm. Indeed, it was tranquility devoid of anger, malice, or fear, yet lacking in peace. The longer they stared, the more unsettling the silence became, for one could never predict when the serene surface, akin to a placid river, might suddenly erupt into tumultuous waves, swallowing one whole. Though he understood that averting his gaze would diminish his own stature, Wei Jianzhong, unable to withstand the pressure, reluctantly averted his eyes, muttering, "Do not test my patience, nor the fervor with which I protect my sister." "I have never doubted that," Wu Yundong replied, reclining once more, languidly crossing his legs with a grin. "I merely stated that you should refrain from threatening me. I have never questioned your affection for your sister." His demeanor was somewhat unscrupulous. Yet Wei Jianzhong comprehended the underlying intent of Wu Yundong's expression, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "Speak. What assistance do you require from me?" Wu Yundong froze momentarily, his toes suspended in midair. Could it be that the mind of this rotund individual was clearer than that of an average person? How else could Wei Jianzhong deduce his need without a word being spoken? "Are you surprised that I guessed correctly?" Wei Jianzhong cast a glance at Wu Yundong, offering a nonchalant smile. "Though I may be only a few years your senior, the darkness I have endured and the hardships I have faced are beyond your comprehension." What audacity! Wu Yundong felt an overwhelming urge to declare to Wei Jianzhong, "Have you truly witnessed the depths of despair? Have you experienced the brutal beatings from gang leaders in a detention center, or seen a brother push his subordinate to shield him from a blade in a life-or-death scenario? You have not lived through these trials, so on what grounds do you presume to claim that your darkness surpasses mine? Have you ever been apprehended, while your sister pleaded on her knees for mercy? Have you witnessed your elder sister labor tirelessly in prison, fully aware that her time was fleeting? Have you seen your paralyzed second sister still endeavoring to select fruit for you? Moreover, have you known a 30-year-old nephew, uncomplaining, who bought cigarettes for you while you languished in jail? You have not faced these tribulations, so how dare you assert that your suffering eclipses mine?" The recollection of his sister's words in the visitation room pierced Wu Yundong's heart like a dagger, an overwhelming tide of regret engulfing him, causing his body to curl inward involuntarily. Yet, his eyes were ablaze with crimson veins. "What has happened to you?" Wei Jianzhong noted Wu Yundong's distress and instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. At that moment, he dared not look into Wu Yundong's eyes any longer, fearing that their feral intensity might invade his dreams with nightmares. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated upon the door, and Wei Jianzhong, as if granted a reprieve, dashed to the entrance and flung it open. Outside stood Wei Qianyuan, conversing with Zhang Chong. "Go back and investigate where electric saws and drill presses are sold." "Understood. CEO Wei, I shall look into it immediately." As Wei Jianzhong noticed that his sister intended to say more to Zhang Chong, he could not help but call out. Unbeknownst to him, his voice trembled with an unsettling intensity. Wei Qianyuan noticed this and turned to him, exclaiming in alarm, "Brother, what is wrong? Why is your face so pale?" Zhang Chong added from behind, "Indeed, Wei Dong, have you seen a ghost?" Wei Jianzhong's lips quivered incessantly, yet he was rendered speechless. Alarmed, Wei Qianyuan rushed to support him, anxiously imploring, "Brother, please speak. Do not frighten me." With Wei Qianyuan supporting him, Zhang Chong could not remain idle and hurried to assist. However, upon steadying Wei Jianzhong, he caught sight of Wu Yundong curled up on the sofa within the room, prompting a startled exclamation. "Theo Wei, Wu Yundong is inside." "What?" Wei Qianyuan paused, turning her head, and immediately recognized something was amiss with Wu Yundong, hastily rushing into the room. She abruptly released her grip, causing Wei Jianzhong to sway unsteadily, nearly collapsing onto Zhang Chong, almost pinning her down, struggling to stabilize himself by clutching the doorframe. He turned to glance at the sister embracing Wu Yundong, a flicker of despair crossing his gaze. "What the hell? I went so far as to threaten Wu Yundong to keep him away from my sister, yet I never anticipated she would be this proactive. Look, she south already holding him close, resting his head against her chest. That is her chest, a sacred territory for a girl. How could she allow a man to rest there?" "Yundong, are you all right?" Wei Qianyuan, however, was not as contemplative as Wei Jianzhong. She merely sensed that Wu Yundong was in distress, leading her to instinctively embrace him. A unique, feminine fragrance wafted into Wu Yundong's nostrils, and slowly, his heart, tormented by regret and guilt, began to find tranquility. Yet, as he became aware of his surroundings, he was startled to see the swell right before him, leaving him utterly confused. Am I not lying on the sofa? How did I end up in someone else's arms? And who is holding me? Yundong, what's wrong? The anxious inquiry reached his ears. That familiar voice jolted Wu Yundong into realization. It was Wei Qianyun who held him close. But this position seemed rather inappropriate, didn't it? Wei Qianyun. A sudden exclamation echoed. And Wu Yundong did not need to look to know it was Wei Jianzhong who had barged in. Sure enough, Wei Jianzhong's ensuing roar followed. Do you have any respect for yourself? Do you know that girls need to maintain their modesty? What are you yelling about? Wei Qianyun shot back defiantly, then turned to Wu Yundong, asking gently, how do you feel? With Wei Jianzhong now present, Wu Yundong knew he could no longer remain in her embrace. Despite the warmth and comfort of Wei Qianyun's hold, he could not be so shameless. Especially not while she was concerned for him. It would be inappropriate to take advantage of her kindness. Yet before he could rise, Wei Qianyun looked up and inquired, Wei Jianzhong, what have you done to Wu Yundong? What have I done? Wei Jianzhong felt himself on the brink of madness. Is this really my sister? Why does she blame me for Wu Yundong's condition? Indeed, it's just the two of you in the room. You're perfectly fine, yet he has fainted. Who else am I supposed to question? Wei Jianzhong suddenly recalled recent events, realizing that Wu Yundong's behavior had indeed been alarming. And he could not help but frown. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I understand now. This guy must have an underlying condition. And he just had a sudden episode. Really? Wei Qianyun's anxiety surged as she leaned down to ask, Yundong, are you, damn it? Wei Jianzhong suddenly swore, seizing Wu Yundong by the collar and yanking him upright. You, Wu, are you taking advantage of my sister? Chapter 44. Misunderstanding resolved faced with Wei Jianzhong's furious accusations. Wu Yundong found himself at a loss. How could he defend himself when he had indeed benefited from the situation with his sister? But could I be blamed for that? It was your sister who embraced me first. Unfortunately, he dared not voice this thought, for Wei Jianzhong's glare was as if he were ready to devour him whole. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. He hastily clarified, while prying Wei Jianzhong's hand away from his collar. Wei Jianzhong's gaze was frenzied, and his expression was exceedingly grotesque. His jowls quivering like a lion on the verge of eruption, frightening Wu Yundong into a hasty retreat. Director Wei, it was truly a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot. Wei Jianzhong suddenly roared, then lunged at Wu Yundong. Despite his corpulent physique, his leap was executed with remarkable precision and agility, completely defying the expectations of a man weighing 200 to 300 pounds. However, to Wu Yundong, his movements were far too sluggish. Not only had he relied on his physicality in his previous life, but at the tender age of 18, his speed and reflexes were unmatched by Wei Jianzhong. Especially after Wei Jianzhong had cursed his mother, Wu Yundong's eyes instantly turned icy. Evading Wei Jianzhong's assault, he sternly declared, Director Wei, I said it was a misunderstanding. You may insult me, but do not involve my family. Earlier, Wu Yundong had feigned unconsciousness in Wei Qianyun's embrace, which had already infuriated Wei Jianzhong. And now this young man dared to request he refrain from cursing? Glancing at Wu Yundong, Wei Jianzhong spat vehemently. I told you, do not insult my mother. Wu Yundong's gaze hardened, and he lunged forward. Believing a punch was imminent, Wei Jianzhong instinctively leaned back, only to be met by Wu Yundong's right foot. Thud! Ouch! Wei Jianzhong howled as his shin took the brunt of the blow, collapsing and clutching his leg, gasping for air. Yundong! At that moment, Wei Qianyun finally reacted, rushing forward to grasp Wu Yundong's arm. In truth, Wu Yundong had not intended to continue the altercation, and with Wei Qianyun's intervention, he halted his advance but still shouted at Wei Jianzhong. I told you, you may insult me at will, but do not insult my mother. Otherwise, I will end you. Wei Jianzhong was seething with rage, yet the pain from the kick had made him acutely aware of the disparity in their fighting capabilities, forcing him to swallow his anger. Wu Yundong, you truly are something. What have I done? Wu Yundong suddenly turned to Wei Qianyun and asked, was it you who embraced me just now? This was indeed the case, and without hesitation, Wei Qianyun nodded. Wu Yundong cast a glance at Wei Jianzhong and continued, when you held me, was I not unconscious? Although he had not lost consciousness, guilt had clouded his mind, rendering him somewhat dazed, thus not entirely untruthful. This too was a fact, which Wei Qianyun readily acknowledged with a nod. Do you see? Wu Yundong gestured towards Wei Qianyun, directing his words at Wei Jianzhong. Everything occurred without my knowledge. At that moment, I was lost in sorrow, my mind unclear. How could I take advantage of your sister? Wei Jianzhong clenched his jaw, growling menacingly. But you woke up afterward. Wu Yundong was momentarily taken aback, then retorted with conviction. Did you think I had been awake for long, deliberately taking advantage of your sister? Is that not absurd? Nonsense. Wu Yundong spat vehemently, adding, the moment I regained consciousness, I heard you claim I had a hidden ailment. Initially, I intended to remember. But your sister's embrace was quite unseemly, and I feared that any movement on my part might lead to misunderstandings, which is why I chose to feign unconsciousness. Oh dear. Upon hearing her words, Wei Qianyun suddenly came to a realization. Recalling the moment when she had embraced Wu Yundong's head, she felt her face burn as if engulfed in flames, eliciting a startled cry as she swiftly exited the room. Zhang Chang, who had hesitated to enter the room, found himself following Wei Qianyun into the adjacent space. The resounding thud of a door slamming shut startled both Wu Yundong and Wei Jianzhong simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, each letting out a huff before diverting their gaze elsewhere. The atmosphere in the room turned somewhat awkward after a moment of contemplation. Wu Yundong felt compelled to clarify the situation, lest Wei Qianyun feel embarrassed. Noticing Wei Jianzhong still seated on the floor, nursing his calves, he approached and pulled the latter up by the arm. Don't touch me, Wei Jianzhong retorted, turning away as he limped to the sofa. Fatty. Wu Yundong chose not to dwell on the rudeness, instead settling onto the sofa as well, turning to say, I can swear. I had no intention of taking advantage of your sister. Humph. Wei Jianzhong snorted, casting his glance elsewhere, clearly still irked. Wu Yundong scratched the back of his head, feeling helpless as he continued. Though I am indeed a man of appetites, I am well aware of what boundaries should not be crossed. Huh. Wei Jianzhong scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Yundong. His expression was unmistakable. If your words resonate so beautifully, why did you just take liberties with my sister? Wu Yundong felt himself at a loss for a proper explanation, yet he knew he could not remain silent. Director Wei, I am well aware of the formidable influence your family wields. Given the beauty of your sister, there must be countless suitors in your hometown. Am I wrong? Do I even need to say anything? This topic was a source of pride for Wei Jianzhong, who could not help but boast in the provincial capital. My sister is hailed as the foremost among the four flowers, and she is the only one who has returned from studying in the United States. The line of those pursuing her stretches from the south to the north of the city. While this statement may have been slightly exaggerated, Wu Yundong was astute enough not to interrupt Wei Jianzhong at that moment. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, with so many admirers, they must all possess considerable status. Does that even need stating? Wei Jianzhong shot Wu Yundong another look of disdain, continuing, among the multitude pursuing my sister, the most distinguished is the grandson of the provincial number one, followed closely by the son of the chairman of the provincial energy company. I need not mention the others. Any one of them would surpass you 100-fold. 100-fold better than me? Yet your sister still embraced me? The memory of her earlier proximity sent a shiver through him, as he shook his head to dispel any unwholesome thoughts. He contemplated voicing his disdain for Wei Jianzhong, but then thought better of it. Provoking the man further would render his previous flattery meaningless. Director Wei, I am fully aware of what you have articulated, which is why, in my understanding, your sister is a woman beyond my reach. Thus, everything that transpired earlier was indeed a misunderstanding. Very well, I find myself somewhat inclined to believe you. Wait a moment, am I not supposed to be angry with you? How did we end up sitting together? Upon reaching a critical juncture, Wei Jianzhong suddenly came to a realization. He then looked at Wu Yundong and scolded. I knew it. There must be a peculiar old spirit residing in your mind. Otherwise, how could I have been so easily deceived by you? Wei Dong, I am not deceiving you. I am merely elucidating a fact, Wu Yundong replied with a smile, patting Wei Jianzhong's calf. He then stood up and said, well then, I must return home. Return home? What do you mean? Wei Jianzhong frowned. Did you not just mention that you had matters for me to assist with? Wu Yundong blinked in confusion and asked, did I say that? Did you not say so? Wei Jianzhong also blinked, but his small eyes failed to attract Wu Yundong's attention. Nevertheless, Wei Jianzhong's words reminded Wu Yundong, prompting him to inquire, Mr. Wei, just a moment ago you were calling me fatty. Why the sudden politeness now? Wei Jianzhong cast a disdainful glance at Wu Yundong and waved his hand, saying, if you hold me in esteem, call me brother. If you look down on me, feel free to address me however you wish. Wu Yundong had no objections to this request. harboring no notions that calling someone brother would diminish his own status. Thus, he promptly called out, "Brother Wei." However, immediately after, a name of a medicine came to his mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Unlike Wu Yundong's more dubious thoughts, Wei Jinzhong beamed with delight upon being addressed as brother, his laughter causing his forehead to crease with joy. "Good brother, feel free to bring forth any requests. I shall not hesitate to assist you in any way I can." Despite his earnest demeanor, Wu Yundong furrowed his brow, sensing that this rotund man might have ulterior motives. "Speak, what is it you desire?" Wei Jinzhong sat on the sofa, his gaze intense, his chest puffed in confidence. With such a display of brotherly loyalty, Wu Yundong might have believed him, were it not for his knowledge of Wei Jinzhong's unscrupulous nature. "Why are you staring at me? Speak up. Whatever you need, I will assist. Even if I cannot directly help, I will find someone who can," Wei Jinzhong insisted. "Why do I sense some ill intent?" Wu Yundong inquired, stroking his chin, his gaze towards Wei Jinzhong filled with suspicion. "Defamation. Yundong, you are maligning my affection for you." Wu Yundong could not suppress a shiver and raised his hand, exclaiming, "Stop. Where did this affection between us come from? There is a saying, no good deed goes unpunished. Either it's treachery or theft. Are you implying that you do not trust me?" Wei Jinzhong frowned, irritated by the accusation. "Furthermore, with my status, why would I need to scheme against you? Do you not believe that if I were to call out, there would be countless people eager to assist me in dealing with you?" Though his words were bold, Wu Yundong knew there was truth in them. It was no exaggeration. Should Wei Jinzhong speak, that esteemed Secretary Su would undoubtedly rush to support him. However, Wu Yundong felt that Wei Jinzhong's overt friendliness was not without purpose. Yet, given his own lack of financial resources, Wu Yundong pondered what Wei Jinzhong could possibly want from him. He scrutinized Wei Jinzhong up and down, deciding not to waste any more mental energy. After all, if Wei Jinzhong had a request, he would eventually voice it. So there was no need for Wu Yundong to pry. With this thought, he lifted his head and smiled. "Well then, why are you smiling so lecherously?" Wei Jinzhong's laughter was indeed lewd, his small eyes nearly squished together, as he eagerly offered a cigarette. "Is it possible that there are still Huazi around these days?" Wu Yundong gazed in astonishment at the cigarette in Wei Jinzhong's hand, suddenly looking up to ask, "What do you mean, brother?" Wei Jinzhong dutifully placed the cigarette in Wu Yundong's mouth, and with a considerate gesture, produced a lighter, igniting it, and holding it up before Wu Yundong. Wu Yundong quickly tilted his head back, casting a wary glance at Wei Jinzhong, and snapped, "Come on, speak plainly, don't be so sleazy." "Fine." Wei Jinzhong retracted the lighter and lit a cigarette for himself. Exhaling a plume of azure smoke, his tone suddenly turned melancholic. "Brother, my woman has been taken away." Holding the unlit cigarette, Wu Yundong stared blankly at the sorrowful-looking Wei Jinzhong, who resembled a distressed deity, and suddenly broke into a fit of coughing. What a clitch plot twist. This fat fool surely intends to scheme against me. Wei Jinzhong disregarded Wu Yundong's disdainful gaze. Lost in his own thoughts as he took a drag from his cigarette, the girl's name is Murong Feishua. Fortunately, he hadn't taken a sip of water, otherwise, Wu Yundong would have surely sprayed it all over Wei Jinzhong. Murong Feishua? Why not go for Ling Huchong while you're at it? However, the name is quite melodious. At least more poetic than Wei Qinyans. I wonder what she looks like. No, wait. By revealing this name, is Wei Jinzhong merely trying to pique my curiosity? Wu Yundong furtively glanced at Wei Jinzhong, discovering that the rotund man's eyes were indeed fixed on him, and he suddenly understood, unable to suppress a chuckle. What's this? You're trying to set me up with someone? TSK. Wei Jinzhong suddenly clicked his tongue and complained with displeasure. That is my woman. Even though we have a good brotherhood, you can't steal my sister-in-law. Enough. Wu Yundong hastily waved his hand. I have no time for your nonsense. My priority now is to earn money. Does making money have anything to do with me? Wei Jinzhong blinked, then unexpectedly draped an arm around Wu Yundong's neck. Brother, as long as you help me deal with Qiu Xiangrong, I'll ensure your financial matters are taken care of. What do you say? Not happening. Wu Yundong shrugged Wei Jinzhong's arm off, sneering. You're quite malicious, aren't you? How am I malicious? Wei Jinzhong looked perplexed. Wu Yundong curled his lip, disdainfully retorting. We're both wily foxes. What kind of ghost story are you trying to play with me? Hey, say that again. Wei Jinzhong abruptly stood up and rushed to the writing desk by the bed. Wu Yundong was utterly confused. What do you mean? Wei Jinzhong returned with a notebook and a hero fountain pen. Such a good, pretentious line. I have to jot it down. Wu Yundong was left speechless, snatching the notebook and tossing it aside, pointing at Wei Jianzhong and scolding. Your sister just hugged me, and I even took the time to explain to you. Why on earth do you still want to push me into a pit? That Xiao Xiangrong surely has some considerable background, right? If you want me to deal with him, I might not even meet him before I find myself in trouble. Fatty, do you think I'm foolish? Hee. Wei Jianzhong sank into the sofa, casting a cold glance at Wu Yundong, and waved dismissively while cursing. If you were a fool, I would have long since ended you. Why would I waste my breath? So you admit you've plotted against me, do you? Get lost. Impatiently waving his hand, the melancholy that once adorned his face had vanished. As he pointed toward the door, cursing, if it weren't for my concern about my sister's feelings, I would have dealt with you already. If I were you, I would never contact Qianyun again. But you're not me. Wu Yundong rose, a mocking smile on his lips as he pointed at Wei Jianzhong. In my life, I fear nothing less than threats. Thus, your words hold no weight for me. You wish for me to sever ties with your sister? Fine. As long as Wei Qianyun speaks to me directly, I shall turn around and leave without a second glance at you. Impressive character. Wei Jianzhong straightened abruptly, pointing toward the door and bellowing. Then go. The moment you step out that door, I will ensure my sister no longer contacts you. You mean for me not to take the initiative to contact Wei Qianyun? Wu Yundong saw through Wei Jianzhong's intentions and couldn't help but scoff. Before Wei Jianzhong could respond, he pulled open the door and stepped outside. Turning back at the threshold, he declared, Fatty, I already know what you are trying to emphasize without your prompting. I have never sought to curry favor with you, nor have I ever considered using your sister to elevate my status. He pointed at Wei Jianzhong with disdain, continuing, without the Wei family's influence, what position would you hold today? What right do you have to look down upon me? How can you be so certain that I cannot forge my own path to wealth? Wei Jianzhong shot to his feet, but before he could utter a word, Wu Yundong had already closed the door behind him. Staring at the firmly shut door, Wei Jianzhong did not approach to open it, instead remaining silent and rooted in place for a long while. Once outside the hotel, Wu Yundong stood on the street, watching the throngs of pedestrians, and suddenly exhaled heavily. The confrontation with Wei Jianzhong had long been anticipated. As Wei Jianzhong had said, they inhabited entirely different worlds. Not only Wei Jianzhong, but if he were in the same position, he too would suspect anyone approaching his sister of ulterior motives. Damn it, does wealth make one exceptional? Does a privileged background confer superiority? He shook his head in disbelief. I refuse to accept that without you all, I cannot find a way to thrive. However, he scratched the back of his head, fully aware that while reselling treasury bonds could yield substantial profits, he was utterly at a loss as to where to begin. Chapter 46. The matters of my eldest sister. In that moment, Wu Yundong felt an overwhelming nostalgia for his past life. Back then, even while imprisoned, he was aware of the existence of computers outside, knowing that whatever he wished to learn could be found online with a simple search. It seemed that mobile phones possessed similar capabilities, yet due to his incarceration, he had never encountered such advanced devices. The phones he had used merely allowed for calls and text messages. Alas, making money is indeed a formidable challenge. After standing for a considerable time, he finally let out a resigned sigh. Taking a long leave was motivated by his desire to resell treasury bonds, but now having completely fallen out with Wei Jianzhong, he had lost all connections to bank personnel, leaving him utterly bewildered, uncertain about where to collect the treasury bonds. He found himself unable to attend school as he had taken a leave of absence. Should he return home? His parents would surely inquire about his situation. The discontent of his parents was one concern, but the prospect of provoking his father and facing a beating was an even greater worry. After pondering for quite some time, while scratching the back of his head, he ultimately resolved to seek refuge at his elder sister's home. Regardless of his actions, he knew his sister would not interrogate him too closely, perhaps only offering a few mild remarks. Compared to the threat of his father's belt, the admonitions from his sister were easily disregarded. Yes, he would go to his sister's house. Without a bicycle and with no public transport available, he could only walk, eventually making his way to North Old Town Street after half an hour. The extensive demolitions of the future were still over 20 years away. So his sister's residence remained those 4 small earthen rooms, devoid of side buildings or courtyard walls, just the solitary 4 main rooms. The windows were modestly constructed from wood, small in size, with minimal glass that poorly allowed light to filter through. The entrance consisted of 2 solid wooden doors without windows, yet they stood ajar. Ajar? Wu Yundong couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. At this hour, his sister and brother-in-law ought to be at work. Why was the door open? Could it be that his nephew had skipped school? But the boy was only 5 years old, just starting kindergarten. How could he possibly play truant? In his confusion, Wu Yundong hurried to the door and peered inside, where he saw Zhang Jianjun seated on a chair, his head bowed, wearing a look of deep contemplation. Perhaps sensing his footsteps, Zhang Jianjun suddenly lifted his head and, upon recognizing Wu Yundong, quickly rose from his chair. "Dongzi, what brings you here?" he asked. "I came to see," Wu Yundong replied perfunctorily, noticing his sister was absent, and inquired, "Where's my sister?" Before he finished speaking, Wu Yuxiang emerged from the adjoining room and, upon seeing Wu Yundong, promptly asked, "Why aren't you at school?" Faced with his elder sister, Wu Yundong felt no need to fabricate a lie and simply stated, "I took a leave." "Why did you take a leave? Didn't you say your schedule is quite tight?" "No worries, I just completed a test and scored full marks. So I was granted the leave." As he entered the house, he observed that the interior light remained as dim as ever. Despite it being afternoon, the room was already somewhat dark. "Dongzi, even if you scored full marks, you shouldn't be taking a leave," Wu Yuxiang chided lightly, then asked, "Have you eaten?" "I have," Wu Yundong quickly responded, knowing that Wu Yuxiang would likely offer him food otherwise. Nevertheless, Wu Yuxiang turned and went into the back room, returning with a basket of freshly fried dough sticks. "Here, eat this. I just made them for lunch." It must be said that Wu Yuxiang's skill in frying dough sticks was remarkable. The golden, glistening exterior was appetizing enough to stir anyone's hunger. Although Wu Yundong had initially intended to decline, he found himself taking one and indulging. As he ate, oil dripped from his mouth, prompting Wu Yuxiang to scold him gently. "Slow down, there's more." Delicious," Wu Yundong praised, his mouth full. Receiving the compliment did not bring Wu Yuxiang joy, but instead, she cautiously asked, "Dongzi, you must promise to study hard." "I will," Wu Yundong replied, swallowing the dough stick, wiping his mouth with a towel, and turning to Zhang Jianjun. "Brother-in-law, why aren't you at work?" Zhang Jianjun opened his mouth, but glanced towards Wu Yuxiang instead. Wu Yuxiang hurriedly exclaimed, "We're merely taking a break. Come out, elder brother." Before she could finish her sentence, a loud shout suddenly pierced through the door. Although no one was visible, Wu Yundong recognized the voice of Zhang Jianjun's mother, Qiao Yuzhen, an exceedingly selfish woman who relished taking advantage of others. In his previous life, Wu Yuxiang had suffered greatly at the hands of this woman due to her unscrupulous behavior. And had it not been for Zhang Jianjun's resolute stance, their marriage might well have ended in divorce. What could she possibly want? Moreover, her tone seemed rather off. While Wu Yundong furrowed his brow in contemplation, Wu Yuxiang had already stepped outside, asking, "Mother, do you need something?" Concerned for his sister's well-being, Wu Yundong promptly followed her. And Zhang Jianjun, well aware of his mother's temperament, hurriedly trailed behind. Outside, the tall and slender Qiao Yuzhen stood with one hand on her hip, the other accusingly pointing at Wu Yuxiang as she berated, "Wu Yuxiang, how have we, the Zhang family, wronged you that you dare to confront our eldest?" "Mother," Zhang Jianjun quickly interjected, "what are you saying? How has Yuxiang wronged me?" "Step aside." Qiao Yuzhen forcefully pushed Zhang Jianjun aside, directing her ire towards Wu Yuxiang. "If it weren't for that brother of yours, would you have been dismissed?" "Dismissed?" Wu Yundong's expression darkened as he suddenly comprehended why his sister and brother-in-law had lost their jobs. It was undoubtedly Yang Ziqing who had orchestrated Lu Yongjun's dismissal, and now Wang Kunbo, the factory director, had sought revenge on his sister and brother-in-law instead. "Mother, my dismissal has nothing to do with Dongzi," Wu Yuxiang asserted. "How could it not be related?" Qiao Yuzhen shot Zhang Jianjun a glare before continuing her tirade. "I have heard that after your brother was arrested, you approached your factory director, and just 2 days later, you were both dismissed. You still claim it has nothing to do with him?" Though Wu Yuxiang was simple-minded and not particularly eloquent, she could not help but defend herself. "Mother, our termination truly has no connection to Dongzi." "And whose fault is it then?" Qiao Yuzhen shouted with sudden ferocity, only to catch sight of Wu Yundong, and with renewed anger, she spat. "How dare you bring your brother here after being dismissed? Are you worried that my son has too much grain and wish to let your brother feast upon it?" Her words were exceedingly harsh, causing Zhang Jianjun's complexion to pale, especially with a throng of curious neighbors gathering around. He became increasingly anxious, but like Wu Yuxiang, he was of a modest and honest disposition, not adept at verbal confrontation. Thus, Faced with his mother's tirade, he could only sweat profusely, utterly at a loss for words. As for Wu Yuxiang, she was even more at a disadvantage, utterly subdued by her domineering and unreasonable mother-in-law. In their silence, Xiao Yuzhen's fury intensified, and she could not restrain herself from pointing at Wu Yundong, scolding, "What are you still doing in my son's house? Do you intend to live off him? I assure you, as long as I draw breath, you shall not eat and drink for free in my son's home." Wu Yundong had no desire to engage in a quarrel with an elderly woman, for regardless of the merits of his arguments, he would inevitably be deemed in the wrong. After all, it is a custom in Huaxia to respect one's elders and cherish the young. Even if she acted disrespectfully, should he argue with her, others would still judge him unfavorably. There is no other reason. Simply because she is aged, you must yield to her, or else you are deemed impolite and uncultured. In a previous life, his timid nature would have deterred him from arguing with an older woman. However, having been reborn, why should he endure being insulted? Especially when the other party had the audacity to insult his elder sister. "What are you staring at? Why don't you leave?" Observing the haughty expression on Xiao Yuzhen's face, Wu Yundong struggled to suppress the urge to strike out, and coldly inquired, "What right do you have to tell me to leave while I am in my sister's home?" Chapter 47. A matter of pride, what right do I have? Xiao Yuzhen erupted in fury, pointing a finger at Wu Yundong and exclaiming, "This is my son's home. Do you think I lack the right? You have no right." Wu Yundong replied, his countenance icy as he pointed at Zhang Jianjun and declared, "True, he is your son, but he is separated from the family. And he is also my sister's husband. As my sister's brother, am I not permitted to visit?" Xiao Yuzhen trembled with rage, her cheekbones protruding more prominently. After a prolonged moment, she spat venomously, "Even if he is separated, he is still my son. And do you think highly of your sister? If it weren't for her frequently sending money to her family, would my son be living in such poverty?" The fact that Wu Yuxiang often supported her family was not known solely to Wu Yundong. Their neighbors were also aware. Thus, upon hearing her words, the onlookers began to murmur in discussion. Wu Yundong paid no mind to their chatter, fixating intently on Xiao Yuzhen as he coldly asked, "What does your son's poverty have to do with my sister? How could it not be related? If he were not constantly assisting your family, could they not afford to build a home on their combined salaries?" With a scoff, Wu Yundong retorted, "Then what of your second and third sons? Why did they both build homes before marrying? And how old was your eldest son when he married? Why did you not prepare a house for him? Is it not because my sister and brother-in-law are honest individuals? Do you believe they are easy to bully?" Xiao Yuzhen was rendered speechless by his inquiries. Not only was she at a loss for words, but the neighbors began to connect the dots. Indeed, the second and third sons of the Zhang family had built homes prior to seeking brides. Why had no such arrangement been made for the eldest? This was not merely a detail. The eldest son had married while the youngest had already tied the knot. No wonder the brother-in-law was incensed. It became evident that the Zhang family had been taking advantage of others. As the crowd murmured and pointed fingers, Xiao Yuzhen could no longer bear it. She collapsed onto the ground, pounding her thigh and shouting, "They are bullying us. Wu Yuxiang's family is bullying our Zhang family. Everyone, come and see if there is any justice left in this world." Cursing in the streets was indeed a unique characteristic of this era, and it was Wu Yundong's first encounter with such a spectacle since his rebirth. He could only stare in astonishment. Zhang Jianjun's face fluctuated between shades of red and white, and the peculiar gazes from the neighbors intensified his shame, prompting him to murmur, "Mother, please stop making a scene and let us return home." "You want me to go back?" Xiao Yuzhen finally found an outlet for her frustration, pounding her thigh and declaring, "Everyone, come and see. This is my son, who has forgotten his mother now that he has a wife." Her tumultuous outburst left Wu Yuxiang utterly flustered. Although her mother-in-law berated her son, she dared not speak up, resorting instead to a futile attempt at mediation. "Mother, there are so many people around. What of it if there are many? The more there are, the more I wish to show them how the Wu family mistreats me." Suddenly, Xiao Yuzhen ceased her tears, rising from the ground to point accusingly at Wu Yuxiang, exclaiming to the onlookers, "Look, everyone, it is this woman who frequently sneaks away with money to her maternal family behind my son's back. This shameless woman." Silence. Wu Yundong could no longer bear to witness the humiliation of his elder sister and let out a fierce admonition. His voice was so thunderous that it startled Xiao Yuzhen, causing her to instinctively clamp her mouth shut. Wu Yundong, with a finger pointed at Xiao Yuzhen's face, scolded her, "You may insult me, but do not dare speak ill of my sister." By this point, Xiao Yuzhen had regained her composure, feeling embarrassed at being intimidated by a mere child. She retorted defiantly, "I will insult her if I wish. What can you do about it? I could end you." Wu Yundong's eyes flared with a dangerous glint, reminiscent of a famished wolf, as he fixated on Xiao Yuzhen and warned, "If you dare to insult my sister again, I will make you regret it. Try me." The ferocity of his gaze deterred Xiao Yuzhen from any further provocation, yet her pride would not allow her to yield entirely. She shouted back, "What can your threats do? If you have the means, help your sister build a proper house." "Build a house?" Wu Yundong frowned. Xiao Yuzhen, misinterpreting his hesitation, scoffed, "Indeed. You threatened to kill me for insulting your sister, yet look at where she lives. Is it not pitiful that your nephew resides in such a damp place?" Turning to glance at the decrepit dwelling behind him, Wu Yundong suddenly recognized its low, cramped, poorly lit, and damp conditions. Indeed, he had long felt indebted to his sister and yearned to rectify past grievances. Why had he not noticed the state of her home? Did he lack funds? Beneath his desk lay 500,000, albeit borrowed. Yet was there not a way to reclaim it? Even if he spent it all, he could simply forego the incense burner. "Sister," he turned to Wu Yuxiang, enunciating each word carefully, "what house are we to build?" Wu Yuxiang, growing anxious, retorted, "Do you have any idea how much it costs to build a house?" Before she could continue, Wu Yundong interjected decisively, "No matter the cost, I shall provide." Before Wu Yuxiang could respond, Xiao Yuzhen could no longer contain herself and interjected with a derisive scoff. "Oh, you will provide? Does your family possess such wealth?" "Just wait and see," Wu Yundong replied coldly, turning to Zhang Jianjun, "Brother-in-law, prepare. We shall commence the construction of a house." Zhang Jianjun stood in bewilderment, staring at Wu Yundong in disbelief. While he had dreamt of renovating the house, he had never envisioned it occurring under such circumstances. Before he could voice his thoughts, Wu Yundong seized Zhang Jianjun's golden deer bicycle and rode off. As he departed, the onlookers erupted into speculation. Could it be? Is Yuxiang's brother truly going to fetch the money? It seems so. Otherwise, he wouldn't be leaving in such haste. Hee. Xiao Yuzhen could not help but let out a cold laugh, curling her lips as she remarked, "He runs swiftly because he is embarrassed here. Moreover, considering their family's circumstances, if they can produce 10,000 yuan, I shall never set foot in my eldest son's home again." Among the onlookers, an elderly lady could no longer hold her tongue and loudly inquired, "Old Zhang, do your words hold any weight?" In a fit of anger, Xiao Yuzhen, without a second thought, declared emphatically, "Let you, my neighbors, bear witness. If Wu Yuxiang's brothers can assist Jianjun in rebuilding the house, I swear I shall never cross the threshold of Zhang Jianjun's door for the rest of my life. Furthermore, I shall not require a single penny from their family for my future care." Having already been dismissed, Zhang Jianjun was already burdened. And now with the added issue of house reconstruction, he grew increasingly agitated, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Mother, please do not complicate matters further." "What do you mean complicate matters?" She retorted, "I am here today to vow that if I fail to uphold my words, may I meet a wretched end." Fortunately, this declaration did not reach Wu Yundong's ears. Otherwise, he would surely have compelled her to draft a written acknowledgement. Regrettably, he was too engrossed in pedaling his bicycle to notice this unfolding drama. Moments later, he burst through the gate, greeted his father, who was busy crafting furniture in the courtyard, and promptly retreated to the bedroom. He pulled out a travel bag from beneath the writing desk and swiftly unzipped it. Just as he laid eyes upon the lush green banknotes, a sudden exclamation pierced the air from behind him. "Dongzi, where did you get so much money?" Chapter 48. A beating. Wu Yundong was entirely focused on the money. The unexpected voice startled him so profoundly that he nearly lost his wits. Turning around, he saw his mother, Gao Yulan, and his expression turned to one of utter disbelief. With hurried steps, Gao Yulan approached and grasped Wu Yundong's arm, her voice trembling as she asked, "Dongzi, have you been robbing?" Wu Yundong opened his mouth, bewildered by the absurdity of her accusation. However, seeing his mother so frightened, her entire being seemed to weaken, prompting him to support her and lower his voice to reassure her, "Mother, I did not rob anyone." "And where did this money come from?" Gao Yulan gripped his arm even tighter, causing him to wince in discomfort. Yet, he dared not jest, fearing that any levity might exacerbate her distress. "Mother, please do not be afraid. I truly did not rob anyone." Suddenly, Wu Xiao's voice resonated through the room. Wu Yundong turned to see his father's somber countenance, sending a jolt of alarm through him. Why had his father been summoned? He blamed his mother for her excessive alarm and loudness. Nevertheless, despite his internal grievances, he dared not utter a word, hastily explaining, "Father, mother, this money is borrowed." "You borrowed it?" Wu Xiao's face twitched momentarily, and he reached for his belt. Wu Yundong was struck with terror, ready to flee, but was firmly held back by Gao Yulan, who could not help but cry out, "Mother, father is going to hit me. You deserve it." Gao Yulan did not protect Wu Yundong as she usually did, but instead scolded him fiercely. "I thought you had matured, only to discover you dare deceive us." Indeed, if he were not soundly punished now, who knew what trouble he might cause in the future? Wu Xiao bellowed loudly, not allowing Wu Yundong a moment to explain, and struck him with his belt. Caught cheating, Wu Yundong dared not harm his mother, so he raised his right arm to shield himself. "Father, please let me explain." "What explanation is needed?" Wu Xiao believed in a singular method of discipline, punishment. As the saying goes, a dutiful son emerges from the rod. This boy lies without a hint of hesitation. He is clearly a habitual deceiver. If he is not disciplined severely, what will become of him? What of the family name? Thus, Wu Yundong felt the sting of the belt across his head several times, wincing in pain but too fearful to evade further. His mother, Gao Yulan, held him tightly. Any sudden movement could inadvertently harm her. Already suffering such a severe beating, the thought of causing his mother pain would surely incite his father's wrath even further. In his helplessness, Wu Yundong pondered his misfortune, having merely saved someone and borrowed a bit of money, yet here he was, subjected to such punishment. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a sudden cry echoed from the doorway, followed by Wu Yunjin's voice. "Father, what are you doing? What has Dongzi done to deserve this? Brother, you are my true brother. In this dire moment, why are you wasting time? Quickly, seize the belt from father." Yet, Wu Yundong soon felt utterly deflated. In the Wu household, when Wu Xiao was enraged, no one dared to snatch anything from him, save for Wu Yueing. Everyone else had no choice but to endure the punishment in silence. Despite his urgency, Wu Yunjin did not dare to approach and wrest the belt from their father. Upon seeing the red welts appearing on Wu Yundong's face, he felt a mix of anger and concern and swiftly positioned himself in front of Wu Yundong. With two sharp cracks, Wu Yundong noticed his elder brother's face twitch violently, causing him to shudder in response. "Father, cease this!" Wu Yunjin exclaimed, turning to demand. "What crime has Dongzi committed?" In truth, Wu Xiao had been contemplating stopping, but seeing Wu Yundong enduring the blows without pleading for mercy, he found no reason to relent. Fortunately, with Wu Yunjin's arrival, though he too received a couple of strikes, it was due to his own failure to control the situation. Now, with his eldest son providing him an opportunity to catch his breath, Wu Xiao pointed at the travel bag on the ground with his belt and commanded, "Look for yourself." Wu Yunjin, initially focused solely on defending his brother, finally noticed the travel bag on the floor, which contained a pile of green bills. "Dongzi, hurry and escape," was Wu Yunjin's immediate response as he thrust the travel bag into Wu Yundong's hands. "The farther you run, the better." Wu Yundong had anticipated that his elder brother would speak on his behalf, but to his astonishment, upon seeing the money, Wu Yunjin was urging him to flee. Could it be that he believed the money was obtained through dishonest means? In a moment of urgency, he grasped the doorframe and turned to Wu Yunjin, who was pushing him, exclaiming, "Brother, why are you pushing me? This money is my reward for saving Wei Qianyun." "What?" Wu Yunjin was taken aback. Wu Yundong quickly took a deep breath and re-explained. "That day at my cousin's construction site, the scaffolding collapsed, and I happened to save Wei Qianyun. She said she wanted to repay me and offered me money." "Nonsense!" Wu Xiao suddenly exclaimed, his temper flaring, and he started twisting his belt. "You merely saved someone. Which family would give you so much money? And to even dare ask for it? I might as well beat you to a pulp, you disgraceful wretch." After having been beaten just moments before, that was due to his mother catching him. Now, with no one holding him back, Wu Yundong was not about to submit quietly. He hastily pulled Wu Yunzheng in front of him. Smack! Wu Yunzheng felt particularly unfortunate. These funds had nothing to do with him. Yet he had been struck twice by his father. And this time, he had been dragged over by his brother? Feeling wronged, he couldn't help but turn to Wu Yundong. Sorry. Seeing his brother's pitiful expression made Wu Yundong feel guilty, and he quickly apologized. "Brother, I wasn't trying to be beaten. Do you think I'm not scared?" Wu Yunzheng huffed angrily, then quickly blocked Wu Yundong, addressing Wu Xiao. Father, although Dongzi shouldn't have taken money for saving someone, he shouldn't be beaten either. What do you know? Wu Xiao retorted. He not only seeks to profit from kindness, but also lies. Lies. Wu Yunjing's expression stiffened, and he turned back, shouting, Dongzi, how can you lie? Wu Yundong rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that in his previous life, he had told so many lies, and his brother had never discovered them. Moreover, in this day and age, those who could thrive were often deceitful charlatans, willing to deceive anyone. Unfortunately, he couldn't voice this thought and had to clarify, Brother, I truly did not lie. This sum of money was indeed borrowed. He recounted how Wei Jianzhong had intended to reward him, only for him to borrow money instead. He shared everything except for the part about pawning the incense burner. After hearing the explanation, Wu Yunzhong and the others were convinced. After all, this was 500,000. Not only had Wu Yunzhong never seen such an amount, but even Wu Xiao, nearing 60, had never laid eyes on it. Dongzi, what do you intend to do? Wu Xiao suddenly frowned. I initially thought of trading treasury bonds, but I didn't know where to start, so I was preparing to do something else. However, I just came from my eldest sister's place, and we had a quarrel. Wu Xiao's expression darkened. Did her mother-in-law give her trouble again? Wu Yundong had no choice but to recount Xiao Yuzhen's words in front of their parents. It's too much bullying. Wu Yunjing's face turned pale with anger as he turned to leave. I'm going to find her. Brother. Wu Yundong grabbed Wu Yunzhong, pointing to the money on the ground. With that shrew, you won't stand a chance. The best way to silence her is for us to help our eldest sister build a house. Build a house. Wu Yunzhong was taken aback, immediately turning to Wu Xiao. Chapter 49. One does not act for others. Wu Yundong's suggestion to help Wu Yuxiang build a house caused not only Wu Yunzhong to glance at Wu Xiao, but also Gao Yulan to look over. After all, in this family, only one person's word was absolute. What are you staring at? Wu Xiao, feeling furious under their scrutiny, retorted angrily. For the sake of you four, Yuxiang hasn't attended school for a single day. What is wrong with helping her build a house? Moreover, is this money truly mine? Regardless, even if it were earned by Dongzi, it still belongs to this family. Nonsense. Wu Xiao glared at Gao Yulan, pointing sternly at the travel bag and declared, if this money is indeed part of the household, does Zhengzi not deserve a share? If half of it were given to Zhengzi, how would Dongzi feel? Wu Yundong, surprisingly indifferent, hastily replied, Father, I have no objections. Yet I feel otherwise. Wu Xiao shot a disapproving glance at Wu Yundong, then turned to Wu Yunjin and remarked, Zhengzi, you need not feel discontented. If this money were earned by you alone, I would not permit Dongzi to share it with you. Wu Yunjin felt a twinge of discomfort, but upon seeing Wu Yundong, he suddenly smiled. Father, I Zhengzi. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Yulian entered, cradling their daughter. The moment she entered, Wu Yunjin's brow involuntarily furrowed, but upon seeing his wife with their daughter and their son gazing up at her, his heart softened instantly. It is impossible for anyone not to harbor thoughts upon seeing such a sum of money. Yet, since father has spoken, and this money is indeed earned by Dongzi, it would be unreasonable to demand a division. However, enduring hardship is one thing, but what of his son and daughter? What would his wife think? Father. Yang Yulian greeted him before quietly asking, I overheard outside that this money is all earned by Dongzi. Hearing this, the gloom on Wu Xiao's face lifted considerably. But before he could respond, Yang Yulian continued, Dongzi wishes to help his elder sister build a house. I do not oppose this. In fact, I wholeheartedly support it, as his sister has indeed done so much for this family. However, but what? Despite addressing his daughter-in-law, Wu Xiao's temper remained unchanged as he coldly inquired, Father. Yang Yulian quickly called out, then softly added, but our own house is equally dilapidated. Wu Xiao initially intended to scold her, but reflecting on their own home and glancing at his son and daughter, he found himself at a loss for words. Gao Yulan's face was also filled with conflict as she looked between her eldest son and daughter-in-law, then at the silent youngest son, leaving her without a solution. Who wouldn't he wish to reside in a spacious and grand home? Yet, the pressing issue remains. Wu Xiao had stated that this money belongs to Dongzi, and no one has the authority to decide otherwise. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Wu Yundong scratched the back of his head, observing his elder brother with his head bowed, then looking at his expectant sister-in-law. Finally, his gaze rested on Wu Di, who gazed up at him. Seeing Wu Di, he couldn't help but recall the 2 red cigarettes on the table in the meeting room just before his untimely death in his previous life. In his ears, He could still hear Wu Yuling's words. Your nephew is over 30 and still unmarried, yet he still counts on you for cigarettes. Being over 30 and unmarried was entirely a consequence of his own actions. And then there was his sister-in-law, though somewhat bitter, who among the living is entirely selfless, who does not wish to secure a bit more for themselves. Moreover, in his past life, despite frequently criticizing her elder brother, she never once uttered the word divorce. If she didn't permit it, could his brother have sent money to him in prison? If she were unwilling, could Wu Di have bought him cigarettes? Upon reflecting on these matters, he could not help but let out a long sigh. Sister-in-law, I comprehend your desire to build a house. But this sum of money is indeed of great importance to me. He paused, observing the disappointment and slight anger on Yang Yulian's face, and continued, however, rest assured. Within 6 months at most, I shall construct a new courtyard on the estate of my uncle to the east. Dongzi, do not heed your sister-in-law's unfounded concerns. I am not anxious. Brother, you may not be anxious, but I am. Wu Yundong chuckled, affectionately ruffling Wu Di's small head. Call me uncle. Uncle, Wu Di promptly responded. And even the 2-year-old Wu Yu in Yang Yulian's arms chimed in with a sweet voice, calling out uncle as well. The utterance of those 2 uncle calls made Wu Yundong feel that everything was worthwhile. He beamed at his brother. Brother, did you hear that? They called me uncle. The family, devoid of any fools, understood the underlying meaning in his words. Not only did Wu Yunjing's eyes glisten with emotion, but even Yang Yulian, who had been somewhat miffed, felt a twinge of shame. Dongzi, it's not that I covet the money. We are family. Wu Yundong interjected, smiling. Worry not, I assure you. Within 6 months, I will ensure you are settled in a new home. Preposterous. Wu Xiao suddenly admonished, questioning. Do you have any idea how much it costs to build a courtyard? Do you understand the amount of effort involved in constructing a house? You know nothing and make reckless promises. On what grounds do you make such assurances? On you, of course, Wu Yundong chuckled, flattering. Father, with your esteemed presence overseeing matters. Do I need to concern myself with those trivialities? Wu Xiao was both exasperated and amused. You little rascal, do you take me for a laborer? In any case, when the time comes, I shall merely provide the funds. The construction is not my concern. You little scamp. Wu Xiao chuckled again but continued, in truth. Building a house for you too is my duty as a father. But alas, my capabilities are limited. Dongzi, I must thank you. Father, Wu Yundong quickly waved his hand. I am your son. Why speak thus? Let us discuss how much it will cost to build a courtyard for our eldest sister. Wu Xiao frowned, beginning to ponder. Wu Yunzheng, who frequently engaged in construction, was more knowledgeable about these matters. Dongzi, I just calculated. For our eldest sister's estate with 5 main rooms, plus 2 side rooms and 1 main entrance, it should amount to around 10,000 yuan. Is that all? Wu Yundong was taken aback. In later years, constructing even a single set of 5 main rooms would not come down without at least 50 to 60,000 yuan. However, considering this was 1988, when a household with 10,000 yuan was quite remarkable, the notion of even gathering such a sum for building a house was astonishing. It was likely that the construction of his sister's house would create quite a stir throughout the entire North Street. However, I have heard that bricks and tiles are quite difficult to procure. Difficult to procure? Wu Yundong blinked, suddenly inquiring. Father, do you know anyone at the brick factory? I do not. Wu Xiao immediately shook his head. Wu Yunzheng added, Dongzi, red bricks are currently in high demand. I have heard that even our construction site struggles to purchase them. Construction site? Wu Yundong's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. I have found a solution. Chapter 50. All is unusual. The gleam in Wu Yundong's eyes invigorated Wu Yunzheng. What have you conceived? Indeed, Zhengzi, it seems your elder sister does not know anyone there. If you have a solution, you must not keep it to yourself. Gao Yulan hurriedly interjected. Wu Yundong would naturally not withhold anything. And just as he was about to speak, he heard Wu Yuxiang's voice from the courtyard. Dongzi, do not act recklessly. Yuxiang. Gao Yulan immediately rushed out to greet her. Yang Yulian followed closely behind, embracing her daughter as they went outside. In the Wu household, Wu Yuxiang was well liked by all ages. Even Wu Di knew he must show respect to his elder aunt, lest he face a reprimand. As Wu Yundong stepped outside, Wu Yuxiang was just entering the house, neglecting to greet her mother. Noticing her hurried demeanor, Wu Yundong guessed she was anxious about him asking their parents for money, and promptly said, Elder sister, you arrived just in time. Does brother-in-law know anyone at the brick factory? Wu Yuxiang was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the question. She had rushed back, worried that her brother might have boasted in front of their mother-in-law about needing to ask their parents for money, which would cause them distress, given their family's financial situation. However, upon entering, she was met with Wu Yundong's unexpected inquiry, leaving her bewildered. She glanced back at her mother and then at her father behind Wu Yundong, noticing that neither appeared angry. In fact, they seemed quite pleased. What was happening? Yuxiang, Wu shouted, understanding his daughter's mindset, smiled and said, Dongzi wishes to help you build a house. We have no objections. Yes, yes. Yang Yulian quickly chimed in. Elder sister, we all support him. No. Wu Yuxiang hurriedly interrupted Yang Yulian, turning to Wu Xiao and asking, Father, do you know how much it costs to build a house? Our family has not saved any money. I know you have no money. Wu Xiao immediately chuckled, gesturing towards Wu Yundong. Therefore, let him take care of it. Wu Yuxiang was even more confused. When did Dongzi start earning money? Given his expression, Wu Yundong realized he needed to clarify, hastily explaining the source of the funds to Wu Xiao and the others. However, he did not anticipate that after he finished, Wu Yuxiang would suddenly grab them and begin feeling from the top of her head down to her calves. Wu Yundong was left utterly bewildered. Elder sister, what are you doing? Wu Yuxiang exhaled deeply, then patted her chest in relief, saying, Thankfully, you are unharmed. It turned out that elder sister was worried about his safety. Wu Yundong felt a surge of emotion. But then, Wu Yuxiang abruptly raised her hand and slapped him, scolding, What are you trying to prove? There are so many people on the construction site. Why would you foolishly rush out? What if something had happened to you? Elder sister. Realizing Wu Yuxiang's legs were giving way, Wu Yunzheng quickly reached out to support her. There is no need to be so frightened. Dongzi is perfectly fine, see? Indeed, fortunately. He is unharmed. Wu Yuxiang suddenly wiped her eyes, then shouted, But what if something had happened? Wu Yunzheng was left speechless, at a loss for words. Faced with Wu Yuxiang's tear-filled eyes, Wu Yundong felt his own eyes welling up. He hastily took a deep breath and grasped Wu Yuxiang's hand, saying, Elder sister, rest assured. I shall not act so recklessly again. You must promise me that. Wu Yuxiang tightly grasped Wu Yundong's hand, her eyes fixed intently upon his. Meeting her gaze, Wu Yundong could no longer hold back his tears, nodding repeatedly while choked with emotion. Sister, I promise you, I will no longer give you cause for concern. Please do not cry. Wu Yuxiang reached out to wipe away his tears and inquired, Do you truly have 500,000? Yes. Wu Yundong replied eagerly, pulling Wu Yuxiang inside. Staring at the money in the travel bag, Wu Yuxiang was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head, saying, Dongzi, with so much money, you should save it for your future wife. What do you mean, future wife? Wu Yundong replied, exasperated, I am saying my future wife does not need money. Nonsense. Which family has a wife that doesn't need money? I do. Wu Yundong puffed out his chest with pride. Sister, have you forgotten? I already have a girlfriend. Right. Right. Yang Yulian quickly nodded in agreement, and she is the daughter of Mayor Han. The speed at which his sister-in-law supported him was impressive. Wu Yundong couldn't help but smile at Yang Yulian, then turned back to Wu Yuxiang, saying, So, you needn't worry about me. Just look forward to moving into the new house. Dongzi, Wu Yuxiang suddenly grasped his arm, glancing at Wu Xiao. Father's health is poor, and he needs money for medicine. I have it, Wu Yundong interrupted her, adding, And you needn't worry about our house either. I have spoken to my sister-in-law. At most, within 6 months, I will provide my brother with a set of rooms. The standards will be just as you wish. But no buts. Quickly think about it. Do you know anyone at the brick factory? I don't know anyone. You know what your brother-in-law is like. You truly don't know anyone? Wu Yundong scratched the back of his head in frustration. It seems I will have to humble myself and ask for help. Who will you ask? Wu Yundong did not respond to Wu Yuxiang, but instead turned and shouted to Wu Yunjin, Brother, we are going to find cousin. Huh? Wu Yundong grinned. What use is that? Whether it will be useful or not, we will know once we go. Without further ado, Wu Yundong turned to fetch a vehicle. Wu Yunjin hurriedly called out, Don't ride your bike. Let me take you. Wu Yundong welcomed this request wholeheartedly, primarily because he found riding the bicycle painful. 15 minutes later, the two brothers arrived at Li Jiazhuang. This time, they did not visit their uncle but went directly to Hao Jianqing's doorstep. The gate was open, and the courtyard was empty, yet Hao Jianqing's bicycle lay at the entrance. The brothers wasted no time and rode straight in. As Wu Yunjin pushed the bike aside, Hao Jianqing emerged, promptly asking, What brings you here? Is it about my uncle? Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Yunjin's face darkened. Starting with inquiries about their father was surely a bad omen. Cousin, my father is fine. It is Dongzi who has come to seek your assistance. Dongzi? Hao Jiansheng was even more puzzled, but still stepped aside, saying, come in and talk. As the brothers entered, he called out to the house, Guixiang, prepare a couple of dishes. No. Wu Yunjin began to speak, but was stopped by Wu Yundong. It's fine. Let sister-in-law prepare the food. I am quite hungry. After he finished speaking, he called out to Ding Guixiang, who had just emerged from the kitchen. Sister-in-law, I desire some meat. All right. Ding Guixiang couldn't help but chuckle. I'll go to my mother's house and fetch a few pounds of meat for you. Wu Yundong was aware that his cousin's brothers were butchers, so he felt no hesitation and replied with a smile, what meat? Get some cleaned intestines and saute them with some chili. Just the thought makes my mouth water. Fine. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall prepare for you. You two stay inside and drink some water. I shall take my leave. With that, Ding Guixiang departed on her bicycle, heading far away. Wu Yunjin was left in a state of astonishment. In the past, Wu Yundong had never dined at his uncle's house, merely paying a New Year's visit before departing. But today, it felt as if he had returned home. Moreover, his second cousin's wife was notoriously frugal. Why was she being so generous today? Chapter 51. All are seekers of favor. Seeing Wu Yunjin's bewildered expression, Hao Jiansheng couldn't help but chuckle. I owe my outing to Dongzi. Your sister-in-law insisted I express my gratitude to him. Now that you two have arrived, she must be putting in extra effort to host you. Wu Yunjin finally understood and was about to speak when Wu Yundong interjected, cousin, I have not come to thank you today. Rather, I seek your assistance. You seek my help? Hao Jiansheng was taken aback, then quickly comprehended. Is it that you find bricklaying arduous and wish to pursue your studies? Worry not. I have already made preparations. He stood to leave, but Wu Yundong promptly stopped him. Cousin, I thank you in advance, but I am not here to borrow money. Hao Jiansheng was momentarily stunned and turned back to inquire. Then what is it for? My elder sister intends to build a house, but does not know anyone at the brick factory, so I hoped you could assist her in acquiring some bricks. Yuxiang wishes to build a house. Hao Jiansheng quickly returned to his seat and asked, this is splendid news. How many bricks does she plan to require? This question left Wu Yundong momentarily speechless, and he quickly turned to Wu Yunjin. Brother, how many red bricks do we need? Wu Yunjin opened his mouth, ultimately chuckling awkwardly and shaking his head. I am uncertain. Hao Jiansheng, observing the two of them struggling to decipher the situation, couldn't help but laugh. So, you haven't even counted yet. Not to worry. How many rooms does Yuxiang intend to build? This question was not difficult, and Wu Yundong promptly replied, 5 main rooms. 2 side rooms to the east, and 2 more to the west, with one featuring a main entrance. What about the south? Is there a plan for the south as well? Hao Jiansheng was momentarily taken aback, astonished as he inquired. Dongzi, based on this, Yuxiang's project is quite substantial. Moreover, it will not be inexpensive. Wu Yundong finally found an opportunity to impress, immediately responding with a smile. Money is not a concern. This statement left Hao Jiansheng even more puzzled. He scrutinized Wu Yundong several times before skeptically asking, Dongzi, I have some understanding of your elder sister's circumstances. Isn't your assertion rather bold? Cousin, Wu Yunjin, worried that Wu Yundong might speak indiscreetly, quickly interjected. Dongzi saved General Wei, and thus General Wei provided him with some funds. Dongzi wishes to use them to assist his elder sister in building her house. General Wei? Hao Jiansheng was taken aback and suddenly seemed to recall something, slapping the table and exclaiming, indeed. Had you not mentioned General Wei, I might not have remembered. At this point, she turned to Wu Yundong and said, Dongzi, our manager mentioned that he would like to treat you to a meal. A meal? Wu Yundong blinked, suddenly realizing, is it about you two being released? Not just that. Hao Jiansheng replied with a smile, lighting a cigarette. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he continued, if it weren't for your intervention with General Manager Wei, the construction site would still be shut down, and we might have been stuck there for years. Therefore, Manager Xiao is eager to express his gratitude to you in person. Gratitude, you say? Wu Yundong stroked his chin and suddenly asked, cousin, do you think I could ask Manager Xiao to assist me in having someone build a house for my sister? That is no problem at all. Not only Manager Xiao, but I could also arrange that for you. Hao Jiansheng waved his hand with an air of authority. Upon hearing this, Wu Yundong was overjoyed and immediately inquired, what about the design aspect? Rest assured, I am a technician myself, so I can handle that without troubling anyone else. Furthermore, since you wish to help your sister, let us make the auxiliary room a flat-roofed prefab. Everything can be sourced from the construction site, and you just need to provide the cost. This was a significant relief for Wu Yundong, who dreaded dealing with such matters, and he quickly expressed his agreement. However, to her surprise, after Hao Jiansheng made a phone call, Xiao Yongjian arrived riding a motorcycle, bringing along a bounty of meat. In his presence, Wu Yundong's perspective was once again transformed. Before meeting Xiao Yongjian, he had thought Wei Jinzhong quite shameless, but facing Xiao Yongjian's incessant flattery left him utterly speechless. Brother, I shall not waste words. Here, let me raise a toast to you, Xiao Yongjian declared, his eyes burning with fervor as he regarded Wu Yundong. Wu Yundong suddenly felt as if he had become a rare treasure. Otherwise, why would this fellow's gaze be so exaggerated? As a partner, Hao Jianxing understood Xiao Yongjian's intentions well, knowing that this esteemed gentleman wished to use Wu Yundong to connect with Wei Qianyun. With her support, the position of general manager at Pingyu Construction might soon be his. Despite this knowledge, he chose not to intervene. After all, he and Xiao Yongjian were classmates. The higher Xiao Yongjian ascended, the further he could rise as well. Most importantly, he was aware that he lacked Xiao Yongjian's charisma and background, so he could only cooperate. Raising his glass with a smile and saying, Dongzi, since Manager Xiao is toasting, you should have a drink. Cousin, Dongzi can't drink, Wu Yunjin began, but was abruptly interrupted by Wu Yundong, who said, Brother, I can manage a little. When did you learn to drink? Wu Yundong thought to himself. I've been able to drink since my past life, but he couldn't say that aloud, so he smiled and deflected. Father was known as a wine barrel in his youth. Perhaps I've inherited that. After saying this, he clinked glasses with Xiao Yongjian and downed a glass of liquor. Refreshing, Xiao Yongjian exclaimed, also finishing his drink, and proceeded to pour more for Wu Yundong. However, Wu Yundong snatched the bottle away, chuckling, Manager Xiao, you are my cousin's superior, and my brother works under you. So it wouldn't be right for you to serve me. Brother, you're speaking rather far afield. Xiao Yongjian quickly responded with humility. What kind of leader am I? There are greater leaders above me. Besides, Jiansheng is my classmate. There is no hierarchical distinction between us. He then turned to Wu Yunzheng and said, Brother, I wasn't aware of your connection with Dongzi before and didn't attend to you properly. Please don't hold it against me. Wu Yunzheng had never sat with someone of Xiao Yongjian's stature before, and he was still trying to acclimate to the situation. Suddenly, Xiao Yongjian, flustered, rose and exclaimed, Xiao? Xiao I. Wu Yudong recognized his brother's nervousness and quickly smiled. No need to be so tense. Since we can sit together, we are all friends. Are we not, Xiao? Xiao Yongjian, perceptive as he was, immediately understood and said to Wu Yunzheng, From this day forth, you shall be like a brother to me. No more laboring on the bricks. Instead, learn to set the lines alongside Jianxing. Setting lines on a construction site is the duty of a technician, which meant that Xiao Yongjian was elevating Wu Yunzheng from mere labor to a skilled worker. Such a transformation could be likened to a carp jumping over the dragon's gate. And Wu Yunzheng could hardly contain his joy as he expressed his gratitude once more. Xiao Yongjian graciously declined, emphasizing the close bond with Wu Yudong. Both parties had their respective needs, resulting in a harmonious atmosphere that grew increasingly convivial as the drinks flowed. When Wu Yudong felt it was time to depart, Wu Yunzheng was already inebriated. Though he had yet to vomit, his speech was thickened and his gait unsteady. However, Wu Yudong remained composed, politely declining Hao Jianxing's offer to stay over, and rode his bicycle back to Wujiakin with Wu Yunzheng. Upon arriving home, he entrusted Wu Yunzheng to Yang Yulian before retreating to his own room, only to find Gao Yulan still awake, which piqued his curiosity. Before he could utter a word, Gao Yulan interjected, Dongzi, you left in such a hurry this evening that I forgot to tell you. That General Wei you mentioned came by around noon. What? She came here? Wu Yudong was taken aback. Wei Qianyun had visited his home. Why was he unaware of this? He recalled that when he sought out Wei Jinzhong earlier, Wei Qianyun was indeed absent from the hotel, and by the time he returned, he had fainted. This incident had led to a complete falling out with Wei Jinzhong. But what could she want at his home? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. He turned to his mother and inquired, Mother, what did she come for? I couldn't say. Gao Yulan appeared equally bewildered, murmuring, She merely stated that she was a friend of yours, then asked if your father and I were working too hard. And after sitting for a while, she left. She said nothing, simply sat for a bit, chatted with father and mother, and then departed? What on earth could this woman possibly mean? Wu Yudong's confusion deepened, and noticing that Gao Yulan and Wu Xiao were both regarding him expectantly, he could only chuckle ruefully. To be honest, I'm not particularly familiar with her either, so I truly have no idea why she came. Therefore, you both should rest. We need to rise early tomorrow to work on the wood. Wu Xiao waved his hand, gazing at Wu Yundong, and inquired, there is no rush to work. But I must ask, when they lend you money and you assist your elder sister in building a house, can you repay them when they come asking for their dues? The response must be unequivocal, devoid of hesitation. Otherwise, the old man's belt would not be forgiving. Wu Yundong promptly replied, of course I can. While the treasury bonds may be uncertain, I can pursue other ventures, such as importing garments from the south to sell. There is profit to be made in any endeavor. Garments? Do you have the time for that? Are you no longer attending school? Wu Yundong hesitated briefly, ultimately divulging the matter of his leave of absence, emphasizing his test scores and the reactions of Yang Zuching and others. This time, Wu Xiao did not erupt in anger. Instead, he scrutinized Wu Yundong for a while before heaving a sigh and silently turning away. Gao Yulan did not follow him, but softly remarked, Dongzi, we must act with integrity. This statement seemed rather vague, prompting Wu Yundong to blink and inquire, Mother, what exactly are you trying to convey? I merely wish to say that Mei Mei is a fine girl. Do not let your thoughts wander to others while you have her. The notion of juggling two romantic interests, so bluntly articulated by his mother, left Wu Yundong feeling rather exposed. He hastily explained his relationship with Wei Qianyun, assuring her that his heart would remain steadfast to Han Mei, after which Gao Yulan turned and departed. Reclining on the Kong, Wu Yundong once again fretted over the treasury bonds until he eventually drifted into a restless slumber. The following day, he rose early and dashed out of the village, running 10 kilometers along the eastern riverbank before returning home, drenched in sweat. He arrived just in time for Gao Yulan, who had just finished cooking, to scold him for his disheveled appearance. In truth, upon returning, Wu Yundong began to regret his decision, for without solar energy or electric water heaters, a bath could only be taken by swimming in the river or using a basin of heated water. In the early morning, Gao Yulan would not have prepared warm water for him, and given that it was still early spring, the river remained frozen, making swimming out of the question. Ultimately, he had no choice but to wipe himself down with cold water before shivering his way to the dining table. After a hearty meal, he mounted Zhang Jianjun's golden deer and set off toward North Street. Yesterday, Xiao Yongjian had promised to send someone to Wu Yuxiang's house to demolish it, and he needed to provide them with advance notice. Upon reaching North Street, he found that Xiao Yongjian's people had yet to arrive, but Xiao Yuzhen was already waiting for him. Upon spotting him, she immediately remarked in a mocking tone, "Oh, isn't this the young lad from the old Wu family? Weren't you just saying yesterday that you would use money to help your elder sister build a house? Where's the money?" "Money?" Wu Yundong chuckled, pulling out 2 stacks of vibrant green bills from his satchel. The sight of such a substantial sum left Xiao Yuzhen dumbfounded, and even Zhang Jianjun, who had just stepped out, was taken aback. "Dongzi, what do you intend to do with such a large amount? Quickly put it away. Why should I?" Before Wu Yundong could respond, Xiao Yuzhen interjected, "That money belongs to him. You should be the one to take care of it. Have you no shame, old Zhang's family?" An onlooker, an elderly woman, could no longer contain herself and scolded, "Did you not say yesterday that as long as Yuxiang's brothers help your son build a house, you would never set foot in your son's home again? Now that the Yuxiang brothers have brought the money, how can you shamelessly claim it belongs to your son? What business is it of yours?" Xiao Yuzhen retorted, hands on her hips, "This is a matter of my family. It has nothing to do with you. Are you simply overindulged in your own concerns?" The elderly woman, trembling with anger, pointed at Xiao Yuzhen and scolded, "The heavens are watching. There will come a time when you regret your actions." "Huh, I refuse to believe in such nonsense. If you have the guts, let the heavens strike me dead with a thunderbolt." Defeated, the old woman stomped her foot in frustration and turned to leave. The moment she walked away, Xiao Yuzhen seemed to have won a victory, calling out to Zhang Jianjun, "Big brother, why don't you take the money?" Zhang Jianjun remained still, exasperately responding, "Mother, please say less. This money is for Dongzi's elder sister and has nothing to do with me. How can it not be related? Isn't Yuxiang your wife? Her money is yours, isn't it?" Zhang Jianjun was rendered speechless, glancing furtively at Wu Yundong. Meeting his resigned gaze, Wu Yundong couldn't help but frown. If it weren't for Zhang Jianjun's unwavering compliance with Wu Yuxiang, Wu Yundong would never have given him face, allowing Xiao Yuzhen to speak so freely here. Nevertheless, one must honor the brother-in-law. Otherwise, it would be impossible to appease the elder sister. Just as he was about to speak, the elderly woman returned, calling out to Zhang Jianjun. Jianjun, someone was asking about you earlier. Asking about me? Zhang Jianjun was utterly perplexed. But Wu Yundong knew who it was and quickly interjected. Brother-in-law, it's a friend of mine who sent someone. Zhang Jianjun, bewildered, asked suspiciously, what does your friend want at my house? To help you build a house. Before Wu Yundong could finish, the rumbling sound of tractors echoed from the alley. Following that, a jeep approached. The door swung open, and Xiao Yongjian leaped out, hastening towards Wu Yundong with outstretched hand and a smile. Brother, your brother-in-law's place is quite difficult to locate. Xiao, why did you come personally? Wu Yundong was taken aback by Xiao Yongjian's visit and promptly shook his hand. At that moment, 2 tractors rolled in, the back loaded with people, seemingly around 30 or 40 in number. Hao Jiansheng was the first to leap from the vehicle, approaching Zhang Jianjun and inquiring, is everything inside ready? Zhang Jianjun was taken aback. He never anticipated Wu Yundong would act so swiftly. They had discussed building a house just yesterday, and today he had brought the money along with so many workers. Ready? He hadn't even made any preparations. How could he be ready? Wu Yundong had anticipated this situation and directly stated, brother-in-law, don't wait for my sister. You go inside and gather the important belongings. Don't worry about bowls and chopsticks. We'll buy new ones later. That won't he do? A sudden shout interrupted, and Wu Yundong saw Wu Yuxiang rushing over. Dongzi, wait a moment. I will go in with your brother-in-law to gather things. Wait for what? Hao Jiansheng, growing impatient, shouted to the workers behind him. Get down and help pack things up quickly. A group of workers immediately jumped from the vehicles, starting to gather items under Wu Yuxiang's direction. Wu Yundong suddenly recalled Xiao Yuzhen, turning his head to scan the surroundings. Yet he found no trace of the old woman, prompting a cold smile to cross his lips. Surely, upon witnessing the multitude he had summoned, she had grown fearful. Chapter 53. A break through the strength of numbers proved formidable, with over 30 workers toiling away within mere hours. The 4 rooms of Zhang Jianjun's house had been reduced to rubble. Aside from the rafters and tiles retained for future use, all other debris was cleared away, and the earthen walls were transformed into a foundation. In those times, without excavators, only bulldozers were available. Fortunately, there was one on Xiao Yongjian's construction site, which was brought over by tractor to begin leveling and compacting the ground, followed by a worker irrigating the area with a hose. Meanwhile, another tractor commenced unloading bricks, while cement and sand were delivered by dedicated vehicles. Xiao Yongjian oversaw the operation, while Hao Jiansheng held the meticulously designed blueprints for Zhang Jianjun to review. Zhang Jianjun, unable to comprehend the plans, called for Wu Yundong to join, although Wu Yundong was unfamiliar with architectural drawings. His extensive experience with rural houses in his past life allowed him to articulate a vision, leading Hao Jiansheng to discard the blueprints. From that point forward, matters became straightforward, with Xiao Yongjian and Hao Jiansheng managing all concerns. Wu Yundong, feeling out of his depth, sought an opportunity to slip away. Having already given his elder sister 20,000, he needed to devise a way to earn money swiftly. Otherwise, in 3 months, the incense burner would no longer be his. Just as he contemplated leaving, Zhang Jianjun called out, Dongzi, where are you headed? Caught off guard, Wu Yundong hesitated. He could hardly confess, I've given you the money. I must hasten to earn more, as he had no other plausible excuse. In his moment of uncertainty, inspiration struck. Brother-in-law, it's nearly noon, and I must ensure everyone is fed. You needn't worry about that. Your sister has already arranged for someone to prepare the meal, Zhang Jianjun replied. Indeed, Wu Yuxiang had enlisted the help of neighbors, purchasing vegetables and meat, and several women had collaborated to prepare the feast. Observing the workers devouring their meal with gusto filled Wu Yundong with a sense of nostalgia. It was a good era, as long as people had meat and vegetables. It felt like a festival, devoid of complaints. Though times were tough and entertainment scarce, the people's character remained remarkably sincere. When the mealtime arrived, he decided to stay, ordering a bowl of braised cabbage with pork and vermicelli, grabbing 2 steamed buns to eat on the side. As he savored his meal, Zhang Jianjun approached with his own bowl, squatting beside him. Dongzi, I truly appreciate your help this time. No need for thanks, I did it for my sister. Wu Yundong replied candidly, causing Zhang Jianjun to feel somewhat awkward. An inherently honest man, he was not prone to much conversation, a trait Wu Yundong had long since discerned. Taking a bite of his bun, he mumbled, "Brother-in-law, there is no need to speak ill of my sister, but regarding your mother, I shall refrain from comment. However, let me impart one piece of advice. While I cannot dictate how you care for her, you must ensure she behaves like your brothers. Should she continue to mistreat my sister, I will not be pleased." Though his words were harsh, Zhang Jianjun appeared unfazed, promptly nodding in agreement. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he glanced at Wu Yundong and softly inquired, "Dongzi, you weren't always like this." Due to the issue of change, Wu Yundong was questioned multiple times by several individuals. The initial anxiety had long since faded, and he turned to inquire, "I used to be quite timid and could never have uttered such words, correct?" "Indeed." Zhang Jianjun nodded in affirmation, but soon added with a smile, "However, you have transformed remarkably. Although you exhibit a strong demeanor, it is not off-putting." She hesitated briefly before finally responding with a wry smile. "While it is true that you are assisting our family in building a house for your elder sister, I am still the head of my household. Although I cannot repay this amount immediately, I acknowledge this debt. Do as you wish." Wu Yundong did not feign generosity. After all, only pressure can motivate an individual. "Dongzi, my family truly has not saved much," Zhang Jianjun mumbled while chewing on a steamed bun. "If only treasury bonds could be spent like cash." Wu Yundong paused, abruptly turning to ask, "Brother-in-law, what did you just say?" Zhang Jianjun, with a puzzled expression, replied, "I mentioned treasury bonds." Suddenly, Wu Yundong's eyes lit up, startling Zhang Jianjun. "What is the matter?" "Nothing." Wu Yundong quickly swallowed his bun and inquired, "Brother-in-law, do you have treasury bonds?" "Yes," Zhang Jianjun responded, puzzled. "A few years ago, our salaries were distributed in the form of treasury bonds. It was mandatory. We had no choice. Both your sister and I worked, and the factory provided some consideration. So we received a bit less, about 700 or 800. Your family received a mere 700 or 800. What about the rest?" "The rest?" Zhang Jianjun suddenly shook his head, a bittersweet smile on his face. "I know of one who saved over 2,000. "Over 2,000? Wu Yundong blinked, suddenly sensing he might have stumbled upon something significant, though he could not pinpoint it immediately. He hastily asked, "Brother-in-law, would you consider selling those treasury bonds?" "Of course." Zhang Jianjun replied without hesitation. "Who wouldn't he want to turn waste paper into cash?" "Transforming it into cash?" Wu Yundong chuckled, finally comprehending the notion that had sparked in his mind. He had been solely focused on navigating the banking system for the treasury bonds, forgetting that the actual holders were the workers themselves. Although each household possessed only a small amount, there were at least hundreds of thousands of workers in Pingyu. If he could acquire these treasury bonds, could he not expect to profit? Yet, he suddenly recalled a potential drawback. If he enlisted his brother-in-law's help to purchase the treasury bonds, would those individuals later confront him over perceived low offers when the state bought them back? Although he had never engaged in business in his past life, he had heard enough to know that human hearts are the most unpredictable and least easily satisfied. Perhaps those who express gratitude today may turn against you tomorrow. "Dongzi, hurry and eat." "What are you pondering?" "It's nothing." Wu Yundong, lacking the appetite to eat, turned to ask, "Brother-in-law, if I were to express interest in purchasing the treasury bonds you hold, how much would you be willing to sell them for?" "You wish to acquire treasury bonds?" Zhang Jianjun asked in surprise, looking at Wu Yundong. "What would you want with those?" "You need not concern yourself with that. I am merely inquiring about your selling price. What is it that you wish to sell? If it is of use to you, allow me to have my sister retrieve it for you. Take it all away, lest it occupy space in my home." Wu Yundong hurriedly grasped Zhang Jianjun's arm and spoke earnestly. "Brother-in-law, those few hundred yuan treasury bonds you possess are of no use to me. I require a substantial amount." "Substantial?" Zhang Jianjun inquired. "How much do you need?" "Whatever you have, I will procure, but what price are you willing to offer?" Although an elderly criminal had mentioned that trading treasury bonds had proven lucrative in '88, Wu Yundong remained oblivious to the specific pricing and thus sought to negotiate a lower rate. "Whatever you have, I want it all," Zhang Jianjun exclaimed, his face awash with shock, before setting down his bowl and chopsticks. "Dongzi, are you jesting? Do I appear to be joking?" Wu Yundong retorted. "Moreover, did my sister not inform you? I possess 500,000 in cash. Yu Xiang mentioned it to me," Zhang Jianjun replied, swallowing hard before cautiously adding, "Dongzi, I have never engaged in business and am unaware of the value of treasury bonds, but I heard from Zhang Yunhe that he would sell his for 70 yuan. 70. Wu Yundong nearly dropped his bowl in disbelief. 70 for 100? A 30% profit? 50,000 multiplied by 30% yields a net profit of 15,000. This venture is absolutely viable. Chapter 54. Helping others is helping oneself. Contemplating the profit from the treasury bonds, Wu Yundong could scarcely contain his excitement. Brother-in-law, are you still employed? Zhang Jianjun shook his head, a bitter expression crossing his face. I have heard that the factory manager has decided to lay off both me and your sister. Laid off? Wu Yundong furrowed his brow. Wasn't the wave of layoffs during the 90s? Why is it occurring now? Indeed, it is a layoff, Zhang Jianjun explained with a wry smile. In truth, there is little distinction between being employed and unemployed for your sister and me. Do you know? We have not received a salary for 6 months. What? Wu Yundong was taken aback. His elder sister, originally a farmer, had transitioned to a non-agricultural household and gained employment solely due to her marriage to Zhang Jianjun. This meant that their dual-income household relied entirely on the wages of both individuals. How had they survived for 6 months without pay? Dongzi, a few days ago when you were detained, the money your sister had was borrowed from someone, Zhang Jianjun revealed. Wu Yundong's mind buzzed. He had not considered that the 800 yuan gathered by his elder sister and second sister during his detention was, in fact, borrowed. Alas, I am already indebted to my sister beyond measure. What is another small debt? He scratched the back of his head, resigned. Tell my sister to repay that debt quickly. If it's insufficient, she can ask me for more. It is sufficient. Your cousin mentioned that the money you provided is unnecessary, Zhang Jianjun replied. Consider the remainder as pocket money. With the potential profits from trading treasury bonds on the horizon, Wu Yundong was disinterested in quibbling over the remaining amount. He asked, brother-in-law, since you and my sister are no longer employed, would you do me a favor? Upon hearing this, the typically earnest Zhang Jianjun suddenly became animated. Dongzi, speak. I shall assist you in any way I can. Help me procure treasury bonds. Wu Yundong declared with gravity. Brother-in-law, reach out to contacts this afternoon. If there are bonds available for sale, I shall acquire them. However, the price you just mentioned is rather steep and could lead to future complications. So I am prepared to offer 80. 80? Zhang Jianjun was instantly exhilarated, rising to declare, I shall immediately seek out Zhang Yunhe. Upon hearing this news, he is bound to be overjoyed. Surely not. A treasury bond valued at 100 is now worth merely 80, a loss of 1/5. How can this bring joy? Wu Yundong expressed his bewilderment. How could it not? Zhang Jianjun replied with enthusiasm. Dongzi, Zhang Yunhe has 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest is around 15 or 16, while the youngest is merely 3. Their family, much like mine, has not received wages for over half a year and is impoverished to the point of desperation. Furthermore, with over 2,000 yuan in treasury bonds, you could instantly convert that into at least 1,600 in cash, which would be a lifesaver for them. A lifesaver? Wu Yundong scratched the back of his head, still somewhat perplexed. It is the late 1980s. How can workers be in such dire straits? By the way, what is the reason for 6 months without pay? He casually inquired, prompting Zhang Jianjun's excitement to vanish. Replaced by indignation as he retorted, the factory originally had processing orders from the provincial capital, but last spring, the components we sent were deemed subpar, leading the provincial city to contract another factory. Consequently, our factory has essentially been idle, with our only tasks being cleaning. Quality issues, huh? Wu Yundong frowned. In his previous life, he had also dealt with machine tools while incarcerated, specifically manufacturing parts for tricycles. This meant that apart from the machinery, everything else was produced in-house. Additionally, he had not only self-studied basic and advanced Chinese education, but had also obtained a top-level certification in turning, milling, and drilling, thus possessing a profound understanding of component processing. Quality problems in processed parts stem from either careless operation by workers or the aging of machine components. After contemplating, he queried, has there been a malfunction with your lathes? Haha. Zhang Jianjun suddenly laughed, though to Wu Yundong, this laughter carried a hint of derision. Before he could inquire further, Zhang Jianjun scoffed. I have heard that the factory manager has secured new contracts, but instead of allocating them to our factory, he has diverted them to his own small enterprise. Moreover, the superior equipment from our factory has nearly all been transferred to his own. So he is indeed a parasite. Wu Yundong scratched the back of his head, suddenly amused. The targeting he endured from Lu Yongjun was orchestrated by that little rascal Wang Kunbo. Now that my sister and her husband have been dismissed, it is undoubtedly the doing of that scoundrel. Just when I was troubled over how to seek retribution, My brother-in-law has delivered a delightful surprise. Indeed, aiding others equates to aiding oneself. If it weren't for my desire to help my sister build a house, how would I have learned about the treasury bond situation? How would I have discovered that Wang Kunbo's father is a parasite? Dongzi, Dongzi, came Zhang Jianjun's call, prompting Wu Yundong to quickly look up, noticing a peculiar expression on his brother-in-law's face, unable to resist asking, "What's wrong? Your laughter earlier was a bit frightening. Are you afraid of me?" Wu Yundong couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, "Brother-in-law, please reach out to Zhang Yunhe, and don't limit your inquiries to him. Also ask others who might wish to sell treasury bonds. I am prepared to buy at 80. However, ensure they provide a written agreement to prevent any regrets later." "That is not an issue." Zhang Jianjun confidently waved his hand, but hesitated momentarily before softly inquiring, "Dongzi, is what we are doing illegal?" "It won't be," Wu Yundong promptly assured him, explaining, "Next month, the government will introduce a policy allowing for the remote trading of national treasury funds. At that time, 8 pilot cities across the country will begin operations, and eventually, it will expand nationwide. What we are doing is getting ahead of the crowd to earn some money first." "That's good." Zhang Jianjun was not concerned about how much Wu Yundong could earn. He was simply satisfied that he could be of assistance. After they made their arrangements, Zhang Jianjun rode off on his bicycle. With nothing else to do, Wu Yundong sought out Xiao Yongjian, asking, "Brother Xiao, where's your motorcycle?" "It's at the construction site. Why?" "Well, I was hoping to borrow it." Wu Yundong initially did not intend to ride the motorcycle, but the bicycle was quite uncomfortable. So he boldly approached Xiao Yongjian for help. "Brother, that's a motorcycle. Can you ride it?" Xiao Yongjian questioned, somewhat skeptically. "You underestimate me." Wu Yundong scoffed. "Not only can I ride a motorcycle, but just the other night, when President Wei drove me home, I even drove her back afterward." "Wow, you can drive a car too?" Xiao Yongjian exclaimed in astonishment. "When did you learn to drive?" "Learn? I just use it like a tractor," Wu Yundong replied nonchalantly. Xiao Yongjian stared in disbelief for a while before giving a thumbs up. "Brother, today I've truly gained knowledge. You are something else, truly impressive." "Hee, you're flattering me," Wu Yundong modestly responded, though his demeanor betrayed a lack of humility. Unable to contain his laughter, Xiao Yongjian pointed towards a distant jeep and said, "Brother, let me see what you can do. Are you doubting me?" Wu Yundong shot a disdainful glance at Xiao Yongjian before climbing into the jeep. Xiao Yongjian hurriedly took the passenger seat, gripping the door handle tightly, his nervousness evident, prompting Wu Yundong to roll his eyes. "This guy really talks a big game, but feels differently inside. However, if you look down on me, I shall demonstrate my skills today." Chapter 55. Unusually smooth progress. By the time Wu Yundong started the jeep, Zhang Jianjun had already arrived at the mechanical factory's residential complex. He found Zhang Yunhe's house with the door closed, so he raised his hand to knock. "Who is it?" a girl's voice called out. Zhang Jianjun quickly replied, "I'm looking for Zhang Yunhe. My dad isn't home," the girl responded swiftly. Zhang Jianjun, already aware that Zhang Yunhe was absent, urged, "Please open the door. I'm a colleague of your parents. If your dad isn't here, I can speak with your mother." "Who are you?" The girl's voice suddenly became wary. Zhang Jianjun, caught between laughter and frustration, quickly stated his name and added, "If you tell your mother my name, she will know who I am." This time, there was no response from the courtyard, but the sound of the door creaking open soon followed. Before long, footsteps echoed from the courtyard, and the wooden door swung open, revealing a somewhat haggard face. This woman, who appeared to be in her 50s, was actually not yet 40. She was Cui Xiaofeng, Zhang Yunhe's wife, who worked as a cleaner at the mechanical factory. Despite both individuals working at the same factory, Zhang Jianjun hesitated to enter the home in the absence of the man, and thus inquired, "Sister-in-law, where has brother Zhang gone?" "He has gone to the construction site," she replied. "To the construction site?" Zhang Jianjun could not help but furrow his brow. Although Pingyu was not large, it indeed had numerous places for building, with several developments. How could he possibly find Zhang Yunhe? Observing his troubled expression, Cui Xiaofeng asked, "Jianjun, do you need to find old Zhang for something?" "It's somewhat urgent." Zhang Jianjun hesitated, ultimately asking, "Sister-in-law, the other day I heard brother Zhang mention that your family has treasury bonds for sale. Is that true?" "Treasury bonds?" Cui Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, but then her dim eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she grasped Zhang Jianjun's arm and exclaimed, "Jianjun, are you saying someone wants to buy our treasury bonds?" "Indeed." Zhang Jianjun was startled but did not withdraw. He quickly nodded and explained, I met someone today who inquired about families selling treasury bonds. He wishes to purchase them for cash, which reminded me of your family. Before he could finish, Cui Xiaofang abruptly turned and called out to the yard, Liangzi, hurry to the construction site and fetch your father. Oh, came the response as a young lad of about 13 or 14 approached. Following him was a girl of around 11 or 12, dressed in coarse fabric trousers and a patched top. Neither the boy nor the girl wore socks, their feet clad in handmade cloth shoes with a notable hole at the big toe of the boy's shoe, which was quite conspicuous. Jianjun, this is my second son, Zhang Liang, and this is my daughter, Zhang Xiaoya. Zhang Jianjun could not help but smile, thinking the names were quite casually chosen. However, as it was a familial matter, he refrained from commenting further and nodded with a smile. Cui Xiaofang gave Zhang Liang a playful slap on the back and scolded, "What are you standing there for? Go call your father. Tell him someone wants to buy our treasury bonds." Huh? Zhang Liang abruptly raised his head and asked, "Mother, does that mean we will have money soon?" "Yes," Cui Xiaofang affirmed with a nod. "Once we sell them, I will let you both go to school." Zhang Jianjun was taken aback. How could it be that Zhang Liang, being over 10 years old, had not yet attended school? This was rather unbelievable. Cui Xiaofang chuckled awkwardly and explained, "We have no money at home, so we could only prioritize the two younger ones. They have no one to take them in. And the eldest daughter has already gone to work." After saying this, she shot a glare at Zhang Liang and scolded, "Why are you not hurrying?" Zhang Liang dashed off, while Zhang Xiaoya remained idle, her eyes filled with curiosity and excitement as she looked at Zhang Jianjun. "Jianjun, please come in and sit," Cui Xiaofang said, stepping aside at the door. This time, Zhang Jianjun did not decline and walked straight in. The courtyard of the family compound was quite small, merely 4 or 5 square meters, yet it was well tended, clearly prepared for planting vegetables. There was a small kitchen and 3 main rooms, but the space inside was quite cramped, even more so than the 4 main rooms that had been stripped away. The furniture was sparse, consisting merely of an octagonal table, 2 chairs, a small side table on the ground, and several diminutive stools. The floor was unpaved, merely a muddy surface that appeared dark and grimy, its exact nature uncertain. Inside, the disarray was palpable. Cui Xiaofang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, offered an explanation and called out, "Xiaoya, hurry and fetch some water for your Uncle Zhang." Zhang Jianjun glanced at Zhang Xiaoya, who had clumsily produced a coarse ceramic bowl, and hastily waved his hand. "Sister-in-law, there's no need for water. I shall wait outside for brother Zhang to return." Recognizing the chaos of her home, Cui Xiaofang acquiesced and followed him back to the courtyard. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the tall yet thin Zhang Yunhe burst through the door, his urgency apparent as he asked, "Jianjun, is it true that someone wants to purchase my treasury bonds? You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Just as Zhang Jianjun opened his mouth to respond, 5 or 6 more individuals entered behind Zhang Yunhe, causing him to pause in surprise. "Lao Gao, Lao Su, what brings you here? Didn't the factory fail to issue wages?" Zhang Yunhe explained, "We decided to band together and take on some short-term labor at the construction site." He then turned to Zhang Jianjun, pressing, "Is it truly the case that someone is buying treasury bonds? You mustn't play tricks on me." Zhang Jianjun refrained from answering immediately, casting a glance at Lao Gao and the others, who were equally filled with anticipation. Understanding their intentions, he calmly replied, "Brother Zhang, am I not someone you know well? If it were an unfounded rumor, would I come seeking you?" "Indeed." Zhang Yunhe nodded vigorously, sheepishly running his fingers through his hair before sheepishly admitting, "I know your character, Xiao Zhang, but I am simply too anxious. Look at my family. We're so impoverished we can scarcely afford a meal. I truly need the money. Xiao Zhang, if this is genuine, please give us a clear answer." "Yes, yes, my family is in dire need as well," several voices chimed in, urging Zhang Jianjun. With no intention to prolong their suspense, he quickly revealed, "The 700 yuan worth of treasury bonds I possess has already been accepted, with an exchange rate of 80 cash for 100 in bonds." "What? Such a high rate?" Zhang Yunhe exclaimed in astonishment, grasping Zhang Jianjun's arm and inquiring, "Where's the person? Where's the one buying the treasury bonds?" "They're at my home," Zhang Jianjun replied. "But they've made it clear that the government will eventually reclaim the treasury bonds, so you mustn't complain about the low selling price later." "What nonsense!" Lao Gao interjected, seizing Zhang Jianjun's other arm and insisting, "Even if the bonds appreciate, I haven't received a salary in 6 months. My partner is contemplating leaving me. My household is no different. Each day my wife laments and the children wail. We have money yet feel driven to madness by it. Enough of this lamentation. Zhang Yunhe interrupted, turning to Zhang Jianjun and stating, Jianjun, as long as that person is willing to buy my treasury bonds at 80, they will be my savior. If they fear we might cause trouble, I can write a note to assure them. Yes, I can do the same, came the chorus of agreement from the group. Relieved? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, since you have all made your decision, hurry home to prepare your treasury bonds. I shall return shortly with the buyer. Do be swift. They urged. Rest assured. Zhang Jianjun waved goodbye to Zhang Yunhe and the others before mounting his golden deer and racing towards North Street. While riding his bicycle, he excitedly thought, if Dongzi knew I had quickly found several sellers, he would surely be delighted. Chapter 56. What is she up to? Zhang Jianjun returned home in high spirits, yet he noticed the absence of Wu Yundong. Upon inquiry, he learned from Wu Yuxiang that Wu Yundong had left with Xiao Yongjian. This left him in a quandary. Without a mobile phone, he had no means to locate anyone. Fortunately, Hao Jianxing had a solution, and he took Zhang Jianjun to the North Street Brigade to make a phone call. However, to his dismay, Xiao Yongjian informed him that Wu Yundong had ridden away on his happy 250 motorcycle. As for where he had gone, that was a mystery. Even Hao Jianxing was at a loss, and the two men had no choice but to return to Zhang Jianjun's home. Upon hearing that Wu Yundong had ridden away on a motorcycle, Wu Yuxiang's heart sank, and she nervously muttered her concerns about potential mishaps, leaving Hao Jianxing speechless. Although Wu Yundong had recently undergone significant changes, he still perceived his cousin as dependable. After all, when it came to helping Wu Yuxiang build her house, he had readily provided the funds without hesitation. While he was uncertain of the exact amount Wei Qianyun had given Wu Yundong, the fact that a brother would so willingly support his sister's endeavors spoke volumes about his reliability. Stop worrying unnecessarily, Zhang Jianjun urged his wife, though he too felt a twinge of anxiety. Since Dongzi dares to ride a motorcycle, it proves he knows how to operate one. What does he know how to drive? He hasn't even operated a tractor in the village. We don't even own a motorcycle. Where could he possibly be going? Seeing that he could not pacify her fears, Zhang Jianjun realized he had touched a nerve and wisely chose silence, all the while inwardly lamenting. What kind of brother-in-law is this? Zhang Yunhe is still waiting for my response. He had entrusted this matter to me, yet here I am, with him nowhere to be found. If he doesn't return tonight, how will I explain this to Zhang Yunhe and the others? Achoo! At the Qingguan police station, Wu Yundong sneezed twice in quick succession, prompting a chuckle from Lao Zhu beside him. Dongzi, one sneeze means someone is thinking of you. Two sneezes mean someone is scolding you. It seems someone is indeed criticizing you. Thanks to Wu Yundong's involvement, the police station had successfully solved a major case, and since Lao Zhu himself had apprehended Wu Yundong, he and his colleagues had grown quite familiar with him, allowing for such playful banter. Wu Yundong rubbed his nose, puzzled. Who have I offended? Why would anyone be scolding me? Changing the subject, he glanced out the window and asked, Brother Zhu, when will Officer Zhao return? Why would you ask me? Who do you expect me to inquire with? Lao Zhu rolled his eyes and lit a cigarette. I'm not the station chief. He doesn't need to report to me about his whereabouts. Well, that was a pointless question, Wu Yundong replied, picking up the keys from the table and turning to leave. He had come to the police station seeking Zhao Hongyi's assistance in investigating Wang Yongfu, hoping to explore the matter of the latter's alleged transfer of state assets. However, with Zhao Hongyi absent, he found himself at an impasse. Mounting Xiao Yongjian's happy 250, he pondered for a while, but ultimately abandoned the idea of seeking out Su Qingfeng. With little connection to others, and having recently fallen out with Wei Jianzhong, he pondered the possibility of facing further enmity, perhaps even with Lao Su. Alas, seeking help from others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. No amount of wealth from others can rival one's own affluence. He sighed and shook his head, giving a kick to his motorcycle as he headed toward Wu family village. Upon arriving at the entrance of his alley, he was startled to see a crown car. Could it be Wei Qianyun? This very vehicle had been used by her during her inspection of the company. Its presence at the entrance of his alley was perplexing, making him wonder what business she had at his home. Indeed, as he stepped into the courtyard, he spotted Wei Qianyun and her round-faced secretary, Zhang Chong, along with an electric saw resting on the ground. Though it was designed simply, featuring only the saw function without the later added planer or drill, its existence in this era was unexpected for Wu Yundong. You're back, Dongzi, greeted Gao Yulan as she approached him, casting a glance at Wei Qianyun, who was seated. She lowered her voice to ask, what is going on with General Manager Wei? Why would she buy us such a thing? If you ask me, who should I ask? Wu Yundong suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and scratched his head, responding, "Mother, why bother with her intentions? With this tool, you and Father 1T have to manually break wood anymore, which is quite advantageous, isn't it?" "Advantageous," Gao Yulan retorted, slapping Wu Yundong lightly. "We have no ties to her. Why would she buy us anything?" Wu Yundong was equally baffled by Wei Qianyun's motives, but dared not fabricate an excuse. He could only manage a wry smile, saying, "Mother, let me inquire further." He then turned to Zhang Chong, offering a cheerful greeting. "Hello, beautiful." "Huh?" Zhang Chong's mouth fell open, and her face flushed with surprise. Being called beautiful was unexpected, yet it brought her a certain joy. Unbeknownst to Wu Yundong, his casual salutation had already cast him in the light of a rogue in her eyes. He approached Wei Qianyun with a grin, asking, "General Manager Wei, why didn't you announce your arrival?" "Dongzi," Wu Xiao interjected, unable to hold his tongue, and gave his son a stern look. "Speak more courteously." Though he too was puzzled by Wei Qianyun's intentions, he recognized that, regardless of the situation, one must always maintain decorum, even with strangers. Wu Yundong was well aware of his father's demeanor and quickly nodded. "Understood, understood. Yundong, what do you think of this electric saw? Are you satisfied?" "Huh?" As he looked at Wei Qianyun standing before him, his mind began to swirl. What was happening? She had just ignored his previous question, and now she was changing the topic entirely. Despite his confusion, he smiled and nodded. "With this, my parents 1T have to break boards manually anymore. I am quite satisfied. By the way, how much did this cost?" "Why do you need to know that?" Wei Qianyun pouted. "This is a gift for your father. Why are you asking about the price?" Wu Yundong couldn't help but scratch his head in bewilderment. Why was she giving gifts? After all, she was the chief supervisor of Huanyu Group. As he stood there, utterly bewildered, Wei Qianyun smiled and slightly bowed towards Wu Xiao, saying, "Uncle, I have matters to attend to at my company, so I must take my leave." Wu Xiao appeared even more perplexed than Wu Yundong. Yet as the young lady bid her farewell, he hurriedly rose. "Are you leaving already? Why not have something to eat first? Perhaps next time? I really must go. I have obligations at my company." Wei Qianyun replied with a gentle shake of her head, then turned to me. "What about you? Aren't you going to see me off?" What are you talking about?" Wu Xiao, upon seeing Wu Yundong, felt a surge of irritation and slapped Wu Yundong on the back, admonishing, "Since President Wei is departing, shouldn't you, as the host, see her off?" Wu Yundong quickly nodded in agreement and gestured towards Wei Qianyun. "President Wei, please." With a knowing glance at Wu Yundong, Wei Qianyun stepped out of the courtyard. Under the pressure of Wu Xiao's gaze, Wu Yundong, feeling cornered, had no choice but to follow her. However, having just quarreled with Wei Jianzhong, he found no common ground with Wei Qianyun and remained silent, trailing behind her. Upon reaching the mouth of the alley, Wei Qianyun paused and turned back, saying, "Yundong, I apologize." "Huh?" Wu Yundong's mouth dropped open in surprise. Why is this girl apologizing? Chapter 57. This goal is absurd. Faced with Wu Yundong's bewildered expression, Wei Qianyun suddenly broke into a smile. "I am aware of the situation between you and my brother." "Oh, I see." Wu Yundong hastily nodded, then asked, "Even if your brother threatened me, it shouldn't warrant an apology from you, right?" "That is true. But although my brother may have overstepped, he did so out of concern for me, so I cannot fault him." This hardly seemed like an apology. Wu Yundong felt somewhat confused. "However, the misunderstanding between you two arose due to my actions, which is why I owe you an apology." "Oh, now I understand," Wu Yundong replied, but then suddenly inquired, "President Wei, what did you mean by visiting my home?" Wei Qianyun blinked, observing Wu Yundong for a moment before asking, "Are we friends?" "If you consider us friends, then I am," Wu Yundong responded ambiguously. To his surprise, Wei Qianyun laughed. "Since we are friends, is it not permissible for me to visit your home?" "Is it permissible?" Wu Yundong blinked, utterly perplexed by her meaning. However, even with a new lease on life, he remained disinclined to engage in deep contemplation, ultimately deciding, "All right, if you wish to come, I will gladly welcome you. But next time, please refrain from bringing gifts. Also, the chainsaw you bought was rather basic. If you could procure one with an electric drill and planer, that would be even more splendid." "Are you suggesting I shouldn't buy anything at all?" Wei Qianyun chuckled in exasperation. "It sounds as though you are dissatisfied with what I purchased." Wu Yundong scratched the back of his head, feeling awkward. "Yundong," Wei Qianyun suddenly called out, and when Wu Yundong looked up, she softly advised, "You might want to reconsider that gesture of yours." Wu Yundong was taken aback. What does she mean? Why is she asking me to change this habit? Just like Han Mei? In confusion, he casually asked, why? Because that gesture makes you appear rather foolish. Wei Qianyun seemed to ponder for a long time before speaking without the slightest pause, her tone imbued with earnestness. As you grow older, your social circle undoubtedly expands. Thus, while your habitual gestures may not appear offensive, to some, they might signify immaturity. Goodness, the tone and words are strikingly similar to what Han Mei would say. Wu Yundong thought, gazing at Wei Qianyun in silence, his hand instinctively moving to scratch the back of his head, only to freeze mid-motion at her earlier remarks. To his astonishment, Wei Qianyun seized his right hand and gently lowered it, saying, Yundong, consider making some changes. Otherwise, you may never escape the confines of being a farmer. Do you look down on farmers? Wu Yundong's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. No, Wei Qianyun quickly denied, but then, with a serious demeanor, she inquired, do you truly believe that the identity of a farmer earns universal respect? Wu Yundong was taken aback, memories of his past life in prison flooding his mind. Although everyone there was a criminal, the societal hierarchy was glaringly apparent. At the bottom were those like him, the impoverished farmers, while the privileged were those guilty of embezzlement or the wealthy. For them, prison felt little different from home, save for the lack of mobile phones and alcohol. Even he found himself envious of their comforts. Wei Qianyun's words left him in a state of bewilderment. Could the identity of a farmer genuinely command respect from all? The answer was undoubtedly no. Yet, he was reluctant to voice such thoughts, for his aspirations did not lie in tilling the soil, but rather in pursuing business and wealth. If he were to become prosperous, would he still be considered a farmer? All right, he said, the weight of his thoughts evident on his face, prompting Wei Qianyun to express her concern. You are still young. Such matters should not burden you. Indeed, I am young. But if you knew I had been reborn at 50, would you still consider me young? Wu Yundong replied, suddenly smiling as he looked at Wei Qianyun and asked, so, what should I be thinking about? Studying. Wei Qianyun responded matter-of-factly, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. As a student, you should focus on your studies, aiming for a good university and a reputable company. I won't do that, Wu Yundong chuckled. In that moment, he resolutely reaffirmed his convictions. What of being a farmer? Even if he were to amass wealth, he would not abandon that identity. What do you intend to do? I wish to engage in business and become the wealthiest person in Huaxia, Wu Yundong asserted earnestly. Just as Wei Qianyun was about to laugh, he grinned widely, asking, is this ambition absurd? Is it laughable? Not at all. Wei Qianyun quickly shook her head, though the smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. Wu Yundong chose not to argue, simply stating, we shall see. With that, he waved goodbye to Wei Qianyun, saying, President Wei, farewell. Confused by his abrupt departure, Wei Qianyun felt a twinge of reluctance, but as he had already said goodbye, she had no choice but to get into her car. As the vehicle slowly drove out of Wujiakin, she glanced through the rear window at the resolute young man standing still in place. As twilight approached, the crimson sun lingered on the horizon, casting a fiery glow upon Wu Yundong, who felt as though she were gazing upon a descending celestial being. The crown gradually receded, vanishing from sight, and Wu Yundong exhaled deeply before turning to return home. From her travel bag, she retrieved 2 stacks of money, wrapped them in a book cover, and then set off on her happiness 250. At this hour, her brother-in-law should have contacted Zhang Yunhe by now, and if all went well, he would soon emerge. Upon reaching North Street, she noticed Zhang Jianjun floundering like a headless fly, aimlessly circling nearby. However, Wu Yuxiang spotted her immediately and rushed over. Dongzi. She had intended to scold Wu Yundong, perhaps chiding her about driving skills, but upon witnessing Wu Yundong's deft maneuver as she dismounted the motorcycle with a flourish, the words of reproach lodged in her throat. As her second sister had remarked, Dongzi had indeed matured. She was no longer that little boy chasing after her for hugs. Dongzi, Zhang Jianjun, upon seeing Wu Yundong, rushed toward her as if she were a beacon of hope. Where have you been? Why did you take so long to return? His anxious demeanor made it clear to Wu Yundong, and she inquired, did they agree on their end? They did agree. But I told them to wait at home while I came to find you. Yet here you are, nowhere to be found. Ah, my fault, my fault. Wu Yundong quickly apologized, then asked, brother-in-law, shall we head over now? What are we waiting for? Can't you see my lips are chapped? Zhang Jianjun shot Wu Yundong a glare before turning to push his bicycle. Wu Yundong hastily intervened, brother-in-law, let me take you. Zhang Jianjun paused, then quickly returned. Excitement mingled with trepidation as he asked, "Is it all right for me to sit behind?" "Of course," Wu Yundong laughed heartily, waving to Wu Yuxiang, "Sister, I'm off." Wu Yuxiang had intended to offer further admonitions, but before she could utter a word, the happiness 250 roared to life and sped away, leaving her to stomp her feet in frustration and mutter a few curses. Chapter 58. Truly real. The happiness 250 sped along, reaching the mechanical factory's residential compound in just a few minutes. Before they could turn into the alley, Zhang Jianjun spotted Zhang Xiaoya at the entrance and quickly tapped Wu Yundong's shoulder. "Dongzi, that girl ahead is Zhang Yuna's child." "Girl?" Wu Yundong couldn't help but chuckle. The endearing dialect felt nostalgic, and hearing it again brought an inexplicable sense of joy. As they halted the motorcycle, Wu Yundong scrutinized Zhang Xiaoya's attire and suddenly frowned. "Brother-in-law? What era is this? How is this family still struggling?" "Huh." Zhang Jianjun let out a cold laugh, then disdainfully remarked, "Struggling? 10 years ago, families like this were everywhere. Ours was no different." Wu Yundong felt a pang of embarrassment, reflecting on her own circumstances a decade ago, which were indeed similar. Even now, she wore clothes that were not her own. Her coat and trousers were hand-me-downs from her brother, her thermal wear was also borrowed, and her undergarments were repurposed from worn-out thermal pants. As for her socks, she had no idea whose they were, but her mother insisted she wear them. Although her garments were all second-hand, they bore no visible patches. The young girl's shoes appeared to be scavenged from someone else. Just as he contemplated whether he should purchase some clothing, Zhang Xiaoya swiftly approached him, exclaiming, "Uncle Zhang, you've finally arrived." Zhang Jianjun felt a twinge of embarrassment and cast an accusatory glance at Wu Yundong before smiling and inquiring, "Where's your father?" "In the house," replied Zhang Xiaoya. And without delay, she turned to dash back, calling out, "Dad, Mom, my uncle has arrived on his motorcycle." Upon hearing this, Wu Yundong's face darkened with annoyance. It was he who rode the motorcycle. How had it transformed into her uncle's ride? Zhang Jianjun had taken a couple of steps forward, but nearly fainted upon hearing her words, turning back to exclaim angrily, "What time is it? And you're still quibbling over this?" Wu Yundong glanced at the tightly clutched backpack she held and suddenly chuckled, "Brother-in-law, do you think that since we come bearing money, they will still harbor resentment toward you?" Zhang Jianjun paused, then comprehended Wu Yundong's implication. He realized he had been overly anxious. "Brother-in-law, in business, impatience is the greatest folly," Wu Yundong advised with a knowing smile, continuing, "It is the eager buyer who is at a disadvantage. We are not here to beg." Zhang Jianjun struggled to grasp this concept and could not resist countering. "But without them, how can you make money?" "Then I shall pursue other ventures," Wu Yundong replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. In truth, he too was uncertain about the intricacies of business, yet he understood that maintaining composure was paramount. One must never reveal their vulnerabilities. Zhang Jianjun furrowed his brow, poised to respond when Zhang Yunhe rushed out from within the door, exclaiming, "Little Zhang, you've finally come." To his surprise, Lao Gao and others were also present, and he hurried forward to greet them. The eager gazes of Lao Gao and the others were fixated upon the backpack he held, their eyes glinting with a ravenous intensity, prompting him to clutch the bag tightly. As Wu Yundong approached, he witnessed this scene and deftly took the backpack from Zhang Yunhe's grasp. Turning to address Lao Gao and the others, "Rest assured, this bag contains nothing but money." With that, he casually opened the bag, revealing a cascade of crisp, green 100 yuan bills, igniting a fervor in the eyes of Lao Gao and his companions. Zhang Yunhe quickly urged, "Boss, let us discuss this inside." Certainly. Wu Yundong had come to deliver funds and was mindful not to flaunt wealth in the alley. Although he had not brought the entirety of his funds, there was still a substantial 20,000 within the bag. He feared the consequences if anyone were to covet such riches. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the disarray inside, yet the sight of the treasury bonds that Zhang Yunhe presented left him utterly astonished. In his entire life, he had never encountered treasury bonds, and he found himself captivated. "Boss, are you truly considering purchasing them for 80 yuan? Zhang Yunhe's abrupt question shattered Wu Yundong's reverie. How could this man be so lacking in discernment? Did he not notice that he was admiring the treasury bonds? However, as the owner of the bonds, Wu Yundong could not reprimand him. He merely nodded. "I intended to buy them for 80 yuan each, but if you sell them at this price, do you not feel any regret?" "None whatsoever," Zhang Yunhe replied resolutely, presenting a signed paper to Wu Yundong. Upon closer inspection, Wu Yundong discerned that it was written that Zhang Yunhe was willing to sell treasury bonds at the rate of 80 for 100. Even if these bonds appreciated in value in the future, he would never have regrets. The document was duly signed and dated. Since the individual was clearly prepared, Wu Yundong refrained from further comment and inquired of Zhang Yunhe, "How many do you possess?" 2,620. Zhang Yunhe replied swiftly. He then informed Wu Yundong, "Boss, we calculated earlier that at the rate of 80 for 100, you should give me a total of 2,096. I shall take the liberty of rounding it down. You only need to provide me with 2,000. 2,000. Wu Yundong furrowed his brow. Zhang Yunhe, thinking he was displeased, quickly added, "Name your price. As long as you are willing to accept my treasury bonds, I can lower it further." However, seeing the urgency and flush on Zhang Yunhe's face, Wu Yundong hastily waved his hand. "I am not objecting to the price. Rather, your rounding down results in a loss of over 100. Isn't that too much of a disadvantage? What loss do I incur?" Zhang Yunhe shook his head with a wry smile, gesturing towards the furnishings in the room and his equally anxious wife and children. "Look at my family. Their survival hinges entirely on your financial assistance. Is that an exaggeration?" "Boss, I assure you that old Zhang is not being dramatic," Lao Gao interjected with a rueful smile. "Old Zhang has been saving these treasury bonds for 6 or 7 years. They were useless when it came time to receive wages, and now that he needs to spend, no one desires them. Just look at his home and his children. They are in dire straits. If you do not purchase his treasury bonds, his wife and children may have to beg." "Indeed." Zhang Yunhe nodded vigorously, grasping Wu Yundong's hand. "Boss, please name a price. Even 50 would suffice." "Wait." Wu Yundong quickly waved his hand. "Is it all right if I call you old Zhang?" Of course. Zhang Yunhe shook his head eagerly, although his eyes remained fixed on Wu Yundong, filled with a desperate urgency that made Wu Yundong feel somewhat embarrassed. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly continued, "Old Zhang, I should inform you that my intention in acquiring your treasury bonds is to sell them at a markup in Puching. You could sell them yourselves, and likely at a higher price than I would offer." Revealing this secret was not out of goodwill, but rather because he recognized that Zhang Yunhe was genuinely in need of money and was quite straightforward. However, this gesture of kindness was destined to fall flat. Zhang Yunhe shook his head vigorously. "Boss, I have only visited the provincial capital once, and that was on the factory's behest. As for Puching, I am unfamiliar with its location. How could I sell there? Simply take the train." "Boss, please do not trouble me further." Zhang Yunhe suddenly lowered his head, his voice hoarse. "If you wish to negotiate a lower price, feel free to say so. Just name your price, and I assure you I will sell the treasury bonds to you." "What is this?" Wu Yundong thought to himself. "I am merely offering assistance." Yet upon seeing Zhang Yunhe's expression and the anxious demeanor of his family, he understood the underlying implication. He privately believed the act was merely a veiled attempt at bargaining. "Old Zhang, do not be so despondent. Who said I intended to drive the price down? Although I may not be very old, I stand by my word." "Really?" Zhang Yunhe abruptly raised his head, the surprise on his face causing Wu Yundong to let out a sigh. In this era, people are indeed genuine. Chapter 59. A little effort. Do I have any reason to deceive you? Wu Yundong chuckled heartily, opening his backpack to retrieve a bundle of cash. Counting out 2,000 yuan and handing it to Zhang Yunhe. "This sum must be counted in person and verified for authenticity once it leaves my sight. I cannot be held accountable." "Of course," Zhang Yunhe eagerly agreed, then began to meticulously count the notes. However, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and it took him quite some time to count the 21 bills, yet he still had not finished. Meanwhile, his wife, Cui Xiaofeng, remained relatively composed, snatching the money from his hands to begin counting herself. She worked swiftly, checking for authenticity by feeling the notes or lifting them to observe the anti-counterfeiting features. "Shopkeeper, they are all genuine," Cui Xiaofeng finally declared after a considerable time, clutching the bills tightly. Before Zhang Yunhe could respond, Zhang Liang excitedly shouted, "Mother, is this money ours?" Indeed, Cui Xiaofeng couldn't contain her laughter. "It is ours now. You can go to school from now on." "Wow!" Zhang Xiaoya exclaimed excitedly, jumping up and down. "I can go to school too." "Yes, you all can attend school now." Suddenly, Cui Xiaofeng wiped her eyes and smiled at Zhang Yunhe. "Shopkeeper, with this amount of money, we can finally change our lives." "Absolutely." Zhang Yunhe, unable to hide his excitement, beamed at Zhang Jianjun. "Xiao Zhang, don't leave tonight. I'll have Xiaofeng buy some vegetables and wine, and we'll enjoy a good meal." Is this what it means to have money? Wu Yundong tapped Zhang Jianjun's arm, gesturing toward the cash in his backpack. Does your little amount compare to this? Zhang Yunhe was momentarily at a loss for words, nearly choking on his own astonishment. However, his face, which was already flushed with excitement, turned even redder from his embarrassment, making it hard to discern any unusual reaction. Goodness, you have 2 bundles of cash, while I only possess a fifth of one of your bundles. Do you think I cannot count? Wu Yundong disregarded his indignation and replied with a smile. Actually, you could also share in some of this money. What? Zhang Yunhe perked up instantly, his gaze fixed on Wu Yundong as if he were staring at a pile of cash, his eyes gleaming with greed. I mean, if you put in a little effort, you could receive an even greater share. Wu Yundong pointed once more at the 2 bundles of cash. This time, not only did Zhang Yunhe become animated, but even Cui Xiaofang and the others felt a surge of excitement. They were all in their 40s or 50s, and though their education might not be extensive, their life experiences were substantial. Upon hearing Wu Yundong's suggestion of putting in a little effort, they understood immediately. Old Gao could not restrain himself and asked eagerly, Boss, are you suggesting we help you collect treasury bonds? Precisely, Wu Yundong responded, casting an appreciative glance at Old Gao. As I mentioned earlier, I collect these to make a profit, and naturally, the more, the better. However, there is one disadvantage I must clarify for you. What disadvantage? Old Gao's eyes were practically ablaze with anticipation. Such a substantial sum of money, even if I were to claim a fraction of it, would suffice as my salary for an entire month. With a little more diligence, I could potentially earn several months' worth of wages. Most importantly, he has not received his salary for over half a year. If no funds flow into his household, his wife might soon find herself destitute. Wu Yundong shook the guarantee letter written by Zhang Yunhe. The price I am charging is not exorbitant. Should the price rise in the future, you may find yourselves lamenting. Hu Laogao suddenly exhaled deeply, as if releasing a heavy burden, and chuckled. Boss, you seem to misunderstand the plight of the impoverished. Do not speak like that. Wu Yundong quickly waved his hand and pointed to his own attire, stating, Brother, do I appear to you as a wealthy individual? Laogao was taken aback, then scrutinized Wu Yundong closely. Upon observing that while his clothes were clean and devoid of patches, they were evidently ill-fitting, it became apparent that these garments were not his own, but rather discarded apparel from others. Does this not imply that the youthful figure before him is not the scion of some legendary affluent family? Do you now comprehend? Wu Yundong smiled, casting a glance at Laogao, who appeared stunned and somewhat disappointed. He continued with a grin, I am but a farmer, in terms of status. I am even beneath you laborers. Laogao hesitated for a moment before finally inquiring, How many treasury bonds do you intend to collect? The collective amount among us is around 3 to 4,000. 3 to 4,000? Wu Yundong scoffed, dismissing Laogao's informal address as he feigned an air of superiority, disdainfully remarking, That is hardly enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Laogao struggled to comprehend this display of bravado. You are clearly a farmer clad in cast-off clothing. Why the pretense? Though the others remained silent, their expressions mirrored his perplexity. What, do you think I am boasting? Wu Yundong could not help but chuckle, turning to Zhang Jianjun and calling out, Brother-in-law, tell them how much I truly possess. In truth, Zhang Jianjun had been on the verge of interjecting. But since Wu Yundong had not permitted him to speak, he felt it was inappropriate to overshadow his brother-in-law. However, with Wu Yundong now prompting him, he felt liberated and erupted into laughter. Laogao, Laozhong, you have misjudged this time. My brother-in-law is not what you presume. What? Zhang Yunhe was taken aback. Little Zhang, are you saying he is your brother-in-law? Indeed, he is the younger brother of my wife, Yu Xiang. Zhang Jianjun spoke with a notable sense of pride, as if his connection to Wu Yundong conferred upon him great honor. In the bewildered and astonished gaze of Zhang Yunhe, he continued with mirth, just recently, Yundong saved a life, and the individual in question is no ordinary person. He is the general manager of Huanyu Group. Out of gratitude, he immediately awarded Yundong a reward of 500,000. 500,000. The crowd gasped in unison. Subsequently, the expressions directed at Wu Yundong transformed from shock to profound envy. 500,000. Such a vast sum, awarded simply for saving a life. The individuals around him were engaged in a trivial dispute over whether to earn 3 or 4 yuan a day, and it was truly exasperating. Wu Yundong had not anticipated that a mere conversation with Zhang Jianjun could yield such an impressive display of bravado, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. However, fearing that he might overstep, he swiftly interrupted Zhang Jianjun's boasting with a smile, saying, "Did you hear that? I possess 500,000 yuan. Aside from allocating 20,000 to build a house for my elder sister, I wish to convert the remainder into treasury bonds. To enjoy such a substantial amount of treasury bonds, it is insufficient for just my brother-in-law and me, hence I seek your assistance." "I shall assist," Zhang Yunhe replied without a moment's hesitation. The others, including Lao Gao, exchanged glances with Zhang Yunhe, suddenly realizing the underlying truth. It was not that Zhang Yunhe was indifferent to the prospect of working for free. Rather, he had discerned the reality. Could someone who had just given Zhang Yunhe a mere 96 yuan truly expect to work without reward? Upon grasping this, Lao Gao and the others quickly voiced their agreement. "Boss, we too shall help. Indeed, we will all assist. What you worry about is inconsequential. For those of us in need of money, who cares about its future value? Saving lives takes precedence." "Absolutely, boss. Rest assured, we will ensure no trouble arises." "Good." Wu Yundong nodded, smiling as he said, "Don't worry. I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. In the future, for every 100 treasury bonds you secure for me, I shall give you 1 yuan. 1 yuan? The crowd erupted in exclamation. Wu Yundong frowned. "What? Is that too little?" Zhang Yunhe, in a flurry, waved his hands while the others shook their heads in denial. Wu Yundong, perplexed, inquired, "Then why such a strong reaction?" "Boss, you are offering too much." Zhang Yunhe stammered with excitement. Wu Yundong was baffled. It was hard for him to comprehend that anyone could lament the generosity of a reward. In truth, he was quite unaware of the prices in this era and how significant 1 yuan could be for the average person. Consider that Wu Yunjing labored an entire day at the construction site for a mere 5 yuan, illustrating how arduous it was to earn money at that time. At the peak of operations in the machinery factory, Zhang Yunhe could earn 150 yuan per month, while his wife earned around 100. Had it not been for such high wages, their family would not have accumulated so many treasury bonds. Zhang Yunhe swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "Boss, if we collect 100, will you really give 1 yuan?" "Of course." Wu Yundong instinctively reached for the back of his head, but restrained himself, recalling Wei Qianyun and Han Mei's words, and smiled as he stated, "I keep my promises. The more you collect, the more I will give." "Xiaofeng." Zhang Yunhe suddenly turned and called out, "Go fetch Daniyu and have her join me in this endeavor." "Liangzi, hurry up." Chui Xiaofeng playfully shoved Zhang Liang, then scolded. "Whether you can buy new clothes or enjoy meat depends entirely on your elder sister." Watching Zhang Liang dash out with glee, Wu Yundong couldn't help but blink. Zhang Yunhe was going to collect treasury bonds and intended to bring along his eldest daughter. This suggested that she had quite a remarkable education. However, this concerned someone's daughter, and he felt reluctant to inquire further, merely intending to pay closer attention in the future. Should a talent be unearthed, it would indeed be a delightful surprise. The others, including Lao Gao, hurriedly departed. Some went to procure treasury bonds, while others reached out to friends and relatives. For every 100 received, 1 was given back, which household lacked a few hundred in treasury bonds. Even if a family yielded 5, that still accounted for a day's wage. If 1 were to visit 10 households, it would total 50. If 1 were to visit 100, it was imperative to find someone quickly. Each additional contact represented potential earnings. Once they left, Wu Yundong found himself with little to do. He escorted Zhang Jianjun back to North Street and returned home to withdraw all his money. For the next course of action, he intended to refrain from involvement, as he was not well versed in the affairs of this small county, Pingyu, and preferred to entrust the matter to Zhang Jianjun. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jianjun readily agreed. Wu Yundong had helped him rebuild his house, a complete courtyard, with the side rooms constructed of prefabricated concrete with flat roofs, an unprecedented establishment among the over 3,000 residents of North Street. Such immense kindness left him at a loss for how to repay it. Now that he had the opportunity to assist Wu Yundong, he would not hesitate, feeling as though he could offer his very life in gratitude. However, Wu Yundong did not intend to let him toil in vain. He offered him the same conditions as others, 1 for every 100, which would help supplement his household expenses. In the ensuing days, aside from overseeing the construction at Wu Yuxiang's home, he rode Xiao Yongjian's 250 to the police station in search of Zhao Hongyi. Yet, to his dismay, Zhao Hongyi seemed to be avoiding him. He had visited no less than 10 times without ever encountering him. Eventually, he grew weary of seeking Zhao Hongyi and contented himself with watching the new house gradually take shape. During this time, he received good news. Upon returning home one day, he overheard his mother mention that Su Yuqing had been arrested for trafficking in rotten pork and was rumored to face imprisonment. He suspected that Su Qingfeng was behind it, and the thought of seeking out old Su crossed his mind. With his intervention, even if Wang Kunbo's father had some influence, it was likely that no one would dare to protect him. However, he ultimately suppressed this thought. After all, he had fallen out with Wei Jianzhong. And should that rotund fellow decide to retaliate, seeking out Zhao Shuqing would only lead him into a trap. Regardless, Zhang Jianjun had recently accumulated over 300,000 in treasury bonds and had several thousand in rewards, making attendance at work inconsequential. As for Wu Yuxiang, that posed no issue either. Even if his elder sister ceased working, Wu Yundong could still support her. Yet, the fact that a county with merely 300,000 inhabitants could conceal over 300,000 in treasury bonds astonished him. By similar reasoning, what a vast market must exist elsewhere. What left him even more astounded was the girl named Zhang Daniu. While her name may seem rustic, her capabilities were indeed remarkable. She alone had secured 26,000 in treasury bonds for Wu Yundong, extending even into the neighboring counties of Yangji, Linan, and Pingqing. At first, he thought that Zhang Yunhe was merely exaggerating, but upon truly meeting Zhang Daniu, he was not only struck by her beauty but also discerned an unmistakable ambition in her eyes. It was a peculiar gaze, despite being fully aware of her ambition. He found it difficult to articulate the nature of her look. It was both fervent and somewhat intimidating. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he felt a twinge of fear beneath that penetrating gaze. Fear? Am I truly intimidated by a mere girl? This sensation left him quite unsettled. Thus, observing the composed Zhang Daniu across from him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Your abilities are quite impressive. And it is even more commendable that you negotiated the price down to 75. Can you read? I completed the 4th grade, Zhang Daniu replied with poise. But her expression dimmed momentarily. However, my family fell on hard times, and I had to drop out. What a pity. Wu Yundong genuinely felt a sense of loss. If this girl, barely 16, could finish high school and attend university, she would undoubtedly be a talent. Yet, having only completed the 4th grade, her insights were inevitably diminished, and her potential stifled. Nonetheless, he believed in the principle of rewarding merit, a lesson he had learned from an old inmate in his previous life. That man had once been a businessman, but ended up in prison for bribery. They had shared a strong rapport in the same cell block. He still recalled the old inmate's recurring maxim. To achieve success, one must provide the greatest benefits to subordinates. Only through incentives can one truly unlock an individual's potential. However, before offering such benefits, one must possess means to control them, lest they cultivate a formidable adversary. As for Zhang Daniu, he had yet to establish any means of control over her, yet he felt it essential to offer her a reward. Thus, he said with a smile, the price you negotiated is your own earnings. Therefore, I shall honor our agreement and provide you with a reward of $1. Boss. Zhang Daniu suddenly lifted her head and met Wu Yundong's gaze directly. I only want what I'm owed. I do not desire anything more. Wu Yundong furrowed his brow and asked coolly, and what is it that you want? Boss, I wish to accompany you outside and observe. What an ambitious individual. Is it that you wish to learn how I trade government bonds, so you may start your own venture? Wu Yundong felt a cold smile curl within him but did not deter her. Instead, he nodded in acknowledgement. Boss, are you not afraid I might venture out on my own? This inquiry piqued Wu Yundong's interest. Why do you say that? Because I do not want to give you the wrong impression, Zhang Daniu replied with a smile, casually brushing a stray hair from her temple as she looked at him. My father has said that although you are young, you are a benefactor to our family, and I must not forget my roots. Wu Yundong, initially captivated by her small gesture, found himself astonished as he took another look at Zhang Daniu upon hearing her words. Her gaze was unflinching, especially those bright, dark eyes that radiated sincerity, making Wu Yundong feel a twinge of embarrassment. For some reason, Zhang Daniu's cheeks suddenly flushed. After fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, she suddenly looked up and said, Could you give me a name? Wu Yundong opened his mouth in astonishment. Chapter 61, A Bold Initiative. Wu Yundong was genuinely perplexed by Zhang Daniu's intentions. Was he to give her a name, as if her name, bestowed by her parents, was unsatisfactory? Boss, I just feel my name is a bit outdated. Indeed, he thought to himself, though he responded, a name is merely a symbol. Yet it is also a gift from your parents. Even if you find it unappealing, it should remain theirs. They have a primary school education and couldn't come up with a better name, Zhang Danier quickly retorted, continuing, moreover, my parents agreed to the name change. Your parents agreed? Wu Yundong scratched his chin, observing her for a moment before asking, do you have a preferred name in mind? No, I just can't think of one. Which is why I thought to ask you for suggestions. Wu Yundong pondered, contemplating a suitable name for this striking woman. Zhang Danier was indeed beautiful. Her youthful face, combined with an exquisite figure and features, rivaled those of Wei Qianyun and Han Mei. The only shortcoming was her skin tone. However, based on Cui Xiaofang's complexion, Wu Yundong surmised that with minimal sun exposure, this girl's skin could soon compare favorably to Wei Qianyun's. What could he possibly name such a gorgeous girl? Gazing at Zhang Danier's face, he was suddenly reminded of a celebrity from his past life, and it struck him with clarity. No wonder he found her somewhat familiar. She resembled that star in his memories. The same eyes, the same shape of lips, and the same oval face. With your capabilities, a name reflecting intelligence and sensitivity would be fitting, he suggested. Intelligence and sensitivity? Zhang Danier's eyes sparkled. Then I shall be called Huimin? Wu Yundong couldn't help but roll his eyes, retorting, that name is too common. Let us go with Min instead. Zhang Min. She experimented with the name, squinting and murmuring a few times before suddenly opening her eyes wide, declaring resolutely, from this day forth, I shall be known as Zhang Min. Indeed, the star from his memories was Zhang Min from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. He vividly recalled the scene at the film's conclusion where she turned and smiled, a mischievous grin that had become synonymous with his dream goddess. He wondered if, at that moment, the Zhang Min from Hong Kong had made a name for herself. If not, might he have a chance to meet her? Boss, can I change the name on my ID? Wu Yundong was uncertain, but recalled he needed to consult Zhao Hongyi about something. Let us do this. You bring your household registration book, and I'll take you to the police station to inquire. Really? Zhang Danier exclaimed, leaping up and sprinting away, which made Wu Yundong grin. Her running style was unmistakably that of a little wildcat. Regardless of his amusement, Zhang Danier, now Zhang Min, had dashed off, prompting him to mount his motorcycle. After exchanging pleasantries with Wu Yuxiang, he revved up the 250 and raced after her. Within mere moments, he spotted Zhang Min by the roadside, hastily shifting into neutral to halt the motorcycle. Come on, get on, I'll give you a ride, he called out. Zhang Min suddenly flushed, hesitatingly inquired, is it appropriate for me to ride with you, boss? What could possibly be inappropriate? Wu Yundong replied, perplexed by her timidity. Why are you overthinking it, little girl? Get on, or I'll leave without you. No, Zhang Min exclaimed, promptly seizing Wu Yundong's shoulder as she mounted the motorcycle, and once settled, she wrapped her arms around his waist. Wow! Wu Yundong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. When he had once ridden a bicycle with Han Mei, she had adamantly refused to embrace him until he had acted a bit mischievously to earn it. Yet here was this girl, so forward. Boss, let us go? Zhang Min urged, prompting Wu Yundong to shake his head, casting aside his bewilderment, and twisting the throttle as the motorcycle surged forward. The journey from North Street to the machinery factory spanned a mere 10 minutes, yet that brief distance left Wu Yundong feeling quite uneasy. As he sensed Zhang Min's grip on him was quite firm, her face seemingly pressed against his back. What was going on? Why was this girl so assertive? He wished to inquire but hesitated, mindful of her being a girl, and thus awkwardly navigated the motorcycle into the factory's residential area. Upon parking, Zhang Min promptly dismounted and dashed into her home without a word. On her return, Cui Xiaofang followed suit, incessantly flattering Wu Yundong, beseeching him to speak on their behalf at the police station. What could Wu Yundong say? He could only nod in agreement. However, seeing Cui Xiaofang changed into a new outfit gave him a sense of satisfaction. At least, the living conditions of Cui Xiaofang's family had improved due to his presence. Boss, we're leaving, a voice from behind startled Wu Yundong, and he realized Zhang Min had climbed aboard the motorcycle once more, unabashedly wrapping her arms around his waist, even in front of Cui Xiaofang. While Zhang Min was unreserved, Wu Yundong felt his cheeks flush in embarrassment. Before he could speak, Cui Xiaofang waved him off, saying, Little boss, I'm counting on you. With that, Wu Yundong needed no further encouragement. He quickly started the motorcycle and sped towards the city police station, with Zhang Min tightly holding onto him. The entire way, her grip remained steadfast, causing him to refrain from abrupt braking, opting instead for a gradual pace. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Min's face, pressed against his back, had turned as crimson as an autumn apple. Yet, despite her shyness, She did not loosen her embrace. Rather, she held on even tighter. Finally, as they arrived at the police station, Wu Yundong intended to let Zhang Min dismount when he spotted Zhao Hongyi. "Haha, Zhao finally caught you," he called out. "Boss," Zhang Min exclaimed, startled, and hurriedly tugged at Wu Yundong's clothing, whispering, "This is the police station, we mustn't speak loudly." "Huh?" Wu Yundong was taken aback, turning to ask, "Is that a rule? I had no idea." As he lost himself in thought, Zhao Hongyi approached him with a smile, inquiring, "Yundong, what are the rules here?" Just as Wu Yundong was about to respond, Zhang Min tugged at his shirt from behind, whispering, "Boss, please don't sell me out." "Yundong, who is that behind you? Why is her face hidden?" Upon reaching Wu Yundong, Zhao Hongyi noticed Zhang Min's concealed visage and couldn't help but jest. "Is she your girlfriend?" Startled, Wu Yundong quickly denied, "Director Zhao, that's not a joke to make. It could be life-threatening." "Oh, is it that serious?" Zhao Hongyi was taken aback. Chapter 62. A request from Su Qingfeng. Faced with Zhao Hongyi's puzzled expression, Wu Yundong couldn't suppress a bitter smile. He understood Han Mei's character all too well. Although the girl was lively and straightforward, she was not one to tolerate any nonsense. If she were to discover that he had a new girlfriend, it could indeed lead to serious consequences. "What's wrong? Are you too embarrassed to speak?" Wu Yundong hastily shook his head at Zhao Hongyi and turned back, urging, "The person who can assist you is right here. Why hide? Get out of the car." Only then did Zhang Min reveal her face, bowing her head as she dismounted the motorcycle and stood properly behind Wu Yundong. He looked at her, bemused, thinking, where did that boldness go just now? Why wasn't she this demure earlier? Regrettably, with Zhao Hongyi present, and considering Zhang Min was a girl, he couldn't voice his thoughts and had to cover for her, explaining to Zhao Hongyi, "Director Zhao, this is the daughter of a friend of mine." "Your friend's daughter?" Zhao Hongyi exclaimed, glancing at Zhang Min in surprise. "How old is she?" 16, Zhang Min replied promptly. Her earlier shyness seemingly vanished as she dared to meet Zhao Hongyi's gaze. Wu Yundong, intrigued, heard Zhao Hongyi ask, "What is her name?" "Zhang Min." "And what is your father's name?" Wu Yundong suddenly sensed something amiss and hurriedly interrupted Zhang Min's response, questioning, "Director Zhao, what do you mean by that? Have you fallen into your professional habits? Zhang Min is not your suspect." Zhao Hongyi was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled, "My apologies. I've become accustomed to asking certain questions and let it slip. So, Yundong, what brings you here? I heard from Lao Zhu that you've been here several times these past few days." Wu Yundong glanced around, noticing Zhang Min's intense gaze, and hesitated to mention Wang Yongfu's matter. He quickly smiled, "Director Zhao, can we find a place to discuss this?" "Of course," Zhao Hongyi replied with a nod, leading Wu Yundong into a small courtyard at the back. He opened a wooden door to a room and stepped inside first, saying, "Have a seat. Would you like some tea?" "No, I'm not thirsty." Wu Yundong waved his hand. As he was about to sit, he noticed Zhang Min and quickly asked, "Are you thirsty?" "I am." Wu Yundong's expression darkened, yet he quickly turned to Zhao Hongyi with a smile. "Director Zhao, could you please pour a glass of warm water?" Zhao Hongyi regarded Zhang Min curiously, then cast a sidelong glance at Wu Yundong, a peculiar smile emerging on his face. Wu Yundong silently lamented the unfortunate turn of events. Just as he was about to clarify his relationship with Zhang Min, Zhao Hongyi stepped out of the room. Upon his return, he held a warm water bottle wrapped in bamboo rattan in one hand and an empty canning jar, adorned with a knitted cozy, in the other. Zhao Hongyi filled the jar with water and brought it over to Zhang Min, who eagerly accepted it, cupping it with both hands and blowing gently at the opening. Wu Yundong, observing the scene with a bemused expression, felt constrained by the presence of the classroom furniture and opted to shift the conversation. "Zhao, we came today to inquire about the procedures for changing one's name." "Are you looking to change your name?" Zhao inquired. "Not me," Wu Yundong replied helplessly, gesturing towards Zhang Min. "It's her." Zhao Hongyi immediately turned his attention to Zhang Min. "Are you of age?" "I've told you before, I'm 16 this year." "In that case, you'll need to have your parents come in and submit an application form before you can change your name." "Is it really that simple?" Zhang Min asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Her wide-eyed expression was endearing and beautiful, causing Wu Yundong to momentarily lose his composure. Zhao Hongyi, though somewhat taken aback, was older and had encountered countless individuals. He bore no ill thoughts. Rather, he found amusement in Wu Yundong's unabashed stare. "You say she is your friend's daughter? She looks old enough to be nearing 40. Do you really share any common ground with someone of that age?" Though he recognized Wu Yundong's interest in the girl, Zhao Hongyi had no intention of exposing it. Instead, he smiled at Zhang Min and said, changing a name is straightforward for minors, but it becomes somewhat more complicated for adults. Without a valid reason, we cannot approve the request. Should I go home and call my parents then? Zhang Min tentatively suggested, casting a glance at Wu Yundong. Wu Yundong thought to himself that if she wanted to call her parents, she should hurry home. He had matters to discuss with Zhao Hongyi. Yet, Zhao Hongyi, perceiving Zhang Min's subtle intentions, chuckled and remarked to Wu Yundong, "You brought her here. You can't just let her run back alone, can you?" "Fine," Wu Yundong replied with resignation, acknowledging that since Zhang Min had come of her own volition, it would indeed be inconsiderate to send her off on foot. Zhao Hongyi watched with amusement as Wu Yundong rode away on his motorcycle with Zhang Min. Before returning to his room, just as he was about to brew himself a cup of tea, the telephone on the desk rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he quickly picked up the receiver. "Director Su, this is Zhao Hongyi. Hongyi, do you have any news on Wu Yundong lately?" "Wu Yundong?" Zhao Hongyi blinked in surprise. "He just left here, Director Su. Do you need to speak with him?" "Yes, there is a matter of some urgency." After a brief pause, Su Qingfeng continued. "What was he doing at your place?" "He brought a girl along, claiming they were there to change her name." "A girl? Nonsense." Su Qingfeng suddenly snapped. Zhao Hongyi couldn't help but smirk at the reaction. "Director Su, what is it you need to discuss with him? Has he completed his business?" "Not yet. He has returned with that girl to call her parents." "I see. Once he returns, please ask him to come see me." "Understood," Zhao Hongyi replied before hanging up, his mind beginning to ponder what business Su Qingfeng could possibly have with Wu Yundong. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the sound of a motorcycle echoed in the yard, signaling the arrival of Wu Yundong. He quickly cast aside the events of earlier and lifted his gaze towards the entrance. Before long, Wu Yundong entered, accompanied by Zhang Min, prompting Zhao Hongyi to furrow his brow. It was clear he had instructed the young girl to go home and fetch her parents. So why had he only brought her back? Just as he was about to voice his concern, a brand new golden deer bicycle came to a halt in the yard, followed by the entrance of a middle-aged couple. The man, Zhang Yunhe, stepped inside and promptly produced a box of Shirlin cigarettes, placing it on the table before Zhao Hongyi. "Leader, I work at the machinery factory and am not adept with words. You may handle it as you see fit." His honesty elicited a slight smile from Zhao Hongyi, who pushed the cigarettes back and remarked, "This must be your daughter, am I correct?" Upon seeing his gaze shift to Zhang Min, Zhang Yunhe nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes." Noticing his nervous demeanor, Zhao Hongyi reassured him, "There is no need to be so anxious. Your daughter's matter is manageable." However, regarding Yundong, Wu Yundong was taken aback, uncertain of why Zhao Hongyi had called for him. Just moments ago, Director Su had contacted him, requesting his presence. Requesting? Wu Yundong was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Su Qingfeng had used the word request? What could this possibly signify? Moreover, what was the nature of the business he wanted him to attend to? Observing the uncertainty on his face, Zhao Hongyi felt a twinge of anxiety, but still gestured for him to hurry along. "Stop dawdling. Go on now." Chapter 63. The lucky star at the entrance of the Pingyu police station, Wu Yundong disembarked from the Happiness 250 and, upon peeking through the gate, recognized the familiar old guard from his previous visit. He quickly greeted, "Sir, I am looking for Director Su." While speaking, he casually tossed the box of Shirlin cigarettes through the window. The old man glanced at the cigarettes, his face brightening with a smile. "Ah, good cigarettes indeed. In these times, 4 yuan cigarettes were considered quite fine. As for whether they're good or not, I acquired them from someone else. Consider it a gesture of respect. You certainly know how to charm." The old man chuckled, momentarily flattered. He then warned, "Young man, our Director Su is in a foul mood today. He has already reprimanded several individuals. Tread carefully when you go in." It was evident that flattery and gifts were the most effective means to garner assistance. Wu Yundong grinned. "Thank you. Sir, I shall leave my bike with you for safekeeping. Rest assured, who would dare steal a bike right in front of the police station?" The old man waved dismissively, already unwrapping the Shirlin cigarettes. Wu Yundong made his way through the entrance, heading straight for the second floor. On his previous visit, Wei Qianyun had escorted him to the conference room, yet he had spotted the sign for the director's office not far away. So he confidently proceeded to Su Qingfeng's office door. Knock, knock. He raised his hand to rap on the door, and upon hearing the invitation to enter, he pushed it open. The office was modestly sized and sparsely furnished, featuring only a desk, a 3-seater sofa, and a coffee table. with a clothing rack serving as the sole additional furniture. As Su Qingfeng looked up from behind his desk and recognized Wu Yundong, he immediately stood, exclaiming, "Yundong, you've arrived." His warm reception suggested that it was likely not a negative encounter. Upon witnessing Su Qingfeng's actions, Wu Yundong felt a slight sense of relief and approached with a smile. "Director Su, please do not be so formal. If there is something you wish to discuss, do not hesitate to speak. I assure you, I shall not hold back in offering my assistance." To his surprise, Su Qingfeng was even more courteous than himself. Unable to resist, Su Qingfeng scrutinized Wu Yundong anew, then gestured toward the sofa with a smile. "Please, have a seat." Wu Yundong did not stand on ceremony and plopped down onto the sofa, inquiring, "Director Su, what is on your mind?" His directness rendered Su Qingfeng somewhat embarrassed. After a brief, wry smile, he finally spoke, "Yundong, the reason I invited you here pertains to that matter from last time." "Last time?" Wu Yundong furrowed his brow. "Has that fat man not met with you?" "The fat man?" Su Qingfeng's lips twitched momentarily before he managed a strained smile. "He did meet, but there was no substantive progress." Drawing closer, he affectionately addressed Wu Yundong, settling beside him while explaining with a bitter smile, "The government is currently encouraging private enterprises, and our county leaders intend to respond by inviting some private companies. However, it seems that Director Wei was not particularly interested at the time." Wu Yundong could hardly suppress an eye roll, musing that it was futile for Su Qingfeng to share this with him. He would indeed like that fat man to establish a factory. But the crux of the matter was that he had severed ties with him. Not wishing to deceive the hopeful Su Qingfeng, he candidly stated, "Director Su, it's not that I am unwilling to help, but rather that I have had a falling out with Wei Jianzhong." "I am aware of that," came the response. "You know?" Wu Yundong felt a chill run down his spine. How had Su Qingfeng learned of his discord with Wei Jianzhong? "Why are you so surprised? Director Wei mentioned it himself." "Why would he say such a thing?" Wu Yundong was puzzled and asked skeptically, "Director Su, if you are aware of my rift with Wei Jianzhong, why do you still seek my assistance?" To take a roundabout approach, Su Qingfeng replied with a wry smile, reaching for a red de G cigarette from the coffee table. He offered one to Wu Yundong, who hastily declined. "Director Su, I do not smoke." "Ah, that is a commendable habit," Su Qingfeng complimented, lighting his own cigarette. After exhaling a cloud of smoke, he continued with a bitter smile, "Yundong, our county's state-owned enterprises are struggling, many teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. You cannot imagine how the workers have been clamoring for their wages at the county office. Our county leaders wish to accomplish something tangible for everyone. Hence the desire to attract some quality assets, to see if we can acquire a few state-owned enterprises, even if it merely allows us to pay the workers." As he lamented, Wu Yundong suddenly recalled the mechanical factory and had a flash of inspiration. "Director Su, you mentioned the poor management of state-owned enterprises. Could it be possible that some leaders are embezzling state assets?" "What do you mean?" Su Qingfeng's expression stiffened as he looked at Wu Yundong, admonishing, "You mustn't speak recklessly about mere conjecture." "Ah, but my information is indeed based on conjecture." Wu Yundong chuckled softly, then lowered his voice. "However, the insights I have received are provided by employees of the mechanical factory. Would you be interested in hearing them?" "The mechanical factory?" Su Qingfeng's interest was piqued, and he fixed his gaze on Wu Yundong. "If you can provide accurate information and witnesses, I can assure you that no one will be able to protect those involved." "Is that statement not rather bold?" "Hee. This reflects the intentions of the county leaders. Do you think my words carry little weight?" "If it is the will of the county leaders, it certainly cannot be mere boastfulness." Wu Yundong, invigorated, hurriedly relayed the information he had gathered from Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Yunhe to Su Qingfeng. "Where is Wang Yongfu's new factory located?" Wu Yundong reiterated the location that Zhang Yunhe had mentioned. Su Qingfeng took out a pen and paper to jot it down, and, playfully patting Wu Yundong on the shoulder, remarked, "Yundong, you truly are my lucky star." This statement was initially made in jest, yet upon reflection, it became evident that if it weren't for Wu Yundong's revelations, the case involving the female workers at the cotton spinning mill would have remained unsolved. Had that case not been cracked, not only would he fail to gain the leader's appreciation, but it would be a miracle if he retained his current position. Now, with Wu Yundong providing information about Wang Yongfu's misappropriation of state assets at the machinery factory, a successful investigation would likely bring even greater satisfaction to the county leaders. Thinking this way, Wu Yundong truly seemed to be his fortuitous star. "Director Su, you flatter me." "I do not possess such remarkable capabilities," Wu Yundong humbly replied, noticing that Su Qingfeng appeared somewhat anxious. He then stood up and said, "Director Su, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I shall take my leave." Understood. Wu Yundong had discerned from the tone that Su Qingfeng intended for him to contact Wei Qianyun to fulfill his objective. Although uncertain about Wei Qianyun's stance, he was quite aware of the attitude he needed to convey. Thus he smiled and assured, "Rest assured, Director Su, I will certainly relay your message to President Wei, but I cannot guarantee whether she will agree to assist." Originally, Su Qingfeng had acted on a whim, hoping to persuade Wei Jianzhong through Wei Qianyun, which is why he sought out Wu Yundong. In essence, he wished to take a shot in the dark. Who knows, it might just succeed? Even if it did not, he would incur no loss and could still provide an explanation to the leaders. It was a win-win situation. Therefore, he responded to Wu Yundong's reply with a smile. "No worries, just do your best. I shall take my leave now." Wu Yundong turned and exited, greeting the gatekeeper before riding his motorcycle straight to Pingyu Hotel. Upon arrival, he learned that Wei Qianyun had gone to the construction site, prompting him to quickly ride there as well. When he reached the site, he found that Wei Qianyun was just finishing her inspection and preparing to leave. "President Wei, I need to discuss something with you." Wu Yundong approached her hastily. Wei Qianyun seemed to be in good spirits, smiling as she asked, "What is it?" Wu Yundong noticed that Xiao Yongjian was watching him intently and quickly added, "Brother Xiao, you go ahead and attend to your duties. I need to have a word with President Wei." Xiao Yongjian felt a surge of frustration upon hearing this. He thought to himself, "My motorcycle has practically become yours. And you won't even speak a good word for me in front of President Wei? And now, you actually want me to leave? What does this mean?" Suddenly, as he watched Wu Yundong pull Wei Qianyun into the office, he felt a jolt of realization. No way. Wu Yundong isn't trying to woo President Wei, is he? Chapter 64. The anxious Xiao Yongjian. In truth, Xiao Yongjian had overthought the situation and underestimated Wu Yundong. Upon entering Xiao Yongjian's office, Wu Yundong released Wei Qianyun and, with a smile, recounted the matter regarding Su Qingfeng to her. After listening, Wei Qianyun slightly furrowed her willow-like brows and said, "Yundong, my brother has his own opinions on his affairs. I am solely responsible for the real estate company, so I cannot assist you with your request." Rather than feeling angered by her blunt rejection, Wu Yundong found himself admiring Wei Qianyun's straightforwardness. Even without extensive business acumen, he understood that a leader must possess their own convictions and exhibit decisive character. Wei Qianyun evidently embodied these qualities. Furthermore, her candid refusal was far preferable to offering false hope followed by disappointment. At least it indicated that she had no intention of deceiving him. In his admiration, he couldn't help but reflect that true entrepreneurs must indeed cast aside personal sentiments, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the enterprise. "It's nothing," he chuckled, looking at Wei Qianyun. "Old Su merely wishes to find a roundabout way to see if he can find a breakthrough through you, but he doesn't hold out much hope himself." Wei Qianyun gazed seriously at Wu Yundong and slowly replied, "Yundong, I just don't want you to misunderstand me." "How could I?" Wu Yundong couldn't help but laugh. "Did you not say that we are friends? Isn't trust a prerequisite among friends?" Wei Qianyun stared at him, and after a while, her face broke into a smile. "Yundong, thank you. Thank me for what?" "Thank you for considering me a friend." Wei Qianyun's smile took on a playful tone as she toyed with a lock of hair at her temple. "Coming from a wealthy family, it seems I have few true friends. But for some reason, after you saved me, I developed a fondness for you." "Fondness?" Wu Yundong interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. "Do not misunderstand me." Wei Qianyun blushed and hurriedly clarified. "It is not the kind of fondness you might think." "Oh?" Wu Yundong feigned surprise and mischievously probed. "What kind do you think I am thinking?" Wei Qianyun, feeling shy, noticed Wu Yundong's suppressed laughter and couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, you tease me, and I might just have to strike you." She playfully lunged at him, her hands ready to swat him, causing Wu Yundong to quickly shield his head with both arms. "Spare me, fair warrior. I promise I shall never dare again." Despite his pleas, she playfully landed a few light punches on him before, her face flushed, she scolded. "Will you dare again in the future?" "I will not, I promise." Wu Yundong understood the right words to say and hastily assured her, prompting her to smile once more. Their playful banter left Xiao Yongjian, who was eavesdropping outside, utterly astonished. Goodness, Wu Yundong has struck gold, hasn't he? How could he be so close to General Wei? By her demeanor, it is clear she is smitten. He mused to himself, I must find a way to hold on to this golden opportunity. Call her sister. What? Wu Yundong exclaimed in surprise. Outside, Xiao Yongjian felt a pang of jealousy. Goodness, she has even been called sister. Does this mean you should now call me brother? Naturally, he would never dare speak such words aloud, and instead continued to listen intently. What is this? I am 3 years your senior. Do you believe it is disadvantageous to address me as sister? Who made such a claim? Wu Yundong furrowed his brow, indignant, and exclaimed, Who asserts that calling you sister is a detriment? I consider it a significant advantage, do I not, Sister Yin? Sweet. Utter it a couple more times for my delight. Sister, Yunjia, do you enjoy hearing such titles? If so, I can chant them until eternity. Bah, who would wish to endure such eternity with you? Wei Qianyun retorted, her cheeks flushed. Yet a smile soon danced upon her lips. Outside the room, eavesdropper Xiao Yongjian was moved to tears. Goodness, merely a casual address of sister has you overjoyed beyond measure. Yet, despite my numerous calls of General Wei, you remain unfazed? What is so remarkable about Wu Yundong being slightly younger and more handsome? Yunjia, what do you think of Xiao Zong? Outside, Xiao Yongjian's spirit jolted, his ears perking up. Xiao Zong, why inquire about him? He has been quite attentive to me. That motorcycle outside belongs to him. When I expressed a desire to use it, he promptly handed me the keys. I have ridden it for half a month, and he has yet to ask for it back. Hence, I wanted to know your opinion of him. Does he seek something from you? Wei Qianyun suddenly let out a cold laugh. Xiao Yongjian immediately tensed, scarcely daring to breathe, let alone move, pressing himself against the wall in silence. Wu Yundong, however, felt no pressure, grinning as he spoke. Indeed, he mentioned he wishes to compete for a leadership position and requested I advocate for him in your presence. Am I being sufficiently candid? Is there any benefit to you? What? Wu Yundong, puzzled, blinked in confusion. In business, he is a businessman. Since he seeks your support, is it merely for the temporary loan of a motorcycle? Are you not at a disadvantage? That thought had not crossed my mind. We are friends, after all. A few words of encouragement cost me nothing. But have you considered that if he gains my support, he could secure the position of general manager at Pingyu First Construction? Should he attain that position, have you not pondered the considerable advantages he might reap? Why should I concern myself with that? His becoming general manager is his affair. I have my own pursuits to attend to, and our careers do not intersect. Have you not reflected that while he may benefit, you might gain nothing, leaving you with a sense of loss? Outside, Xiao Yongjian's heart raced, as if it might leap from his throat at any moment. He had not anticipated Wei Qianyun would contemplate Wu Yundong's interests so thoroughly. Had he considered this sooner, he would have offered Wu Yundong greater incentives. Without any favors, would Wu Yundong still speak favorably of him? Yunjia, you think of me quite a lot. Wu Yundong's voice suddenly grew somber, tinged with emotion as he rasped. Thank you, but I do not require his favors. Why not? Because he has already shown his goodwill. Wu Yundong smiled, continuing, Moreover, no matter how grand the favor, I shall strive for it myself, rather than relying on others. Your ambition is quite lofty. Wei Qianyun was uncertain whether to commend or criticize, chuckling softly. So, will you assist or not? Xiao Yongjian's ears perked up, his heart racing like a drum, pounding incessantly in his ears. Chapter 65. No need for further words. The uncertainty of fate left Xiao Yongjian in a state of agitation and anxiety, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment in a courtroom, as he anticipated Wei Qianyun's verdict. Help! Wei Qianyun, oblivious to the presence of eavesdroppers outside the door, smiled at Wu Yundong and remarked, My brother has spoken. How could I refuse him? Xiao Yongjian let out a long sigh. His heart, which had been perched precariously at the edge of his throat, finally settled back down. He was certain that as long as Wei Qianyun expressed her willingness to assist him, many would advocate for his appointment as the general manager at the upcoming meeting of Pingyu First Construction Company in a few days. With the backing of Owl's support for the open market, the Pingyu Construction Group would undoubtedly have ample work. When there are opportunities, those in leadership positions will be inclined to support him. Only a fool would oppose him. The prospect of becoming the general manager was so delightful that it nearly made him laugh aloud. However, his ability to secure Wei Qianyun's support was largely thanks to Wu Yundong. Without him, Xiao Yongjian would never have been able to approach Wei Qianyun, let alone gain her endorsement. But what could he offer in return? The sound of footsteps echoed in the room, followed by Wu Yundong's voice. Sister Yun, I may be leaving Pingyu soon. If I don't get a chance to say goodbye, please don't be upset. Leaving Pingyu? Where to? To Puqing. Puqing. What are you going there for? I have some treasury bonds that I wish to sell there. You've set your sights on that just as the government has released new policies? Wei Qianyun looked at Wu Yundong in surprise, then gave him a thumbs up. Yundong, I rarely admire anyone, but your foresight and boldness in taking risks truly impress me. Sister Yun, what do you admire about me? I have the 500,000 you gave me, but I've only acquired 340,000 in treasury bonds so far, leaving me with a shortfall of over 100,000. I want to seize this opportunity to gather more elsewhere. Yundong, upon hearing this, Xiao Yongjian could no longer eavesdrop and called out urgently, I know where treasury bonds are available. Inside the room, Wu Yundong's expression was one of astonishment, while Wei Qianyun seemed to have anticipated this, opening the door and asking, Xiao, do you know where? Rest assured, I not only know where to find them, but I can also assure you that the quantity is substantial. Really? Wu Yundong's eyes lit up. Based on Zhang Min's assessment, treasury bonds in nearby counties, especially those held by ordinary workers, had been nearly exhausted. As for those in the hands of state-owned enterprise leaders, she had no access, which meant the procurement of treasury bonds was nearing completion. Otherwise, Zhang Min wouldn't have had the time to help Wu Yundong change his name. Now that Xiao Yongjian was offering assistance, how could Wu Yundong not be overjoyed? Xiao Yongjian could clearly see the delight on his face, and he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Wu Yundong was indeed a person worthy of deep friendship. Although he had rendered Xiao Yongjian such significant help, upon hearing that Xiao could assist with the treasury bonds, his first reaction was joy rather than seeking to take advantage of the situation. Looking at Wu Yundong, he smiled and said, Yundong, rest assured, if I say I am confident, then there will be no issues. When Brother Xiao takes action, it will undoubtedly be of the highest quality. Wu Yundong unabashedly lavished praise, then remarked, however, Brother Xiao, let us speak plainly. The treasury bonds I possess are currently priced at 80 for 100. I can offer you 85. Whatever you choose to pay is your concern. Wow. Xiao Yongjian couldn't help but exclaim. Even Wei Qianyun cast a surprised glance at Wu Yundong. Could this fellow truly be an 18-year-old lad? How astute he was in understanding human psychology, knowing to extend benefits to a partner first. If Xiao Yongjian initially intended merely to lend assistance, he was now undoubtedly invigorated. Yet, Wei Qianyun miscalculated. There was no excitement on Xiao Yongjian's face, only a bittersweet smile as he said, Yundong, you underestimate my character. You just spoke well of me in front of President Wei. As an older brother, how could I profit from your earnings? Brother Xiao, please don't say anything further. Xiao Yongjian waved a hand to silence Wu Yundong and continued, I have few friends, but today you, Wu Yundong, count as one. Henceforth, you shall be like a younger brother to me, the kind that is truly close. All right, Wu Yundong replied. His face darkened with a frown as he mumbled, have I really lost out today? First, I acknowledge a sister, then a brother. By the way, ISNT there's supposed to be a greeting gift? Haha. Xiao Yongjian laughed heartily, gesturing, Dongzi, feel free to ask for anything. I shall procure it for you. Wei Qianyun made no promises. Instead, she playfully slapped Wu Yundong's arm, saying, you dare to request a greeting gift? You are quite audacious. Humph. Wu Yundong rolled his eyes at Wei Qianyun, retorting, isn't it only natural to ask for gifts from my brother and sister? What does that have to do with audacity? Wow. Xiao Yongjian could no longer contain himself and let out an exclamation, then gave Wu Yundong a thumbs up. Dongzi, I thought I was shameless enough, but compared to you, I am merely a novice. Upon hearing this, Wu Yundong felt even more prideful, right? I share that sentiment. Smack. Ouch. Wu Yundong yelped, cradling the back of his head. Turning to glare, Sister Yun, are you not afraid of making me foolish? Not at all. Wei Qianyun giggled, affectionately stroking the back of Wu Yundong's head. If you become foolish, I shall take care of you. Wu Yundong was rendered speechless. Xiao Yongjian, however, watched with a broad smile. That tone, those gestures. Now that is what a true elder sister should be. Wei Qianyun seemed to realize her words were a bit too candid, chuckling lightly before beckoning Zhang Chang to depart. Xiao Yongjian deemed it unnecessary to prolong the conversation with Wu Yundong, driving off in his jeep, claiming he would find treasury bonds for him. As for the cherished 250 motorcycle, with a wave of his hand, it became Wu Yundong's. For a matter of 10 or 8,000 yuan. He felt no reluctance compared to the achievement of becoming a general manager. Wu Yundong did not decline the generous offer, understanding that one cannot refuse goodwill. Besides, the opportunity to reciprocate would surely arise in due course. Most importantly, this was a motorcycle, ready to roar to life at the twist of a throttle. far superior to pedaling a bicycle. Had he not noticed the crowd that gathered to gawk upon his arrival in the village? Yet, once atop the motorcycle, he pondered where to venture next. The house on North Street had already reached the roofing stage, awaiting interior work in 2 days. As the acquisition of treasury bonds by Zhang Jianjun reached its conclusion, he realized that his presence there would be of little consequence. Logically, it would be the perfect moment to return home. However, the mere thought of Wu Xiao and the associated leather belt extinguished any desire to do so. Where to go instead? After contemplating for a considerable time while stroking his chin, an idea suddenly illuminated his mind. He kicked his motorcycle and hurried towards Pingyu First High School. Upon his arrival, he found himself perfectly timed with the school's dismissal, waiting momentarily at a corner. He soon spotted Han Mei, who was pushing her bicycle. He rushed over to greet her. Just as Han Mei was about to mount her bicycle, she unexpectedly caught sight of Wu Yundong, her face lighting up with both surprise and joy. She hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Dongzi, what brings you here?" Gazing at the radiant face of his first love, he could not help but blurt out, "I missed you, so I came to see you." Han Mei's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she quickly glanced around, realizing they were alone before shyly urging him, "What are you saying? It's not good if someone overhears us. What I said is meant for you alone. Even if others hear, it matters not," Wu Yundong replied with a cheerful grin, playfully blinking at her. "Mimi, would you like me to say something even more flattering?" His intention was to tease her and witness her bashful reaction. Unexpectedly, Han Mei, blushing, retorted, "Then say a couple of things, but no more than that." Observing the bashful and flustered Han Mei, Wu Yundong found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 66. A surprise from Xiao Yongjian. With her cheeks still flushed, Han Mei entered the family compound of the town government, while Wu Yundong, feeling vexed, slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten to inform Han Mei that he would soon be heading to Puqing. If he left without a word, would the young lady turn against him? With guests no longer present, he felt too apprehensive to seek them out, for no other reason than to prevent Han Mei from being scolded by her mother. He refrained from visiting. Upon returning home, although Wu Xiao did not serve him the stir-fried pork with the leather belt, he also refrained from asking too many questions, leaving Wu Yundong feeling somewhat dejected. However, Gao Yulan seized the opportunity to inquire about Han Mei. Upon learning that her son had just escorted his future daughter-in-law home, she could not help but express her discontent, saying, "Why didn't you bring her home for a meal before sending her back?" Wu Yundong struggled to comprehend his mother's logic and quickly explained, "Mother, we haven't established a relationship yet. Besides, her mother is no easy match. Given our family's circumstances, she would likely encourage her daughter to sever ties the moment she lays eyes on us." Gao Yulan's eyes brightened. "Isn't severing ties a good thing? That way, Mimi won't escape." Wu Yundong rolled his eyes in disbelief. Though he lacked the courage to argue with his mother, he could only respond vaguely. Fortunately, as Gao Yulan was busy cooking, she had no time to press him further. Otherwise, he would surely find himself overwhelmed. After dinner, Wu Yundong spent a while playing with his younger siblings, Wu Di and Wu Yu, before leisurely returning to his bedroom to prepare for rest. However, just as he was about to undress, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door. "Dongzi, open up." Recognizing the voice of his cousin, Hao Jiansheng, Wu Yundong sprang up, quickly dressed his feet, and dashed to open the door. As he opened the grand door, he was greeted by an unexpected scene that prompted him to hastily inquire, "Cousin, why are you here so late?" "Dongzi, Mr. Xiao has arrived." Aghast, Wu Yundong waved his hand, and behind Hao Jiansheng appeared the familiar plump face of Xiao Yongjian. "Dongzi, I have come to deliver the treasury bonds to you." "What the hell?" Wu Yundong exclaimed, quickly turning to check if his parents had followed him. Once he confirmed they hadn't, he lowered his voice. "Don't speak so loudly. My parents are still unaware of this matter." "What? They don't know about such a significant issue?" Xiao Yongjian was taken aback. "There's no point in them knowing. They wouldn't comprehend it anyway." Wu Yundong hurriedly explained, then suggested, "Let us go to the construction site for a detailed discussion." With that, he returned to greet the couple in the house before departing on his motorcycle. Gao Yulan closed the door and returned indoors, voicing her grievances to Wu Xiao. "He's out gallivanting at this hour, and you're not going to do anything about it? What can I do?" Wu Xiao took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling smoke while tapping the ash from his pipe against his shoe. "Dongzi is grown. How long are we to oversee him? But he is still your son, no matter how old he gets." "That's true," Wu Xiao replied, casting a satisfied glance at his wife. He will always be my son. Haha. Gao Yulan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He is also my son. Wu Xiao, exasperated, glared at her and retorted. Do you really need to remind me? Without you, where would he come from? Her laughter erupted anew. You know it, and yet you still show off? Fine. I'll fetch the medicine. You should drink it and rest. What about you? I'll wait for Dongzi to return. No need to wait. Wu Xiao waved his hand dismissively. I reckon Dongzi won't be coming back tonight. Surely not. Gao Yulan's tone wavered, yet her expression revealed her belief. For in the past month and more, it had become a habit for Wu Yundong to stay out late. This very fact heightened her anxiety. However, as Wu Xiao rightly pointed out, their son was now grown, evidently with his own affairs, leaving her feeling helpless to intervene. Ultimately, she sighed, tending to Wu Xiao's needs before slipping off her shoes and settling onto the calm. At the construction site, Wu Yundong opened the black bag in Xiao Yongjian's hand and was immediately taken aback by the bulging treasury bonds within. Goodness, how much is this? 200,000. Xiao Yongjian exhaled smoke, clearly pleased by Wu Yundong's reaction. Who wouldn't be delighted? Within a few hours, he not only secured the amount Wu Yundong needed, but exceeded it by far. It's too much. I don't have enough money. No problem. Xiao Yongjian waved his hand casually. I'm giving you these treasury bonds at 50 each. 50? Wu Yundong nearly leaped from his seat. Xiao Yongjian was ruthless, managing to reduce the price to 50. Yet, this was his hometown, when the treasury bonds appreciated in value. How would he justify it? Xiao Yongjian maintained his nonchalant demeanor, resting his right arm on the back of the chair with a grin. Rest assured. All these treasury bonds are from the company that weren't assigned. The old accountant has been worried about no one wanting them. Oh, from the company. Wu Yundong sighed in relief. This is not merely about him taking advantage of the state. Rather, it reflects the utter chaos within the current state-owned enterprises. Take, for instance, the treasury bonds that were issued many years ago. Astonishingly, there are still companies that have not sold theirs to this day. This alone illustrates the disarray at Pingyu Construction. If there were a competent leader, akin to the one at the machinery factory, they would have simply distributed the wages, leaving it up to the employees whether to accept them or not. Consequently, hundreds of thousands of treasury bonds were forcibly allocated. Conversely, at Pingyu Construction, the allocation of 200,000 treasury bonds remains unfulfilled, revealing the extent of procrastination and shirking responsibility among the leadership. However, Wu Yundong harbors no remorse in seizing such an opportunity, promptly using his funds to settle accounts. Initially possessing less than 140,000 in cash, he produced 100,000 to purchase the originally valued 160,000 in treasury bonds, which brought him immense satisfaction, nearly eliciting a laugh. Xiao Yongjian was equally pleased, not only aiding Wu Yundong, but also receiving high praise from the old accountant. For him, such mutually beneficial arrangements were to be embraced wholeheartedly. With 38,000 in cash still at hand, Wu Yundong decided against acquiring further treasury bonds and began contemplating his trip to Puching. It was April 17th, and there were less than 4 days until the public trading of treasury bonds in Puching. Excluding the time required for the train journey, his schedule was quite tight. Tomorrow, he must purchase the train tickets. With 200,000 in treasury bonds, Wu Yundong rode home on his motorcycle, organizing all the bonds into a fertilizer bag before finally resting on the bed. The following morning, he rose early and sought out his brother Wu Yujing, who was preparing to go to the construction site. Brother, take a break from work for the next few days and accompany me on a trip. In times of conflict, brothers stand together, and Wu Yundong resolved that, in this day and age, safety on trains was uncertain. It was best to have a trusted companion by his side. Wu Yujing, however, was left bewildered. Where are we going? Never mind that. I'm off to buy train tickets, Wu Yundong replied, turning to ride away, leaving Wu Yujing scratching his head in confusion. Yang Yulian, on the other hand, took it lightly, chuckling. Dongzi told you not to worry, so why fret? No, I'm just concerned about the work at the site, Wu Yujing quickly clarified. Yang Yulian rolled her eyes, pointing a finger at him. How can you be so dim-witted? Don't you know how much money Dongzi has? His wealth is his affair. What does it have to do with you? I'm saying I'm learning a skill here. If I leave now, what if someone takes my place? Take your place? Who would dare? Yang Yulian scoffed. With Dongzi's connection to your manager, who would even think of taking your position? Besides, if I'm not mistaken, you likely want to complete your training anyway. Why not? Wu Yujing retorted, displeased, turning to question her. Weren't you pleased about it before? Not me, Yang Yulian sighed, casting an exasperated glance at Wu Yuzheng. Yet, considering her husband's honest nature, she patiently explained, it's Dongzi. He is destined to accomplish great things. His ambition for greatness does not warrant your stubbornness about being called foolish, Yang Yulian responded, genuinely exasperated. Let me ask you this. If your brother becomes wealthy in the future, will he allow you to work as a technician at the construction site? That is certainly out of the question. Knowing that it was certainly impossible, why still harbor such worries? Just accompany Dongzi honestly on this journey. Yang Yulian shot a glare at Wu Yunjin and turned to pick up Wu Yu, stepping outside. Wu Yunjin lingered in the room, scratching his head for a while before the realization dawned upon him, leading him to slap his forehead in exasperation. Alas, how foolish I am. Chapter 67. The bearded man with the monotonous clattering sound. The green train slowly departed from Pingyu Station, embarking on its journey to Puqing. On board, Zhang Min, experiencing her first long-distance trip, wore an expression of curiosity, gazing at the scenery rushing by outside the window, continually exclaiming, Donggu, the train is moving so fast. Look how far we've come in such a short time. Wu Yundong felt a pang of annoyance. He pondered how such a beautiful girl could possess such childish thoughts. Is this speed what she considers fast? Perhaps she has never experienced high-speed rail. Nonetheless, considering the advent of high-speed trains was still years away, he dismissed the thought. A glance at Zhang Min revealed her profile resting on her hand, captivating him instantly. Her profile was strikingly beautiful, especially her long eyelashes, which shimmered in the reflection of the passing scenery, resembling two delicate hooks that seemed to draw in the gazes of onlookers. Donggu, am I pretty? Caught off guard. Wu Yundong's face flushed instantly, yet he met Zhang Min's gaze without flinching, replying with a smile. You are beautiful. Really? Zhang Min's face lit up with a sweet smile as she turned back, wrapping her arms around Wu Yundong's, looking up at him with hopeful eyes. Then can I be your girlfriend? No. Without a second thought, Wu Yundong pushed Zhang Min away. Although marriage in rural areas often occurs at a relatively young age, with some tying the knot at 16 or 17, he could not overcome that psychological barrier. Why not? Zhang Min, undeterred by the rejection, asked curiously, Donggu, didn't you say I was pretty? Why don't you want me? Wu Yundong had intended to enlighten her on matters of love, but realizing he himself had yet to grasp it fully, he finally said, I already have a girlfriend. Named Hanmei. I see. Zhang Min's spirit visibly waned, letting out a sigh of resignation as her gaze drifted back to the window. Across from them, Wu Yunjin observed with a detached demeanor, yet he felt a flicker of relief upon witnessing Wu Yundong's decisive rejection of Zhang Min. Despite Dongzi's recent transformations, he still understood boundaries. Clatter, clatter. The train progressed steadily, with passengers occasionally traversing the aisle, clearly those who boarded late and failed to find seats. The carriage was filled with a myriad of individuals. Opposite Wu Yunjin sat a woman clad in coarse fabric, her dark skin indicative of a hard-working farmer. She had been present since before Wu Yundong and the others boarded, her head perpetually bowed, preventing Wu Yundong from discerning her features. Across the aisle were four men dressed in Zhongshan suits, who had been drinking and chatting since their boarding, their conversation incomprehensible to Wu Yundong. His gaze scanned the carriage, failing to identify any suspicious characters, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the old man who had robbed a train in the late 80s had yet to be released from prison. According to his account, by the late 1980s, thieves on trains could easily transform into robbers at any moment. If their crime was successful, they could effortlessly leap from the train and escape. An old criminal's capture was merely a stroke of misfortune. He had broken his leg while jumping from the train. Otherwise, he might still be living carefreely. Reflecting on the old man's words, Wu Yundong couldn't help but ponder. Would he be so unfortunate as to encounter a thief-turned-robber? While lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt a tug at the hem of his clothing. Brother Dong, I need to use the restroom. The girl seemed to have become quite accustomed to calling him that. After all, it was just a casual remark made by her father. Why was she taking it so seriously? Despite his inner musings, Wu Yundong stood up and asked, Do you want me to accompany you? Wu Yunjin furrowed his brow and glanced over. Wu Yundong's expression darkened. Just as he was about to explain, Zhang Min had already nodded in agreement. Sure. I'm a bit scared to go alone. Hearing this, Wu Yundong found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed necessary to keep an eye on a girl venturing out for the first time. If anything were to happen, He wouldn't know how to explain it to Zhang Yunha. Let us go, Wu Yundong said, stepping aside to indicate that Zhang Min should lead the way. Zhang Min did not hesitate and headed straight towards the restroom, with Wu Yundong following closely behind, contemplating the advice given by Zhang Yunha. Yundong, please take good care of Xiaomin during her first outing. Ensure her safety. Brother Dong, why is the door locked? Zhang Min's voice interrupted his thoughts. Wu Yundong looked up to see that indeed, the restroom door was closed, and he could only explain, well, it's a train, and there are many people needing to use the restroom. You just have to wait. All right, Zhang Min replied weakly, and the two stood outside like fools, waiting. After a considerable time, the restroom door finally opened, but to Wu Yundong's astonishment, a man and a woman emerged. Both their faces were flushed, and they averted their eyes from Wu Yundong, hastily lowering their heads as they entered another carriage. Zhang Min looked on in surprise and asked, Brother Dong, was that a male and female restroom? Many people around turned to look, causing Wu Yundong to quickly intervene. There is no such thing as a male and female restroom. Hurry up and go in. Can't you see that others are waiting? Oh, Zhang Min replied, entering the restroom. Casting a glance at the closed door, Wu Yundong couldn't resist turning to look at the other carriage. The couple that had just left was nowhere to be seen, and Wu Yundong couldn't help but click his tongue. In this day and age, people are engaging in such activities in the restroom. Their thinking is certainly ahead of its time. With a sudden creak, the restroom door swung open, and Zhang Min emerged, her face flushed. Wu Yundong knew the girl was embarrassed, so he quickly stepped aside and followed her as they made their way back. Oh, a gasp came from ahead, and Wu Yundong looked up to see that Zhang Min had stumbled. He hurriedly asked, Are you all right? I'm fine, Zhang Min replied quickly, then lowered her head to continue walking. However, before she could lift her leg, a mocking voice sounded from beside her. Little sister, you're just going to walk away like that? Zhang Min was startled and quickly turned her head, only to find the man who had tripped her with his leg gazing at her with a lewd expression. Instantly, her scalp tingled, and she called out, Dong Ge. Wu Yundong had already approached, noticing the man's lascivious gaze, and furrowed his brow. Hey, buddy, this is my sister. The man, in his 30s, sported a full beard, and a scar on his left cheek resembled a wriggling earthworm, evoking a sense of dread. The bearded man glared and cursed. Damn, your sister thinks she's something special? Just because she can kick someone and not apologize? Watch your mouth. Wu Yundong's expression turned icy, yet he said to Zhang Min, apologize to him. Zhang Min's face turned pale with fear, and she quickly bowed to the bearded man, saying, I'm sorry. Her terrified demeanor evoked sympathy, and the man, momentarily softened, instinctively reached out to touch Zhang Min's face, saying, It's all right. However, upon feeling his wrist captured, a fierce glint flashed in the bearded man's eyes, and he angrily commanded, Let go. Wu Yundong did not release his grip, but coldly fixed his gaze upon the man's eyes, his expression transitioning from calm to menacing. Chapter 68. The unveiling of the hidden blade. Wu Yundong's gaze sliced through the bearded man's eyes like a blade, causing his pupils to constrict abruptly before he turned his head away. Seeing the man relent, Wu Yundong ceased his pursuit, releasing his right hand and returning to his seat with Zhang Min's shoulder supported. It was not a matter of taking advantage. Rather, Zhang Min was so frightened that her legs had gone weak, and without his support, she could not have made it back. After finally sitting down, Zhang Min patted her chest, still trembling, and said, Dong Ge, that person was terrifying. Was he really? Wu Yundong furrowed his brow and warned Wu Yunjin, Brother, be careful later. Initially frowning, Wu Yunjin instinctively asked, What's wrong? Nothing. Wu Yundong smiled, glancing back at the direction of the bearded man before settling down. He refrained from telling Wu Yunjin that he had detected a familiar scent emanating from the bearded man, one he had encountered before on an old convict. He hoped it was merely a figment of his imagination, otherwise, the journey would be far from tranquil. Surprisingly, after 2 stops, the bearded man exhibited no unusual behavior and did not disembark, merely traversing to another compartment twice during the train's journey. As night quietly descended, the train continued its rhythmic clatter, and Zhang Min, having lost her initial vigor, had already closed her eyes and fallen asleep. Wu Yunjin, despite his efforts to keep his eyes wide open, felt his eyelids growing heavier, nearing the brink of exhaustion. Wu Yundong glanced out into the darkness outside the train, then turned to see that the bearded man had not vacated his seat. He then suggested, Brother, you should take a nap. Wu Yunjin forced his eyes open and awkwardly smiled. No, Dongzi, you sleep. You should sleep. It will help you regain your strength. Wu Yundong chuckled, lightly kicking the fertilizer bag at his feet, and added, don't worry, I've got my eye on things. As he spoke, the farmer woman opposite him glanced up, and Wu Yundong politely nodded in acknowledgement. The peasant woman appeared somewhat taken aback, hurriedly donning a sycophantic smile. Big brother, I need to visit the restroom. Could you kindly watch over my luggage? Of course, Wu Yundong replied with a smile. The peasant woman seemed genuinely touched, expressing her gratitude several times before departing for the restroom. As she stepped inside, Wu Yundong shifted his gaze, glancing towards the aisle opposite where several individuals clad in Zhongshan suits were already fast asleep. In truth, at this hour, aside from a few, most passengers had succumbed to dreams. Wu Yundong surveyed his surroundings, confirming all was well, and began to close his eyes. However, after a short while, he suddenly opened his eyes, glancing across to find that the peasant woman had yet to return, causing a slight change in his expression. Initially, when they boarded the train and searched for seats, they discovered she was alone. Wu Yundong had intended for her to sit by the window, but she had shyly declined, insisting on a seat by the aisle. Not one to argue, Wu Yundong acquiesced and took the window seat, now comfortably resting his head on the small dining table. The peasant woman's belongings consisted of a travel bag, bulging with unknown contents. It was this bag that she had entrusted to Wu Yundong for safekeeping. Turning to glance in the direction of the restroom, he noticed the peasant woman was still absent, and even the bearded man had seemingly vanished without a trace. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He quickly checked the bag of fertilizer beneath his feet, relieved to find its shape unchanged. As long as his belongings remained intact, he had no concern for others. Time passed without notice, and soon the peasant woman and the bearded man re-entered the carriage from a different compartment. The peasant woman held a small cloth bag, appearing full, reminiscent of the travel bag at Wu Yundong's feet. The bearded man, however, was empty-handed, yet his eyes darted around, keenly scanning the pockets of the other passengers. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he approached a traveler, deftly using a long pair of tweezers to extract a wallet from the woman's pocket, which he promptly handed to the peasant woman, who concealed it on her person, the specifics of which Wu Yundong could not discern. At that moment, the peasant woman spotted Wu Yundong and realized that her accomplice's actions had not gone unnoticed. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She now bore no resemblance to the timid, Na'vi woman from earlier. Instead, she exuded a familiar aura of ferocity that Wu Yundong recognized all too well, having spent considerable time in the presence of such individuals in his past life. He felt no fear, merely observing with a calm demeanor. However, he was perplexed as to why he had not sensed this aura from the female thief earlier. The coldness in the peasant woman's gaze intensified, but she was abruptly pulled back by the bearded man, redirecting her attention elsewhere. The bearded man returned to his previous seat, and the female thief, the peasant woman, sat opposite Wu Yundong, coldly remarking, "Young man, sometimes one must feign ignorance to prolong one's existence." Wu Yundong stroked his chin, asking with keen interest, "Are you threatening me?" The peasant woman merely chuckled coldly, kicking the bag of fertilizer at his feet. "What you have inside is akin to counterfeit currency. Do you understand why I haven't harmed you?" "Why?" Wu Yundong inquired, intrigued. "Because I sense a familiar aura about you. We are of the same ilk, hence we shall not disturb each other's peace." The notion of being mistaken for a fellow rogue made Wu Yundong chuckle softly. He understood that the aura the thief spoke of was not mere fabrication. He too had detected a peculiar scent emanating from her. His keen sense of smell had been honed during his past life in prison, surrounded by numerous robbers and thieves. As for being misidentified as a petty thief, he chose not to contest it, simply chuckling lightly. With his possessions still intact, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, the money he possessed was more perilous than that of others. More importantly, he was acutely aware that this train harbored not just the female thief and the bearded man, but likely other accomplices as well. Having spent considerable time with such criminals in his previous life, he understood the terrifying nature of their collusion and the ruthless instincts that drove them. A moment's carelessness could render him a target of their thievery. In the tumultuous era of the late 1980s and early 1990s, black-on-black crime was not uncommon. Moreover, in the eyes of such individuals, there was no sense of loyalty. The money in hand was their only treasure. "What are you carrying, young man?" The female thief, noticing Wu Yundong's silence, assumed he was intimidated and could not resist giving the fertilizer bag another kick. Wu Yundong's gaze hardened. "What is your intention?" Do you wish to resort to treachery? With a sneer, the bearded man suddenly sat beside Wu Yundong, encroaching upon the already limited space. Just as Wu Yundong was about to speak, he felt an object pressing against his lower back. A sideways glance revealed the bearded man grinning malevolently, prodding him with a pair of long tweezers. What will you do about it? Not willing to comply, Wu Yundong furrowed his brow, glancing at his brother Wu Yanzheng, only to discover that the female thief also wielded a glinting pair of tweezers, the sharp tip poised against Wu Yanzheng's back. With a smile, she remarked, I know this is your brother. Wu Yundong exhaled, reluctant to act recklessly. Chapter 69. Absurd slogans with his brother in peril, even with immense capability. Wu Yundong dared not make a hasty move and coldly asked, Are you intent on escalating this situation? Young man, there's no need for bravado, the female thief sneered dismissively. I've followed you for over 300 kilometers and have yet to see you converse with anyone, which tells me you are a lone wolf. So, spare us the intimidation. The term lone wolf is a product of this era, referring to small-time merchants dealing in goods. However, what the female thief meant by lone wolf alluded to a more nefarious business, implying a solo dealer involved in unsavory transactions. Wu Yundong comprehended the intentions of the female thief, and a cold laugh escaped his lips. You are aware that I am a lone wolf. Yet you still dare to act against me? I truly admire your audacity. Enough chatter. The bearded man pressed forward with his dagger. If we manage to seize this haul, we might finally be able to retire in comfort. Hurry, open the bag, and let me take a look. Wu Yundong furrowed his brow. But with his brother restrained, and the drowsy Zhang Min leaning against him, he found himself with no choice but to reluctantly bend down to untie the bag. Just then, the voice of the bus attendant echoed through the cabin. Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at Donyang Station. Those disembarking, please ensure you have all your belongings ready. The attendant's announcement repeated several times, rousing some passengers from their slumber, prompting them to gather their belongings. As more people began to rise, Wu Yundong instinctively straightened up and turned to face the bearded man. The bearded man exchanged a knowing glance with the female thief, both nodding in unison. He shot a menacing glare at Wu Yundong, threateningly stating, Kid, don't make any sudden moves, or I'll make sure to spill some blood from you two brothers. Wu Yundong could hardly muster the energy to retort, thinking that if it weren't for his brother, he would have long since dealt with this fool. However, he kept his thoughts to himself and merely cast a disinterested glance at the bearded man. While his gaze remained calm, the underlying mockery was unmistakable. The bearded man frowned. What's the matter? Don't like what you see? Do you believe that after we pass this station, I want to take your girl right in front of you? With that, he leered at the still sleeping Zhang Min and swallowed hard, his repulsive demeanor nearly causing Wu Yundong to retch. The female thief seemed equally displeased, scolding, You idiot. Don't overstep your bounds. Strangely, the once lustful bearded man appeared unusually compliant, quickly nodding and feigning a smile. Sister, please don't be angry. I was just joking. Silence. The female thief hissed softly, sheathed her dagger, and turned her attention to Wu Yundong, saying, I know you possess skills, but I advise you to behave, or I won't hesitate to eliminate your brother. Wu Yundong, weary of the exchange, simply closed his eyes in silence. His tranquility prompted another glance between the female thief and the bearded man, after which the latter stood and departed. As the train gradually came to a halt, the sounds of vendors calling out from outside filled the air. Wu Yundong paid them no mind until he heard Zhang Min's voice, prompting him to finally open his eyes. Brother Dong, you're awake. Upon seeing him open his eyes, Zhang Min's face lit up with surprise and joy. She pointed out the window at a vendor. Look at those big apples. Shall we buy some? Sure. Wu Yundong nodded with a smile, but then inquired, Do you have any money? Zhang Min immediately slumped in disappointment. Just as Wu Yundong was about to speak again, she unexpectedly unbuttoned her jacket, revealing a bulging sweater beneath. Wu Yundong was startled and quickly diverted his gaze. Yet, oblivious to her exposure, Zhang Min reached into her sweater and pulled out a wallet folded from newspaper. Opening it, she retrieved 10 yuan and handed it to Wu Yundong, saying, Brother Dong, here is some money for you. Wu Yundong refrained from borrowing money. Instead, he observed the glimmer in the eyes of the female thief across from him, chuckling softly before accepting the notes from Zhang Min's hand. The bills still seemed to retain her warmth and a subtle fragrance. Without lingering on these sensations, Wu Yundong rose and leaned out the window, calling to the vendor outside, Hey there, I'll take 10 yuan worth of apples. A chorus of surprised exclamations erupted around him, and Wu Yundong recognized that his request for 10 yuan worth of apples might come off as somewhat pretentious. Unfazed, he watched as the vendor handed him 5 apples, and he exchanged the money without hesitation. Zhang Min, upon seeing the 5 apples, expressed her discontent. Dong Go. Isn't this a bit too expensive? To which Wu Yundong retorted, Sister, this is the train. Do you think it's your home? He shot a disapproving glare at Zhang Min and tossed an apple to Wu Yunjin, saying, Brother, have an apple to quench your thirst. Wu Yunjin, having just awakened and unaware of the recent events, caught the apple instinctively. He didn't bother to wash it. Instead, he took a hearty bite. Delicious, quite sweet. He mumbled in praise, causing Zhang Min to eye the apple with desire. She picked one up and asked, Dong Go, aren't you going to eat? I'm not thirsty, Wu Yundong replied with a smile, yet his gaze remained fixed on the female thief. Perhaps due to the absence of a bearded man or the sheer number of newcomers, the thief remained silent and avoided making eye contact with Wu Yundong. The previous occupants of the adjacent seats, clad in Zhongshan suits, disembarked, replaced by 4 middle-aged men in loose garments, accompanied by a similarly attired young man seated in the 3rd row behind them. Unlike the others, these individuals bore little luggage. Save for a bald man carrying a long travel bag, they were distinct in their demeanor, offering no pleasantries upon boarding, and after settling in, they sat in silence, seemingly lost in thought as they stared at the small dining table. Wu Yundong's gaze lingered on them momentarily before returning to the female thief. He remarked with a smile, Do you have competitors now? Since the arrival of the 4 middle-aged men, the thief had indeed grown tense, but upon hearing Wu Yundong's words, she responded with a cold smile, Who will prevail? That remains uncertain. Wu Yundong's eyes sparkled. A person of culture, I see. My apologies. Before the thief could respond, Wu Yunjin, unable to contain himself, frowned and admonished, Dongzi, why do you speak so sarcastically? Chuckling softly, Wu Yundong refrained from contradicting his brother and turned to engage Zhang Min in conversation. Zhang Min displayed no signs of restraint or disappointment at Wu Yundong's earlier dismissal. Rather, she clung to him more affectionately than usual. Her joy was palpable as she chatted animatedly, clinging to his arm, her carefree demeanor reminiscent of a fledgling bird separated from its parents. In truth, setting age aside, Zhang Min would be rated above 95 in terms of beauty, figure, and voice. Even if she spoke excessively, her melodious tone failed to elicit any annoyance from Wu Yundong. Therefore, he did not discourage her chatter. On the contrary, he engaged with her, prompting her to speak even more enthusiastically. The train commenced its journey with a rhythmic clatter, echoing through the air once more. Wu Yundong, with a sidelong glance at the female thief, was also compelled to keep an eye on the middle-aged man across the aisle. Fortunately, Zhang Min, feigning fatigue, was gazing out the window. Otherwise, he would have been utterly exhausted. Wow, Dong Ge, look! Zhang Min suddenly exclaimed, tugging at Wu Yundong's arm and pointing outside. Look at that slogan. Wu Yundong turned his face to see, and in the distance on the village wall, bold characters proclaimed, Robbing a police car is a criminal act. Such a slogan was beyond his comprehension. Just then, he noticed that the 4 middle-aged men had all risen, and the bald one yanked a hunting rifle from his travel bag, shouting, Wake up, everyone. Those who are asleep, open your eyes. The robber, in his 30s and sporting a shaved head, exuded a brash and domineering demeanor, prodding a nearby man with the rifle as he shouted. The man, pale with fear, quickly raised his hands. Damn it! The bald man spat, cursing, Why are you raising your hands? I'm not a cop. Put your hands down and give me your money. After his tirade, he swaggered backward, wielding the hunting rifle, barking orders for everyone to hasten and produce their money, jewelry, and watches. The other 3 middle-aged men, along with the 4 young men not far away, simultaneously stood up, some brandishing knives, others wielding bags, creating a ruckus among the surrounding passengers. Strangely, the closest group to Wu Yundong seemed to be of little concern to the robbers. Nevertheless, Wu Yundong could not help but frown, for he recognized that these individuals truly embodied the essence of ruthless bandits, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Compared to them, the bearded man and the female thief were nothing more than mere kittens. Just as he thought of the bearded man, an irate voice surged from behind. What the hell are you planning? Wu Yundong turned his head and nearly burst into laughter. It was the bearded man, who had reappeared with 4 20-somethings, a boisterous group pushing through the carriage door, only to collide with the bald robber. With an air of arrogance, the bald man swung his rifle forward and commanded, "Kneel down. Get on your knees." Faced with the barrel of a gun, the bearded man and his 4 companions were momentarily dumbfounded, particularly the 4 youths, who glanced at the bearded man in confusion. One of them asking, "What the hell is going on, Mousy?" The bearded man wore a bewildered expression, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, the bald man's eyes flashed with malice, and suddenly the rifle erupted with flames. A scream pierced the air. The young man who had spoken, now clutching his chest, crumpled to the ground. Vivid crimson blood seeped from his wound, rapidly forming a pool on the floor, a sight that was utterly horrifying. The young man's limbs twitched violently before falling still. Boom! The gunshot reverberated, causing the surrounding passengers to erupt in chaos, instinctively rising to their feet. "What the hell? What do you all want?" The bald man turned to survey the crowd, his gun pointing threateningly as he glared at those around him. "Are you all looking to die? Who on earth is so tired of living that they would cough loudly?" With a swish, those who stood up did so without hesitation, promptly sitting back down, their heads bowed low, wishing they could hide their faces in their laps. The threat they faced had its intended effect, and the bald man grew even more arrogant, shouting at the bearded man, "Damn it, I told you to kneel. Didn't you hear me?" Thud, thud. The bearded man and his 3 companions all knelt down, not daring to utter a single word. Earlier, the second brother had spoken up, but he was now dead. Who would dare disobey? "Dongzi, what should we do?" Wu Yunjing's face turned pale, and his body trembled involuntarily. Wu Yundong understood that his brother was merely a simple rural man. He had been frightened during his confrontation with Zhang Ming, let alone in the presence of ruthless robbers. Looking at Wu Yunjong, he lowered his voice and said, "Brother, do not be afraid." "Not afraid?" The female thief suddenly let out a cold laugh. "If we don't part with our wealth, we all shall perish." Though their voices were low, a middle-aged man overheard them and approached with a knife in hand. "What are you saying?" The female thief hurriedly forced a smile. "Nothing at all." "Damn it." The middle-aged man suddenly cursed, pointing his knife at the female thief. "Your smile is infuriating. Don't you dare smile at me." A flicker of anger crossed the female thief's face, but she quickly closed her mouth. Seeing her bow her head, the middle-aged man shouted, "Hurry up, hand over the money." "Big brother, I truly have no money on me," the female thief exclaimed urgently. "No money? Then bring out something valuable." The middle-aged man seemed disgusted by the female thief's earlier smile, pointing his knife at her and barking, "Hurry, or I'll kill you." Startled, the female thief quickly pulled out a gold ring from her bosom. Seeing her reluctance, the middle-aged robber snatched the ring, bit into it, and tossed it into a cloth bag. "Is that all?" "That's it. I really have nothing else of value." The female thief hurriedly raised her hands to indicate her lack of wealth. Yet the middle-aged robber seemed unwilling to let her off easily, viciously cursing, "Damn it. Don't try to fool me. If I find money on you, I will kill you." As he reached towards her to search, the female thief recoiled in fear and pointed at Wu Yundong, shouting, "Big brother, he has money." "Oh." Both Wu Yundong and the middle-aged robber responded simultaneously. However, Wu Yundong's was a reaction of anger, while the middle-aged robber's was one of delight. "I didn't expect there to be a big catch here." "What big catch?" Another middle-aged man leaned in. Wu Yundong, noticing from the corner of his eye that the other robbers had left the carriage, felt a sense of clarity. The middle-aged robber pointed at Wu Yundong and declared, "Big brother, this woman just said this kid has money. That's what I meant by a big catch." "He has money?" The newly arrived robber glanced at Wu Yundong and barked, "Then bring out the money." Wu Yunjong, realizing his brother was in danger, instinctively started to rise. But Wu Yundong stopped him. "Brother, let us give him the money." Hearing this, the robber, already with his knife raised, couldn't help but chuckle. "Heh, this kid is quite perceptive." Wu Yundong disregarded her, offering Wu Yunjin a reassuring glance, and gently patted the trembling Zhang Min, who quaked like a frightened quail. He bent down to retrieve a bag of fertilizer and untied the rope. The 2 robbers immediately lowered their heads to look. But when they saw the treasury bonds inside the bag, they simultaneously exclaimed a curse. "What the hell? Is this the money you spoke of?" Wu Yundong ignored their vulgarity and honestly nodded. "Yes, there's another bag over there." "Get lost." The middle-aged robber, infuriated, pointed at Wu Yundong and shouted, "Do you think I'm blind? Is this really money?" Wu Yundong, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, realized the robbers were unaware of the value of treasury bonds and hastily replied, "Brothers, We were working for someone, and the boss told me this is all money. Shut up, idiot. The robber cast a disdainful glance at Wu Yundong and pointed at the bag, educating him. Let me tell you, that boss has fooled you. This thing is called a treasury bond. It's worthless, and you think it's treasure? Wu Yundong's face fell in despair as he grasped the robber's hand and pleaded, Brother, what should I do? Amused by the folly of another being deceived. The robber shook his head, stifling laughter. How would I know what to do? Let go quickly. Do you have any money on you? Wu Yundong immediately shook his head, his face a mask of anguish. The boss only gave us this and bought us train tickets. Didn't he give us anything else? Wait. The robber, still thinking there might be money, hurriedly asked, What else? Wu Yundong pulled out the steamed buns and pickles he had brought from home. He also gave us this. Damn. Both robbers cursed in disbelief, the later robber losing interest in Wu Yundong entirely, turning to the female thief. Is this what you call having money? Brother. The female thief, taken aback by Wu Yundong's possession of treasury bonds, became anxious upon noticing the robber's unfriendly demeanor. Yet upon seeing Zhang Min, she quickly exclaimed, Brother, these two have no money, but this woman is quite beautiful. Get lost. The robber, enraged, spat venomously. I rob for wealth, not for lust like the fourth. Brother, just selling this woman in the mountains could yield a fortune. Upon hearing this, Wu Yundong's expression changed, and he quickly looked up at the two robbers. Chapter 71. Not eating good food. The world is perilous, and human hearts can be treacherous. Through the female thief, Wu Yundong truly comprehended this adage. To safeguard her own belongings, she dared to incite the two robbers to become human traffickers. He was merely angry, but Zhang Min was terrified. Her face drained of color as she clutched Wu Yundong's clothing, trembling like a quail in winter. Wu Yunjin, too, was filled with rage. Yet faced with two armed robbers and his brother present, he dared not voice his indignation, merely grinding his teeth in silence. The two robbers, however, brightened at this suggestion. Eyeing Zhang Min, the first robber laughed. Boss, this proposal is quite good. Even if we don't sell her, we could gift her to the fourth. He certainly prefers this type. The later robber pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. That works. The fourth has never cared for money, only for beautiful women. However, the last two women he dealt with met a tragic end, and this girl is far too young. What does age matter if the fourth one fancies her? If he desires her, do you then become an accomplice to his misdeeds? As Wu Yundong suddenly spoke, the robber's countenance turned icy. You son of a... Bang! Before he could finish his curse, he was propelled outwards, crashing against the rear window. It must be said that the quality of the train's glass is indeed commendable. Despite his forceful impact, not even a crack marred its surface, instead rebounding the robber back. Clang! The robber landed heavily on a seat, tumbling into the aisle and nearly colliding with their leader. The head of the robbers, startled, swiftly sidestepped, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. This handsome young lad, it turned out, possessed martial prowess. Crack! Before he could devise a plan, Wu Yundong had already seized the robber's wrist and forcefully stomped down. The robber shrieked in agony, curling up while clutching his wrist. Crack, crack! With a series of swift kicks, Wu Yundong shattered the middle-aged robber's legs. His agonized wails sent a wave of fear through the surrounding passengers, who all lowered their heads, too terrified to meet Wu Yundong's gaze. The leader, trembling in fear, felt a chilling dread creep up his spine as he beheld the impassive youth, the sensation coursing through him like ice, rendering his body rigid. Wu Yunjin, too, was astonished, gazing at Wu Yundong as if he were some monstrous entity. Only Zhang Min stood beside them, her eyes wide and unblinking, her expression akin to that of a fervent fan encountering their idol, brimming with fiery admiration to the point where she might as well have been showering him with stars. Brother Dong's fury must surely stem from that person's earlier insult. He must be enraged for my sake, the young girl mused, her gaze towards Wu Yundong growing ever more fervent. Bang! Wu Yundong delivered a swift kick to the middle-aged robber's mouth, sending his head crashing to the floor. Then, the entire carriage fell into silence. The middle-aged robber lay unconscious, yet the leader, realizing Wu Yundong was now looking at him, hastily exclaimed, I warn you, my fourth brother has a gun. If he hadn't mentioned it, Wu Yundong would have forgotten who the fourth brother was. Upon hearing him, he recalled the bald man who had committed murder moments ago. The thought of such a brute desecrating the lovely Zhang Min ignited a fire within him, and he retaliated with a sharp slap. Slap! The sound echoed as the female thief's head jerked, causing her to collide with Wu Yunjin. Get away. Wu Yunjin pushed her head back with disdain, shaking his hand as if it had come into contact with something filthy. By the time the middle-aged robber fell, the female thief recognized her doom, yet she never anticipated Wu Yundong would strike her without hesitation and with such force. Even after some time had passed, she still saw stars dancing before her eyes, her ears ringing. People like you are utterly detestable. Wu Yundong seized the hair of the female thief and forcibly dragged her out, subsequently dislocating her joints. In his former life, he relied on his physical prowess for both debt collection and brawls. Even during his time in prison, he maintained his fitness regime and learned the art of joint disassembly from an old inmate, not anticipating that he would apply these skills on a female thief. Observing her demeanor, it was evident that he executed the technique with remarkable proficiency, unaffected by his rebirth. He hurled the thief onto the floor, kicked her bag, and called out, "Come and see who has lost something. All are welcome to search here." Moments earlier, the thief had returned, stuffing the stolen wallet into the bag. A detail he noted clearly. It appeared she had no intention of concealing her actions, perhaps due to their shared path or the belief that he, too, would eventually become one of her prey. The bag's closure was loose, and with a swift kick, it opened, allowing a pink wallet to roll out. Upon sighting the wallet, a voice cried out from behind, "That's mine. The wallet belongs to me." As the exclamation rang out, a woman stumbled forward, frantically approaching. The leader of the thieves, noticing the bag filled with valuables, was instantly captivated. "Damn, all of this is mine." Before he could finish his thought, he was struck with terror as he saw Wu Yundong approach. "How did you get over here?" he stammered. "I walked over," Wu Yundong retorted, delivering two swift blows that brought the thief leader to the ground, his twisted legs indicating broken bones. Amidst the leader's anguished cries, Wu Yundong coldly remarked, "Given that you still adhere to some semblance of rules, I shall spare your life." The audacity of his words was striking, yet the sight of his bloodied, immobile subordinate rendered the leader immediately submissive. Meanwhile, chaos erupted around them, as numerous individuals surrounded the scene. Some attacked the female thief, while others scrambled for the contents of her bag. Spotting Wu Yundong's return, Wu Yunjin urgently exclaimed, "Dongzi, this frenzied grabbing won't do. Who knows if the contents of the bag even belong to them?" Wu Yundong recognized the gravity of the situation, but with the fourth brother brandishing a shotgun, he knew that failing to eliminate that scoundrel would only lead to further trouble. After a moment of contemplation, he bellowed, "Everyone, put down your belongings." Yet the passengers continued their fervent scramble, disregarding his command. Their previous submissiveness in the face of the thieves now vanished. In disbelief, Wu Yundong erupted, "For heaven's sake, everyone, drop what you have." His thunderous voice proved effective, halting all movement as the crowd, intimidated by his fierce expression, dropped their possessions in a clatter. Wu Yundong stepped forward, demanding, "Who has been stashing things away? Empty your pockets now, or else." Before he could finish, the passengers hastily discarded their hidden items onto the ground. Even the woman who had lost her wallet promptly placed it beside the bag. Wu Yundong, offering no kindness, barked, "Everyone, get back to your seats. Do not move." The passengers, like soldiers receiving a command, swiftly returned to their original positions, sitting obediently without a single soul daring to fidget. Observing the seemingly obedient passengers, akin to students encountering a teacher, Wu Yundong could not help but silently express his disbelief. Indeed, they were a group unaccustomed to good nourishment. When one speaks to them politely, they completely disregard it. Yet, should one alter their demeanor and scold them, they are surprisingly obedient. Truly, they are a group unaccustomed to good nourishment. All were seated, save for Wu Yundong, who stood in the aisle like a phoenix among a flock of chickens, causing Zhang Min to gaze in awe, unable to resist exclaiming, "Wow, Donggu, you are so handsome." Chapter 72. The frustration of Gao Minghan as Zhang Min swooned. Wu Yundong felt a twinge of pride, but recalled the matter concerning the fourth brother and hastily cautioned Wu Yundong, "Brother, keep an eye on the bags on the floor. We must wait for the trained police to arrive before allowing anyone to touch them." "Understood," Wu Yunja promptly replied, casually inquiring, "Where are you going?" "I'm heading to the adjacent carriage," Wu Yundong responded before turning and departing. Unbeknownst to him, in that moment, the bearded men and their companions had vanished, and Wu Yundong, with his bald head and firearm, paid little heed as he exited through the train door. Zhang Min, watching from behind, was nearly entranced, clutching her chest and murmuring, "Dongguo is so handsome, truly so handsome." Wu Yunjia frowned, contemplating a reprimand, but reconsidered upon realizing she was praising his brother. And the thought dissipated, leaving him regretting his earlier inaction. By this time, Wu Yundong had reached the next carriage, only to be met with despondent passengers, indicating that the group of robbers had retreated further back. After traversing 3 carriages, he finally glimpsed through the carriage window a scene of chaos, the bald-headed gang confronting a young man. However, the young man was unarmed, wielding only a short knife, and was encircled by 5 accomplices. The young man, in his 20s, had strong features and a crew cut, appearing quite spirited despite his attire being tattered. "Help me. My name is Gao Minghan, a veteran. I've thrown away their guns. What are you afraid of?" Yet, regardless of his pleas, not a single passenger stood up. All remained seated, obediently. Not everyone was so compliant. A man in his 30s attempted to rise, but was firmly restrained by the woman beside him. Ultimately, he sighed, resignedly lowering his head, seemingly unable to bear witnessing Gao Minghan's impending demise. Amidst all this, Gao Minghan felt an inexplicable fury, continuing to shout, "Why are you like this? They just robbed you. Kid, stop shouting. No one dares to help you," sneered the bald man, wiping the blood from his nose, brandishing his knife with a flourish, and viciously cursing, "Dare to hit me? You even dared to seize my gun? Just wait. I'll make you wish you were dead." As he advanced menacingly with the knife, Gao Minghan attempted to retreat, but one of the thugs brandished a knife threateningly, while another tightened his grip around the neck of a girl nearby. The girl bit her lip, her eyes filled with despair. Seeing his accomplice's actions, the bald man could not help but scold, "Old Nine, ease up a bit. That's your future sister-in-law." Old Joe hastily relaxed his grip and, with a forced smile, inquired, "Fourth brother, how many wives is this for you?" The bald man scowled and cursed, but upon glimpsing the girl's delicate features, he could not help but lick his lips. "Damn, this girl is something else, even more alluring than the ones I've had before." Old Joe stopped drooling. "Once I grow tired of her, I'll let you all have a taste." "Well, then, I must thank you, fourth brother." Gao Minghan, casting a glance at the girl, seethed inwardly, wishing he had refrained from meddling had he known she would be taken hostage. "Kid, if you want to save your sister, kneel before me," the bald man threatened, pointing his knife at Gao Minghan. "Otherwise, I'll kill you." Never. Having been on the battlefield, Gao Minghan understood the futility of surrender. Even if he knelt, the bald man and his gang would not spare him. They might even make his sister's fate far worse. Dishearteningly, the passengers in the carriage remained still, and even one distraction could have allowed him to rescue her. However, they sat obediently, and despite his anger, he could only stealthily shift his position. Yet, his slight movement caught the bald man's attention. "What do you think you're doing? Do you dare to move? I'll kill you first. Then come at me." Gao Minghan was resolved, turning to charge at Old Joe. Startled, Old Joe instinctively pressed the knife to the girl's neck. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill her." "Old Joe, do you want to die?" the bald man bellowed, followed by a curse. "If you so much as scratch her, I'll skin you alive." Old Joe felt a surge of indignation, nearly brought to tears, realizing the bald man's treachery. Yet, fully aware of the man's cruel nature, he dared not retort and could only pull the girl back. As he retreated, his accomplices advanced with knives drawn. But before they could strike, Gao Minghan surged forward with lightning speed. Before the blade could be raised, there were 3 sharp sounds, and in a daze, the thug collapsed without knowing how he had been struck. Old Joe screamed in terror, "Fourth brother, hurry, or she'll be lost." "Fear not," the bald man sneered, quickening his pace and closing in on Gao Minghan, knife poised to stab. In a swift motion, Gao Minghan pivoted just in time to evade the blade and retaliated with a powerful punch to the bald man's temple. The bald man, like his accomplice, emitted no sound, staggering before crashing against the adjacent seat. The remaining 2 robbers halted, exchanged glances, and lunged simultaneously. "Let us take him down together." Old Joe shouted, "Kid, if you dare resist, I'll kill your sister." Turning back, Gao Minghan saw Old Joe's knife pressed against the girl's throat, freezing him in place. At that moment, the 2 robbers had reached him, knives raised, lunging forward to strike. As the knife drew ever closer, the passengers remained paralyzed with fear. A flicker of despair crossed Gao Minghan's face. "Damn it, I didn't perish on the battlefield, but here I am, facing death at the hands of those I once protected. What a tragic irony." Suddenly, The train carriage door swung open, and like a gust of wind, a figure dashed inside. The speed was such that Gao Minghan barely registered the person before hearing the simultaneous cries of the two robbers in front of him, only to witness them being yanked back by their hair. It was unclear how much strength the newcomer possessed, but the two criminals were lifted off the ground. Thud! The robbers crashed heavily onto the floor of the aisle. With swift precision, Wu Yundong disarmed them, swiftly incapacitating their arms and legs. At that moment, Gao Minghan realized that the figure standing before him was merely an 18 or 19-year-old youth, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. The agility, the speed, the ruthless methods. This lad was even more formidable than his own squad leader. Don't come any closer. A panicked voice pierced through the air. It was Lao Jiao. Only then did Gao Minghan notice that Wu Yundong had passed by him, prompting him to hastily turn and follow. As they advanced, Lao Jiao stumbled backwards in fear, clutching the girl by the neck with one hand while brandishing his knife with the other, shouting, "Stay back. Don't come any closer. I'll break your leader's limbs just like I did with theirs." Wu Yundong glanced back at the howling robbers and, with a menacing grin, pointed at Lao Jiao. "If you prefer not to share their fate, you'd best release her." Before Lao Jiao could respond, Wu Yundong bellowed, "Damn it, I command you to let her go." Startled, Lao Jiao instinctively loosened his grip on the girl. In an instant, Gao Minghan lunged forward, snatching the girl and delivering a swift kick at Lao Jiao. Chapter 73. Jealousy. Lao Jiao emitted a muffled grunt as he doubled over from the blow to his abdomen. Wu Yundong shot a glance at Lao Jiao and then gave Gao Minghan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, my friend. I'm no match for you." Gao Minghan shook his head with a wry smile and turned to the girl. "Yin Yun, are you all right?" "I'm fine, brother," the delicate girl replied, approaching him while still exhibiting signs of her earlier fright. Gao Minghan affectionately ruffled her hair and introduced her to Wu Yundong. "This is my sister, Gao Yun." "Pleasure to meet you," Wu Yundong said, extending his hand with a smile. "I'm Wu Yundong, from Dongshan Province." "Hello," Gao Yun softly replied, briefly touching his outstretched hand before retracting it. Wu Yundong felt a touch of awkwardness, thinking to himself that the girl seemed excessively timid. "I merely wished to shake your hand, not just touch it." However, recognizing her bashfulness, he retracted his hand with a forced chuckle and turned back to Gao Minghan. "My friend." Before he could finish, the door to the adjacent carriage was abruptly pulled open, and several attendants rushed in wielding clubs, followed by a couple of railway police, albeit armed with rubber batons. Wu Yundong frowned at the sight, contemplating the inadequacy of their equipment compared to the robbers. What are they doing? Charging in with such weak arms? Are they merely offering themselves as targets? "Don't move. Everyone, stay still," the group of attendants shouted as they entered. In an apparent attempt to bolster their bravado, this group incessantly brandished the clubs in their hands. One female attendant, astonishingly, wielded a mop with fervor. Wu Yundong observed this scene with a sense of incredulity. While there's no harm in brandishing a mop, the crucial point is, are you not going to open your eyes? What does it mean to do so with your eyes shut? After a moment of awkward exclamations, the entire carriage descended into an eerie silence. Observing the attendants' uncomfortable expressions and the shocked faces of the two police officers, Wu Yundong gestured towards Gao Minghan. "Do not gaze in wonder. It is all thanks to this hero." "What?" The two police officers were taken aback. Indeed, he was a veteran, who himself claimed to have seen the battlefield. The conflict with South Vietnam had not long passed, and sporadic artillery fire still echoed along the borders, making the notion of war familiar to everyone. Upon learning that Gao Minghan was a veteran who had participated in the counterattack, the attendants immediately became animated, whispering and pointing at him in excitement. Wu Yundong, standing at a distance, could not decipher their murmurs and, unsure of what to do, quietly urged Gao Minghan, quickly recount the events to them. Gao Minghan cast a puzzled glance at Wu Yundong, bewildered as to why he was being thrust into the limelight. Being a soldier himself, he presumed that the others might be involved in some covert operation, hence refraining from disclosing identities. He recounted the incident in which the bald man and his accomplices had entered the carriage to commit robbery, specifically detailing how he had intervened to protect a young girl. However, he refrained from mentioning that Gao Yun had been taken hostage, instead emphasizing that it was Wu Yundong who had provided assistance. Yet, even with this, the group of attendants and the two police officers regarded him with expressions of utter bewilderment, as if they had encountered an ancient script. At this juncture, the passengers, emboldened by the unfolding events, began to voice their grievances against the ruthless and shameless robbers. The atmosphere grew chaotic, prompting Wu Yundong to discreetly pull Gao Minghan aside, suggesting, "Let us move to my carriage. There are seats available." Gao Minghan, inherently averse to trouble and disillusioned by the indifference of the people in this carriage, did not hesitate to comply. He exchanged a brief word with Gao Yun before stealthily departing with her and Wu Yundong. Upon entering the new carriage, Gao Minghan was taken aback by the sight of a lifeless body sprawled on the floor. He quickly covered Gao Yun's eyes, navigating cautiously around the grim scene. The passengers remained seated obediently, while the female thief lay on the ground, her clothes in tatters from the passengers' assault, her appearance utterly pitiful. Both robbers had regained consciousness but were incapacitated, one with a broken arm and leg, the other with dislocated joints, rendered unable to escape. Their eyes wide with terror as they regarded Wu Yundong's return. To their astonishment, Wu Yundong did not spare them a glance. His countenance bore no anger, only a serene smile as he guided a young couple to their seats. "Brother, this is Gao Minghan, and this is his sister, Gao Yun." The mention of Gao Yun caught Zhang Min's attention, her demeanor shifting to one of alertness before Wu Yunjia could even speak, especially with Gao Yun's timid demeanor. Her pitiable expression heightened his vigilance, prompting her to rise and wrap her arms around Wu Yundong's. "Brother Dong, who are they? Why don't I know them?" The unexpected embrace sent a strange sensation coursing through Wu Yundong's arm, compelling him to glance sideways. What a predicament! The girl was young, yet her figure was undeniably impressive. He quickly averted his gaze, intending to speak, when Zhang Min pressed on, "Brother Dong, she is talking to you." Wu Yundong thought to himself, "Feel free to ask. But why hold so tightly? It makes me quite uncomfortable." He gently attempted to pull his arm free, but instead found himself clutched even more firmly, leaving him perplexed. What was she thinking? Why was she being so affectionate in front of others? Dongzi, Wu Yunjin, an experienced observer, discerned Zhang Min's intentions and urged, "Stop dawdling and let her sit down." "It's all right," Gao Minghan, though puzzled by Zhang Min's behavior, hurried to reassure her with a smile. "Isn't there an empty seat nearby? I can sit there." "Perfect." Before Wu Yunjin could respond, many eagerly agreed. Wu Yundong's expression darkened as he turned and snapped, "Be quiet." "Dongzi." Gao Minghan quickly gestured to Wu Yundong. "I can sit over there with the girl, I won't disturb you." With such an assertion, Wu Yundong had no retort but to nod with a forced smile, watching as Gao Minghan led Gao Yun to a seat across the aisle. Zhang Min sensed the shift in atmosphere. Her arms instinctively loosened around Wu Yundong, her gaze towards him now timid and sorrowful. Although Wu Yundong had uttered but 2 words, the chill emanating from him was palpable. Noticing that he had sat down without looking at her, Zhang Min could no longer suppress her feelings of grievance. "Brother Dong, do you find me bothersome?" Wu Yundong furrowed his brow and turned to ask, "What do you wish to say?" Her expression was far from cheerful. Zhang Min had initially intended to voice her suspicion that he favored Gao Yun and found her intrusive. But the stern look on Wu Yundong's face terrified her into swallowing her words, instead uttering with a hint of hurt, "I'm not inferior to her." "Huh." Wu Yundong was taken aback, then suddenly realized. The little girl believed he was jealous of Gao Yun. But how could she be jealous? It had only been a short while since he had rejected her. How could she forget so swiftly? Unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, Wu Yundong's gaze inadvertently led Zhang Min to misinterpret his intentions, prompting her to assert, "Actually, I'm older than her." Wu Yundong was left utterly astonished, while Wu Yunjin bowed his head in disbelief. What a sight! Were the youth of today so audacious as to speak so freely? Yet, confronted with Zhang Min's unwavering gaze, Wu Yundong felt compelled to clarify his intentions, realizing that if he did not, she might spiral into further misconceptions. With a wry smile, he stated, "Do you think I invited them here for that girl? Isn't it?" Zhang Min shot back immediately, observing her persistent gaze. Wu Yundong felt as though tears might well up within him. Chapter 74. Heart of Pride. Wu Yundong found himself perplexed. How could a mere 16-year-old like Zhang Min have already learned to feel jealousy? Moreover, why was she so proactive and yet so stubborn? Confronted with the obstinate Zhang Min, he truly had no effective means to engage her. In his previous life, he was either embroiled in fights or on his way to collect debts, or perhaps spending time in prison. Though he had lost count of the women he had been with, matters of the heart remained a mystery to him. Apart from a silent romance with Han Mei during high school, he had remained solitary until the age of 50, leaving him utterly unversed in dealing with young girls. With no recourse, he could only manage a wry smile and scratch his head. Zhangmin, you used to call me Donggu, remember? He said, almost swearing under his breath. Is it really meaningful to argue over a title? Yet, gazing at Zhang Min, who pouted and stared at him without blinking, he ultimately relented and nodded. Fine, I shall call you Min Min then. Great. A sudden smile illuminated Zhang Min's previously stern face as she cheerfully replied, now, go ahead and speak. Wu Yundong opened his mouth, utterly bewildered by the girl's intentions. Suppressing his frustration, he spoke softly. I invited that pair of siblings over for Gao Minghan. Zhang Min's mouth fell open in surprise as she asked. Is it not that you have taken a liking to Gao? Before she could finish, Wu Yundong swiftly covered her mouth, resulting in a muffled squeak. Yet her cheeks flushed at once. Unaware of her sudden embarrassment, Wu Yundong leaned closer to her ear, whispering in a scolding tone, what do you mean by taking a liking? I merely recognize that Gao Minghan is formidable, a seasoned veteran who has seen battle. If someone like him is with us, wouldn't we feel far more secure? Zhang Min let out a few muffled sounds, prompting Wu Yundong to realize he was still covering her mouth. Startled as if stung by a scorpion, he hastily withdrew his hand. Once freed, Zhang Min wiped her rosy lips and shot him a glare. Donggu, are you trying to suffocate me with such force? Her expression was so striking that it nearly left Wu Yundong dazed. Even Wu Yunjin across from them couldn't help but silently lament. Good heavens, she is truly enchanting. Noticing Wu Yundong's gaze had gone blank, Zhang Min stifled a laugh. Donggu, why have you fallen silent while trying to reason with me? Wu Yundong opened his mouth, momentarily forgetting what he intended to say, and felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. However, before he could express his frustration, Zhang Min eagerly interjected, Donggu, but you are quite impressive yourself. You were so fierce and dashing when you fought off those two robbers. Why should we rely on others for protection? Unable to restrain a roll of his eyes, Wu Yundong thought to himself, am I destined to become a wealthy man? Do you truly wish for a future tycoon to wield a knife in combat? What was the purpose of my rebirth then? At last, Wu Yunjin could bear it no longer and, lowering his voice, admonished Zhang Min from across the way. What do you understand? Dongzi is merely seeking us a free bodyguard. Before Zhang Min could respond, Wu Yundong shook his head. Brother, while it is true I seek a bodyguard, I never intended for it to be free. Wu Yundong stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. Wu Yundong did not offer an explanation, noticing that on the opposite side of the aisle, Gao Minghan had already comforted Gao Yun. He immediately rose and approached, seating himself opposite the Gao siblings. Dongzi, Gao Minghan, having already learned Wu Yundong's name, greeted him with a smile. Thank goodness you intervened earlier. Otherwise, I Gao Gu. Wu Yundong raised his hand to silence Gao Minghan, then replied with a smile. Even if I hadn't acted, you would not have faced any danger. I merely embellished an already fortunate situation. His words were eloquent enough to prompt Gao Minghan to regard Wu Yundong with newfound respect, before he chuckled. I didn't expect you to possess such skill and eloquence. It's indeed rare. What I expressed is not mere eloquence, but simply a statement of fact. By the way, Gao Gu, are you and your sister planning to seek refuge with relatives in Hefei due to difficulties at home? Wu Yundong began to speak, but just then, a railway officer entered the carriage, prompting him to swallow his words. In truth, he had anticipated the officer's arrival much earlier. The two officers were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the body on the floor. However, after a brief glance, they circumvented the corpse to approach the three individuals. One officer, in his 30s, greeted them with a salute and cheerfully explained, we arrived a bit late as we were assessing the situation in the preceding carriage. Wu Yundong refrained from interjecting, instead gesturing for Gao Minghan to speak. Although puzzled, Gao Minghan politely shook his head. You also have a job to do. By the way, there are 3 criminals here. Upon entering the carriage, the officers immediately spotted the female thief and her 2 accomplices, their gruesome state catching them off guard. However, with the suspects already subdued, the officers prioritized acknowledging the brave individuals who had intervened. Had it not been for these 2 heroes, the passengers on the train might have faced dire consequences, and as the officers responsible for the train's safety, facing disciplinary action or even losing their jobs was a heavy burden they could not bear. Thus, their respect for Gao Minghan and Wu Yundong was genuine and heartfelt. Although Wu Yundong lacked the ability to read minds, he empathized with the officer's thoughts and smiled, saying, Gentlemen, we merely happened to be in the right place at the right time and acted out of self-preservation. If we are to speak of heroes, it is this comrade Gao. Had he not thrown the robber's shotgun out of the carriage, I might not have dared to intervene. This statement, though somewhat exaggerated, considering he had already subdued the robber in the carriage while the bald-headed thief was still engaged in his robbery, served to elevate Gao Ming in stature. Not only did Gao Minghan feel grateful, but even the two officers could not help but admire the young man's social acumen. Suddenly, Wu Yundong recalled the bearded man and others. He quickly added, "Comrades, this woman is a thief, and the items in her bag are stolen goods." A thief? The officer's eyes brightened. The officer in his 30s immediately grasped Wu Yundong's hand, expressing his gratitude. "Young comrade, we cannot thank you enough. We just received a call from the station reporting that someone lost their belongings on the train, and the conductor has instructed us to conduct a thorough search. Unexpectedly, you have caught me off guard. After discovering that my belongings were stolen upon exiting the vehicle, I proceeded to report the incident to the police station, which is a perfectly reasonable course of action." Wu Yundong, naturally, was not taken aback and quickly remarked, "It's a pity that I couldn't apprehend all the thieves." "No worries. Catching one means the others cannot escape," he added with a smile, though he did not fully believe this assertion. Had this incident occurred 30 years hence, he would have undoubtedly placed his faith in the words of the conductor. However, in the present day, devoid of the internet and ubiquitous surveillance cameras, capturing an individual proves exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, he understood that what the conductor sought was the stolen property. Whether or not all the thieves could be rounded up was the responsibility of the criminal police and had little bearing on their situation. Even with this understanding, he chose to remain silent, instead offering a few compliments to Gao Minghan. As he observed the conductor approaching the robber and the female thief, he turned and returned to his seat. Upon Wu Yunjin's return, he could not suppress his curiosity. "Dongzi, weren't you planning to recruit that individual as a bodyguard?" The opportunity appears slim for now. Although Wu Yundong had not conversed extensively with Gao Minghan, he discerned a certain pride about him, and suspected that his recent actions were motivated by underlying reasons. All he could do was endeavor to enhance this individual's aura. The notion of successfully winning him over seemed far-fetched. Casting a glance at the Gao siblings following the two conductors toward another train car, he sighed softly. "I hope my brother's efforts will not be in vain. Otherwise, my flattery will have been for naught." Chapter 75. Deeply rooted affection. Due to the unfortunate occurrence of a death on the train, along with several serious injuries, Wu Yundong's desire to depart remained unfulfilled. Upon arrival at the next station, he, along with Wu Yunjin and Zhang Min, were graciously invited off the train by the conductors and escorted to the station police station. However, aside from a kindly female officer who attended to them, no other police personnel approached to inquire further. After spending an entire day and night on the train, while also remaining vigilant against the female thief, Wu Yundong felt both weary and fatigued. Upon mentioning this to the female officer, she led him to a small room. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a cot covered with a blanket. However, the sheets were military issue and quite clean, and the bedding appeared unused. Wu Yundong expressed his gratitude to the female officer, and, once she closed the door behind him, he pulled back the covers and fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, and there was someone resting beside his bed. Without needing to see her face, the long, dark hair confirmed it was Zhang Min, prompting him to sit up in haste. "Donggu, you kicked off the blanket again," Zhang Min murmured sleepily. Reaching to pull the covers back, Wu Yundong's movement slowed as he regarded his attire and then the now sleeping Zhang Min, a complex feeling stirring within him. He was certainly aware of her pursuing him, which elicited a sense of masculine pride. Yet, regardless of any pride he felt, Zhang Min's age remained an insurmountable barrier in his mind. Most importantly, he already had a girlfriend, to whom he had earnestly confessed his feelings. If he were to tread upon two boats, he could undoubtedly anticipate a rather unpleasant reception from his parents upon returning home. What a headache! Gazing at Zhang Min, who lay at the edge of the bed, he scratched his head in frustration, struggling to devise an effective solution. Having already declined her advances, why is this girl so stubborn? Knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed against the door, causing Wu Yundong to flinch. Just as he was about to respond, Zhang Min, who had been slumped by the bedside, shot upright and exclaimed, "What is the knocking for?" "Oh, Donggu, you're awake." This was the genuine Zhang Min, devoid of makeup and pretense, her face radiating the joy of seeing Wu Yundong awake. Even without adornments, her beauty was captivating. Wu Yundong forced himself to avert his gaze, offering a nervous smile as he replied, You're still awake? Not at all. Zhang Min pouted, her voice tinged with playful reproach. Donggu, you're quite the restless sleeper, kicking off the covers. I even tried to tuck you in, and you insisted on holding on to me. Wu Yundong nearly fainted from shock, thinking to himself, am I truly such a scoundrel? However, he reassured her, if you ever wish to hold me while sleeping, feel free to say so. I promise I won't push you away. The use of I stirred fond memories of his hometown within Wu Yundong. In his previous life, after reaching adulthood, he ventured out into the world and had long forgotten the warmth of that term. Yet, hearing Zhang Min use it now evoked an indescribable sense of familiarity. Nevertheless, no matter how endearing the moment, Zhang Min's words were embarrassingly awkward. He felt his face flush as if struck, wishing he could bury his head under the covers. How mortifying. Knock, knock. The persistent knocking continued, not frantic, but relentless. I heard you, Zhang Min shouted, her frustration evident as she marched to the door and flung it open. By that time, Wu Yundong had already donned his shoes. Upon opening the door, they were met by the same female officer from the previous night. Noticing Zhang Min behind the door, her gaze shifted curiously. Then, she scrutinized Wu Yundong. Her eyes filled with an odd expression. Feeling guilty, Wu Yundong hastily explained, Comrade, Min is my sister. The officer seemed momentarily distracted, offering a nervous chuckle and nodding. She then gathered her hair and said with a smile, Comrade Wu, our chief would like you to come in for a statement. Of course, Wu Yundong readily agreed, hurriedly exiting the room. The officer did not follow immediately. Instead, she sniffed the air a few times, her gaze on Zhang Min growing even more peculiar. Zhang Min felt unnerved by her scrutiny and asked, Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with my outfit? She was wearing a new outfit bought in Pingyu for over 200 yuan, a splurge that made her wince. If not for her mother's words, she would never have dared to purchase such an expensive piece. Seeing her bewilderment, the officer chuckled, It's nothing. You look lovely in whatever you wear. Really? Zhang Min smiled brightly, glancing down at her clothes, but soon pouted, But Donggu doesn't even notice me. The officer's lips twitched slightly before she quickly exited the room. How does one console a girl deeply infatuated? Such matters are beyond resolution, even for her own parents, let alone an outsider like herself. Upon arriving outside an office, she discovered that the director was taking notes from Wu Yundong. Quietly, she entered and whispered in the director's ear, they were merely asleep. The director paused with his pen, and a smile gradually appeared on his face as he looked up at Wu Yundong and said, Well, we now understand the circumstances. On behalf of all the railway police, I extend my sincere gratitude to you for your bravery in apprehending a major robbery gang. I am just a passenger as well. Wu Yundong quickly replied with humility, smiling. I was merely acting in self-defense. It was not as noble as you might think. Receiving praise without becoming arrogant? Such admirable composure in this young man. The director looked at Wu Yundong with surprise and remarked, regardless of your intentions at that moment, the fact remains that it was due to you that the robbery gang was apprehended. Unfortunately, the theft gang managed to escape. Wu Yundong sighed and then asked, Officer, if I injure someone, would it still be considered an act of bravery? When faced with armed criminals, any action taken is deemed justifiable self-defense, the director stated solemnly. Wu Yundong exhaled in relief. His concern had been that his actions might be deemed excessive by the police, but now, reassured by the director's words, he felt at ease. Since everything was resolved, it was time for him to prepare for his journey to Puching. The incident on the train had forced him to disembark, causing him to lose an entire day. Who knew what changes might await him in Puching? He would also need to purchase a new ticket. Just then, while Wu Yundong was lost in thought, a female officer entered, smiling as she handed him 3 train tickets. These are tickets to Puching. The leadership mentioned that the reward for your bravery will be delayed for now, but will be directly transferred to your home in the future. Wu Yundong's lips twitched slightly as he cautiously inquired, Sister, can I forego the reward? Perhaps you could donate it to a Hope Primary School? Hope Primary School? The female officer was taken aback. Wu Yundong smacked his forehead, realizing, at this time, the Hope Primary School doesn't even exist. Noticing that the female officer was still looking at him, he hastily added, I misspoke. How about donating to the Red Cross? Wu Yundong immediately shook his head in refusal. If I donate to them, it would be akin to gifting luxury items to beautiful women. Years later, someone might flaunt their wealth online, and eventually, they would be caught. leaving no one involved. How foolish would one have to be to give money to such people? Seeing his firm rejection, the female officer paused. Assuming Wu Yundong was reluctant to part with the reward, and promptly said, "Then we shall transfer it directly to your home." "All right." Wu Yundong conceded, then asked, "Sister, where's my brother?" "He's in the station, waiting for you." "Then I shall go find him," Wu Yundong said, rising to leave. The female officer called out after him, "Wu, those treasury bonds of yours, did you purchase them?" Chapter 76. Disdained. April 23rd, Puching train station. Wu Yunjin, carrying a fertilizer bag, followed the crowd exiting the station. Standing in the square, observing the diverse throng around him, he suddenly looked down at his clothing. Even when going out, he had not purchased any new attire. Merely changing into a garment he had worn only during the New Year celebrations. His black leather jacket, the very attire he donned on the occasion of his wedding, seemed rather unremarkable in Pingyu. However, upon arriving in Puching, juxtaposed against the surrounding denim and tailored suits, it appeared nothing short of a quintessential peasant's garb. The stark contrast, coupled with the curious glances cast in his direction, ignited a wave of self-consciousness within him, prompting him to instinctively lower his head. Yet, he soon lifted his gaze to observe Wu Yundong conversing animatedly with a young and radiant woman, causing him to blink in disbelief. Why did his brother, dressed similarly, appear utterly unfazed, engaging so fervently with such a fashionable companion? How had he accomplished this? Did he not notice the scrutinizing stares of others? While he pondered this, he suddenly caught sight of Wu Yundong waving at him, prompting a hurried approach, fertilizer bag in hand. Zhang Min, who had been closely following Wu Yundong, offered an awkward smile upon noticing Wu Yunjin's arrival. Wu Yunjin, lacking the luxury of time to dwell on his brother's affairs, leaned in and whispered urgently, "Dongzi, have you discovered where to sell this?" He gestured with the fertilizer bag as he spoke. "That's unnecessary to inquire about," Wu Yundong chuckled. While his recollections of other matters from his previous life may have been hazy, the details regarding treasury bonds remained vividly etched in his mind. Thanks to an old con artist he had encountered in prison, had it not been for that man's frequent lamentations about regretting not emulating Yang Baiwan, his memory might not have been so sharp. He recalled precisely how Yang Baiwan had amassed his fortune, even taking the time after his first release to research Yang Baiwan's profile in an internet CAF. His only uncertainty lay in whether Yang Baiwan had already ventured to Hefei, especially since today was the 23rd. Should he have departed, it would mean he had missed the opportunity. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed. With Hefei being so expansive and banks aplenty, he would undoubtedly find a way to glean some knowledge. Confident in his plan, Wu Yunjin felt no need to elaborate further, though he may appear simple and honest. His intellect was not to be underestimated. He understood that some inquiries were unnecessary. He merely needed to observe and internalize the actions of others. Thus, even though it was his first time on a bus, he refrained from expressing excessive curiosity, instead choosing to watch Wu Yundong and the others. What intrigued him was that his capacity for such insights stemmed from his experiences as a married man and a father. Yet, Zhang Min, despite sharing his curiosity, did not exhibit the same exuberance she had upon disembarking the train in Pingyu. He could also discern that the young girl was covertly observing Wu Yundong, her rapt attention almost begging for a notebook to document her observations. The bus soon came to a halt, and noticing Wu Yundong at the rear door with the fertilizer bag, Wu Yunjin quickly followed suit. As he stood beside Zhang Min, he turned to glance at her, only to find her gaze fixated entirely on Wu Yundong, leaving him feeling a twinge of concern for his brother. A girl so forward in her attentions must surely be a source of both intrigue and exasperation for him. Disembarking from the bus behind Wu Yundong, Wu Yunjin was momentarily taken aback by the incessant stream of vehicles before him. Despite the relatively few private vehicles in Puching at this time, they were still significantly more numerous compared to Pingyu, particularly in terms of architectural structures, which were incomparable. Beyond the cars, the fashionable attire of the pedestrians on the streets left Wu Yunjin in awe, leading him to question if he had indeed arrived at the fabled paradise. However, upon noticing Wu Yundong's calm demeanor, as he surveyed his surroundings with a hint of disdain on his face, Wu Yunjin could not help but scratch his head in confusion. What expression was this brother wearing? He seemed to regard these things with contempt. Had he encountered something far superior before? Pondering this conundrum, yet unwilling to inquire, he resolved to remain silent, following Wu Yundong wherever he ventured, discreetly noting his brother's actions for future imitation. It was only when Wu Yundong paused before a bank, intending to enter, that Wu Yunjin suddenly came to his senses and hastily interjected, "Dongzi, that is a bank. What do you intend to do there? Sell something." Wu Yundong replied, casting a curious glance at Wu Yunjin, perplexed by his brother's sudden inquiry after remaining quiet since they disembarked the train. Wu Yunjin, fully aware of Wu Yundong's thoughts, continued to express his concern. "Dongzi, are you joking? That is a bank." "I know it is a bank," Wu Yundong retorted, unable to suppress his skepticism, eyeing Wu Yunjin incredulously. "Brother, do you really think we need to sell our goods to an individual?" Wu Yundong was momentarily taken aback, yet stubbornly nodded. "But a bank is not a place for us to sell things." Furrowing his brow, Wu Yundong suddenly found himself at a loss for how to explain to his elder brother. And since he lacked a suitable explanation, he decided against offering one. A glance at Zhang Min revealed that the young girl regarded him with admiration, leaving him speechless. How could she possibly idolize him for this? Indeed, there truly existed fervent admirers in this world. With a sigh of empty exasperation, he ascended the steps leading to the bank entrance. As he climbed the stairs, he found himself on the platform outside the glass doors, where he noticed a middle-aged man pacing back and forth behind the glass. This man, appearing to be in his 30s, donned a blue suit, complete with a white shirt and black tie, embodying the standard office worker attire of several decades hence. Yet, in this moment, such an ordinary outfit seemed remarkably fashionable, lending the man an air of maturity and wisdom. However, his face was etched with anxiety. As he circled the lobby while occasionally glancing towards the entrance, as if awaiting a superior's inspection. What was this man doing? Wu Yundong raised a hand to scratch the back of his head, but suddenly recalled the advice from Wei Qianyun and Han Mei, opting to lower his hand instead. Zhang Min, trailing closely behind, could not help but scrutinize the middle-aged man as well, but suddenly, an amusing thought crossed her mind, causing her to chuckle softly. "Dongge, doesn't that fellow resemble a donkey grinding grain in the village?" Startled by her comment, Wu Yunjin, who had just caught up, quickly admonished her, "What nonsense are you spouting? Look at whose donkey is wearing a suit." A dark line suddenly appeared on Wu Yundong's forehead as he turned to look at Wu Yunjin, his gaze filled with helplessness. "Do you hear what my brother is saying? Which family's donkey wears a suit? Shouldn't it be the donkey that wears clothing? No, that doesn't make sense. If a donkey is dressed, can it still be called a donkey? What are you all doing?" As he fell silent, a middle-aged man in the hall noticed them and immediately pushed the door open, angrily reprimanding, "Do you even know where this is? Is this the kind of place for you country bumpkins? Hurry and get lost." Insulted by being called a bumpkin, Wu Yunjin could no longer contain his anger. He pushed past Wu Yundong, intending to argue. However, Wu Yundong swiftly grabbed his brother, frowning at the middle-aged man. "Who are you? Why are you speaking so rudely?" Zhang Min, unwilling to back down, chimed in. "Exactly. You call us bumpkins? Why don't you trace your lineage back 3 generations before you speak?" Chapter 77. Like a dog, Zhang Min's words were rather impolite, yet they left the furious middle-aged man momentarily speechless. To say nothing of tracing back 3 generations. Even 2 generations back, his grandfather was a genuine farmer. It was only during his father's generation that they moved to poaching, leading to his current status. Yet, the world is strange. While facts are facts, being confronted with them can be unbearable. The middle-aged man was enraged, pointing at Zhang Min and cursing. "Where did this little brat come from? So sharp-tongued. I curse you to remain unmarried." Zhang Min, however, was unfazed, wrapping her arms around Wu Yundong's, her face brimming with defiance. "I'm not afraid. After all, I already have Dongge." "Him?" The middle-aged man sneered, scrutinizing Wu Yundong closely before bursting into laughter. "A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin. The man you fancy is just another bumpkin. Besides, is he even of age? Mind your own business," Zhang Min huffed, about to retort, but Wu Yundong stopped her. "Don't waste your time." "What?" Zhang Min was taken aback that not only did Wu Yundong not support her, but he also scolded her, leaving her feeling aggrieved. However, with Wu Yundong speaking, she dared not argue back and merely pouted in silence. Wu Yunjin, too, was puzzled by Wu Yundong's actions, but noticing his brother's recent changes, he refrained from speaking freely. Unbothered by his brother's thoughts and ignoring Zhang Min, who was sulking, Wu Yundong coldly addressed the middle-aged man. "What is your occupation?" "Me?" The middle-aged man pointed to his own nose, then sneered. "Look at what I'm wearing. Do you still not know what I do? Can clothing define one's profession?" Wu Yundong scoffed. Have you ever heard of a phrase? The middle-aged man, aware that the remark was not complimentary, still asked out of curiosity, what phrase? Monkey wearing a crown. You little brat, shut your mouth. Wu Yundong glared, pointing his finger at the middle-aged man. If you dare to insult again, I'll slap you. Though his visage appeared youthful, the experiences of his past life, coupled with his recent actions of incapacitating several robbers, had gradually forged an imposing presence. Thus, when confronted with his icy gaze, the middle-aged man stiffened, his previously arrogant demeanor diminishing significantly. What was this young man up to, and why did his eyes exude such intimidation? Who are you? He stammered, startled. I am Zhao Pingshan, he blurted out. And what do you want? As the bank's business manager began to speak, Zhao Pingshan suddenly fell silent, his gaze shifting to Wu Yundong with a hint of trepidation. This young man was no ordinary individual. He had the audacity to seize the initiative. In truth, Zhao Pingshan was not typically so irritable. Although he held a slight disdain for rural folk, he would never have spoken so bluntly as he did today. His irascibility stemmed from recent troubling matters. Failing to accomplish the tasks assigned to him would cost him his managerial position. Nevertheless, being intimidated by a mere youth and responding to his inquiries made him question his judgment. Could it be that this young lad was a wealthy heir? How else could he possess such knowledge? The realization that he could intimidate him first, then exploit his moment of distraction to inquire was unsettling. Pondering this, Zhao Pingshan scrutinized Wu Yundong more closely, yet found no trace of affluence in the young man's attire. No need to ponder further, Wu Yundong suddenly interjected, furrowing his brow. Since you are the manager here, I would like to ask you a question. Although Zhao Pingshan was uncertain about the young man's identity, he did not wish to appear diminished, so he too furrowed his brow. What is it? Do you accept treasury bonds? Before he could utter another word, Zhao Pingshan abruptly sealed his lips, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say? Do you possess treasury bonds? Although Wu Yundong was bewildered by Zhao Pingshan's sudden excitement, he chose not to respond. Instead, he untied the fertilizer bag, revealing a neatly arranged stack of treasury bonds within. The vibrant green caught Zhao Pingshan's eye, causing him to tremble and swiftly approach. Startled, Wu Yundong thought, what is his intention? Is he attempting to seize them? However, before he could fully process the situation, his reflexes kicked in, and he instinctively lifted his leg. Consequently, Zhao Pingshan doubled over, clutching his abdomen. Wu Yundong had not exerted much force. Had he done so, Zhao Pingshan might have found himself airborne rather than merely groaning in discomfort. Despite this, Zhao Pingshan's face paled from the pain, and he intended to speak. But the agony rendered his words into mere groans. Wu Yundong's sudden action, however, had drawn the attention of those in the lobby. 2 security guards rushed in, followed by 2 women clad in blue blazers. The guards brandished their rubber batons, eyeing Wu Yundong warily. The 2 women moved in unison to Zhao Pingshan's side, bending down to assist him. Zhao, are you all right? At this moment, Zhao Pingshan felt the pain in his abdomen had diminished somewhat. He noticed the security guard was about to take action against Wu Yundong, and he hurriedly shouted, do not act. Everyone, refrain from any aggression. Those who dared to strike at the bank entrance were either lunatics or individuals with formidable connections. This had been underscored to the security personnel just a few days prior, so they had never entertained the thought of resorting to violence. Now, with Zhao Pingshan's intervention, they were even less inclined to act, turning to him and inquiring, Director Zhao, how should we handle this situation? Handle what? Suddenly, Zhao Pingshan pushed aside 2 subordinates and eagerly approached Wu Yundong with a smile, saying, my dear young boss, I was in the wrong earlier, please do not take offense. His words, along with his demeanor, left Wu Yunja utterly bewildered. He could not fathom why the previously arrogant bank manager, with his disdainful attitude, now appeared like a different person altogether. The servility in his smile and the way he bent his body resembled that of a loyal dog greeting its master. Wow, Donggu is so handsome. Zhang Min watched with wide eyes, instinctively covering her racing heart. He really stood up for me, how wonderful. Not only were they taken aback, but even the 2 security guards and the 2 women were equally confounded. They thought Zhao Pingshan had lost his senses. The 2 women rushed forward, exclaiming, Director Zhao, he just struck you. Silence. Zhao Pingshan barked in response, then turned back to Wu Yundong with a fawning smile. Boss, we are purchasing treasury bonds, and in significant quantities. What? Wu Yunja was once again left speechless. It turned out that his brother was not deceiving him. The bank indeed acquired treasury bonds. You are purchasing in large amounts? Wu Yundong's lips curled into a slight smirk. Zhao Pingshun hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes. Whatever quantity you possess, we can acquire, and the more, the better. The more, the better? Wu Yundong sighed deeply, and then, under Zhao Pingshun's eager gaze, he bent down to tie the straps of the fertilizer bag. Zhao Pingshun was utterly perplexed, and when he realized that Wu Yundong was about to leave, he suddenly felt something was amiss and grasped the fertilizer bag tightly, exclaiming, Boss, what do you mean by this? Chapter 78. Change your perspective. Zhao Pingshun clutched the fertilizer bag as if it were his own future, gripping it with such intensity that the veins on the back of his hand stood out, resembling the claws of a chicken. Although Wu Yundong was not adept at understanding human emotions or reading minds, he was skilled in the art of perspective-taking, regardless of the situation or the actions of others. If he could swap his position with that of the other party and contemplate the matter from their perspective, he would invariably grasp the essence of it. Especially given the stark contrast in Zhao Pingshun's demeanor, if he still could not deduce the underlying reasons, he would indeed be a fool. Moreover, he possessed the memories of his past life. Observing Zhao Pingshun's gaunt hands, he found them amusing, and with a smile, he remarked, Director Zhao, this is my bag. Why are you holding onto it so tightly? Boss. Zhao Pingshun had already discerned that, despite the youthful appearance of the individual opposite him, it was likely that he had seen through his thoughts. With such insight, there was no room for pretense. After all, in comparison to his future and the position he currently occupied, what was face worth? It certainly could not be exchanged for money. Hence, he not only maintained his grip, but tightened it further, his smile becoming increasingly obsequious. Boss, I must admit, I underestimated you, esteemed gentleman, and I sincerely apologize for my earlier folly. Wu Yundong stared in astonishment, while Wu Yunjin's eyes seemed on the verge of popping from their sockets. As a quintessential farmer surrounded predominantly by straightforward individuals, he had never encountered anyone so adept at changing countenance or possessing such a lack of shame. Yet today, Zhao Pingshun had utterly reshaped his worldview, prompting him to scrutinize the man before him with newfound curiosity. Could it be that shamelessness was the secret to their polished appearance? If Wu Yundong could hear his unspoken thoughts, he would undoubtedly have given a thumbs up, marveling at his brother's keen perception. Alas, he lacked such insight. So he maintained his cheerful demeanor, continuing to inquire, Zhao, as a bank manager, you surely recognize that we are but a group of humble farmers. With no hesitation, Zhao Pingshun relinquished the fertilizer bag and delivered a symbolic slap to his own face, a gesture devoid of true force. Nevertheless, Wu Yunjin's eyes lit up, as if he had stumbled upon the entrance to a new realm, watching with increasing fascination. Only Zhang Min's gaze was fixated solely on Wu Yundong, her eyes shimmering with admiration, as if she beheld a celestial being. Brother Dong is truly remarkable. Just a few words, and Zhao has struck himself. Boss, I tend to speak bluntly. Please do not take offense. Zhao Pingshun lightly tapped his mouth and then smiled anew. You've traveled quite a distance. You must come in for a drink. Without awaiting a response, he called out, Xiao Zhang, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and fetch water for our esteemed guest. As a woman dashed into the hall, he turned to the two security guards and admonished, What are you two still standing there for? Do you intend to wield those rubber rods? What are you trying to accomplish? The guards, taken aback by his rebuke, were utterly bewildered as to their transgression. Yet this did not hinder their swift action to put away the rubber rods. Upon seeing them stow away the rods, Zhao Pingshun became even angrier. What use are your eyes if not for seeing? Are they merely for decoration? Hurry and assist the boss with the bags. The guards finally comprehended and rushed forward to relieve Wu Yundong of the fertilizer bags. Wu Yunjin initially resisted, but, noticing his brother's decisive release, he too relinquished his grip. With the bags in hand, the guards entered the hall, and Zhao Pingshun immediately bent down, extending his hand in a gesture reminiscent of a doorman welcoming guests to a hotel. Come, esteemed boss, please, you first. Wu Yundong cast a sly glance at Zhao Pingshun, not rushing to put him in a difficult position, and stepped into the hall. Zhao Pingshun displayed an overtly obsequious demeanor, completely devoid of the gravitas expected of a bank manager. He not only opened the glass door behind Wu Yundong and Deng Ruifan, but also stooped to lead the way with exaggerated deference. Witnessing this scene, Wu Yunjin was taken aback and approached Wu Yundong, whispering, Dongzi, after how he treated us just now, are you truly selling to him? Wu Yundong turned to look at his brother, contemplating that his elder sibling seemed to be harboring a grudge. He glanced at Zhao Pingshan, who was now pushing open a door, and smiled as he said, "Do you not yet comprehend why he is so deferential?" Wu Yunjin scratched his head, cautiously replying, "It must be because he discovered we possess treasury bonds." "Indeed," Wu Yundong affirmed. "But why did he initially look down upon us? Perhaps it was due to his elevated status? And why, then, does he now act like a sycophant?" Wu Yunjin pondered for a moment, scratching his head again before cautiously responding. "He must have a pressing need for our treasury bonds, correct?" "Precisely." Wu Yundong expressed satisfaction with his brother's quick grasp of the situation. "He requires them, and we also need to convert these bonds into cash. Why not sell to him?" "But, brother, in business, appearances are inconsequential. What truly matters is the ability to profit." Furthermore, Wu Yundong glanced at Zhao Pingshan again, lowering his voice with a chuckle. "Do you not find it exhilarating that he is so eager to please us?" Exhilarating? Wu Yunjin was unfamiliar with the term, yet that did not impede his understanding of its essence. Upon reflection, he realized that the very man who had just moments ago paraded about with arrogance was now groveling before him, grinning like a sycophant. This sensation was indeed rather delightful, and he could not help but nod in agreement. "Yes, while we relish this feeling, we are also making a profit. Is that not splendid? But he must be quite reliant on these treasury bonds. What if he gains an advantage from our transaction? Does that concern us?" Wu Yundong looked at Wu Yunjin in astonishment, then laughed. "Brother, we are engaged in commerce. Our primary consideration must be our own profit. Whatever benefits he derives is his concern. If we forego our gains simply because he might benefit, would that not be to our detriment?" Wu Yunjin felt a lingering sense of doubt, yet upon deeper contemplation, he found merit in Wu Yundong's reasoning, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Wu Yundong refrained from further altering his brother's perspective, for he recognized that Wu Yunjin's stubbornness was a trait inherited from their father, Wu Xiao. In truth, in his past life, no matter how much his elder sisters advised, he had steadfastly refused to change his ways, much like another Wu Xiao. 2 security guards had already taken the bags of fertilizer into the small room and had exited early. Zhao Pingshan, waiting for Wu Yundong and the others to enter the small room, cautiously closed the door behind them. He then hurried to the coffee table, smiling as he inquired, "Boss, how many treasury bonds have you brought this time?" "About 700,000, Wu Yundong replied casually, then added with a grin, "Is that within your capacity?" 700,000? Zhao Pingshan exclaimed in astonishment, though the excitement on his face was impossible to conceal. If not for being in an unfamiliar place, Wu Yunjin would have liked to exclaim in delight. When leaving Pingyu, didn't T Dongzi receive 650,000? How had it transformed into over 700,000 here? From where did he acquire the surplus? Chapter 79. A new trick learned. Confronted with Zhao Pingshuan's flushed face brimming with excitement, Wu Yundong nodded in satisfaction. "To be precise, it is 720,000. As he spoke, he couldn't help but reminisce about the female officer at the Donyang train station police station. When she inquired if he accepted treasury bonds and received his affirmative response, she became so animated that she summoned the station chief. It was then that Wu Yundong realized they possessed treasury bonds, and quite a considerable amount at that. With only a little over 20,000 left in his possession, he ended up purchasing 60,000 in treasury bonds. This was not due to his shrewd bargaining. Rather, the station chief had assured him an extended credit for 30,000 in treasury bonds. The reason being, his reward for an act of bravery needed to be used as collateral. Such a fortuitous opportunity was one Wu Yundong could not refuse, and he agreed without hesitation. However, recalling the female officer's words filled him with exhilaration. In a small place like Donyang, the known amount was over 300,000. What of other regions? No wonder someone like Yang Million emerged. The domestic market was evidently vast. 720,000? Zhao Pingshan was already swallowing his saliva. Good heavens! He had thought enough already, yet he was taken aback by such an overwhelming surprise. Yet, how could one person carry such a significant amount of treasury bonds in rural-style bags? Was he playing the fool to catch the tiger, or was there another intention? Regardless, as long as he possessed these 720,000 in treasury bonds, he was one step closer to fulfilling his mission, wasn't he? With that thought, he felt an overwhelming joy, realizing his transformation had been remarkably timely. If he had remained aloof as before, wouldn't he have missed a monumental fortune? God of wealth, you are indeed my Zhao Pingshan's deity of fortune. Observing Wu Yundong, he couldn't help but laugh heartily at the prospect of advantage. His ecstatic demeanor made Wu Yundong chuckle as well, albeit in an oddly peculiar manner. Suddenly, Zhao Pingshuan's mind exploded with realization. He understood what the other party was contemplating. Had he inadvertently revealed his trump card? Was he not inviting disaster? Indeed, as he recognized the predicament, Wu Yundong spoke with a grin. Whether I am your god of wealth remains to be seen. Zhao Pingshuan swallowed hard once more, cautiously inquiring, young boss, what do you mean? Wu Yundong raised his right hand, mimicking the act of counting money. Zhao, the price. You failed to mention the crux of the matter. You wouldn't think I came here to gift you money, would you? That is utterly impossible. Instantly, Zhao Pingshuan assumed a righteous demeanor, stating earnestly, since the boss has brought so many treasury bonds, you must have acquired them elsewhere, and thus, it is only reasonable you seek profit here. Observing Wu Yundong's expressionless face, which even bore a hint of mockery, he awkwardly waved his hand. According to policy regulations, I can offer you a price of 1.5. Without uttering a word, Wu Yundong promptly bent down to secure the straps of the fertilizer bag, saying, brother, let's south head to another place. Zhao Pingshuan hastily intervened, forcing a wry smile as he remarked, boss, the price is still negotiable. This statement imparted yet another lesson to Wu Yundong. Just moments ago, Zhao Pingshuan had offered 1 yuan and 50 cents, a sum that Wu Yundong considered exorbitant. After all, he had procured the goods for merely 80 cents, thus yielding a profit of 25 cents. If this amount were set aside and invested in government bonds worth 720,000, the figures would be astronomical. Wu Yundong had initially felt content, yet unexpectedly, Zhao Pingshuan's feigned willingness to concede prompted him to express conciliatory words. Could the price possibly increase? Zhao, you are somewhat lacking in integrity, Wu Yundong remarked with a hint of mockery, observing the visibly apprehensive Zhao Pingshuan. With a smile, he inquired, do you believe I am oblivious to the policies and market conditions, foolishly accepting government bonds? Caught off guard, Zhao Pingshuan let out a couple of dry chuckles. Goodness! Despite being a mere youth, his demeanor resembled that of a seasoned veteran in the business world. Although he harbored such thoughts, he maintained his smile, conceding, very well. I shall refrain from inflating the price. Fixing his gaze on Wu Yundong, he stated earnestly, 1 yuan and 14 cents is the highest price I can offer within my authority. If that is insufficient, I truly find myself at an impasse. After voicing these words, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Although he was aware that policy stipulations would not permit excessive price fluctuations, one could never predict potential changes in regulations from other banks. What if an inexperienced individual were to recklessly raise the price to meet their quotas? His anxiety was palpable, and even Wu Yunzheng and Zhang Min began to feel the tension. Was it possible that they had raised the price by 9 cents? If Yundong were to request a few more cents, surely he could acquiesce. But Wu Yundong's dominant position as the leader was unmistakable, and even Wu Yunzheng hesitated to speak freely. Under the scrutinizing gazes of those around, Wu Yundong unexpectedly nodded in agreement. Very well, I accept this price. But I have a stipulation. Speak, Zhao Pingshuan replied, his spirits lifting upon hearing Wu Yundong's assent, as he pounded his chest in assurance. As long as it is within my authority, I shall not be vague in my commitments. It is certainly within your authority, Wu Yundong smiled before continuing. In the future, my government bonds must adhere to this price. Do you have more? Zhao Pingshuan was no longer merely surprised. He was in a state of ecstatic exhilaration. Grasping Wu Yundong's right hand, he vigorously shook it, exclaiming, brother, rest assured, regardless of how many you bring, I guarantee not to offer less than this price. That is excellent. This was precisely what Wu Yundong desired. To earn a few extra cents and seek collaboration with other banks seemed less appealing than leaving some profit margin for Zhao Pingshuan. Only when he profited would Wu Yundong's government bonds have a secure market. With the price settled, the two bank clerks promptly entered to tally the government bonds, with Zhao Pingshuan assisting alongside. Seizing the moment, Wu Yunzheng discreetly tugged at Wu Yundong and whispered, Dongzi, you could actually ask for a bit more? He would likely agree. I am aware. Wu Yundong smiled and nodded, but ultimately spoke softly. Brother, one cannot always focus solely on personal profit in business. It is essential to consider leaving some margin for our partners. Sometimes, to persuade someone to assist you in purchasing goods, you may even need to relinquish a significant portion of your profits to the distributors. Is that feasible? Wu Yunzheng questioned, perplexed. He murmured, look at our supply and marketing cooperative. When we go to buy goods, They hardly pay us any heed. And that is precisely why they will be eliminated. Wu Yundong replied with a wry smile, casting a glance at his brother. He understood that discussing elimination seemed premature, especially given that state-run stores were thriving at present. Who would dare predict their downfall in the market? Consider the workers from just a few years back. Their wages and benefits were at their peak. Rural individuals strove relentlessly for a non-agricultural household registration. Back then, who would have dared to assert that they would not receive their salaries in a few years? These experiences were societal lessons, and he was at a loss as to how to explain them to Wu Yunjin. With a resigned smile, he continued, "Brother, do you believe our cooperative is operating normally? If one day we were to open a store next to them, would the customers treat us like family? Whose home would they choose to patronize? Of course, they would come to ours," Wu Yunjin replied without hesitation, asserting, "We do not buy goods to endure indignities. Why should we concern ourselves with others' moods?" Indeed, Wu Yunjin mused, even within the banking sector, despite their obligations, would they assist us without any profit? He felt a bit lost, struggling to grasp the concept. Zhang Min, meanwhile, listened thoughtfully, yet upon noticing Wu Yundong glance her way, quickly adopted a look of feigned ignorance. Chapter 80. Disappointment outside the bank. Wu Yundong still carried the fertilizer bags, walking alongside Wu Yunjin down the street. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his brother in high spirits, occasionally chuckling to himself, which made Wu Yundong's lips curl into a slight smile. "Donggu." Zhang Min hurriedly caught up with Wu Yundong, waving her arm as she exclaimed, "Isn't this money too easy to earn? Is it really that easy?" Wu Yundong replied with a faint smile, while surreptitiously glancing at Wu Yunjin. When he observed that Wu Yunjin bore a similar expression, he couldn't resist asking, "Do you know why the money is so effortlessly acquired?" This question left both Wu Yunjin and Zhang Min momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yunjin cautiously inquired, "Dongzi, is it because others are unaware that treasury bonds can be sold for profit? Is there more?" Zhang Min, having thought of a possibility, eagerly interjected, "I believe aside from the information disparity that Brother Zhen possesses, it is also due to your ample capital, Donggu." At this point, she couldn't help but sigh. During this trip to Puqing, Wu Yundong had arrived with 720,000 in treasury bonds, and after exiting the bank, he held 800,000 and 1,000 in cash. 800,000. She had never seen such a sum in her lifetime. Indeed, Wu Yundong reflected on his earnings, letting out a sigh of his own. Without Wei Qianyun, he would not have had the capital of 500,000. Without that 500,000, the prospect of earning 300,000 could have been an interminable wait. Moreover, amidst the sum of 500,000, he had generously allocated 20,000 to his elder sister for the construction of a new home and discreetly set aside 5,000 for his parents. Reflecting on everything that had transpired since his rebirth, he was once again enveloped in a dreamlike sensation. "Donggu, could you pinch me?" he asked. "For what purpose?" Came the response. "I wish to ascertain whether I am truly dreaming." Wu Yundong was rendered speechless, casting an annoyed glance at Zhang Min before addressing Wu Yunjin. "Brother, what do you think our next course of action should be?" Wu Yunjin furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily, then inquired, "Dongzi, should we not return home?" "Why return home?" Zhang Min immediately shook her head. "Zhenggu, we ought to continue acquiring treasury bonds in the places we previously discussed. Have you forgotten how Donggu made arrangements with Zhao Pingshan?" It then dawned on Wu Yunjin that indeed, after agreeing on a price, Wu Yundong had mentioned to Zhao Pingshan that future prices would be calculated at 1 yuan and 14 cents. Thus, it appeared that his desire to return home was unattainable. For reasons unknown, contemplating this possibility brought forth a sense of disappointment within him. Especially as he observed Zhang Min's exuberance, he found it increasingly incomprehensible. They had been away from home for over 10 days. Did this girl not miss her home? He himself could hardly quell his restlessness at the thought of his wife, son, and daughter, akin to a cat's clawing at his heart. Wu Yundong, noticing his somber expression, could not help but inquire, "Brother, do you miss home?" Wu Yunjin hesitated. But upon meeting Wu Yundong's gaze, he reluctantly nodded, unwilling to deceive his brother. Wu Yundong was not deceived, yet he furrowed his brow at Wu Yunjin's sentiments. Throughout their journey, he had endeavored to instill his own business acumen in Wu Yunjin, yet it seemed that his brother's mindset would not be easily swayed. To put it in the words of their hometown, his brother possessed the temperament of a homesick pigeon. To keep him wandering far from home would be more torturous than death itself. Thus, It appeared that the prospect of enlisting his brother's assistance in managing business affairs was quite precarious. He felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet Zhang Min could not restrain herself from asking, "Zhenggu, what is there to miss about home?" Wu Yunjin felt a blush rise to his cheeks at the question and turned to ask, "Do you not miss home?" Zhang Min immediately shook her head. "What is there to reminisce about? The outside world is far more splendid." As she spoke, she pointed to the wide street, twice the breadth of Pingyu, and the towering buildings that seemed to reach the heavens, continuing, "Here, there are skyscrapers, numerous cars, and people dressed in fashionable attire. Surely it surpasses home." However, Wu Yunjin hesitated before ultimately responding with a bitter tone, "Here, I know none of the people. I feel somewhat isolated. Indeed, a profound sense of loneliness." Wu Yundong understood Wu Yunjin's psyche. In essence, the true nature of his feelings was not loneliness, but rather a fear of the unknown, compounded by his longing for his wife and children. Yet, such is human nature. It mimics the inertia of becoming accustomed to a job, only to experience bewilderment when suddenly reassigned or dismissed. After a period of adjustment, or upon finding new employment, such emotions naturally dissipate. However, such matters can only be truly felt through experience. For someone like Wu Yunjin, who has never ventured beyond his home, mere words cannot resolve the issues at hand. After a moment's hesitation, he finally inquired, "Brother, do you wish to return home?" As he posed this question, he fervently hoped for a negative response from Wu Yunjin. But to his dismay, Wu Yunjin replied with surprise, "Dongzi, are we going home?" Suppressing his disappointment, Wu Yundong shook his head. "Brother, I cannot return home at this moment." Upon hearing this, Zhang Min immediately laughed. "Donggu, I too do not wish to go home." Wu Yunjin was momentarily taken aback, responding, "Then I." "Brother, you should go home." This time, Wu Yundong did not hesitate. The disappointment in his heart dissipated in that instant. Even if Wu Yunjin could not assist him in business, he remained his brother, and in times of danger, this brother would still stand in front of him. Knowing this, he felt a sense of contentment. Noticing that Wu Yunjin still wished to speak, he shook his head. "Brother, trust me, go home. Sister-in-law and Wu Di and Wu Yu must be missing you dearly." Upon hearing the names of his children, Wu Yunjin's resolve immediately faltered. He nodded and said, "Dongzi, then I shall heed your advice." After a moment, he suddenly asked, "Dongzi, you won't be angry with me, will you?" "Not at all," Wu Yundong replied emphatically, looking at Wu Yunjin with a smile. "You are my brother, are you not?" Wu Yunjin, however, did not grasp the meaning behind his words and asked, somewhat bewildered, "Is that even a question?" "Indeed, is that even a question?" Wu Yundong laughed heartily, seizing the fertilizer bag and boarding the bus ahead of him. Observing his retreating figure, Wu Yunjin scratched his head in confusion. Sensing something amiss yet unable to pinpoint what it was, he could only follow him onto the bus in a daze. The three arrived at the train station, where Wu Yundong purchased a ticket for Wu Yunjin to return home, but secured tickets to Dongyang for himself and Zhang Min. In Dongyang, the director and others awaited him to receive their funds. Naturally, in Wu Yundong's eyes, the treasury bonds they held represented the true currency. That evening, the trio boarded the train, and after a day's journey, they arrived in Dongyang. Wu Yundong offered a few words of advice to Wu Yunjin and left him with 1,000 yuan before disembarking with Zhang Min. It was midday, and without stopping for a meal, they headed directly to the police station at the bus station. The director was absent, yet the officers inside recognized them. And one female officer, visibly delighted, exclaimed, "Little Wu, you returned so swiftly. Have you struck it rich?" Her question, somewhat presumptuous, prompted Zhang Min to glance instinctively at Wu Yundong. However, Wu Yundong maintained his composure, smiling as he replied, "Sister, I haven't made a fortune, merely a modest profit." The female officer immediately grew anxious. "Little Wu, do you still require the treasury bonds we have here?" "Of course." Wu Yundong responded without hesitation, "Sister, let us proceed at the original price. How many do you have?" "Little Wu," the female officer hesitated before quietly asking, "Is the amount considerable? Can you manage it?" Chapter 81. What is the purpose? Is the amount considerable? Wu Yundong felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a facade of calmness on his face. With a smile, he inquired, "Sister, we shall discuss the treasury bonds later. For now, allow me to settle the debt I owe you from last time." Upon saying this, he opened the fertilizer bag, revealing stacks of crisp green bills. These notes, all freshly minted 100 yuan notes, still bore the bank seal, dazzling the female officer, who exclaimed, What an astonishing amount of money. Just then, Director Hu Weidong entered with a hearty laugh. However, upon seeing the cash in the fertilizer bag, his laughter abruptly ceased. Akin to a quacking duck suddenly having its neck seized. Wu Yundong had anticipated this reaction, which was precisely why he had not stashed the money away. When engaging in business, particularly with individuals from such specialized departments, showcasing one's strength is paramount. Only by demonstrating capability can one instill confidence in their partners to act boldly on their behalf. Uncle Hu, Wu Yundong said cheerfully after casting a glance at Hu Weidong. Last time you extended me 30,000 in treasury bonds, and according to our agreed rate of 80 cents, I owe you 24,000, correct? Hu Weidong nodded vigorously. Indeed. That figure is accurate. Without further ado, Wu Yundong instructed Zhang Min to hand over 24,000 yuan to Hu Weidong. However, Hu Weidong did not accept the money but gestured toward the female officer instead. The officer's eyes sparkled with excitement, and as she counted the money, her hands trembled uncontrollably. Hu Weidong chuckled at her enthusiasm. Look how excited you are. Just observe young Wu here, and then glance at this young lady. Neither is older than you, yet they remain perfectly composed. The female officer, feeling somewhat slighted, murmured, How can I compare with them? They are in business, aside from that. The money in that fertilizer bag far exceeds what I hold. They are accustomed to dealing with substantial sums, so how could they be surprised? Wu Yundong chuckled in response. Sister, do not be deceived by the quantity of my money. It is merely borrowed capital. Huh, you expect me to believe that? The female officer scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Yundong while pointing to the fertilizer bag. With such an amount, what gives you the right to borrow from others? Simply the fact that I saved her life, and I even used my family heirloom incense burner as collateral, he replied. Saved a life? Collateral? Hu Weidong's interest piqued, and with a jovial demeanor, he urged, Young Wu, since you have some leisure time, do share more about it. Wu Yundong, preferring to steer clear of past tales, quickly changed the subject. How could there be idle time? Aren't we here to discuss the treasury bonds? You do have an assistant, do you not? Hu Weidong gestured toward Zhang Min and then addressed the female officer. Wang Li, please take her to discuss the treasury bond matters. Wang Li had no objections, but as she turned, she noticed Zhang Min gazing at Wu Yundong, prompting her to chuckle. What's this? Aren't you supposed to be young Wu's assistant? This is your primary responsibility. Zhang Min was eager to accompany her, as it signified an opportunity to conduct business independently, which held a vastly different significance for her. Her concern, however, revolved around whether Wu Yundong would acquiesce to Hu Weidong's proposal. Wu Yundong hesitated momentarily, but upon glancing at Zhang Min, he noticed the girl's face illuminated with anticipation and a flicker of excitement in her eyes. Understanding her intent, he pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, All right. You may discuss it with Sister Wang Li. Thank you, Donggu, Zhang Min replied, suppressing her inner exhilaration as she bowed to Wu Yundong, amused by her gesture. Wu Yundong chuckled. What are you doing? I brought you here to encourage you to handle matters independently. However, since this is your inaugural venture alone, I shall be keenly observing the outcome. Rest assured, Donggu, Zhang Min confidently replied. The knowledge she had amassed during her journey and the experience gained in Pingyu had equipped her with a comprehensive understanding of treasury bonds. She was well aware of Wu Yundong's bottom line and felt no trepidation as she promptly followed Wang Li out of the room. Once they departed, Hu Weidong resumed discussing the earlier incident. Wu Yundong, feeling somewhat helpless, recounted how he had rescued Wei Qianyun, declined Wei Jianzhong's gratitude of 200,000, and subsequently borrowed 500,000 from Wei Jianzhong, using a family heirloom incense burner as collateral. Hu Weidong listened intently, his silence lingering as he scrutinized Wu Yundong with an expression that was both amused and discomforting. Uncle Hu, what is that expression for? Wu Yundong inquired. I was contemplating your relationship with Wei Qianyun, Hu Weidong responded with a chuckle, then suddenly asked, Little Wu, even though you have turned 18, you are still a student. Is it not a bit premature to be involved with a girl? Uncle Hu, I assure you, I am not in a relationship with President Wei, Wu Yundong insisted, adopting a serious tone. Moreover, I am preparing for university. I hardly have time for any romantic entanglements. What about your assistant? Hu Weidong probed further, causing Wu Yundong's head to ache. Yet, he knew he had to clarify the situation. Reluctantly, he explained, her family circumstances are not favorable, and she dropped out after the 4th grade. After I began collecting treasury bonds in my hometown, my brother-in-law, who is a colleague of her father, Learned that they were eager to sell bonds, so I approached them for a discussion. And that is how you became acquainted? Hu Weidong asked. Indeed. I realized that many individuals in their factory faced similar situations, so I sought their assistance in procurement, after which her father called her back. To my astonishment and delight, the business she managed to secure for me accounted for half of my total dealings, which is why I wished to take her under my wing for further development. Wu Yundong spoke candidly, yet Hu Weidong remained skeptical, gazing at him and inquiring, "Is it truly that simple?" Furrowing his brow, Wu Yundong replied, "Uncle Hu, although I address you as such, we are not particularly close, are we? Is it not a bit excessive for you to involve yourself in my affairs?" Hu Weidong was taken aback by the retort. He had not anticipated such a response from Wu Yundong, but upon reflection, he realized the validity of the young man's point. They were not well acquainted, so what right did he have to meddle in matters of romance? After pondering for a while, he could only smile wryly and shake his head. "Little Wu, you are correct. I have indeed overstepped my bounds. However, I observe that you are quite a remarkable individual, and I am concerned that pursuing romantic relationships at such a young age might distract you from your responsibilities." It was then that Wu Yundong realized the intention behind the concern was rooted in genuine care for his well-being. Since others have his best interests at heart, what could he possibly say in response? He managed a wry smile and nodded. "Uncle Hu, since your intentions are for my benefit, I shall refrain from further protest. However, rest assured that my relationship with Wei Qianyun is non-existent. Currently, Zhang Min is my apprentice, and I must nurture her to assist me in the future. She seems even younger than you. Have you considered the possibility of her resuming her education?" This was a notion Wu Yundong had not previously entertained, and he blinked in surprise before asking, "Uncle Hu, she is already 16. Would it not be unreasonable for her to start from elementary school again? You might contemplate enrolling her in a vocational school. Are you jesting, Uncle Hu? In this day and age, is it truly so easy to gain admission to such institutions? Perhaps not for others, but I have a comrade who works at the Danyang Vocational and Technical School. Should you wish for her to pursue her studies, I could assist." Wu Yundong furrowed his brow. Throughout both his past and present lives, he had never believed in the existence of purely altruistic individuals. Nor did he subscribe to the notion that fortune simply falls from the sky. What could possibly motivate Hu Weidong to aid Zhang Min in her education? It was common knowledge that vocational school graduates were assured job placements, implying that upon completion, Zhang Min could secure a stable position. Perhaps his gaze had revealed too much. For Hu Weidong's lips twitched in response. "What is with that expression? Are you doubting my motives?" Chapter 82. Sincere Intentions. Uncle Hu, observing Hu Weidong's astonished countenance. Wu Yundong hesitated momentarily before earnestly questioning, "What is your intention?" "Intention?" Hu Weidong was taken aback, only to be met with the simmering anger reflected in Wu Yundong's eyes. Leaving him momentarily speechless, "You are actually upset? Why?" At this juncture, Wu Yundong struggled to contain his rising ire, yet endeavored to modulate his tone, speaking slowly. "Uncle Hu, you have acknowledged that Zhang Min is still quite young. At merely 16, regardless of her beauty, she is not yet of legal age. If it were not for the consideration of your position as a police officer, I would have likely expressed my outrage more vocally." Hu Weidong's expression darkened as he inquired, "Word by word, what precisely are you attempting to convey?" Despite his fearsome demeanor, Wu Yundong retorted coldly, "Do you harbor any inappropriate thoughts regarding Zhang Min?" Before he could finish, he noticed Hu Weidong suddenly raise his arm and strike him with an open hand, leaving him startled and instinctively leaning back. Whoosh! The sharp wind created by the swift movement nearly brought tears to his eyes as it brushed past his nose. "Dare you evade?" Hu Weidong transformed as if possessed, leaning forward to deliver another resounding slap. Seated on the same sofa, their proximity was already close, compounded by Hu Weidong's height and reach. Faced with the ferocity of his demeanor, Wu Yundong blinked, wondering if he had misjudged the situation. How could Hu Weidong be so enraged? Yet, with the impending threat of another blow, he knew he could not simply stand there and be struck. He swiftly reached out to grasp Hu Weidong's wrist. Hu Weidong's gaze narrowed, and with a swift twist of his wrist, he suddenly pinched the pulse point of Wu Yundong. A tingling sensation coursed through Wu Yundong's right side, and he realized that trouble was imminent. He hastily launched a kick aimed at Hu Weidong's chin. Reacting quickly, Hu Weidong evaded by leaning back, narrowly escaping Wu Yundong's fierce strike. However, upon sitting up again, he discovered that Wu Yundong had already positioned himself outside the sofa. Uncle Hu, have you lost your mind? Wu Yundong exclaimed. Who has gone mad? Hu Weidong retorted, recalling the earlier suspicions Wu Yundong had raised, which reignited his temper. Yet, reflecting on their brief scuffle, he acknowledged that his desire to retaliate was likely futile. This young man was surprisingly adept in combat for his age. After all, Hu Weidong was a retired scout, boasting a glorious record of triumphs, including taking down 3 formidable soldiers in a single engagement. Though puzzled, he chose not to dwell on it further, as failing to clarify the situation would leave him utterly humiliated. Sit down, he barked at Wu Yundong. Do you think I'm foolish? Wu Yundong scoffed, his disdain evident. If I sit down so close to you, what if you strike me again? I promise I won't harm you, Hu Weidong replied, having regained his composure. I need to explain things clearly. About Zhongmin. Wu Yundong nodded. Go on, I shall listen while standing, he declared. Hu Weidong was nearly exasperated but, with no choice, glared at Wu Yundong and began his explanation. The reason I wish to assist Zhongmin is that the girl is quite intelligent. Humph. Wu Yundong responded with a cold chuckle, choosing silence. Yet, Hu Weidong's irritation grew. What are you laughing at? I merely wish to adopt her as a goddaughter. Are you suggesting that Zhongmin should recognize you as her godfather? Wu Yundong suddenly flared up. And you still claim you have no ulterior motives? Hu Weidong, equally incensed, countered, I simply intend to adopt a goddaughter. How does that imply ulterior motives? Without ulterior motives, how can one become a godfather? For the next few decades, a goddaughter would share a bond akin to that of a secretary. Wu Yundong was genuinely disheartened by this man. Director Hu, Zhongmin is my sister. You should abandon this notion. Why? Hu Weidong pondered, unable to comprehend why his innocent desire to adopt a goddaughter was met with such resistance. Moreover, Wu Yundong's gaze suggested that he suspected Hu Weidong of harboring ill intentions toward Zhongmin. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Before either man could respond, the door swung open, and Wang Li entered. Director, your wife is here. Huh. Hu Weidong froze for a moment before turning to Wu Yundong. Wu Yundong thought to himself that whether his wife arrived or not was irrelevant, yet before he could voice his thoughts, a woman in her 40s stepped through the door. She possessed an attractive visage and an admirable demeanor, although her eyes appeared somewhat vacant. Upon entering, she called out to Hu Weidong, Old Hu, where's my daughter? Wu Yundong was taken aback. Old Hu, I am inquiring about your daughter. Why are you silent? The woman's impatience began to surface. Hu Weidong hurriedly rose and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, soothingly assuring her, Lu Yun, do not fret. Our daughter has gone next door and will be here shortly. I will go check. Lu Yun pushed Hu Weidong aside and rushed out, concerned for his wife's safety. Hu Weidong hurriedly followed. Wang Li had intended to go outside as well, but was halted by Wu Yundong's call. Sister, the director's daughter committed suicide by jumping off a building a month ago. What? Wu Yundong was completely taken aback. What was Hu Weidong thinking? After his daughter took her own life, did he wish to adopt Zhongmin as his own? Since the director's daughter jumped, his wife seems to have become somewhat unhinged, and Zhongmin bears an uncanny resemblance to her. Wu Yundong began to comprehend Hu Weidong's motives for helping Zhongmin, beyond their physical similarity. The primary reason likely lay with Lu Yun. Donggu. A sudden exclamation came from the next room, prompting Wu Yundong to rush out and stand at the doorway. Inside, Lu Yun was tightly embracing Zhongmin, whose face had drained of color, pale with fright. Upon seeing Wu Yundong, Zhongmin urgently pleaded, Donggu, help me, please. Hu Weidong, his countenance filled with bitterness, quickly interjected, Don't be afraid, Xiao Zhang, it's my wife holding you. Before Zhongmin could respond, Lu Yun began to caress her face while weeping. Min Min, my daughter, mother has finally found you. Zhongmin, horrified by the touch, dared not move, continuing to seek Wu Yundong's assistance. Donggu. Wu Yundong, unsure of how to rescue her, glanced at Hu Weidong's pleading expression and Lu Yun's dazed demeanor. Feeling a pang of compassion, Min Min, uncle whose daughter took her life a month ago, his wife, yearning for her, has become a bit unsteady. Zhongmin was nearly in tears. But why is she holding me? Because you look just like Uncle Hu's daughter. Before Wu Yundong could finish, he noticed Hu Weidong presenting a photograph for Zhongmin to see. From his angle, he too beheld the image, and indeed, the girl bore an extraordinary resemblance to Zhongmin were it not for the girl in the photograph having long hair. He might have thought it was a picture of Zhongmin herself. Zhongmin was equally astonished, clearly unprepared for such an encounter. Min Min, Uncle Hu wishes to stage a scene to comfort his wife. Understanding Wu Yundong's intent, Zhang Min hesitated briefly before gently embracing Lu Yun, softly calling out, "Mother." "It's me, Min Min." "Oh no." Upon hearing this name, Wu Yundong was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Zhang Min had uttered her childhood name. How would Lu Yun react? Would it exacerbate her condition? Contemplating these possibilities, Wu Yundong felt a surge of anxiety. However, to his surprise, Lu Yun exhibited no signs of disturbance, continuing to hold Zhang Min while weeping and laughing. "Min Min, mother has seen you again? How wonderful." Wu Yundong suddenly rolled his eyes. He recalled that when Lu Yun first embraced Zhang Min, she had called out the very name Min Min. It seemed his worries were unfounded. Watching his wife, Hu Weidong also let out a sigh of relief. Ever since their daughter had passed, Lu Yun had seemed possessed, wandering in a daze, with only brief moments of lucidity. He had sought medical advice before, yet every physician informed him that, barring unforeseen circumstances, his wife would inevitably succumb to mental illness. He had witnessed the harrowing reality of mental afflictions, and, understanding their terrifying nature, his anxiety deepened. This concern culminated in a desire to supplant Zhang Min with Li, should the occasion arise. However, during his last encounter with Wu Yundong, the time was too brief for him to express his true feelings. Now that he had the opportunity, he was determined to address his wife's predicament without delay. The reason he sought Wu Yundong's opinion first was the unsettling gaze Zhang Min cast upon him, particularly when Wu Yundong was asleep, as she insisted on accompanying him. At that moment, he feared the ambiguous nature of their relationship might lead to inappropriate conduct. When he heard Wang Li report that the young couple merely slept in the same room, without any indiscretions, he felt a sense of relief. Yet it also clarified Zhang Min's significance in Wu Yundong's life. What he did not anticipate was Wu Yundong's suspicion regarding his intentions towards Zhang Min, which understandably vexed him. Yet, now that his wife had met Zhang Min, viewing her as a daughter, the future of their relationship hinged on Wu Yundong's stance. Contemplating this troublesome matter, he could not suppress a frown. "Uncle Hu." Upon hearing Wu Yundong's call, he turned to find a grim expression on the young man's face. Causing his heart to sink, "You disapprove?" Wu Yundong glanced at the intertwined figures of Lu Yun and Zhang Min, offering a wry smile as he scratched his ear. "Had I been unaware of your circumstances, I might have thought otherwise, but now that I am enlightened, how could I possibly disagree?" Hu Weidong felt a surge of joy, yet quickly stifled his excitement, inquiring, "Then why the long face?" At the mention of this topic, Wu Yundong's frustration resurfaced, and he could not help but exclaim, "When I left my hometown, I took two people with me, my brother and Zhang Min. I intended to nurture them as my future aides." This was a sentiment Wu Yundong had expressed not long ago, and Hu Weidong had not forgotten. He now comprehended Zhang Min's importance in Wu Yundong's eyes, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. Indeed, if Wu Yundong aimed to cultivate Zhang Min as a right-hand ally, would he permit her to be regarded as a daughter by Hu Weidong? Most certainly not. Even if Zhang Min desired to depart, Hu Weidong's mother-in-law had the influence to retain the young girl. Consequently, Wu Yundong would be left with one less ally. He chuckled softly, contemplating his chin, when suddenly a thought brightened his demeanor. "But what about your brother?" "My brother?" Wu Yundong's frustration escalated, and he retorted, "My brother is far inferior to Zhang Min. He is merely a homebody." This remark struck Hu Weidong as peculiar, prompting him to inquire, "What do you mean?" "A homebody?" Wu Yundong's shoulders slumped, his vitality seemingly drained. As he muttered weakly, "My brother cannot bear to be away from home. Having been gone for merely half a month, he is already overwhelmed with longing." "What do you expect me to do?" Hu Weidong could not fathom how Wu Yundong would proceed. Reflecting on his own actions, it seemed he had not merely broken one of Wu Yundong's arms, but had shattered his very legs. A wave of shame washed over him. However, to relinquish Zhang Min for the sake of Wu Yundong's career was unequivocally out of the question. Thus, he turned to Wu Yundong and said, "Young Wu, I can be candid with you. Zhang Min will not be leaving with you." "I am aware," Wu Yundong replied, casting a glance at Lu Yun, who was embracing Zhang Min. With a rueful smile, he remarked, "Your wife clearly possesses a certain elegance. If I am not mistaken, your family must be quite well off. Am I right?" Without hesitation, Hu Weidong nodded, responding with sincerity, "Indeed, they do hold some influence. Our union, in truth, is more of an elevation for me." "An elevation?" Wu Yundong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he playfully inquired, "Uncle Hu, did you shamelessly beg for her affection to win her over?" Observing the curiosity etched on Wu Yundong's face, Hu Weidong opened his mouth, yet ultimately swallowed the urge to chastise him. What kind of thought process did this lad possess? Were they not discussing Zhang Min and the family background of Lu Yun? How had the conversation twisted to his own pursuit of Lu Yun? Look at your flustered demeanor. It's evident that I have struck a chord of truth, Wu Yundong smirked, expressing a sense of disdain towards Hu Weidong. However, before long, he sidled up to Hu Weidong, grinning as he asked, Uncle Hu, do share with me how you originally courted Annie. I would like to glean some wisdom. Hu Weidong refrained from reprimanding him or showing any irritation. Instead, he regarded Wu Yundong with a gaze that was somewhat complex. Did he refer to his wife as Auntie because of himself, or was it a deliberate attempt to ingratiate himself given Lu Yun's family background? Uncle Hu, why do you stare at me so? I tell you, we are all men here. Certain secrets should not be kept to oneself. It is far better to share joy than to revel alone. Get lost. Hu Weidong finally concluded that Wu Yundong's enthusiasm lay not in Lu Yun's background, but rather in his pursuit of her. Understanding this brought him a sense of relief, and he regarded Wu Yundong with newfound respect. It was no wonder that he dared to engage in such significant business endeavors at such a tender age. He was indeed remarkable. Why not speak if you have nothing to say? Why resort to violence? Wu Yundong evaded Hu Weidong's kick and turned to Wang Li, inquiring, Beautiful lady, how is your conversation with Zhang Min progressing? Wang Li was taken aback by his inquiry and hastily glanced at Hu Weidong. He shot her an exasperated glare and said, Speak plainly. Also, I need to head home soon. Ensure that old Lu and the others keep an eye on things. Understood. Wang Li quickly acquiesced and proceeded to explain the arrangement regarding the radar and Zhang Min. They had agreed to sell the 20,000 treasury bonds in their possession to Wu Yundong for 160,000. And Zhang Min had promised a bonus of 1 yuan from Maibua Courtyard for their continued acquisition of treasury bonds. Although her profession was that of a police officer, her husband worked within the banking sector. Thus, she was well aware that treasury bonds had been authorized for inter-regional circulation. Consequently, she would enlist her husband's assistance in this matter. Naturally, a contract would be necessary to bind both parties. Wu Yundong naturally had no objections and promptly departed the police station with Wang Li, preparing to meet her husband. Hu Weidong had intended to treat Wu Yundong to a meal, but Wu Yundong was pressed for time. Just before leaving, he pulled Zhang Min into a room, the contents of their conversation remaining a mystery. However, upon her emergence, Zhang Min declared her decision to stay for the time being and even expressed her willingness to recognize him and Lu Yun as her godparents. Upon receiving this news, Hu Weidong finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, as he escorted Lu Yun and Zhang Min home, he inexplicably found himself pondering Wu Yundong, unable to suppress a sigh. Chapter 84. The vigilant chubby boy. 5 days later, Wu Yundong departed Dongyang with 430,000 treasury bonds. Upon returning to Puqing, he sought out Zhao Pingshun directly. When he left, his initial sum of 800,000 had swelled to 832,000, inching closer to 1,000,000, which imbued Wu Yundong with a newfound confidence. However, reflecting on the absence of the assistance he wished to cultivate, he couldn't help but exhale deeply. Nonetheless, Zhang Min was far too young to venture into society with him at this moment, and observing Lu Yun's demeanor, he realized that only this woman could offer Zhang Min greater opportunities. Alas, what is lost, he sighed and resolved to head to Hefei. As it was the closest of the 8 currently open cities to Puqing, and in his previous life, Yang Baiwan had commenced his journey from Hefei. Most importantly, Gao Minghan also seemed to be in Hefei. Upon boarding the train, he found a seat and placed the bag containing his money at his feet, then closed his eyes to rest. Once he arrived in Hefei, where would he search for Gao Minghan? What would he do if he couldn't find him? Alas, had he known this would be the case, he should have requested a means of contact initially. Unfortunately, regret was now futile. No matter how much Wu Yundong lamented his past errors, there was no remedy for his earlier misjudgments. Lost in a whirl of thoughts, the train eventually came to a halt at Hefei. Wu Yundong followed the crowd off the platform, shaking the bag of money in his hand, suddenly feeling that the current security conditions were not as dire as the old inmate had described. Three-wheeled bike, wherever you go, just $3. A shout suddenly pierced his ears. Wu Yundong turned to see a man on a tricycle calling out to him. In both his past and present life, he had never ridden a tricycle, which piqued his interest. He approached with the fertilizer bag in hand. Before he could get close, the driver leaped off the tricycle, exclaiming, "Boss, need a ride?" Wu Yundong smiled, but remained silent, simply taking a seat on the tricycle. Noticing this, the driver hurriedly stretched out the rain cover to shield Wu Yundong from above. This gesture was quite considerate. Wu Yundong placed the fertilizer bag between his feet, watching as the driver climbed back onto the tricycle and began pedaling vigorously. As the tricycle left the small square at the station, the driver, without looking back, asked, "Boss, where to?" "First, I need to find a place to stay," Wu Yundong casually replied, then inquired, "Do you have any good recommendations?" "Oh, boss, you've asked the right person." The rickshaw driver, filled with a sense of pride, boasted, "I traverse this city daily. While I cannot claim to be familiar with every alley, I certainly know where the most suitable places to reside are." Wu Yundong did not interrupt the driver's self-promotion. Instead, he listened with a smile. As someone unfamiliar with this city, he believed that listening to the locals would provide him with valuable insights. As for the issue of the Hefei dialect, in his previous life, he had encountered individuals from all walks of life. He could even manage a few phrases in the languages of the ethnic minorities in the mountainous regions of Yunnan. The most renowned establishment in Hefei is undoubtedly the Hongyun Hotel. The interior is said to be extravagantly decorated, although I have never set foot inside. I have heard that the tables are imported and the chopsticks are made of silver. Wu Yundong's expression darkened momentarily as he suddenly inquired, "You aren't referring to a black market establishment, are you?" "Impossible." The driver quickly protested. "Do you still think we are living in the old society? In this era, there are no black market establishments." Wu Yundong thought to himself, "Is that so? Perhaps you have yet to experience it. Even in domestic travel today, there are still plenty of establishments that take advantage of unsuspecting tourists." However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead smiled, asking, "If it's not a black market establishment, then why the silver chopsticks?" "They are used for testing poison." The rickshaw driver was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to salvage his earlier boast. Wu Yundong chuckled, "Don't waste your brain cells. Just recommend a suitable place." "Suitable?" The driver felt a headache coming on. This time, Wu Yundong prevented him from overthinking and said with a grin, "As long as the price is reasonable and the place is clean, that will suffice. In that case, I recommend the Fuhua Hotel. However, they don't provide meals, it's strictly for lodging." "Very well, we shall go there," Wu Yundong decisively confirmed, leaving the driver feeling somewhat frustrated. He had intended to elaborate on the benefits of the Fuhua Hotel, but the decision had already been made. However, this was preferable. As long as he delivered the guest, the Fuhua Hotel would offer a commission, so why overthink it? The rickshaw sped along and soon came to a halt in front of a modest hotel. Upon disembarking, Wu Yundong observed that the hotel Fade was small and the sign was rather worn, causing him to furrow his brow. "Boss, let me help you with your belongings," the rickshaw driver offered, reaching for the sack of fertilizer, but Wu Yundong blocked him with his foot, saying, "No need, I can manage it myself." The driver blinked in surprise, thinking to himself, "It's just a bag, why is he treating it so delicately?" Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed his thoughts, as the commission from the hotel was far more important. He dashed into the hotel and soon returned, accompanied by a short, portly man. Upon seeing the stout fellow, Wu Yundong could not help but be reminded of Wei Jianzhou. Although this man was shorter and appeared considerably younger, the sly grin on his face was strikingly similar to that of the rotund figure he remembered. As Wu Yundong assessed the man, the little fat man approached and reached out to take the sack of fertilizer from Wu Yundong's hands, saying, "Boss, welcome. Allow me to assist you." "No need," Wu Yundong said, turning his body to block the man's hand. "I can handle it myself. However, if your establishment is not pristine, I shall not take residence here." The chubby fellow, initially somewhat embarrassed, quickly thumped his chest and declared, "Rest assured, boss, I may not boast about much, but as for cleanliness, my establishment is undoubtedly second to none." Such grandiose claims seemed a tad exaggerated, yet Wu Yundong chose not to dispute him. Upon entering the inn, he was pleasantly surprised to find the tables and chairs impeccably clean, even the floor devoid of any debris. The chubby man had already maneuvered to the back of the desk, producing a notebook and inquiring, "Boss, may I see your ID? Are they checking IDs now?" Wu Yundong wondered, yet he complied and handed over his identification. The chubby man scrutinized the ID, then suddenly furrowed his brow. "Boss, you're from Dongshan, aren't you?" "Yes." "What's the issue?" Wu Yundong replied, perplexed. "Indeed, there is a concern. As an outsider, I must also request a letter of introduction in addition to your ID. Is it really that troublesome?" Wu Yundong couldn't help but frown. Noticing her apparent displeasure, the chubby man grew anxious. Boss, you do have a letter of introduction, don't you? I do, but why is it necessary? Without it, I cannot ascertain the authenticity of your ID. Furthermore, lacking this letter, I cannot ensure you are not a wanted criminal. Oh dear, please do not be upset. I assure you, this is for your own good. For my own good? Certainly. When staying at an inn, one would hardly wish to share accommodations with a fugitive, nor would one desire to awaken to find their belongings stolen. As he spoke with increasing fervor, the chubby man's exaggerated expressions belied the soundness of his reasoning as a hotel manager. In the 1980s, how rare it was for someone to consider so much for their guests. Recognizing a potential gem, Wu Yundong could not help but scrutinize the chubby man more closely. However, such scrutiny made the chubby man wary. Boss, you aren't truly a wanted criminal, are you? As he spoke, he turned and called out, Lao Gao, come out quickly.